In a world fraught with peril and treachery, I find myself alone in the southern tower, delighting in my own thoughts, while the divine might of my spirit shines forth. Have I traversed realms? Such a notion defies logic. Indeed, this is a realm for the stronging to me of conquest. They seek to hunt me down? Let them face the gods, for I shall slay the divine and vanquish the holy. When did the divine become as cheap as cabbage? Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, greeted first by the familiar sight of the pristine white ceiling above, and a pair of vile-thud eyes widened in astonishment. How did I end up in bed? Ah! As he pondered this perplexity and attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through his waist and right hand, eliciting a pained gasp as he fell back onto the bed. Finger, you are awake? A soft voice suddenly reached his ears, bringing clarity to his mind. Following the sound, he beheld a graceful woman clad in purple, approaching him with a basin of water. Mother, Lin Yang stammered in surprise. Lin Ruo said little, merely pursing her lips as she reached his bedside. She then lifted a damp white towel from the basin, wringing it out delicately before gently wiping Lin Yang's small face. It's the moment the towel met his cheek. A surge of agony coursed through him, prompting a sharp intake of breath. You are quite dirty and in need of a wash. Mother knows you are injured and it will hurt, but bear with it, it shall pass swiftly. Lin Ruo sighed, her brows furrowing with concern. Gazing into his mother's eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears, Lin Yang bit his lip and remained silent, allowing the cold, wet cloth to press against his wounded cheek, sending waves of piercing chill through him. In the future, when you fight, be mindful of your opponent. Otherwise, should you suffer defeat, not even your father, the Grand Elder, can secure your justice. As she continued to clean his face, her voice was accompanied by soft sobs. Mother, I understand, Lin Yang replied, his brow furrowed with reluctance. However, he hesitated, the recent memory of his encounter at the gate flooding his mind. His brows knitted together. That Lin Tian is truly insufferable, relying on his grandfather's status as clan leader to look down on others. I merely bumped into him by accident, and he unleashed a torrent of insults, even resorting to violence. I was merely responding to his provocations. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruo let out a sudden huff, her tone growing colder. And what was the outcome? Did you strike him? Or did he strike you? Lin Yang was taken aback, his face paling instantly, the words he had intended to utter swallowed back. Yet, a glimmer of defiance lingered on his handsome features. Lin Ruo soaked the towel again, wrung it out, and resumed wiping Lin Yang's face. Mother understands your competitive nature, but Lin Tian's strength surpasses yours, and his petulance is well known. To challenge him is akin to seeking a nail to be hammered down. At this, Lin Yang's brows knitted tightly as he spoke with frustration. I do not comprehend. He spends his days indulging in revelry, while I toil away in the mountains training. Why is it that my strength still pales in comparison to his? That is because his innate talent exceeds yours. Before Lin Ruo could respond, a resonant voice interrupted from beyond the doorway. A tall figure clad in crimson then entered Lin Ruo and Lin Yang's line of sight. Father. Upon seeing the man who had just crossed the threshold, Lin Yang's face broke into an unexpected smile. The man, with fiery red hair that belied his apparent age of over 30, donned an opulent crimson robe. His commanding presence exuded authority, and the angular brows on his face added to his imposing demeanor. He was none other than the esteemed Grand Elder of the Lin family and Lin Yang's father, Lin Hong. As Lin Hong strode forward, his face bore an expression clouded with discontent. You insolent brat! Why did you have to provoke that little emperor? Are you seeking a beating? At this rebuke, Lin Yang pouted in annoyance. Who could have guessed that Lin Tian, that debauched scoundrel, would possess strength superior to mine? By the way, father, you mentioned his talent surpasses mine. What do you mean by that? Lin Hong approached the bedside, casually pulling a chair to sit down. He turned his gaze slowly toward the window, his fierce eyes becoming somewhat distant, as a rare glimmer of reverence surfaced within them. 3,000 years ago, a prodigious talent emerged from our clan, named Lin Junya. He broke through the mortal realm in less than a century, cultivating an immortal body and becoming a formidable figure in the realm. And what does this have to do with Lin Tian's talent? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Patience, listen closely. Lin Hong waved his hand, chuckling wearily. After Lin Junya ascended to the immortal realm, he sired descendants who inherited his immortal bloodline, endowing them with astonishing cultivation potential. Lin Tian is one of Lin Junya's descendants, naturally possessing a trace of that immortal blood. While his talent may not be as terrifying as that of the first or second generation of Lin Junius lineage, it far surpasses that of an ordinary person like yourself. No matter how hard you train, you may never catch up to him, even with his days spent in indulgence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang stood frozen in place. You may never catch up to him, even with his days spent in indulgence. The echo of those words lingered in his ears, piercing his heart like a dagger, causing him to hold his breath. The young man's face became grim, his lips trembling slightly, and the spark of vitality in his once bright eyes began to fade. His small hands, stained with traces of blood, lay limply at his side. Despondency. Helplessness. Why? Lin Yang felt a sharp pang in his heart. This pain was 1,000-fold greater than the beating he had received from Lin Tian. I trained desperately, yet I cannot compare to those who squander their days in revelry. Lin Yang's heart quaked with despair. Observing his pallid countenance, Lin Hong's eyes glimmered with compassion. Do not harbor resentment. Lin Tun merely enjoys the fortune of being born to the descendants of Lin Junia. Moreover, Finger, your talent is not lacking. You have only been training for a little over a month, and I can already sense the gathering of fighting spirit within you. I believe that within 7 days, you too shall reach the condensation stage, just like Lin Tian. Lin Yang furrowed his brows and gazed out the window, letting out a dejected sigh. Father, I understand. If you truly understand, then you would not be so despondent. Lin Hong shook his head, gently patting his son's shoulder. I have come to see you amidst my busy schedule. Now, I must attend to other matters. Finger, all I can say is take it easy. Take care, my child. With that, Lin Hong stood up and turned to leave, whispering something into Lin Ruo's ear before departing. As his father walked away, Lin Yang seemed oblivious, continuing to gaze out at the golden sunset, his eyes devoid of luster. For in that moment, his mind was consumed by the recollection of the earlier entanglement with Lin Tian. On a serene morning, Lin Yang trained diligently atop a tranquil mountain, sweat pouring down his brow. However, just as he was making progress, dark clouds gathered, and a thunderous rainstorm erupted, forcing him to return to the Lin residence. As he approached the entrance, he unexpectedly collided with Lin Tian, the clan leader's grandson, who was exiting with several of his usual companions, umbrellas in hand. Lin Yang, too absorbed in his own thoughts, failed to notice Lin Tian's approach, resulting in a collision that sent both of them sprawling to the ground. Lin Yang, how dare you bump into me? Lin Tian roared in fury, still on the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yang's nose. You wretched brat. Do you not know I am the grandson of the clan leader? How dare you collide with me? You must be tired of living. You should look in the mirror and see your worth. How dare you treat me with such disrespect? Initially intending to apologize, Lin Yang's sense of contrition evaporated upon hearing Lin Tian's tirade, replaced by an overwhelming anger. I did not do it on purpose. Why are you making such a fuss? Just because you are the clan leader's grandson, does that give you the right to insult others? You, who squander your days in indulgence, often wielding your grandfather's name to intimidate others, it's you who should look in the mirror. He retorted, his face flushed with indignation as he squared off with Lin Tian. Ha! You dare accuse me of using my grandfather's name to intimidate? Lin Tian's eyes bulged, veins popping on his forehead, and a murderous glint ignited within his gaze. And what if I do? You are nothing but a useless waste. All you do is rely on the clan leader's name to bully others. Lin Yang stood his ground, his voice rising several decibels. Undeterred by the murderous intent in Lin Tian's eyes, he was acutely aware that Lin Tian was inherently frivolous, often indulging in revelry and merriment all day long, typically dedicating merely an hour or two to cultivation. Regardless of his potential, it was inconceivable for him to attain substantial strength. In stark contrast, he devoted at least half of his day to rigorous training, pouring his heart and soul into the process. Although he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the chi condensation stage, he firmly believed that even if his prowess was not formidable, he could not possibly be weaker than Lin Tian, who had commenced his cultivation in the same year. Moreover, being the son of the Grand Elder, his status was comparable to that of Lin Tian, and the clan leader would never take action against him for such trivial matters. You dare to call me useless? Lin Tian's teeth ground together audibly, his small eyes already ablaze with fury. Then allow me to show you whether I am indeed a waste of space. Before his words had even faded, Lin Tian launched a powerful punch aimed squarely at his face. Initially, he had not regarded Lin Tian's strength with much seriousness, merely raising his hand to deflect the blow casually. However, he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing force behind it, which struck his arm with such intensity that it left him numb and momentarily devoid of sensation. Retracting his fist, Lin Tian surged forward with an astonishing speed, pressing the attack. Having learned from his previous mistake, he no longer dared to underestimate his opponent and immediately summoned all his strength to counter the assault. As they clashed, he soon realized that Lin Tian had already stepped into the qi condensation stage, was a bona fide cultivator at that level. In contrast, Lin Yang was still a considerable distance from reaching this tier. The outcome was unequivocal. He was defeated, and brutally so. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Even without invoking my grandfather's name to discipline you, my own prowess is sufficient to deal with you. To this day, Lin Yang vividly remembers the moment Lin Tian looked down upon him, trembling in the rain, with an air of unassailable arrogance. Why? Why? Back then, he was filled with resentment. Why is it that despite my relentless efforts, I cannot surpass you, a good-for-nothing who spends all day in idle pleasures? Still daring to insult me? Lin Tian retaliated with a fierce kick to his body, followed by a contemptuous spit aimed at his bloodied visage. In the subsequent moments, Lin Tian's attacks grew increasingly savage, ultimately leaving Lin Yang in darkness, his consciousness slipping away. Lin Yang caressed his bruised and swollen cheek, letting out a cold snort. Lin Tian, regardless of your innate talent, I shall seek vengeance for the grievances of today. Lin Ruo observed his countenance, filled with bitterness, and let out a quiet sigh. Her brows furrowed, reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. Chapter 2. The falling star. The following day, as dawn broke, the sky was tinged with the faintest hue of pale white, and the air remained refreshingly cool. In the distance, the horizon still flickered with the remnants of starlight. A youth, having spent the night in wakefulness, had already dressed himself and, with faltering steps, exited the Lin residence. His slender figure swayed along the desolate streets, exuding an air of melancholy. Lin Yang, limping, meandered along the broad avenues, heading towards the distant mountains where the faint sounds of birdsong could be heard. With each step he took, the celestial lights above gradually dimmed, while a glimmer of gold began to emerge from the edge of the sky. Upon reaching the mountain path, the sun had already ascended to its zenith, casting its warm golden rays generously upon the earth. This illumination prompted the birds in the forest to spread their wings and take flight, while the enchanting chorus of insects filled the air, bestowing the land with a vitality that was palpable. Inhaling the fragrant blend of fresh grass and rich soil, Lin Yang's previously rigid countenance softened ever so slightly. The mountain path was steep. Under normal circumstances, this minor challenge would not have daunted him. However, due to the injuries sustained from his altercation with Lin Tian the previous day, walking had become a laborious task, and the incline only caused him to perspire profusely, gasping for breath. Upon finally reaching the summit, he exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the grassy ground. The dew on the blades of grass dampened his clothing, yet he remained oblivious, sprawled out with limbs outstretched, breathing heavily. After a considerable time, gritting his teeth, he managed to stand once more. Unsteadily, Lin Yang approached the precipice and gazed down into the abyss below. Ah, why? The youth suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, turning a vivid shade of crimson. Why? Echoes reverberated through the valley, unmistakably infused with his anger and resentment. After a prolonged outburst, he finally ceased, his handsome face flushed deeply, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. After a moment, amidst the drifting clouds, he caught a glimpse of Lin Tian's arrogant visage, provoking a disdainful snort from him. The anger that had momentarily waned from his previous outcry reignited fiercely. Lin Tian, what of your celestial bloodline? Why do you flaunt it so? Mark my words, one day, I shall have you bowing in submission. This mountain was Lin Yang's favored retreat, a sanctuary where he could commune with nature and unburden his heart whenever discontent weighed upon him. After being humiliated the day before, he felt a seething fury rise within, compelling him to seek solace here for a cathartic release. Once his roar had subsided, Lin Yang found himself enveloped in a newfound tranquility. Life had never promised fairness. He reflected on the so-called second-generation rich, born with silver spoons in their mouths, who, despite their lack of talent, squandered wealth without care, standing atop the pinnacle of existence. Meanwhile, those languishing at the bottom of society had to rely solely on their own hands and relentless toil. Yet they remained unable to match the strides of the affluent elite. Unbeknownst to him, in this world that revered martial prowess, Such disparities continue to thrive in this life. I refuse to live so insignificantly. Lin Yong clenched his fists tightly, his heart bleeding. He was merely an ordinary member of the vast multitude. Yet now, in this expanse of the world, he was resolutely determined to carve out a sky of his own with his own hands. Lin Tian. Lin Manor, the back garden, haha. Yesterday that little brat Lin Yong dared to argue with me, and guess what happened? A long-haired youth clad in white, with an air of defiance, playfully fanned himself while laughing heartily at a plump boy in black who was still yawning behind him. The outcome, of course, was that he got thoroughly beaten by young Master Tian, and then that chubby boy immediately put away his drowsiness, revealing a smile that was almost sycophantic as he stammered, crying, he went to find his mother. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, then threw back his head and let out a long, triumphant laugh as he strutted away. This guy can only rely on his natural talent to boast. If he were like us, born with an ordinary physique, given his hedonistic ways, he would undoubtedly be a waste. The chubby boy followed behind with a humble demeanor, yet a trace of disdain lingered on his face. Having been unceremoniously kicked awake from his pleasant slumber by Lin Tian early in the morning, the boy was clearly indignant, cursing Lin Tian in his heart countless times. Achoo! Just a few steps out, Lin Tian suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and let out a resounding sneeze. The chubby boy froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Serves him right, he secretly scolded, the smile on his lips growing ever more pronounced. Who dares to speak ill of me behind my back? Lin Tian immediately wrinkled his nose and thundered. Chubby boy, what are you laughing at? Hearing the light laughter from behind, Lin Tian spun around abruptly. Who is laughing? The chubby boy quickly wiped the smile off his face, adopting a look of righteous indignation, declaring, Who dares laugh at our young Master Tian? I will be the first to make them pay. Oh? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him, causing the boy to feel a shiver run down his spine. Really? Then why do I feel that the one who was laughing just now was you? You pig? I absolutely did not laugh. The chubby boy earnestly shook his head, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Chubby boy, tell the truth. Were you not just cursing me in your heart? If you lie, I shall summon my esteemed grandfather to punish you. Lin Tian's expression suddenly darkened. No. The chubby boy immediately feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders while secretly pondering. How does this guy know? Why else would I sneeze? Lin Tian rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward with a cold huff. The chubby boy nervously darted his eyes, unsure of what to say. I don't know. Humph, when I sneeze, it is undoubtedly because someone is cursing me. If it's not you, then who could it be? Lin Tian tapped his head with the folding fan, his face contorting with menace, declaring, If you deceive me, I will truly call my grandfather to teach you a lesson. Besides me, there are plenty of others in our Lin Manor cursing you too. The chubby boy thought to himself, though he dared not show any signs of it on his face. He was not mistaken in his conjecture. Just moments ago, another individual was controlling the ancestral spirit of Lin Tian atop Yinhuang Mountain. Young Master Tian truly do not know. Although the plump boy felt an inner discontent, he dared not express it and could only flush with embarrassment as he defended himself. I was merely teasing you. You've been played. Upon seeing the genuine panic on the boy's face, Lin Tian did not erupt in anger as the boy had anticipated. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh as if his scheme had succeeded. Enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed to the fighting arena and watch the battles. With that, Lin Tian disregarded him and strode purposefully toward the entrance. How dare you toy with me? The chubby boy huffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Tian before reluctantly following suit. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lin residence, Lin Tian took a deep breath and stretched lazily. Ah, how refreshing the outside air is. Come, chubby fellow, we must be off. To all the lovely ladies, young Master Tian is here. Inserting his folding fan into his waistband, Lin Tian adjusted his hairstyle and descended the steps with a mischievous grin. The chubby boy feigned retching behind him but soon scampered along in eager pursuit. As Lin Tian walked along the main road, a sly smile adorned his face, his gait exuberant, with exaggerated movements of his arms that drew the attention and murmurs of those around him. Yet, he appeared blissfully unaware, continuing to stride forward with confidence. Hey, what is that? Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, causing him to halt in his tracks. This exclamation. The crowd erupted into a buzz of excitement. What is that light? Oh my, such a peculiar meteor, and it's purple. Hearing the commotion, Lin Tian glanced at the crowd, noticing that everyone, including his companion, was gazing skyward. He momentarily paused, lifting his own head in curiosity. What is that? Upon looking up, his gaze sharpened. There, in the sky, was a vibrant purple-red streak of light, starkly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere, soaring like a meteor, trailing a long tail as it streaked across the firmament toward the city. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes fixated on the purple light, and as it advanced, his gaze shifted accordingly. Ultimately, his eyes followed the luminous trail to the highest peak of the grandest mountain in Huanglin City. Yinhuang Mountain, boom! He distinctly witnessed the purple light land precisely atop the summit of Yinhuang Mountain, causing the trees in that vicinity to tremble, while birds took to the air in a flurry, and wisps of smoke began to rise gently from the area. Look, it has landed on Yinhuang Mountain. The crowd erupted in excitement once more. Indeed, could it possibly ignite a forest fire? We must go and investigate. What could that phenomenon be? Instantly, many curious onlookers abandoned their tasks and hastened toward the direction of Yinhuang Mountain. Could it be a meteorite unlike any I have ever seen? Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Tian's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly tucked away his folding fan and turned to the plump fellow, exclaiming with enthusiasm that they should join the throng heading towards Yinhuang Mountain. At the summit of Yinhuang Mountain, Lin Yang lay on the grass, his hands propping up his head as he gazed aimlessly at the cerulean sky. Suddenly, he perceived a flash before him. Straining his eyes, he beheld a crimson streak descending from the heavens, hurtling towards his location with alarming speed, accompanied by the roar of a fierce wind, a meteor. Startled, his initial indignation transformed into astonishment. Before he could react further, the violet streak crashed down several dozen meters behind him, sending clouds of yellow dust swirling and snapping several slender trees in its wake. A torrent of turbulent wind, laden with debris, surged forth from the impact site, plunging the mountaintop into disarray. After staring wide-eyed at the meteor's landing site for a considerable time, he hesitantly approached. The air still held a faint charred scent, and the atmosphere was slightly heated. There, in a smoky crater about half a meter wide, he was astounded to discover a translucent, violet-red crystal lying within. Could this truly be the meteorite? He was at a loss for words. Such a beautiful crystal bore no resemblance to a meteorite whatsoever. Unconsciously, he bent down to carefully retrieve the still warm violet-red crystal, examining it closely. The crystal was a perfectly shaped diamond, about the size of a fist, with a delicate purple halo shimmering on its surface. Remarkably, at its center, there appeared to be flames flickering, an astonishing sight that captivated him. As he observed the crystal, Lin Yang was taken aback to hear a series of dragon roars echoing in a daze, and he dimly perceived a dragon-shaped phantom within the crystal's core. What could this possibly mean? Lin Yang was utterly astonished, instinctively bringing the crystal closer to his eyes. Just as he marveled at the violet-red gem, it unexpectedly emitted a blinding red light, catching him off guard, prompting a startled cry as he shut his eyes tightly. Before he could recover from his surprise, Lin Yang suddenly felt a wave of heat radiating from his chest, and he could not help but gasp in shock. What was happening? Silence was the only response. Suddenly, that intense warmth surged through him like a tide, cascading to every corner of his body, igniting a fervor within. Yet the chest remained the focal point, the sensation of heat most intense there. The bizarre occurrence left him utterly flabbergasted, and instinctively, he opened his eyes, only to discover that the violet-red crystal he had been holding had inexplicably vanished. Just as he was grappling with this bewilderment, the heat in his chest escalated. The intensity of the warmth became overwhelming. In Lin Yang's perception, it felt as if a flame was blazing within his chest, rendering him in excruciating distress. Chapter 3. A surge in power. Atop the mountain, Lin Yang clutched his chest, racked with excruciating pain, his once exquisitely handsome visage now grotesquely contorted. The searing agony in his chest rendered him utterly helpless, caught in a torment of life and death. What is this? Suddenly, an unusual sensation coursed through his body, and a look of astonishment flickered across his pallid face. As the inferno within his chest raged, he felt an overwhelming surge of dense combat energy converging toward his dantian like a mighty river, far surpassing the accumulation of a month's cultivation. Even more astonishingly, he noticed that the pain from his injuries began to gradually mend. What on earth is happening? His heart brimmed with astonishment and confusion. Yet, regrettably, he was unable to discern the extent of his burgeoning energy or ascertain whether his wounds had healed, for the agonizing heat persisted, compelling him to focus solely on resisting the torment. He struggled in agony, yet within him flickered a glimmer of joy, for alongside the searing pain, His injuries were slowly mending, and the energy within his dantian was intensifying. Ah, the youthful, hoarse cries of the boy echoed across the mountaintop. Desperately, he grasped a tuft of grass, gritting his teeth, his once charming face now ashen, his lips devoid of color, resembling a lifeless corpse. Yet, despite his struggles, the life-threatening heat in his chest continued unabated, relentless. Though this torment might grant him the boon of a breakthrough in level and healing of his wounds, deep within Lin Yang's heart, he yearned for it to cease. For Deity was simply too excruciating. After what felt like an eternity, the searing pain showed no sign of abating. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth and endured, yet as time wore on, his consciousness began to ebb away. Unbeknownst to anyone at that moment, a faint glimmer of purple light flickered at the center of his chest, and an unusual rune gradually materialized upon his skin. On another front, Lin Tian and the rotund boy hurriedly followed a large throng of people ascending Yanhuang Mountain. Yet they found themselves at the rear of the crowd. Lin Tian, a prodigy among his peers, felt utterly dwarfed by the seasoned practitioners who had cultivated for decades. His meager strength was as insignificant as dust in comparison, leaving him and the boy reluctantly trailing behind. Damn it, if this continues, we shall miss the meteorite. Lin Tian's expression contorted in frustration, his teeth clenched, urgency surging within him. You lot, halt at once. I am the grandson of the patriarch of the Huanglin clan. In a moment of desperation, Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and he erupted into a frantic shout. Hearing the commotion, the people who were rushing ahead abruptly halted in their tracks, each one turning to gaze at the young boy, no older than 11 or 12, who trailed behind them. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Lin Yang belonged to the esteemed Huanglin clan, one of the most prominent noble families in this city, which was the second largest in the empire. Huanglin City was under their stewardship. This clan not only boasted numerous formidable individuals, but also had a legendary figure from over 3,000 years ago, a being of transcendent strength that most could only dream of encountering. Thus, even when considering the entirety of the empire, the Huanglin clan's reputation was unparalleled, and no one dared to challenge their authority or prowess. The inhabitants of this city were acutely aware of the clan's formidable nature. Consequently, Lin Yang's commanding shout effectively halted the throng in their tracks. Surely, you all recognize me, Lin Tian proclaimed, visibly pleased with the crowd's response. Before nodding slightly, today, I represent the Huanglin clan in ascending Yanhuang Mountain to uncover the true nature of the fallen star. As for you mere mortals, kindly refrain from following, lest you impede my endeavors. With that declaration, he motioned to the portly boy behind him, adjusted his attire with an air of nonchalance, and strode confidently through the center of the crowd. Should any of you dare to pursue me up the mountain, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Suddenly, Lin Tian turned sharply, a mischievous grin spreading across his face before he continued on his way. Watching the boy depart, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. This little brat is really quite the charlatan, one muttered. What an insufferable little rascal, another cursed. How can someone so young display such arrogance? The city lord is so just and honorable. How could he possibly have spawned such a little tyrant? Though they grumbled, none dared to defy the boy's wishes. They were all too aware of what the grandson of the clan leader represented. Even if one were wronged, they had to wear a smile. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of a powerful family. The mere thought of such a fate sent chills down their spines. Look, that crowd has been thoroughly intimidated by me. Fatty, do you think I might be a touch too clever? Lin Tian boasted as he confidently traversed the muddy path leading to the mountain's peak. Clevered, indeed. Young master, you are simply exceedingly clever. The portly boy immediately flattered him. Ha ha ha, not only am I a prodigy in cultivation, but I am also an intellectual. Lin Tian laughed heartily, his pride lifting him to the heavens, oblivious to the fact that the crowd was not truly intimidated, but rather held back out of respect for his lineage. Hey, Fatty, do you see that? Isn't that the spot where the meteorite landed? As they hurried along the steep mountain path, Lin Tian suddenly focused intently, pointing at a clearing where several trees lay uprooted. The boy chuckled with delight. The portly boy squinted to see, and amidst the fallen timber, wisps of light smoke curled into the air, and through the chaotic thicket, a large hole could be discerned. I believed, it's absolutely true. Upon witnessing the scene, a look of sheer delight immediately blossomed on the plump boy's face. Let us go. Ha ha, at last, I have the opportunity to behold a meteorite that I have never seen before since childhood. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled as he quickened his pace. Feeling a tingling sensation at the tip of his nose, the youth shuddered, abruptly opening his eyes. Instinctively reaching up to remove the wriggling, fuzzy creature perched upon his nose, Lin Yong brought it before his eyes for a closer inspection. A caterpillar. Between his two fair fingers, it wiggled slowly, a chubby little green worm adorned with fine hairs. Casually tossing it aside, he raised his somewhat pale hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then struggled to sit up gradually. Phew. The pain finally subsiding. Reflexively patting his chest, Lin Yong exhaled a sigh of relief. What on earth happened? Why did it suddenly hurt so much? Murmuring to himself, he instinctively tugged at his collar and glanced down. After staring for a while, a look of astonishment gradually blossomed on his face. Upon his gaunt chest, a fiery red tattoo had inexplicably appeared, encircled by water droplet-shaped patterns, with a flame design at its center. Lin Yong could ascertain that this tattoo had not been there before. Why does it resemble the shape of that meteorite so closely? Lin Yong furrowed his brow, the image of that purplish-red crystal surfacing in his mind. Could it be related to that meteorite? After pondering for a moment, he could not conjure a reasonable explanation. All he could be certain of was that this was connected to the purplish-red crystal that had fallen from the sky and then vanished. Never mind it for now. Who knows where that meteorite has disappeared to? The youth shook his head and muttered, "As long as I am fine, that's what matters. I wonder what my current physical condition is like. I must conduct a thorough examination." With that, the youth sat cross-legged, focusing intently on sensing the state of his body. In an instant, a faint energy began to rise from his dantian under his control, wafting through his meridians like smoke. Using fighting energy to investigate one's physical condition is an essential skill for any cultivator. This technique is relatively straightforward. Some individuals can even intuitively grasp its essence during their training without deliberate study. Thus, nearly all cultivators employ fighting energy to assess their bodily state. After a considerable duration, Lin Yong suddenly smirked, a wave of euphoric delight washing over his face. My injuries have fully healed. Gazing at his somewhat dirty little hands, Lin Yong could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "And my fighting energy has also reached the 5th level of the chi condensation stage. What is happening here? Ha ha ha." After reveling in his exhilaration for a while, Lin Yong gradually regained his composure, yet the glimmer of joy on his face remained undiminished. If I were to encounter that scoundrel Lin Tian again now, I would surely beat him to the point that even his father would not recognize him. With newfound strength, Lin Yang's confidence surged to an unprecedented height. Simultaneously, memories of the humiliation he suffered the previous day surged to the forefront of his mind. As for the reason why my injuries have completely healed and the quantity of my internal energy is so vast, there is no need to delve into the causes. After all, the benefits are what truly matter. Touching my still somewhat warm chest, Lin Yong broke into a grin. Indeed, as long as there are advantages, why bother questioning the reasons behind them? Chapter 4. The fabrication of lies. At the summit of Yanhuang Mountain, a youthful figure clad in purple garments stood joyfully against the mountain breeze, relishing the robust power coursing within him. Someone is approaching. Suddenly, Lin Yong's expression turned serious. Turning his gaze, he observed two figures gradually drawing near at the end of the mountain path. Lin Yong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Well, the falling meteor should attract the attention of the townsfolk. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary troubles. It's best to depart first. Muttering to himself, he hesitated no longer, swiftly leaping onto a large tree and, using it as a path, darted towards the foot of the mountain with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the mountainside. Ha ha ha! Having reached the 5th level of the chi condensation stage, my speed has increased several-fold. Feeling the fierce wind rushing towards him, Lin Yong couldn't help but revel in his triumph. This moment, his velocity was indeed exponentially greater than before. The leap from novice to chi condensation stage was a monumental transformation. If the chi condensation stage is thus, what degree of power awaits me when I gather my energy into a cyclone and reach the mortal realm? Lin Yong dared not even imagine the possibilities. What would the celestial realm entail? The chi condensation stage, as its name implies, is the period of condensing energy. This so-called energy refers to the substantial essence formed from the accumulation of combat aura, known as cyclone. The chi condensation stage is divided into 9 levels. Upon breaking through to the 9th level, a cyclone will naturally form within the cultivator's dantian. From there, the cultivator enters a new domain, the mortal realm. The mortal realm is also categorized into 9 levels, but breaking through each level is significantly more challenging than in the chi condensation stage. Beyond the mortal realm lies the legendary realm, the celestial realm. It has been many years since a strong individual of the celestial realm has appeared on this continent of realms, as breaking through the mortal realm requires not only diligent cultivation but also fortuitous opportunities and profound comprehension. The difficulty of this endeavor is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Among hundreds of millions, the emergence of even a single strong individual who can transcend to the celestial realm is a rare occurrence. This rarity has led to the few celestial realm cultivators on the continent being held in utmost reverence by the populace. Lin Yang, brimming with excitement, immediately quickened his pace, transforming into a purple blur as he swiftly darted over the treetops. Racing down the mountain, startling the birds nestled among the trees into frantic flight and cacophonous chirps. Russell, Lin Tian, and the plump companion were eagerly advancing when they suddenly heard a rustling of leaves above them, prompting them to look up in confusion. They noticed several trees swaying slightly, not due to a gust of wind, but amidst the undulating foliage, a purple figure was fleetingly weaving through the branches. Who could this master be, moving at such astonishing speed? The figure vanished from their sight in an instant, leaving Lin Tian, who held himself in high regard, utterly astounded. That speed was incomparably faster than his own. Never mind, it seems that an exceptional individual is honing their skills here. In any case, it does not concern us, my corpulent friend. Let us depart. Lin Tian, dismissing his astonishment, promptly tucked it away and with a flick of his hand, strode forward. After all, the crater lay just ahead, and he had little inclination to dwell on other matters. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the so-called expert he mentioned was none other than Lin Yang, the son of the elder whom he had effortlessly thrashed the day before. Excitedly, the two made their way to the vicinity of the crater, only to be left dumbfounded. The still smoldering pit lay quietly before them, but within it, apart from mere soil, there was nothing but earth, oh no, and a few severed earthworms writhing in agony. Yet there was no sign of the fabled meteorite. Where on earth is the meteorite? Lin Tian's expression darkened in an instant, and he exclaimed in frustration, how could it be missing? With wide eyes, he scanned the surroundings yet found no trace of the meteorite, causing his anger to surge. Damn it, where is the meteorite? I came all this way to see it, and now it's gone. Lin Tian, exasperated, began to vent his frustrations, thumping his legs in a fit of fury. Tansha, do you think? Could it be that expert who took it? The corpulent friend speculated, feigning contemplation as he stroked his chin. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian paused, and a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Indeed, you are right. It must be him. He was the only one to have descended from the mountain. It could not be anyone else, that detestable scoundrel. He was convinced that the anonymous expert had pilfered the meteorite, and thus he cursed the figure in his heart. Remember this, you scoundrel in purple clothing. His furious roar echoed throughout the vast forested mountains. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had long since dashed down Yanhuang Mountain, returning to the residence of the royal Lin clan, the Lin Manor. Mother! The youth exclaimed joyfully as he sprinted towards his parents' chamber, bursting through the door without knocking, startling Lin Ruo, who was in the midst of grooming herself. The room, as ever, exuded an air of elegance and cleanliness, with a faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the air, invigorating Lin Yang's spirit. What a ruckus so early in the morning! What decorum is this? Lin Hong, clad in a flowing red robe, sat comfortably in a grand chair by the window, savoring his fragrant tea, and was momentarily displeased by Lin Yang's abrupt interruption. However, upon glancing at his son, Lin Yang's smile widened, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his violet eyes. Ah, father, you are here too. Typically, as the clan's elder, Lin Hong was preoccupied with numerous clan affairs, often absent for nights on end, sometimes disappearing for months. Thus, seeing his father at home for the night filled Lin Yang with delight. Lin Hong nodded, intending to speak, but suddenly froze, his sharp gaze widening in astonishment. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Father, what is the matter with you? After a prolonged silence, Lin Hong finally spoke. Fenger, your fighting spirit, how has it become so profound, surpassing that of yesterday by several folds? Realizing that his father was perplexed by this, Lin Yang chuckled in understanding, just as he was about to respond. Fenger, have your injuries healed? Why are you bouncing around so? Lin Ruo's voice, filled with confusion, suddenly pierced through the air. Lin Yang closed his mouth, cast a glance at his mother, and straightened his posture, exclaiming, "Haha, I have come to share this news with you. Not only have I fully recovered, but I have also advanced to the 5th level of the Qi condensation stage." What did you say? Overnight, you healed and achieved a breakthrough? Lin Ruo stepped forward, her face a picture of astonishment. Lin Hong, too, wore a look of bewilderment. Feng'er, what on earth is happening? Last night, while I was sleeping, an immortal suddenly appeared at my bedside, babbling incomprehensible words, and just like that, my injuries healed. Upon waking, I was astonished to discover that my fighting spirit had indeed reached the 5th level of the qi condensation stage. Lin Yong had already devised a narrative to explain the rapid recovery of his injuries and the astonishing increase in his strength. He wished to keep the secret of the meteorite hidden, for it was far too extraordinary. Many rare treasures could not compare to its formidable effects, and should he divulge it, someone would inevitably seek to possess it, resorting to any means necessary to eliminate him in their pursuit. Although he himself was uncertain of the meteorite's exact location, he believed it prudent to keep this secret buried to avoid attracting peril. As for inquiries regarding his injuries and newfound strength, he would attribute it all to divine intervention, which would serve to deftly mislead others. Of course, his approach to informing his mother was also a means of fortifying his deception. Yet, upon hearing their son's explanation, Lin Hong and his wife were both left in a state of stunned disbelief. An immortal. Chapter 5. A challenge issued, to believe or not to believe. The couple was evidently flummoxed. Feng'er, are you absolutely certain of what you say? After what felt like an eternity, Lin Hong cautiously inquired. This. Lin Yang's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger manifesting on his handsome face. Father, do you doubt my words? His tone was tinged with indignation, and as he spoke, the irritation on his youthful visage deepened. I appear to be one who would fabricate tales. Moreover, if it were not for the immortal's intervention, how could I have experienced such a sudden surge in strength and complete recovery? It is well known that even the finest elixirs could never yield such miraculous results. His defense was delivered with unwavering confidence, the expression on his face betraying no hint of deceit, making it seem as though he spoke with utmost sincerity. Lin Hong was taken aback, gazing at the resolute expression on Lin Yang's delicate features, momentarily lost in thought. His son's words seemed to carry a certain weight of truth. First and foremost, Lin Yong had always been an obedient child, rarely indulging in falsehoods. Thus, the veracity of his current statements was undoubtedly high. Secondly, Lin Yong had inexplicably healed overnight, and his strength had surged dramatically. Certain elixirs could not possibly possess such terrifying effects, unless, as he claimed, a celestial being had descended. Lin Hong and the others could scarcely conceive an alternative explanation for this phenomenon. However, celestial beings, seemed he had never heard of such a thing before. Lin Hong coughed lightly. Lin Yong shrugged, adopting an innocent demeanor. Lin Hong was left to ponder, stroking his chin in contemplation. Could it be a powerful being from the realm of immortals? Suddenly, the thought struck him, and he exclaimed in astonishment. What? A powerful being from the realm of immortals? Upon hearing his words, Lin Ruo gasped in surprise. Indeed, only a being of such caliber could facilitate rapid healing and swift enhancement of strength. Lin Hong cast a thoughtful glance her way, nodding in agreement. Perhaps Feng'er had indeed encountered some powerful immortal. Upon hearing his father's conjecture, Lin Yong felt a jolt of surprise within. Why would father think such a thing? Alas, as long as they harbored no doubts. But how could a powerful being from the realm of immortals come to our Lin residence and descend to heal Feng'er? Lin Ruo wore a perplexed expression, deeply puzzled by this matter. This question, Lin Hong could only shake his head in response. Perhaps that esteemed being had his own intentions. After a lengthy pause, Lin Hong finally uttered a statement. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Yong, a glimmer of inexplicable hope flickering in his eyes. Could it be that Feng'er possesses something that attracts beings from the realm of immortals? The response to this query was naturally a mere I don't know. Lin Hong furrowed his brow in deep thought once more, yet he struggled to arrive at a conclusion. After a moment, he admonished Lin Yong. Feng'er, regarding this matter, I am at a loss for words. In any case, the actions of that powerful being from the realm of immortals must have their reasons. We cannot fathom them. I suspect that when the time is ripe, the truth will be revealed. Lin Yong nodded, secretly relieved. Finally, it was settled. Father, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your time with mother. After a slight bow, Lin Yong flashed a bright smile and dashed out. Watching the youth depart, Lin Hong narrowed his eyes. Why had that powerful being from the realm of immortals sought out Feng'er? A low murmur escaped his lips. At last, I managed to deceive mother and the others. However, it feels quite strange to lie for the first time strolling through the corridor. Lin Yang's face glowed with exuberance. Reflecting on the bewildered expressions of his parents earlier, he couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. His violet eyes were contentedly surveying the familiar courtyard when suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Damn it, how infuriating. I never expected that the meteorite would be stolen by that purple-clad scoundrel. Damn. Just then, at another entrance of the courtyard, a long-haired youth in a white robe was striding forth, his face twisted in irritation, cursing as he walked, followed closely by a chubby boy with his head bowed. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of the youth clad in white robes, Lin Yong instinctively furrowed his brows, a chill abruptly igniting in his gaze. Lin Tian. Reciting these two words silently, the young man's hands clenched into fists, and his countenance, once radiant with joy, instantly transformed into an icy mask. He could hardly fathom the identity of that scoundrel in purple attire. How dare he, like the worthless Lin Yong, don such a hue? It was likely that he, akin to Lin Yong, was also a good-for-nothing. Damn it! Lin Tian's face flushed crimson as he unleashed a torrent of curses, evidently irked by his earlier inability to spot the meteorite on the mountain. In his frustration, he attributed the meteorite's disappearance solely to that enigmatic figure in purple. Directing his invectives towards the purple-clad master, for involving the feckless Lin Yong, it was merely because Lin Yong, too, habitually wore purple, akin to the thief who had absconded with the meteorite, subtly implying that the purple-clad individual was equally a failure. One must concede, this was a rather elevated method of insult, a good-for-nothing. The raucousness of his words was such that Lin Yong, standing at a considerable distance, could hear every syllable clearly, and his anger only intensified. He had heard Lin Tian berating someone in purple attire, yet remained oblivious to the identity of the target. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that his own name had been invoked, accompanied by the term good-for-nothing. How could he not be enraged? Damn it. Speaking of Lin Yong, it reminded him of Lin Tian's expression twisted in malice, poised to utter something further, but his gaze suddenly fixated, forcing his words down his throat. At that moment, a slender figure in purple was reflected in the depths of his murky black eyes. Lin Yong? Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, only to be met with a sly grin. How fortuitous, he thought. His mood was foul, and this was the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations on this fellow. With that in mind, Lin Tian straightened his posture and bellowed towards the distant Lin Yong. Hey, you, the good-for-nothing over there, come here. The arrogant command echoed, prompting Lin Yong to raise an eyebrow, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his misty purple eyes. Hey, aren't you coming here quickly? Observing Lin Yang's continued inaction, Lin Tian waved his hand impatiently. Lin Yong glared at him, his fists trembling with barely contained rage, his teeth chattering in fury. Damn it, was he not coming over? Did he seek further punishment? Noticing Lin Yang's unwavering stance and the icy glare directed at him, Lin Tian's irritation began to swell. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a duel was to take place in the plaza before the Lin residence. The loser would kneel before the victor and bow thrice, never to show disrespect again. There would be no turning back. Suddenly, Lin Yong reined in his fury, letting out a disdainful huff as he swept his sleeve and strode away, disregarding the barrage of curses trailing behind him. This fellow, it seemed, was due for a thorough reckoning. As he departed, a cold smile crept upon Lin Yang's lips. His reluctance to act immediately did not signify a relinquishment of vengeance. Rather, he intended to ensure that Lin Tian would suffer not only physical torment, but also a profound blow to his dignity. As the crowd defeated him and forced him to kneel, it was undoubtedly the most effective way to deliver a double blow to that scoundrel. At least, this was how Lin Yong perceived it. Given this fellow's character, he would likely spread the news throughout the Lin residence, leading to his humiliation before all. Chapter 6. A chance for redemption. Gazing at the receding purple figure, Lin Tian ground his teeth and stamped his foot in frustration. This rascal dared to disregard me, the young Master Tian. He truly must be tired of living. Fine, a duel it is, and I shall ensure you suffer a miserable defeat before everyone. Then, let us see if you dare to act so arrogantly again. Lin Tian held no respect for the challenge issued by the waste he had just soundly thrashed the previous day. Once you kneel before me, you will surely regret your current words and actions. Spitting vehemently, he turned away in anger. Fatty, go spread this news into the ears of every person in the Lin residence. Time swiftly passed, and soon only an hour remained until the duel in a room adorned with elegance and luxury. Lin Yong lounged casually in a chair, his legs crossed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he took generous bites of a pear. Beside him stood a graceful woman in red, Lin Ruo. Fenger, have you truly decided to give Lin Tian a proper lesson? At this moment, Lin Ruo's face bore a hint of hesitation. Lin Yang licked the sweet juice from his lips and nodded. Of course, mother, you should know best that I always repay my debts. If my strength were lacking, perhaps I would not act so swiftly, but now that my power has surged, dealing with a mere Lin Tian is more than sufficient. It is indeed time for him to taste some bitterness. This reasoning was sound. Lin Rua smiled and nodded, but soon turned serious. Mother is merely concerned that if you truly ruin him today, what if he becomes the clan leader in a decade's time and seeks revenge? I shall not dwell on such matters. I only know that debts must be repaid. Lin Yang huffed, shaking his head. Furthermore, when enemies come, soldiers will block. When water comes, earth will cover. Today, I can settle my grievances, and should he become the clan leader and seek revenge in the future, I shall still be able to settle scores. Upon hearing this, Lin Rua sighed bitterly, choosing not to speak further. However, that fellow is quite efficient. In such a short time, the entire Lin residence, comprised of hundreds, has learned of my challenge. Seemingly recalling something, Lin Yang suddenly smirked, a hint of mockery in his voice, but this is also good. It suits my intentions perfectly. With that, he took another large bite of the pear, savoring it with delight. Soon, he would have his chance for redemption, and Lin Yang felt an exhilarating sense of joy. This time, he would make Lin Tian regret his actions from yesterday. Thinking this, Lin Yang, with a sinister smile, tossed the remaining half of the pear out the window. Observing the fierce glint in her son's violet eyes, Lin Rua furrowed her brow and sighed softly. Hey, Lin Yang, time is running out. The clan members are waiting in the square. Hurry and come out. At that moment, a voice brimming with arrogance abruptly pierced through the window, causing both individuals in the room to momentarily pause in surprise. This fellow is rather impatient. Lin Yang pondered for a moment, then let out a cold chuckle, silently rising to his feet and turning to make his way outside. Be careful, T. This moment. Lin Rua tugged at his sleeve, halting his steps. With a smile, Lin Yang nodded slightly, then gently removed his mother's hand, his figure propelling forward as he swiftly exited the door, the rush of air causing the two exquisite wooden doors to sway as soon as he stepped beyond the threshold of the elder's courtyard. Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the familiar silhouette of Lin Tian. Casting a casual glance his way, Lin Yang emitted a light snort, then placed his hands behind his back, strolling towards the square with an air of nonchalance, maintaining an attitude of deliberate disregard. Let us put on a show. Soon enough, I shall witness your tears. Feeling the cold shoulder, Lin Tian, somewhat displeased, muttered an angry curse under his breath before hastening towards the square as well. At that moment, the square was bustling with activity, filled with hundreds of figures from the Lin family, ranging from guardians to ordinary attendants, all congregated at the center, creating a cacophony of voices. However, upon closer inspection, a bitter expression lingered on the faces of the gathered crowd. From their lips emerged a chorus of grievances. What on earth is happening with this Tian Xiao? Must we all be summoned here for a mere duel with Feng Xiao? The outcome is all too evident. He will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Why the need to call us all here to witness? We are all exceedingly busy. After all, indeed, who isn't aware of his inherited celestial bloodline? Feng Xiao, of the same age, stands no chance against him. This Tian Xiao is truly vain. Having just arrived at the square, Lin Yang could not help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing the murmurs of discontent from the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, though slightly irked, felt a sense of satisfaction overall. Did you hear that? They are all saying you are bound to lose. Lin Tian strutted confidently to Lin Yang's side, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Yet, Lin Yang merely curled his lips, letting out a cold snort, completely ignoring him as he continued on his way. This scenario could only be termed as utter disregard. Humph. Observing this, Lin Tian's expression darkened, his lips twitching involuntarily. Just wait and see how you meet your end. As the crowd noticed the approach of Lin Yang and Lin Tian, they instinctively fell silent, parting to create a path for the two to walk to the center. Lin Yang exuded confidence, though his face betrayed no emotion, while Lin Tian, in stark contrast, was filled with an unmistakable arrogance that shone through his expression. Upon reaching the center of the gathering, the two stood facing each other. By the way, I inadvertently injured you yesterday. I trust you have yet to fully recover, Lin Tian declared, a sudden stillness enveloping the arena. With one hand casually tucked behind his back, he proclaimed, "Thus, I have decided to grant you the use of one hand." "Oh? Are you not regretting this?" Lin Yang retorted with a scoff. "No regrets," Lin Tian replied, tilting his head slightly with a smile, his tone resolute and unwavering. Lin Yang smiled faintly and nodded. "Well, you may proceed." "Humph, make sure to impress me." Suddenly, Lin Tian's expression contorted into a fearsome grimace, accompanied by a roar that erupted from his throat. Boom. Instantly, a pale green aura burst forth from his body like smoke, igniting around him in a fiery blaze, his clothing and hair billowing wildly in the tempest. Concurrently, fierce winds generated from thin air spiraled outwards from him, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Feeling the forceful gusts sweeping towards him, Lin Yang merely shook his head with a faint smile. Being merely at the second level of the qi condensation stage was hardly intimidating. At present, Lin Yang had attained the 5th level of qi condensation, rendering Lin Tian's second-level prowess rather insignificant in comparison. Wow! He has actually reached the 2nd level of the qi condensation stage. Lin Yang regarded this with disdain, yet the surrounding clansmen were visibly astonished by the intensity of his power. How terrifying! Has he really cultivated for less than 2 months? They murmured, "It seems Feng Shao is surely doomed." Sighing, they lamented the terrifying nature of the celestial bloodline, marveling at how within such a short span he had achieved the 2nd level, an accomplishment that evoked envy. As the crowd's gasps of astonishment echoed, Lin Tian's smile widened, and his pride surged significantly. "Ah, it appears everyone enjoys surprises," Lin Yang remarked nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at the onlookers with a soft sigh. "Now, allow me to present an even more astonishing spectacle." After murmuring softly, Lin Yang grinned and summoned a wisp of power from his dantian. Boom! Just as the astonished gazes of the crowd converged on Lin Tian, enveloped in a roaring green flame, a far more violent gust of wind erupted from another direction. Chapter 7. The support sensing a force considerably more formidable than before. The crowd's attention was irresistibly drawn away. Ultimately, their gazes locked onto a slender figure, shrouded in a rich, orange-red blaze. A tempest of ferocious winds erupted from this figure, stirring up yellow dust and causing the onlookers' garments to flutter wildly. This, Feng Shao, has actually reached the 5th level of qi condensation. Instantly, a wave of increasingly astonished murmurs began to rise. But he has only been cultivating for just over a month. How can he reach such heights without the celestial bloodline? The speculation that had lingered in the hearts of the crowd regarding Tian Shao's inevitable victory was swiftly overturned. The shock they felt now was far greater than when they witnessed Lin Tian's display of power. As they gazed at Lin Yang, enwrapped in the fiery orange blaze, Lin Tian's earlier pride evaporated in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment. Simultaneously, the arrogance that had once filled his heart was utterly shattered. He questioned himself in his heart 1,000 times. Could this truly be Lin Yang, the one he had utterly defeated just yesterday? What is wrong, young Master Tian? Hurry and make your move. Upon witnessing Lin Tian's astonished expression, Lin Yang could not help but let out a cold chuckle. This. Lin Tian gazed at Lin Yang with a face full of disbelief, struggling for a long while to utter a single word, his eyes reflecting the tumultuous waves of shock within his heart. Observing the hesitation in his opponent, Lin Yang nonchalantly scoffed. "Since young Master Tian is reluctant to act, allow me to take the initiative." No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Yang, without a moment's hesitation, transformed into a fleeting shadow that silently darted before the still astonished Lin Tian, and with a surge of energy, he delivered a powerful kick aimed at Lin Tian's face. "May you be filled with regret?" Feeling the terrifying force of the approaching kick, Lin Tian shuddered involuntarily. This is bad. In that instant, he quickly assessed his dire predicament. Snapping from his astonishment as he crossed his arms in front of his head, forming a hasty defense. Bam! The immense power of the kick struck with precision against his hands, which were ablaze with azure flames, effortlessly shattering his feeble defense and sending him flying through the air. Thud! He crashed violently to the ground, causing the earth to crack and yellow dust to swirl around him. Lin Tian lay there, akin to a wounded dog, groaning in agony. Silence. Aside from Lin Tian's pained cries, the onlookers from his clan stood in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of disbelief as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. It was evident that his hands, which had attempted to block Lin Yang's kick, were now slightly indented inward, their shape grotesque and chilling, causing those present to swallow hard in unison. Indeed, Lin Yang had held nothing back. He had unleashed his full strength, manifesting the power of his 5th level in the qi condensation stage. However, this reality meant that Lin Tian's chances of victory had plummeted to 0, for the disparity between them was insurmountable. "Ah, you bastard! I will kill you!" Suddenly aware of the gazes fixated upon him, Lin Tian's heart twisted painfully as he roared with bloodshot eyes, whether out of rage or anguish, his face contorted into a nightmarish visage. Grinding his teeth, He rose to his feet, charging at Lin Yong like a maddened beast, reckless and desperate. Rage can strip any being of its reason, including humans. This drove Lin Tian to confront Lin Yong, fully aware of the chasm that lay between them, yet still he lunged forward, intent on a deadly confrontation. "Come at me." In response to this frenzied attack, a faint smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yang's mouth as he propelled himself forward with renewed vigor. Lin Tian's reluctance to fight was precisely what he feared. For his retribution had merely just begun. Bam. Intentionally taking Lin Tian's frenzied kick head-on, Lin Yong remained unfazed, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Lin Tian's face, sending him hurtling through the air once more, blood spilling in his wake. Gasping cough. Lin Tian once again found himself in a wretched state on the ground, yet he stood up while spitting blood. His cheek, struck by a punch, was grotesquely swollen. Casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Tian let out a furious roar and charged forward once more, as if possessed. "Reckless?" Lin Yong scoffed disdainfully. "Just as I desire." Leaping into the air with a somersault, Lin Yong swiftly raised a leg to strike Lin Tian's head. As the powerful kick approached, Lin Tian, in a frenzied manner, swung his seemingly injured little fist to meet it. If this blow landed with full force, it's likely that Lin Tian's hand would be irreparably damaged. The onlookers held their breath, utterly stunned by the scene before them, as the leg imbued with immense force was about to collide with Lin Tian's already battered fist. The crowd felt their hearts constrict. This was Lin Tian, the grandson of the patriarch. At this moment, he was on the verge of having his arm crippled by Lin Yong, the son of the elder. How could they not be shocked, however, just as the crowd collectively gasped in horror? "Stop!" A dark figure suddenly leaped out from the crowd, swiftly positioning itself between Lin Yong and Lin Tian, effortlessly blocking the powerful kick while simultaneously gently pushing Lin Tian's severely injured hand back. Every movement was executed seamlessly, with astonishing speed. Merely a blink of an eye was all it took. With the attack thwarted, Lin Yong frowned, and once he regained his balance, he turned to glare in annoyance. The one who separated the two was a black-robed youth, slightly older than the two, with long, jet-black hair and a not-so-pretty face. His dark eyes nonetheless radiated an air of authority and intimidation. "Brother." Upon closer inspection, Lin Tian's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Lin Liqiao?" Lin Yong also furrowed his brow. "Lin Yong, why are you being so ruthless?" Lin Liqiao cast a cold glance at the severely battered Lin Tian behind him and questioned Lin Yong in a chilling tone. Lin Yong shot him a fierce glare, responding word by word. "You? Ask him." Chapter 8. Chi training. I do not concern myself with the grievances between you two. Regardless, your actions are excessively brutal. Lin Liqiao continued to fixate on Lin Yong, admonishing him. "Excessive?" Lin Yang's expression instantly turned icy, and he retorted coldly. "Are you implying that when he was stronger than me and severely injured me, it was not excessive, but now that I have surpassed him in strength and injured him, it is excessive? He injured you." Lin Liqiao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him from head to toe, before letting out a cold snort. "With your current state, how do you resemble someone who has been severely injured? Accusations should have limits. We have never heard of Xiao Tian injuring you." After being healed by the meteorite in the morning, Lin Yong was indeed brimming with vitality, and no one could tell that just moments ago he had been covered in injuries. Therefore, when the clansmen heard that he had been hurt, they all dismissed it as implausible. "Is it not possible for injuries to heal?" Lin Yong paid no heed to the strange gazes of the clansmen, resolutely retorting, "As Lin Tian's elder brother, Lin Liqiao, that cunning old fox, must have heard from Lin Tian about the incident where I was struck by him yesterday. Now, this scoundrel has the audacity to deny that I was ever assaulted, clearly attempting to shield his younger sibling. Humph, what a devoted brother." Just as I was contemplating this, Lin Liqiao's disdainful laughter unexpectedly reached my ears. "Healed? To my knowledge, you were severely injured by him just yesterday. How could you possibly have recovered in a mere day?" Before I could finish my thought, Lin Liqiao suddenly clamped his mouth shut, a look of anxiety abruptly appearing on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong let out a chilling laugh. "I was still pondering how to ensnare you, yet you have conveniently walked right into my trap. What did you say?" Lin Yong narrowed his eyes, casting a scornful glance at the man. "According to your knowledge, I was severely injured by him yesterday. Did you not claim you had no knowledge of your brother injuring me? Why, all of a sudden, are you admitting that you are aware he harmed me yesterday?" He deliberately raised his voice, enunciating each word. Upon hearing this, Lin Liqiao's complexion immediately shifted between shades of red and white. Lin Yang's instinctive retort caused those among the clan who had yet to detect the flaw in Lin Liqiao's words to suddenly awaken to the truth, sparking a flurry of discussions. He is openly shielding his brother. Such a disgraceful character. Listening to the disdainful comments from the clan members, Lin Liqiao felt his palms grow icy, with beads of sweat beginning to seep through. What a disgrace! His face burned hot, and his eyes were filled with embarrassment. Lin Yang, I will remember this. Shout Tian, let us depart with that. He shot Lin Yang an angry glare, then seized Lin Tian's pitiful hand. Bowing his head as he swiftly made his way through the less crowded area, accompanied by Lin Tian's cries of distress. The two figures gradually faded from view under the scornful gazes of the clan members. Watching them retreat in disarray, Lin Yang's lips curled into a faint smile of relief. Revenge, at last, has been achieved. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yang suddenly froze. At that moment, the astonished gazes of all the clan members were firmly fixed upon him. Only then did he realize that he had become the center of attention. For it was evident that he had just demonstrated something exceedingly remarkable. He, Lin Yang, having practiced for merely a little over a month, had astonishingly reached the 5th level of the qi condensation stage. One must understand that it typically takes an ordinary person over 6 months to progress from the initiation of cultivation to the qi condensation stage. Furthermore, once one reaches this stage, advancing through its levels also requires considerable time. Individuals of average talent might need around 10 years to break through the qi condensation stage. To attain the 5th level of the qi condensation stage, a minimum of 2 to 3 years is generally required. Generally, the offspring of the Huanglin clan begin their cultivation at the age of 11, and thus, Lin Tian and Lin Yang, who had just celebrated their 11th birthdays a month or two prior, commenced their training. Altogether, their cultivation duration amounts to merely a month or two. Yet Lin Tian has managed to break through to the 2nd level of the qi condensation stage in such a brief span. This was already sufficient to astonish the multitude. However, Lin Yang was even more terrifying, having already ascended to the 5th level of the qi condensation stage. Naturally, the crowd was filled with dread. Yet, compared to their awe of Lin Tian's innate talent, their admiration and envy for Lin Yang's abilities were truly profound. For unlike Lin Tian, who possessed a celestial bloodline within him, Lin Yang achieved such remarkable feats solely through the sheer strength of his original physique, an accomplishment that undoubtedly left many gazing in envy. Nevertheless, under the scrutiny of hundreds, Lin Yang felt an uncomfortable awkwardness. Ahem, that is enough. I shall take my leave now. Everyone, feel free to continue. Clearing his throat somewhat unnaturally, Lin Yang hastily bowed and, with a flushed face, maneuvered through the crowd, swiftly making his escape, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of onlookers. As he walked along the path, a wave of discomfort surged within him. Perhaps the title of genius would forever accompany him. Oh well, regardless of whether I am deemed a genius or not, cultivation is the true path. If I do not strive diligently and my strength fails to progress, the title of genius will abandon me all the same. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yang departed from the Lin residence, heading towards the Yanhuang Mountain, a place he frequented. Yanhuang Mountain was Lin Yang's favorite spot, and it was here that he engaged in his cultivation. He effortlessly ascended to the mountain's summit, sitting cross-legged upon the grass without even breaking a sweat. Once he calmed his mind, he formed hand seals and gently closed his eyes. Soon, he immersed himself in the state of cultivation. Streams of natural elemental energy began to converge towards him, transforming into vapor that entered his body through his mouth and nose, nurturing his bones and meridians. After a while, Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. A barely perceptible glimmer of purple light flickered within his vibrant purple irises. With preparations complete, it was now time to commence the cultivation of fighting energy. After casually stretching his neck and back, Lin Yang once again focused, closing his eyes. After a moment of stillness, suddenly, terrifying orange-red energy erupted violently from his body, sending the surrounding weeds and dust swirling chaotically, as a fierce wind howled through the vast space. The boy's inky purple hair danced eerily, yet he remained as immovable as a mountain. Boom! The overwhelming energy surged forth like an unstoppable torrent from his being, transforming into tendrils of vapor that gradually dissipated within the expanse. To enhance his fighting energy, 2 processes were essential: expel and replenish. The expulsion involved desperately unleashing all the fighting energy within, completely draining the dantian. Replenishment, on the other hand, required patiently waiting for the drained dantian to naturally restore itself. Both steps were indispensable in the cultivation of fighting energy, for in that fleeting moment between the draining and complete restoration, the binding force within the dantian would suddenly diminish to its lowest point. making it the optimal time to expand the dantian and increase its capacity. The amalgamation of these two minor cycles would yield a small breakthrough in strength, and when such breakthroughs accumulated to a certain extent, the cultivator would successfully ascend to a higher tier. Ho-ho! The fighting energy within Lin Yang's body was surging uncontrollably, and soon, the orange-red aura surrounding him noticeably thinned out by several degrees. It was evident that a significant amount of fighting energy had already been expended from his dantian. After a few more minutes, his body became utterly still. There was not a trace of fighting energy left, nor even the slightest release of gas. The release cycle was successfully completed. Immediately following was the recovery cycle. Though the depletion of fighting energy occurred swiftly, its replenishment was exceedingly slow, necessitating a considerable amount of time to complete the recovery cycle. During his usual training, Lin Yang only required about a minute to completely release all his internal fighting energy, but to achieve the recovery cycle, it took over half an hour. However, the body's condition would automatically restore itself. So during the recovery of fighting energy, or the execution of the recovery cycle, Lin Yang did not need to undertake any procedures akin to those of the release cycle. All he needed to do was to calm his mind and patiently wait. His goal during this wait was to reach the moment when his fighting energy was fully restored to its optimal state. At that moment, he could unleash his fighting energy in an explosive manner, easily breaking through the most fragile constraints of his dantian, thereby allowing its capacity to transcend to a new level. Alas, the recovery cycle. How much time would it take this time? As Lin Yang focused on assessing the state of his dantian, he muttered to himself, reflecting on how, before breaking into the qi condensation stage, this cycle would take over half an hour. Now, having reached the 5th level of the qi condensation stage, the fighting energy had become exceedingly dense. It took several minutes just to deplete it. How long would the recovery take? He found it hard to imagine. An afternoon? A whole day? He was uncertain. After all, he had only just entered this stage less than a day ago, leaving him without any experience in this regard. While lost in thought about the time required, Lin Yang suddenly sensed a familiar surge of energy igniting within his dantian. Has the recovery begun? Chapter 9. Lin Chongjue. The room was somewhat dim, yet one could vaguely discern its lavish decorations. A middle-aged man, exuding an aura of ethereal grace in white robes, was reading a martial arts secret manual by the light of a candlestick, occasionally nodding or shaking his head in contemplation. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a thin door was kicked open. Startled, the middle-aged man dropped the scroll, feeling a surge of annoyance, but upon seeing the intruder, he helplessly bent down to retrieve the fallen scroll and tucked it away in a concealed compartment of the desk. Tunner, how many times must I remind you to knock before entering? The middle-aged man said with heartfelt gravity. Lin Tian disregarded his words, plopping down in a chair and casually sipping tea from the desk. Noticing Lin Tian's sour mood, the middle-aged man inquired, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? I haven't scolded you for bullying others lately. The second son of the Liang family was stripped bare by you." "Yes, Lin Yang," Lin Tian gritted his teeth in response. "Lin Yang, by the way, after you injured him last time, how do you expect me to explain this to the Grand Elder? You two are cousins. Can't you discuss matters civilly?" The middle-aged man continued, extracting another book while reading and dividing his attention to converse with his son. Multitasking with ease, that detestable Lin Yang, cousin or not, today he nearly took my life. His methods were ruthless. Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man slightly raised his head, setting down his hands with a hint of curiosity. Lin Yang is merely at the initial stage of qi condensation, and his control is exceedingly unstable. You, on the other hand, have reached the 2nd level of qi condensation, surpassing him by 2 whole ranks. How could this be? I am uncertain. It seems that fellow has inexplicably grown formidable overnight. Impossible. The cultivation of qi and martial prowess is a relentless journey that requires gradual progression. Lin Yang possesses only average talent. How could he suddenly eclipse your strength? Perhaps it is a matter of opportunity. Lin Tian focused intently. Yet, the likelihood of that is exceedingly slim. While such notions do exist, opportunities in this vast world are elusive and cannot be sought after. It is improbable that Lin Yang possesses such fortuity. After pondering for a considerable time, Lin Tian abruptly sprang up, his face etched with determination. "Father, I wish to learn the Lin Chongju." "What?" The middle-aged man sprang up in shock. Suddenly realizing he had lost his composure, he lowered his voice and carefully sensed that there were no others nearby, before sternly whispering, "Tianer, the Lin Chongju is a secret technique passed down through my Lin family. How can you speak of it so casually? Moreover, aside from a few esteemed elders, very few know of its existence. I simply wish to learn." to master the ultimate skills of our Lin family. However, this secret can only be cultivated by the clan leader of each generation, passed down through the ages. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat anxious. Am I not the next heir to the clan leader? Lin Tian retorted, a flicker of anger and urgency in his tone. Damn it! Lin Batian hesitated. Could it be that you intend to pass the position of clan leader to my brother, Lin Li Qiao? Indeed. His talent surpasses mine. In terms of martial skills and handling affairs, he is far ahead. Lin Batian waved his hand, stating, not so. Although Lin Li Qiao is your brother, he is not my biological son. You are the true firstborn of Lin Batian, the only rightful heir to the clan leader position. I am simply concerned for your youth and the nascent state of your cultivation. Employing such a secret technique may lead to backlash, potentially harming your innate talent. Father, for all these years, I have idled away my time, achieving little. Based on my innate gifts, I need not cultivate to be among the elite. It is rare for me to sincerely wish to learn, yet you. Seemingly moved by Lin Tian's words, Lin Batian reflected on how he had repeatedly urged and even forced his son to cultivate and study. Yet Lin Tian had never taken it seriously, even injuring his own teacher last month and humiliating him with the words, if you cannot defeat me, why should you teach me? Now, upon witnessing his son's sudden awakening, Lin Batian felt immense gratification. After careful consideration, he finally relented, unwilling to let his son's newfound desire for learning dissipate. Turning towards an unremarkable wall, he manipulated it in a manner known only to him, revealing a metallic secret compartment. Inside lay 3 ancient scrolls made of sheepskin, their corners adorned with gold to prevent deterioration, a testament to their age and value. Lin Batian retrieved the first scroll and handed it to Lin Tian, saying, given your current cultivation level, begin by attempting to learn the first volume of the Lin Chongju. Lin Tian accepted it with the eyes of a ravenous wolf spotting a lamb. Taking it cautiously, I knew it all along. It is still my father who treats me well. Lin Batian gave a faint smile, reminding me that unless absolutely necessary, one must refrain from using it. I have mentioned before that your current cultivation level, if frequently employed, could rebound upon your body and spirit with dire consequences. Lin Batian had yet to finish his thought. It could harm one's innate talents. I am aware of that, Lin Tian declared, then swiftly vanished. Lin Batian, with a look of helplessness, shouted in the direction where Lin Tian had disappeared. Tianer, how many times have I told you to close the door when entering and exiting? Naturally, no one responded to him. Lin Batian waved his hand casually, causing the door to close automatically, before he continued to rummage through the secret compartment. Flipping through the old tome, as night deepened, the occasional chirping of insects brought a refreshing clarity to the mind. Among them was Lin Yang, who remained seated atop the mountain. During moments of frustration, he found solace in this place. Today, having released some pent-up emotions, his spirits were lifted, prompting him to gaze down upon the twinkling lights of the city. Alas, he lacked any fine wine to accompany his contemplations. He continued to sit in meditation, a faint purplish glow flickering gently at his chest, visible only when Lin Yang entered a state of tranquility. Thus, he remained oblivious to it. After a small circulation of energy and a larger one, Lin Yang began to feel fatigued, as sitting in meditation drained his mental energy while he practiced his movements. Heavenly Father, I knew you still held a fondness for me. Lin Yang gazed at the cosmic starry sky, muttering to himself, let a shooting star bestow upon me great power. If you possess the ability, let another fall. I shall remain here unmoving. Come and crush me. It seemed as if the young master was indulging in a bit of self-deprecation. Of course, a shooting star would not come. Lin Yang understood that last time's opportunity was a rare occurrence, unlikely to repeat so soon. Thus, he resolved to devote himself to diligent cultivation. In the days that followed, Lin Yang scarcely encountered Lin Tian, likely due to the fright from their previous confrontation, rendering him too timid to provoke Lin Yang again. Under normal circumstances, Lin Tian would have found some excuse to hurl insults at him, only to receive a retort that could lead to a brawl. Even the chubby one pretended not to see him, truly a cowardly dog yapping behind its master. This rare tranquility over the past few days had made Lin Yang feel somewhat elated. This was a world of the strong, and being strong was indeed delightful. Meanwhile, in a tightly locked room, heavy breaths echoed, accompanied by the rhythmic dripping of sweat onto a cool imity. It was Lin Tian, his face drenched in perspiration, exerting himself intensely. Ha! Lin Chongjuet is indeed formidable and tyrannical. Merely practicing has drained most of my mental energy. Ha ha! Lin Tian laughed, thinking of Lin Yang. The day you humiliated me shall come to an end. Hee hee, I shall not kill you, but I will certainly leave a lasting impression on you. Though they would spar, Lin Tian was well aware that they belonged to the same clan, and no matter how much he despised Lin Yang, there was still a thread of blood connection between them. Moreover, if a life were to be lost, should the eldest elder's son perish at his hands, even with his father's protection, he would face severe consequences. Subtly, the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Chapter 10. Seeking Revenge. Ha-Chu. Atop the mountain, with a gentle breeze caressing him, Lin Yang stretched lazily on the impeccably weathered granite, as the warm dawn sun painted his face with a rosy glow. On this night, Lin Yang once again did not return home. Such occurrences were not uncommon, as he remained within the jurisdiction of the Lin residents, and thus, Lin Ruo and Lin Hong had no cause for concern. It was evident that the Lin family was the renowned sovereign of this region. When the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkeys claim dominion, and this was the origin of that saying. Gurgle, my stomach growls with hunger. I shall descend the mountain to procure some food. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Lin Yang's expression turned grave in an instant. He had intended to flee, for he wished to keep his practice a secret and avoid any disturbance. However, the footsteps approached rapidly, and two figures suddenly appeared before him. It seemed they had plotted this beforehand and had come to ambush him. Lin Tian, you defeated subordinate. What? Do you still wish to humiliate yourself? Upon recognizing the newcomers, Lin Yang did not forget to engage in verbal sparring, accompanied by his loyal henchman, the rotund one, Lin Yang. I must inform you, this time, you are doomed. How dare that you bring shame upon our young master? Hee hee. A sinister smile spread across Lin Yang's face, but it quickly morphed into shock. He noticed Lin Tian had silently drawn a long sword, its cold gleam betraying its formidable quality, and his demeanor was markedly different than usual, serious and unyielding. Most importantly, Lin Yang detected a hint of murderous intent in Lin Tian's gaze. He wishes to kill me. This was Lin Yang's immediate thought. How is it that ever since my strength surpassed yours, I have felt emboldened before you? You wish to kill me, and if our grievances escalate to the point of drawing blades, do you not fear the repercussions of our clan's laws? Gagaga. Lin Tian laughed heartily, seemingly amused by Lin Yang's reaction, and casually addressed his companion, the rotund one, dead fat man. What do you suppose the clan would accuse me of if Lin Yang were to perish in this desolate mountain? The rotund one smiled faintly, chiming in, why would they blame the young master? The young master was clearly with me at Yu Tower. His death is of little consequence. Ha. Lin Yang laughed boisterously, his mirth causing the leaves to rustle. Fear not, Lin Yang. I have no intention of ending your life, but I shall leave a profound impression upon you. Defeated subordinate. Last time I showed you mercy, yet here you are, foolishly provoking me once more. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Lin Yang drew a short dagger. Although adorned with a few inferior gemstones, the blade was riddled with nicks and imperfections. It served merely as a means of self-defense, for this mountain was often visited by wild beasts. And even capturing a hare would provide tools for butchering would it was not that he lacked superior weapons. He simply had not anticipated that Lin Tian would discover his presence in this remote mountain and confront him personally. With a weapon so decrepit that it could scarcely slay a pig, you dare challenge me? Lin Tian guffawed, as if envisioning the scene of Lin Yang being butchered, begging for mercy. Indeed, this is a butcher's knife, designed for slaying livestock? Lin Yang retorted, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight, darting forward in a single leap, stirring a flurry of leaves, and in an instant, he stood right before Lin Tian. The dagger lunged towards Lin Tian's shoulder. After all, he could not bring himself to kill, for should the clan leader's son be gravely injured, not only would his own life become unbearable, but even his father, the esteemed elder, would face dire consequences. There was a chance that political strife could lead to the elder's dismissal, rendering both himself and his family's existence exceedingly difficult. Too slow. Lin Tian smirked ominously. Just as Lin Yang believed he had succeeded, Lin Tian's figure vanished from sight. What? Lin Yang was taken aback. He had not even glimpsed Lin Tian's movements, indicating that Lin Tian's speed surpassed his own. Realizing this, Lin Yang dared not underestimate him. He was acutely aware of Lin Tian's animosity. Should he be defeated, Lin Tian would ensure that his suffering would be unbearable. Behind you. Lin Yang abruptly turned, his short sword slashing down with ferocity. Indeed, Lin Tian was poised to attack from Lin Yang's rear. Clang. A crisp sound resonated throughout the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. A deep notch marred the surface of Lin Yang's short sword. Their strengths were surprisingly matched. Through the rigorous training of Lin Chongjue, Lin Tian had finally bridged the gap in power between himself and Lin Yang. However, in truth, Lin Tian's cultivation still fell short of Lin Yang's. Yet, the superior quality of Lin Tian's long sword far outstripped Lin Yang's butcher's knife, placing Lin Yang at a disadvantage. They disengaged after a perilous yet fleeting exchange, and Lin Yang steeled himself for the confrontation. No wonder this young man dared to challenge him. It seemed he had come prepared. Yet, he could not fathom how, in just over 10 days, this fellow had made such astounding progress in strength. Was it sheer chance? The current situation left no room for Lin Yang's musings. Lin Tian's cultivation appeared to be at the 4th stage of qi condensation, while the rotund onlooker, who merely shouted encouragement from afar, was at the 2nd stage. If the two of them joined forces, Lin Yang would stand no chance. The only viable option was to flee. Upon returning to the clan, even if a confrontation ensued, it would not escalate to the point of drawing blood. Once he grew stronger in the future, he would see if Lin Tian would still dare to provoke him. Were it not for the fact that Lin Tian's father was the clan leader. A wise man avoids immediate losses, Lin Yang mused, executing a feigned full-speed charge, only to unexpectedly change direction and leap down the mountain. Thud! Lin Yang was struck in the abdomen, sent flying, rolling several times on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust, leaving him in a most disheveled state. What? You think you can escape? Today, I have you cornered, the rotund figure exclaimed with glee, having awaited this moment for quite some time. His reluctance to engage in battle stemmed from the desire to prevent Lin Yang from fleeing. Lin Yang sprang up. Although the rotund 1's kick was powerful, Lin Yang's cultivation was beyond what this 2nd stage qi condensation individual could harm. It turns out you are just a blustering paper tiger. All this bravado was mere pretense. Lin Yang smiled faintly. The rotund one was taken aback, finally realizing that his tone had not conveyed the intended authority, and hurriedly retorted, What do you mean? Master. Peta, please finish him off. It turned out this rotund figure was not genuinely stuttering but was feigning a speech impediment, and his corpulence led others to mistakenly perceive him as somewhat dull-witted. In truth, it was all a guise. Could there be some secret he was concealing? Bam! The two blades clashed once more, igniting a flurry of sparks as the leaves on the ground quickly caught fire, emitting wisps of green smoke. Reminiscent of a battlefield, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the frequency of their attacks escalated, accompanied by the rising sounds of labored breaths and the gradual emergence of wounds. Lin Yang, wielding a butcher's knife riddled with chips, astonishingly found himself evenly matched with Lin Tian. No, at this moment, it may seem that I am indeed on equal footing with him, but it is far from a draw. I sense that my short sword will not endure much longer. Once I lose the protection of my blade, I will be at his mercy. What other secret techniques do I possess that remain unutilized? Kasai, it seems I have exhausted them all. No, think quickly. What else do I have? Any trump cards? In that instant, Lin Yang suddenly recalled the small, purplish-red scale, no larger than a fingernail, on his chest. Gently touching it, he realized it was radiating an intense heat, yet he remained oblivious to it. Was I too focused on my opponent? Chapter 11. A grave misfortune, are you daydreaming? Lin Tian's voice startled Lin Yang in the blink of an eye. The long sword plunged fiercely into Lin Yang's left shoulder. Fortunately, he managed to react just in time. Shifting slightly, had it gone down another centimeter, it would have been fatal. Half kneeling on the ground, Lin Yang cursed under his breath. With his left hand gripping the sword embedded in his shoulder, he thought, if he could only wound Lin Tian with his own sword, their advantages would be equalized. Clang, bang, armor. Lin Yang bellowed as he brought his butcher's knife crashing down on the armor that Lin Tian had raised to defend himself. At last, the butcher's knife, unable to withstand the strain, shattered. In that moment of the blade's breakage, Lin Yang seemed to glimpse the arrival of death, his eyes filled with despair. I can no longer resist. Ha ha! Accompanied by Lin Tian's maniacal laughter, Lin Yang appeared to lower his head in hopelessness. Little did he know, the blood spilling from his left shoulder had stained the small, searing scale on his chest. Was the sensation of heat merely an illusion? Lin Tian was taken aback. The long sword in his hand was growing increasingly hot, becoming unbearable. He discarded the sword and leaped back, creating distance as he gazed at Lin Yang, who seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Though still half kneeling, Lin Yang clutched the blood-soaked long sword, which had turned a deep crimson, ultimately melting into molten iron. Deformed and distorted, it was cast aside. Lin Yang's transformation horrified Lin Tian, but it was not over yet. Next, flames erupted from Lin Yang's entire being, resembling a monstrous creature, specifically a lava behemoth, with only his blood-red eyes visible, fixated intently on Lin Tian, while the rest of his body blazed with intense fire. The heat radiating from the flames caused Lin Tian to sweat profusely, unsure whether it was fear of Lin Yang's transformation or simply the oppressive heat. "Lin Tian, you have touched my reverse scale. You must perish," he roared. Lin Yang had now become a veritable lava behemoth, opening his massive maw and charging fiercely at the terrified Lin Tian. Roar! The fiery monstrosity sank its teeth into Lin Tian's left arm armor, and the transformed Lin Yang seemed to lose a part of his sanity, stubbornly determined. "I will crush this armor to pieces." The searing pain ignited an overwhelming fury within Lin Tian. In desperation, he roared Lin Chengjue's name, unleashing a violent assault. All that could be seen was Lin Tian's right fist gathering glimmers of silver light. As the brilliance intensified, in an instant of release, it pierced through Lin Yang's abdomen like a cannonball. With a gasp, Lin Yang fell backward, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. What manner of martial art is this? No wonder Lin Tian's strength has surged. It turns out he possesses such formidable techniques. Struck by Lin Tian's devastating blow, the sensations of pain and weakness jolted Lin Yang back to lucidity. He spread his hand and hurled a fireball fiercely towards Lin Tian. However, having just executed the Lin Cheng decision, he was not only weakened but also hindered by the cooldown of the skill, rendering him unable to evade. Bang! Crackle! Like firecrackers, Lin Tian found himself in a dire predicament, collapsing onto the distant yellow earth, with a pool of blood barely visible on the ground. "This is terrible. I struck too hard." Lin Yang was oblivious to the extent of power his chest scales afforded him, yet he distinctly felt that the earlier strike surpassed his own capabilities by an overwhelming margin, supplemented by a fiery attribute attack. Truly incredible. With no time to ponder further, his first instinct was to flee. The plump figure beside him stood agape. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's grievous injuries, he dared to step forward and attempted to intervene. Launching a kick toward Lin Yang's back, using the same trick again. Lin Yang abruptly turned, sweeping his hand, seizing the fat man's foot and suspending him in midair. The rotund figure, dangling like a ball with a tail, was an absurd sight. "Spare me, great hero, Lin Yang. My seventh uncle's third cousin's brother-in-law is your family's in-law." The fat man's stammering was soon forgotten, and then Lin Yang replied coolly, delivering a kick akin to Cristiano Ronaldo's powerful strike, sending the fat man flying far into the distance, rolling down the mountainside. What a disaster! Witnessing this scene, Lin Yang bellowed once more, "This is a calamity." "Flee!" Lin Yang dashed away at breakneck speed, vanishing from the spot, leaving behind a battlefield riddled with craters and smoke. Suddenly, Lin Tian produced a thunder-summoned grenade. Whoosh! It soared toward the heavens. As Lin Yang darted through the forest, he abruptly turned back and shouted, "You bastard! This is a distress signal for direct family members in peril, summoned by the Lin family's death squad. They care not for the identity of the adversary, and with my entire being engulfed in flames, who would still recognize me as Lin Yang? Damn it!" Indeed, shortly thereafter, a group of 20 death warriors charged to the mountain's peak. The commotion had alerted the family's higher-ups, prompting medical personnel to rush to treat Lin Tian and the fat man, fortunately ensuring there was no life-threatening danger. However, the fat man was wrapped up like a giant rice dumpling, leaving only his eyes visible, while Lin Tian's left hand was supported by a wooden splint. His injuries now under control, except the Lin family was thrown into chaos, akin to a boiling pot of ants, with Lin Yang's parents, Lin Hong and Lin Xian, bearing troubled expressions. "Brother Batian, this must be a misunderstanding. Lin Yang and Lin Tian have always clashed fiercely, yet who could have foreseen their current formidable strength leading to such severe injuries? We shall take responsibility for Lin Tian's condition." Responsibility? At this moment, Lin Batian was seething with rage, completely devoid of his usual demeanor of grace and composure. "You imbeciles, are you not aware that Lin Tian's golden core has shattered? Can you bear the weight of this responsibility?" "What? The golden core has shattered?" Lin Hong exclaimed. "Do you understand what this signifies?" Lin Batian thundered once more. Tell me, how shall we address this? The golden core is the foundation of cultivation in this world. Every individual possesses one, and it is as essential to protect as one's own heart. Now that Lin Tian's golden core has fractured, the cost of treatment will be exorbitant, and even if he were to recover, his innate talents would undoubtedly be diminished. Should we neglect this matter, a A completely shattered golden core would render him incapable of nurturing fighting spirit, essentially turning him into a useless being. How could Lin Batian not be infuriated? Lin Hong's immediate reaction was that Lin Yong had caused a grave disaster. Yet, he would not concede defeat. A sudden inspiration struck him. Patriarch, we have yet to confirm that my son Lin Yong is responsible. The account from Lin Tian alone may not reflect the truth. It could very well be slander. What? You suggest that my son is being framed by yours, Lin Yong? Lin Baishan's fury was palpable. Indeed. Who is not aware that Lin Yong and Lin Tian are like fire and water within the Lin residence? Now, with Lin Yong gravely injured by an assassin, he seizes the opportunity to defame my son. Lin Hong adamantly refused to acknowledge any guilt. You? Lin Batian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, for Lin Hong's arguments were entirely rational. Suddenly, a glint of malice flashed in Lin Baishan's eyes, his face contorting as he questioned, "Are you certain there is no connection to your son Lin Yong?" "Absolutely," Lin Hong replied without hesitation, thinking it absurd to admit to such a thing, especially as there was only Lin Tian and the portly fellow's one-sided narrative, devoid of concrete evidence. To acknowledge otherwise would yield catastrophic consequences. It must be noted that Lin Tian is Lin Baishan's most cherished eldest son and the heir to the position of patriarch of the Lin family. Chapter 12. Born of the same root. Observing Lin Hong's adamant denial, Lin Batian commanded, "The Imperial Forest Army of the Lin family and the Lin family's elite assassins. Heed my orders." "Yes," came a resounding chorus from the ranks. Approximately 1,000 individuals stood in perfect alignment. The assassin who harmed my son has been cornered in the mountains, split into 2 teams to conduct a thorough search from the southeast and northwest. Any suspicious individuals encountered are to be dealt with ruthlessly, Lin Batian bellowed. Understood. The 1,000-strong force promptly divided into 2 teams, one comprising the Imperial Forest Army and the other the Lin family's elite assassins, and began their ascent to search the mountains. Lin Batian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hong, who seemed hesitant to speak, and inquired, "What else do you wish to say?" "And nothing," Lin Hong stammered. "Humph," Lin Batian scoffed, silently walking away, muttering under his breath, "Regardless of who it is that has brought this fate upon my son, they must pay with their life." With a face full of worry, Lin Hong returned home. Lin Ruo was still embroidering a handkerchief. "Husband, what is the matter? Where is Feng?" Lin Hong inquired anxiously. "I do not know. He has not returned home all night. Presumably, he has gone to his secret garden again." The mountaintop where Lin Yong practiced was a place he had not disclosed to anyone, not even his parents, as he sought a tranquil haven, referring to it merely as his secret garden in conversation with them. Surely not. Could it be such a coincidence? Lin Hong's face turned a deep shade of iron. "My lord, what on earth is happening?" Lin Ruo exclaimed, her countenance shifting dramatically as she set down her needle and thread. "Why, son, you must not come to harm." This mountain peak lay within the jurisdiction of the Lin family, yet it towered unexpectedly high, with sheer cliffs predominantly to the south. Climbing it required considerable prowess. The Imperial Guard and the Death Squad had been searching throughout the night, methodically scouring the mountain in a circular formation. Lin Yang's flames had extinguished, revealing a grotesque blood hole in his robust chest, which was not immediately fatal, yet he bled profusely from a wound in his abdomen. "Damn it, Lin Tian, how could you be so ruthless?" Just wait. Lin Yong coughed up a mouthful of blood, oblivious to the fact that his strike had shattered Lin Tian's golden core. He retrieved a medical kit, a precaution he had taken while venturing out. Although it could not remedy such a grievous abdominal injury, it could at least staunch the bleeding and prevent inflammation. Gritting his teeth around a wooden stick, he took out a sewing kit and began suturing his wound, one stitch after another, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, contorting the stick he bit down on. Soft groans escaped his lips, his face turning a ghastly hue. After an indeterminate number of stitches, he finally stabilized the wound. The internal damage, however, was beyond his capacity to heal, so he temporarily sealed it with his spiritual energy, knowing he must seek a physician as soon as he escaped the mountain. A milky white jade vial trembled in Lin Yang's hands as he sprinkled the white powder onto his abdominal wound. The excruciating pain caused him to faint instantly, the jade vial rolling away carelessly, leaving him unconscious. Without the assistance of anesthetics, Lin Yang's fortitude was truly admirable. A beast resembling a large yellow weasel, drawn by the scent of Lin Yang's blood, approached. Upon seeing Lin Yang lying motionless on the ground, it mistook him for a divine feast. Just as it prepared to feast upon him, a purplish-red glow erupted from Lin Yang's chest, accompanied by a mournful wail that echoed throughout the cliffside. The scene shifted to the base of the mountain. Lin Tian, clutching a support brace in his left hand, gazed intently at the towering peak. He was convinced that Lin Yang remained on the mountain. Given his severe injuries, he could not have ventured far. Xiao Tian, called Lin Liqiao, Lin Tian's cousin, with whom he shared a relatively amicable relationship. Xiao Gu, is that you? How are you? Are you feeling better? I'm alright. Just feeling a bit weak. My strength is not what it once was. It must be the aftereffects of Lin Chongjue's actions, Lin Tian replied casually. Do you not realize? Lin Liqiao hesitated slightly before continuing. Your golden core has shattered and is severely damaged. What? Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a mixture of shock and fear. Of course, I know what it means for one's golden core to shatter. How could this be? It's impossible. He collapsed to the ground, as if he had just learned of a terminal illness. Have you not noticed your cultivation rapidly declining? This is the sign of a gradually shattering golden core. Curse it, that wretched Lin Yang, that scoundrel. Lin Tian spat, rage evident on his face, realizing why his father had exhibited such a grim expression during his health check. However, you need not worry excessively. We shall promptly send a message via flying dove. A celestial being from the Daiyu Shenzhou is willing to treat you and is already en route. However, the cost is rather steep, Lin Liqiao said with a calm demeanor. Lin Tian seemed to contemplate something and shouted, Xiao Gu, please kill Lin Yang for me. I beg you. Yet, Lin Yang is your cousin, sharing a bloodline. Regardless of the circumstances, according to clan rules, execution is out of the question. I implore you. If Lin Yang is not slain, I cannot quell this rage. Lin Tian roared. Very well. As long as you assist me in eliminating Lin Yang, I shall propose to my father that you and I engage in a fair duel on the martial platform, with the victor assuming the position of clan leader. How could Lin Liqiao not be intrigued by the prospect of clan leader? To speak candidly, we are both candidates for the position. The truth is, my father has favored me, and the succession has already been tacitly decided in my favor. Once you eliminate Lin Yang, I will immediately suggest a martial selection to my father. You can undoubtedly accomplish this. Lin Tian declared with righteous fervor. It is settled. Lin Liqiao responded, and without delay, summoned his loyal assassins to ascend the mountain. Observing Lin Liqiao's retreating figure, Lin Tian inexplicably revealed a mysterious smile. At dawn the following day, Lin Yang gradually regained consciousness. Grateful to be alive, he realized the urgent need to escape this perilous place. As he took a step forward, a rustling sound echoed through the trees, and numerous figures approached, their silhouettes descending like falling leaves, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. This is dire. Lin Yang found himself surrounded. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he fled to a nearby cliff, only to discover that a throng of black-clad assassins was steadily scaling the rock face. Truly, he was besieged on all sides, Lin Yang. At this juncture, what more do you have to say? It was Lin Batian, along with a host of elders. Indeed, Lin Yang's parents, Lin Hong and Lin Ruo, were also present. Son, you, father. Tears streamed down Lin Yang's face. Clan leader, Lin Hong turned, pleading desperately. Silence. Lin Batian bellowed. Lin Yang, the evidence is irrefutable. You have harmed my son, and according to clan rules. Wait. Lin Yang interrupted forcefully. Clan leader, it was your son Lin Tian who initiated the provocation. I had no intention of fighting him, but he relentlessly pressured me, and having grievously injured me first, I was compelled to retaliate. Is it not injury when your son is harmed? Yet my wounds do not count? Upon finishing, Lin Yang tore open his own shirt, revealing the bloody gash on his chest and the gruesome wound that pierced his abdomen, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Lin Ruo had already collapsed in tears. Humph, even so, you have shattered Lin Tian's golden core. Leaving aside the difficulty of treatment, even if he recovers, his future potential and cultivation will be significantly diminished. As the heir to the clan leader, according to clan rules, you must endure 100 years of imprisonment with the bone corruption worm as punishment. What? Lin Yang's face contorted with fear. Just the thought of 100 years of solitude and the torment of the bone corruption worm, enduring such agony for a century would be worse than death. Cultivators experience extended lifespans, and as their cultivation progresses, their age increases. It is said that legendary immortals are not bound by the natural laws of aging or decay. This is intolerable. Lin Yang's face was etched with terror. He was genuinely afraid, casting a desperate glance towards his parents. Lin Ruo had already fainted from crying, while Lin Hong wore a pained expression, slightly averting his gaze from Lin Yang. It seemed he was utterly powerless. Bring him back, Lin Batian bellowed. Two black-clad assassins advanced purposefully, yet, Before they could reach Lin Yang, they were both sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Witnessing this, the hundreds of Imperial guards behind Lin Batian immediately drew their longbows, their arrows resembling a full moon. The arrowheads were bound with ignited fireballs. Should the clan leader give the command, they would not hesitate to unleash them, obliterating the enemy with a cataclysm of explosions and flames. This was the Lin family's fire attack technique, the explosive force akin to a full-powered strike from the chi condensation stage, a power not to be underestimated. Ha! Ha! Lin Tian, that bastard, his golden core shattered. How could his golden core shatter? His tyranny and oppression of the common folk, his bullying of the weak, this was retribution. You! Lin Batian shouted, unable to retort, acknowledging that his son had indeed gone too far. He regretted not having disciplined him properly and realized he should never have entrusted Lin Chongjue to his son. Had he not done so, Lin Tian would not have hastened to seek revenge on Lin Yang. Was all of this truly retribution? You fool, what are you still dawdling for? Shoot the arrows. Lin Tian's frantic voice came from behind. And under Lin Liqiao's leadership, the Imperial guards hesitated. They were sworn to obey the clan leader, and since Lin Batian had just declared Lin Tian as the next clan leader, he was considered half a clan leader. Coupled with Lin Tian's foul temper, if he was not appeased, he would surely seek vengeance in the future. Just then, a subtle gesture from Lin Liqiao signaled the captain of the Imperial Guards, who cast a glance at her, their intentions unclear. Release the arrows. The captain of the Imperial Guard shouted, and the arrows flew forth, swiftly targeting Lin Yang at the cliff's edge. Stop! Lin Batian's roar came too late. The water spilled cannot be retrieved, nor can the arrows once released. Explosions erupted in succession, debris flying, as raging flames engulfed the cliff top. Lin Yang did not resist. The pain had become inconsequential to him. He closed his eyes, the fabric of his clothing partially igniting. Within the inferno, even if he managed to escape, he would emerge as a burned and disfigured shell of his former self. Moreover, a century of imprisonment awaited him. Through the roaring flames, Lin Yang first glanced at his parents, who were locked in a sorrowful embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Then, he looked at Lin Batian, whose expression was one of reluctant resolve. Lastly, he beheld Lin Tian's malevolent grin, reveling in his misfortune, along with Lin Liqiao, who stood beside him, a sinister smile gracing her lips, deep in thought. Lin Yang slightly turned, a single tear tracing down his bloodied cheek. It was a tear of defiance, a tear of regret, infused with profound resentment. Lin Yang raised his voice to the heavens, echoing the sentiment, in the cauldron, the beans weep. Born from the same root, why must we hasten to harm one another? With those words, fueled by a flicker of flame, he leaped from the cliff. Ah, son. Lin Hong was held back tightly by two formidable assassins, rendering him incapable of rushing forward to plead for assistance. The cliff was no less than 3,000 feet. Lin Yang had chosen to end his life by leaping into the abyss. Born from the same root, why must we hasten to harm one another? This phrase resonated deeply within the hearts of the onlookers, prompting many to bow their heads in contemplation. As for what followed, Lin Yang's body was never found. It was speculated that he had fallen into the depths, destined to be consumed by passing beasts. As for whether Lin Liqiao will sincerely assist Lin Tian in repairing the golden core, and whether Lin Tian can retain his position as the heir to the clan leader, all of this is irrelevant to Lin Yang. For at this moment, Lin Yang, Chapter 13. Rebirth in a different world beneath the lush canopy of trees, a gentle stream flows, and the air is filled with the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. Where am I? This is Lin Yang's foremost question. He touches his entire body. The wounds on his abdomen and shoulder have completely vanished. Why has my injury miraculously healed? This is Lin Yang's second great inquiry. Why, after jumping from a 1,000-foot cliff, am I still alive? This constitutes his third major question. Why do I have a minor scrape on my forehead? Don't tell me that falling from a 3,000-foot precipice resulted in merely a tiny abrasion. This is his fourth profound perplexity. Ah, why has my body shrunk? This is Lin Yang's fifth monumental question. Of course, the surroundings are silent, and no one is there to provide an explanation. Alas, young Master Luo Tian, my little ancestor, why must you engage in such dangerous play as climbing a false mountain? It seems you have hurt yourself. An elderly man with a white beard yet brimming with vitality approaches. His gait and the adeptness with which he bandages Lin Yang's wounds are in stark contrast to his age. Who are you? Lin Yang inquires, perplexed. Young Master Luo Tian, I am your butler. The old man promptly finishes bandaging the injury. Who is Luo Tian? Lin Yang asks with a dazed expression. You, my young master Luo Tian, please do not jest with me. You are the eldest son of the Luo family, the future heir of the clan. How could you? The old man exclaims in astonishment. Have you injured your head? Oh no, this is terrible. Come quickly with me to find a priest for an examination. Please do not frighten me, young master. Upon uttering this, the old man scoops Lin Yang up and swiftly dashes towards the edge of the dense forest. Lin Yang begins to comprehend the situation. There is only one explanation. He has traversed realms. The boy named Luo Tian, who fell from the false mountain, must have perished, while his soul has miraculously entered that of the boy's body. In a wonder, he now possesses a youthful physique and a considerably fairer complexion. To be honest, this Luo Tian fellow is quite handsome. Given the current uncertainty, it is prudent for him to remain silent, at least until he fully grasps the situation at hand. Before long, Luo Tian, or Lin Yang, since he has now crossed over, let us refer to him as Luo Tian, is taken to a spacious guest room, where 5 or 6 priests have long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing the old man, they immediately commence their examination of Luo Tian. Butler Xiong, after our thorough examination, the young master has merely sustained some superficial injuries. There is no significant harm to his body. One priest, holding a radiant crystal, confirms that the brainwaves of the young master are within normal frequency ranges. No signs of external wounds or internal injuries were discovered elsewhere. You may leave. The old man waves his hand dismissively. The subordinates bow and withdraw. Having been subjected to a flurry of examination, Luo Tian's confusion deepens. Clearly, there is nothing severely amiss. Why does the young master still appear so peculiar? The old man refers to Luo Tian's vacant gaze. I am fine. Perhaps I am simply fatigued. A moment of rest will suffice. Butler Xiong, you need not worry. Upon finishing his words, Luo Tian lay on the grand bed in the guest room and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. How peculiar it was. The young master had always referred to me as grandfather, yet now he addressed me as Butler Xiong. With a furrowed brow, Butler Xiong gently closed the door and departed silently. As soon as Butler Xiong left, Luo Tian abruptly sat up, surveying his surroundings. The room was resplendently adorned, and the quilt draped over him alone was of considerable value. The intricately carved bed and furnishings were crafted from gold, while the walls were embellished with numerous magical beast horns and gemstones as decorative pieces. The chairs, if I am not mistaken, were made from premium sandalwood. How lamentable it was. I never anticipated that I would still be alive, residing within the body of this young man named Luo Tian. Even more disheartening was the implication from the butler's tone that I seemed to be some scion of the Luo family. In my former life, I, Lin Yang, was merely a worthless branch of the Lin family. Now, I had transformed into a young master of the clan, and my name, Luo Tian, bore the character for heaven, as if I had exchanged identities with Lin Tian from my previous existence. No, I despise this name, as it carries the character for heaven. Luo Tian descended from the bed and stumbled upon a book. What on earth is this writing? It is entirely different from the culture embedded in my mind. After thorough inspection, Lin Yang finally accepted this astonishing reality. He had traversed worlds. This was utterly unscientific. Subsequently, Luo Tian encountered his parents, who were genuinely concerned for their son's well-being. His mother was a veritable beauty of her generation, while his father was mature and composed, not to mention a strikingly handsome man. Luo Tian could only attribute his temporary amnesia to the preceding events, and they accepted this explanation, relieved that their son was safe and sound. In the following days, Luo Tian was granted an exemption from attending classes. This family was even larger than the Lin family, with the Luo clan governing a vast territory of 1,000 miles. The Luo family emphasized democratization, thus eliminating wealth disparities. Everyone shared the same communal meals, devoid of social hierarchies. For instance, although Luo Tian was the son of the family head, he still attended class alongside his peers. Utilizing this time, Luo Tian delved into an abundance of materials, familiarizing himself with the written language of this alternate realm. To his astonishment, this world was known as the continent of gods and demons. The name resonated with a sense of grandeur, and he soon realized that this realm was entirely unlike his previous life. The most notable distinction was the practice of cultivation. Although this alternate world also engaged in a form of energy known as fighting qi, it lacked the concept of golden elixirs. Initially, this revelation startled Luo Tian, leading him to believe that his golden elixir had shattered, rendering him a mere invalid. However, he soon came to the realization that, aside from his soul, everything else, including his body, belonged to that individual named Luo Tian. In this world, there was no such thing as a golden elixir. Despite his reluctance to accept this transmigration and rebirth, it remained an undeniable reality. Lin Yang resolved to live on as Luo Tian from that moment forth. Most importantly, within the warm embrace of the Luo family, there was no infighting, no inequality, and those around him showered him with boundless affection. He felt the warmth of maternal love and paternal care. And for a fleeting moment, Lin Yang immersed himself in the identity of Luo Tian, momentarily forgetting his own parents and the Lin family that had birthed him. Meals still needed to be consumed, and lessons still awaited. Following the schedule provided by Butler Xiong, Luo Tian promptly entered the classroom. Behold, Luo Tian, it is indeed Luo Tian. The arrival of Luo Tian immediately stirred a commotion. Alas, Luo Tian, we have been so worried to hear of your injury. A somewhat portly youth approached, his face etched with concern, and upon discovering that Luo Tian was not gravely harmed, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Who is this fellow? Luo Tian gazed at the chubby youth in confusion, pondering silently. Receiving Luo Tian's gaze, the youth nodded slightly and remarked, I heard from the elders that you have experienced a bout of intermittent amnesia. However, fret not. Such trivial matters shall not impede the bond between us. Ah, I see now. This rotund individual is, in fact, a close companion of Luo Tian. It seems that fate has played a curious trick, for I have seemingly swapped roles with Lin Tian from my previous life. Once, Lin Tian was the heir to the clan. Now, I, reborn, also find myself as the heir to the family. Lin Tian had a portly lackey by his side, and now I find myself in a similar situation. In my past life, I lamented my parents' lack of affection. Now, however, my current parents are exceedingly attentive. Could it be that my unfulfilled desires before my demise were heard by the heavens, granting me this wish? Luo Tian stood there, dazed and grinning foolishly. Chapter 14. The Luo family. Hey, Luo Tian, are you all right? The chubby boy exclaimed, his expression once again fraught with alarm. Could it be that this fellow is overly sentimental? By the way, what is your name? It seems I must introduce myself once more. The boy cleared his throat and declared, I am Luo Zi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Luo Tian nodded slightly. Thank you for your concern. Luo Zi? Oh. The boy was taken aback, tears streaming down his face, disbelief written all over him. What is happening? Did I say something wrong? Luo Tian was startled. Young master, you have always referred to me as Fatty or Fatso. I never imagined you would call me by my real name. Is this real? Luo Tian's mind was a tempest, astonished that even the manner of address was identical to that of Lin Tian. Heavens, are you truly not jesting with me? Am I already dead, and this merely a dream? An existence within a dream? Class is starting, class is starting. Why are you all still gathered together? A suave, middle-aged man entered, evidently the instructor of the class. Class is in session. We shall continue our discussion later. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy wiped his tears away, returning to normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. The remarkable self-restraint of this performer is indeed impressive. Due to Luo Tian's absence, let us briefly review the content from our previous lessons. The instructor elaborated on the essence of fighting spirit, the nature of magic, and the natural laws of the universe that adhere to the law of conservation. The magic and fighting spirit released will return to nature, and then we absorb energy to replenish our fighting spirit. By the conclusion of the class, Luo Tian was utterly bewildered. The cultivation methods from his previous life bore no resemblance to what he was learning now. In just 1 hour, his worldview had been entirely shattered. As the bell rang, students dispersed in every direction. The chubby boy, as ever, accompanied Luo Tian. Young Master Luo, I can lend you my notes from the previous classes for your review. Ah, thank you, Luo Zi, Luo Tian Dao. Oh dear, I'm quite accustomed to it. You may simply call me Fatty. It sounds less peculiar. Very well. You need not address me as young master. Just call me Luo Tian, young master. No, Luo Tian, you are truly approachable. As Fatty spoke, he felt tears welling up again. Ah, stop. Hold on. The two passed by a 3-story tower-like structure. By the way, Fatty, I have matters to attend to, so let us part ways here. Ah, every time after school, we would go hunting and then spend the night at the bathhouse. Perhaps another day, Luo Tian remarked, striding directly towards the tower. Very well. Another day it shall be. The 3-story tower, indeed comprised of 3 levels, each smaller than the one below. At the entrance, the words Sangshu Gu were elegantly inscribed in a flourishing script. Upon recognizing Luo Tian, the guards promptly cleared the path, stepping into the first floor. The tomes were divided into 2 categories, one side dedicated to martial techniques and the other to magic. A central path served as a dividing line. Luo Tian casually picked up a volume on magic, which detailed water attribute spells, all of a low rank. The first floor collection consisted solely of the most fundamental low-tier spells, while the second floor housed the advanced magic and martial skills of magisters. As for the third floor, it contained forbidden spells and superior martial techniques, though most were incomplete. It was his father, Luo Hao, who had sensed his son's presence and followed him. Oh? Luo Tian slowly returned the book to its place. What suddenly piqued your interest in books? Were you not the one who despised reading the most? Did you not claim that I am your future heir? Without any strength, how could one command respect? Luo Tian replied earnestly, for he realized his father was a rather serious man. Strength is secondary. A righteous heart that cares for the family is of utmost importance, Luo Hao stated. Indeed, Tianer shall remember this. Luo Hao nodded, tossing a jade pendant into the air. The pendant bore the traditional character inscribed upon it. With this pendant, you may enter the third floor of the Zhongshu Gu without triggering any traps. After Luo Hao spoke, he departed. What secrets lay within the third floor, deemed a vital stronghold of the Luo family? The more curious he became, the more resolutely Luo Tian ascended the staircase. Having been reborn into this world, he had entirely lost the memories of the original Luo Tian. Even the magical incantations and martial techniques he once knew were completely formatted. Currently, he possessed only a modicum of fighting spirit as a means of ordinary attack. Lacking anything else in combat against someone of equal rank with advanced martial skills, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage, which was why he came to the Zhongshu Gu to explore. With each step upon the staircase, Luo Tian arrived at the third floor of the Zhongshu Gu. As his first foot stepped inside, the jade pendant at his waist shimmered, emanating a gentle white light. It seemed to acknowledge Luo Tian's arrival. The space was merely over 50 square meters, containing just over 20 books, yet each was meticulously arranged within exquisitely crafted bookshelves, owning the rarity of these volumes. In front of him lay a book, elegantly placed atop a table inlaid with amethyst. Although Luo Tian had just arrived in this foreign world, he possessed a basic understanding of certain fundamental concepts, such as currency. Among these, the amethyst coin was the most precious. 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins, 1 gold coin to 100 silver coins, and 1 amethyst coin to 100 gold coins. The expansive platform was entirely crafted from amethyst, underscoring the invaluable nature of the books contained within. Even if this particular tome were in tatters, Luo Tian felt compelled to examine it. Upon turning to the first page, he read, "Our Luo family has been the foremost clan since the era of the divine and demon continent. The first-generation founder, Luo XX, established our lineage. However, our family has since fallen into decline. I urge the talented individuals of the Luo family to cultivate this superior mental technique to restore our legacy and rejuvenate our clan." As he flipped to the second page, the words God-slaying technique leapt out at him. The mere sight of those 3 characters made Luo Tian's heart race violently. Could it be that this text contained some form of extraordinary energy? His eyes raced across the pages, absorbing the information with remarkable clarity. Truth be told, Luo Tian's intellect was indeed quite sharp. Perhaps it was the formidable memory of his former self, Lin Yang. Before long, he had comprehended the entirety of the God-slaying technique. What was happening? Was that it? Luo Tian was astonished, as if he had been savoring a meal only to find it abruptly cut short. Such an unsatisfying sensation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this book was merely a fragment. What a pity! Exiting the library, his stomach growled incessantly. Steward Xiong had long prepared a sumptuous feast, yet the sole diner was Luo Tian himself. "Why aren't my parents dining with me?" he inquired. "Your father and mother are occupied with affairs of state. When would they have the time to dine with you? They only managed to visit you due to your recent injury, and now they have returned to their duties," replied Steward Xiong. "And what of my cousins?" Luo Tian asked, for he was aware of several close cousins. "They have gone on a sightseeing trip. It is uncertain when they will return," Steward Xiong informed him. It was precisely because the Luo family was considered a mid-tier family on the divine and demon continent that each direct descendant had their own steward and kitchen. Chapter 15. The hunt with such an extravagant array of delicacies, how could one person possibly consume it all? Luo Tian felt a twinge of loneliness. He glanced at Steward Xiong and said, "Grandpa Xiong, please sit down and join me for a meal." "No, that would not be appropriate." Steward Xiong insisted, wishing only to stand quietly by Luo Tian's side, attending to his needs. Was it not said that there were no distinctions of power within the Luo family? If that were the case, one should not waste the common folk's grain. After speaking, Luo Tian pulled out a chair and forcibly seated Steward Xiong beside him. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." In the vast hall at the large table, the two of them silently dined, which created an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. "Young master, you have changed," remarked Steward Xiong. Luo Tian's chopsticks froze mid-air. After a long pause, he resumed picking at his food. "What leads you to say that? Normally, you are quite taciturn. Yet recently you have taken to reading." Steward Xiong observed. "Yes, that's so. Grandpa Xiong, your powers of observation are impressive," Luo Tian replied, for Steward Xiong had cared for him since the moment of his birth. "You have watched me grow up," Steward Xiong continued, "but I am genuinely pleased. Seeing the young master gradually becoming more lively and cheerful, one might say that his amnesia is a blessing rather than a curse. Is that so? I am grateful for your care." After Luo Tian finished speaking, he raised his wine glass to clink with the trembling cup held by Butler Xiong. Sitting on the large bed, Luo Tian entered a meditative state, practicing the art of divine slaying according to his memories. Fortunately, in this continent, cultivating fighting spirit also involves sitting in meditation and practicing in a cross-legged position. Gentle currents of energy gradually began to rise, only to dissipate almost instantly. According to the lore of this land, I should now be at the pinnacle of a high-ranking swordsman. P.S. The hierarchy is divided into warriors, swordsmen, swordmasters, holy rank, and divine rank. However, since the war between gods and demons, this continent has seen no gods. The possibility of a breakthrough looms. Is this what the elders often refer to as an opportunity? Meditating through the night is quite a normal occurrence for Luo Tian. Nothing unusual at all. Early in the morning, he was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Upon opening it, he found the exuberant fat man standing there. "Luo Tian, on this rare day off, why not go hunting in the mountains? I happen to want to test my newly learned martial skills." The fat man seemed to be showing off to Luo Tian. In truth, the original Luo Tian was rather weak, and with his delicate skin, it was no exaggeration to call him a flower in a greenhouse. However, the current Luo Tian, who has traversed worlds as Lin Yong, has undergone a complete transformation. Looking at the fat man's pleading eyes, Luo Tian found it impossible to refuse, saying, "Lead the way." "Sure thing, young master." The fat man seemed to transform into a lively innkeeper. Luo Tian shook his head, reiterating, "How many times must I say it? Do not call me young master, call me Luo Tian." "All right, young master, no problem at all." At the hunting grounds, a place akin to a playground prepared for the members of the Luo family, although it carries a certain degree of danger, most magical beasts are domesticated by the Luo family and have long lost their wild instincts. "Young Master Luo Tian, some rare magical beasts have recently been released in the hunting grounds. With a bit of luck, we might catch one to take home as a pet. No wonder so many families are drawn to this hunting ground." No, the fat man chuckled. "You only know part of it. The hunting ground is not solely for amusement, but also a place for some family members to engage in serious training. The deeper you go, the higher the level of magical beasts you encounter. I've heard even the legendary holy beasts." Before the fat man could finish, he suddenly shouted and took off running. "Is a three-tailed charm fox. I've had my eye on you for days. And this time you want to escape with that." He leaped forward like a frog. "Damn it. What holy beast? I despise it when you leave things unsaid to tantalize us," Luo Tian exclaimed. "Young master, it's running towards you. Quickly help me catch it. If I can give it to Schwer, she will surely Schwer, presumably the girl the fat man is fond of." The tiny paws of the three-tailed charm fox moved swiftly, exuding unparalleled cuteness. Nowhere to run. Luo Tian took a sword step and seized one of the fox's hind legs. Pulling it up, he allowed the little rascal's two front paws to frantically claw at the ground. The fat man's eyes sparkled. "Hey, you've got skills." But his words were cut short. The three-tailed charm fox ceased its struggles as if resigned to its fate, turning its head to lock its blue-purple eyes onto Luo Tian. Before Luo Tian could react, the three-tailed charm fox had already vanished into the depths of the forest. The reason the three-tailed enchanting fox is regarded as the pinnacle of the fox family lies in its fearsome charm techniques. It is fortunate that the portly fellow is not a nine-tailed enchanting fox, for its mesmerizing powers can even obliterate those of the sacred tier in an instant. It is renowned as a legendary S-class beast. One must understand that to be classified as an S-class magical creature, its strength must undoubtedly be on par with that of divine beasts. Why was this not mentioned earlier? I have noticed you are always a step behind. Is your reflex nerve obstructed by fat? Feeling disgruntled after being dismissed, Luo Tian was taken aback when he saw the change in the portly one's expression, which turned serious. Luo Tian thought he was angry. "Luo Tian, could it be that your strength is an advanced swordsman and has reached the pinnacle level?" The hefty hand of the portly fellow heavily landed on Luo Tian's shoulder, his countenance growing even more solemn. leaving Luo Tian utterly perplexed. When did this happen? After the memory loss, to be precise. It occurred after Luo Tian cultivated the god-slaying technique. However, it seems that only the clan leader and other high-ranking members are privy to the matter of the god-slaying technique, and Luo Tian wished to keep it hidden. You must ensure to conceal your strength in the future. Why? Luo Tian inquired. Out of jealousy. What do you mean? The portly fellow earnestly explained. Although the Luo clan appears harmonious on the surface, there exists an undercurrent of scheming. Even before your birth, your designation as the heir to the clan leadership stirred immense jealousy. Should your talents be discovered, it is inevitable that certain individuals will harbor envy. A weak leader may still wield power to exert pressure, but a formidable one will invariably face various doubts, such as accusations of autocracy or monopolization of power. Your father is a living testament to this. I see. Luo Tian began to grasp the intricacies of human nature, which is the most complex and elusive of entities. Little did he realize that in merely 3 days, he had gone from being incapable of even reaching the level of a martial artist to an advanced swordsman. Such talent would undoubtedly astonish the entire Luo clan. Thank you for your reminder, Luo Tian sincerely expressed. So, based on your words, my father is immensely powerful. Luo Tian continued to inquire. No. The portly fellow smiled slightly. Not just powerful, but exceedingly immensely powerful. Oh, to what extent? Luo Tian pressed on. Well, the portly fellow trailed off. After that boar, after shouting, he immediately lunged forward. Luo Tian, expressionless, watched the portly fellow chase after the boar, his teeth grinding audibly. His gaze fixed on him with a deadly intensity. Were it not for your honest demeanor, you would have perished already. Young Master Luo, I have herded it your way. Let us flank it together and subdue this creature. Regardless of the circumstances, Luo Tian could not bear to let his dinner escape. Soon, a resounding and anguished scream pierced the air. Chapter 16. The first battle, 1. The smoke spiraled gently into the air as I awaited your arrival. Oops, I began to sing. My apologies. In the tranquil forest, a wisp of azure smoke wafted forth, and an enticing aroma enveloped me. Luo Tian was so hungry that he could hardly contain his saliva. Yet he could not afford to be mocked by the portly fellow, so he persevered with a forced composure. Young Master Luo Tian, pray tell, what has led to your astonishing advancement in strength? As far as I know, those of your age, aside from a few exceptionally gifted individuals, can at most reach the pinnacle of martial artists, which is already quite commendable. You are merely 13 years old and have already ascended to the rank of swordsman, and not just any swordsman, but one at the peak. Such fortune, do enlighten us. What is the secret? We, as brothers, have sworn a solemn oath against selfishness, exclaimed the stout fellow. Luo Tian felt a bit troubled. Truth be told, he himself was somewhat unclear about it was not solely due to the strength from his past life, but also because he had cultivated the god-slaying technique. However, he had not perceived any significant increase in power during his training. Since Luo Tian's transmigration, he had been oblivious to the true extent of his strength. He chuckled, not sharing, not brotherly enough. Well then, this roasted pig is mine, and I shan't share it with you. The stout fellow pouted childishly, throwing a tantrum. But then again, he was just a child, as was Luo Tian. Sweat. Luo Tian slightly turned his head. To his amusement, the stout fellow still offered a whole roasted leg. Oh dear, young Master Luo Tian, have you taken offense? Surely not. Ever since that injury, your demeanor has changed. In situations like this, according to our usual routine, you would cling and fuss, and I would refuse, and you would feign anger, and I would immediately relent. Why have you deviated from the script? Luo Tian shook his head helplessly, pondering the absurdity of it all. His temperament had always been like this, yet he now exhibited a calmness and composure uncharacteristic of a 13-year-old. Wait, is that the three-tailed enchanting fox that fled earlier? Luo Tian whispered. The stout fellow casually turned his head, looking embarrassed. I noticed it long ago. To be honest, I've been trying to catch it for quite some time now. I've even developed a sort of bond with it. It has grown accustomed to my presence, but it simply won't let me capture it. Whenever I roast something, it always watches from a distance. After speaking, the stout fellow tossed a large piece of roasted meat. The three-tailed enchanting fox initially bolted in fear, but after a while, it cautiously approached the meat, sniffed it, and began to feast. Seeing this, Luo Tian remarked, since it is willing to eat your meat, why not use some special seasoning? Do you think I haven't tried? I have indeed. Yet, these lower-tier magical beasts possess a measure of intelligence, especially those belonging to the canine, feline, and raccoon families. Their sense of smell is incredibly acute, and they have a profound understanding of scents. If I were to tamper with the meat, they would refuse to touch it and even spit at me in disdain. It's infuriating. By the way, stout fellow, the reason I was just now. Luo Tian had not finished his sentence. I understand. The stout fellow interjected. Your strength has increased tremendously, and I am not envious. I am genuinely happy for you. If you choose not to disclose the reason, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Otherwise, even if I didn't ask, you would have told me by now. Luo Tian glanced at the three-tailed enchanting fox, which was enjoying its meal. How about this? I will catch it and consider it my apology to you. Though the three-tailed enchanting fox was of a mere three-tailed level, it was still a formidable opponent for any swordsman. Rest assured, leave it to me, Luo Tian declared, and like an arrow released from its bowstring, he dashed towards the three-tailed enchanting fox without a hint of warning. The three-tailed enchanting fox, gripped by terror, turned and fled, its delicate paws stirring up a cloud of yellow dust, leaving a trail of claw marks upon the ground. Young Master Luo Tian, do remember to avoid venturing deep into the hunting mountains. In an instant, both beast and man vanished into the depths of the forest. The plump fellow wore a worried expression, pondering whether Luo Tian had heeded his warning. The little feet of the three-tailed enchanting fox flailed desperately, as the distance between it and Luo Tian diminished rapidly. With a sudden leap, Feitian Luo once again seized the hind legs of the three-tailed enchanting fox. Upon noticing the fox turn its head, Luo Tian promptly averted his gaze. Humph, I shall not gaze into your eyes. How could I possibly? Pfft. The fox's fluffy rear wiggled slightly. Oh dear. Help! Luo Tian yanked and tossed it aside. You dare to pass gas? Truly ugh. Luo Tian retched violently. Not far from Feitian Luo stood a signpost, inscribed with the words, Enter at your own risk, beware of bears, damn it. Have I truly come all this way for naught? No way. I am not one to concede easily. Besides, my luck cannot be that poor. Luo Tian resumed his pursuit. The three-tailed enchanting fox, lacking the stamina to match Luo Tian, stumbled and rolled down the slope. Ha ha, at last, I have you cornered. Luo Tian leaped and bounded up the hill, only to be struck with terror at the scene that unfolded before him. A towering black bear, more than 5 meters tall, was gripping the three-tailed enchanting fox, its massive jaws wide open, poised to swallow it whole when it caught sight of Luo Tian. The black bear, the enchanting fox, and Luo Tian stood frozen in time, locked in a mutual gaze. The black bear was classified as a low-tier magical beast. Although not excessively formidable, it nonetheless posed a significant threat to the average offspring of the Luo family. Dangerous indeed. Generally, magical beasts correspond to the strength of martial artists. Low-tier magical beasts equate to swordsmen, while high-tier magical beasts correspond to swordmasters. Exceeding the realm of high-tier magical beasts are the sacred beasts, which align with the revered holy-level warriors, such as the esteemed sword saints and holy magisters. However, magical beasts of the same rank far surpass humans of equivalent tier, save for a few exceptional humans capable of slaying foes beyond their rank. Luo Tian had only recently arrived in this alien world, and how could he have encountered such a magical beast in under a month? This black bear, towering over 5 meters, nearly reached the height of a small mound, obstructing his view. Otherwise, Luo Tian would not have been so fixated on the three-tailed enchanting fox. Ha ha, brother black bear, savor your meal at your leisure. I shall not intrude upon your feast with that. Luo Tian bolted. Roar. It appeared that the tender-skinned, fair Luo Tian was even more to the bear's liking than the enchanting fox. With a thunderous pursuit, the bear charged after him. Luo Tian had pushed himself to his utmost speed. Yet he could not outpace the black bear. Fearful of glancing back, he felt the trees being uprooted and debris flying around him. This won't do. I must remain calm. Realizing that running would only delay the inevitable, Luo Tian contemplated a confrontation. What techniques had he recently acquired? The god-slaying technique. Indeed, that is my only recourse, yet I have only mastered the first chapter, Frenzy. As for martial skills, they require the strength of a swordmaster to execute. God-slaying technique? Frenzy? Luo Tian bellowed, his gaze turning an ominous shade of crimson, with sharp fangs jutting out and a ghastly expression marring his features, which startled the black bear into an abrupt halt. Yet, witnessing no discernible increase in Luo Tian's strength, the bear roared and charged forth. Its massive claws, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, lunged aggressively towards Luo Tian's head. Swiftly, Luo Tian utilized his nimble physique to evade the attack. With a swift motion, The ground was cleaved as if sliced by a knife, creating a neat gash over 2 meters long, sending shivers down Luo Tian's spine. Roaring in defiance, he retaliated, landing a powerful blow to the bear's abdomen. The black bear staggered back 3 steps, panting heavily. Its gaze momentarily flickered towards the nearly lifeless 3-tailed charm fox in its claws, but it discarded the creature, its attention singularly fixated on Luo Tian. Relentless in his pursuit, Luo Tian understood he must capitalize on this advantage. Otherwise, faced with the bear's ferocity, his demise was inevitable. Chapter 17. The first battle, too, Luo Tian had endeavored to evade. Yet the frenzied state induced by the god-slaying technique gradually dulled his senses, leaving his body marred by wounds. Although the black bear remained unscathed, every punch Luo Tian delivered struck true. While it did not evoke cataclysmic turmoil within the bear, it certainly left it vexed. A mere swordsman, yet he managed to hold his own against such a formidable foe. After numerous exchanges, the 2 combatants momentarily separated. Blood dripped from Luo Tian's lips, his robe riddled with injuries, the deepest cuts marring his left arm, likely incurred while blocking the bear's deadly claws. His eyes, glowing an eerie red, fixated on the black bear, as he gasped for breath. In stark contrast, the bear was covered in bruises and welts, especially its left eye, adorned with a bloodied black ring, resembling a panda. With a whimper, the black bear retreated, as if lamenting to its mother, "Someone is bullying me." With a thud, Luo Tian collapsed, his crimson gaze returning to clarity, but in that instant, it felt as if his very essence had been siphoned away. He realized the urgency to vacate this perilous domain. This place belonged to the Forbidden Zone, where magical beasts were far more savage than those on the periphery. Not to mention, even a small wild boar could easily overpower him. 3-tailed charm fox. Luo Tian gasped, fearing it might turn on him despite being his savior. To his surprise, the 3 charm foxes licked his cheek gently, nuzzling him slightly, as if expressing their gratitude. Truly, these elevated magical beasts possessed a sliver of intelligence. They could discern that had it not been for Luo Tian's intervention, they would have fallen prey to the black bear. Luo Tian attempted to reach out for the elusive 3-tailed charm fox, but his heavy arm refused to lift. "I lack the strength to grasp you. Go on, do not linger. Quickly depart," he implored, gazing upward at the encroaching twilight. Yet, the 3-tailed charm fox remained reluctant to leave. In the distance, hurried footsteps echoed. Luo Tian recognized it was reinforcements arriving. What a stroke of fortune! If he were to lie here, drenched in blood, he would undoubtedly become a feast for the beasts within the hour. "Hurry, leave. If they arrive, you will not be able to escape." Luo Tian managed a faint smile. Seeing the approaching strangers, the 3-tailed charm fox sensed it was time to depart, casting one last glance at Luo Tian, letting out a cry before turning away. A large hand reached out, chittering. "Ha ha!" The 3-tailed enchanting fox was once again yanked back by Fatian Luo. "Ha! I told you to leave, yet you refused. Now I have changed my mind." Tears were nearly spilling from the fox's eyes, its pitiful blue irises fixed on Luo Tian, seemingly accusing him of being a deceiver and a heartless scoundrel. Luo Tian, however, paid no heed to the fox's gaze, coldly snorting while turning his head away. "Luo Tian, it's wonderful that you are unharmed," the chubby one exclaimed, enveloping Luo Tian in a bear hug. That hurts," Luo Tian cried out. The chubby one immediately released him. "Are you all right?" "Ah, it's broken, it's broken." Luo Tian let out another wretched scream. The chubby one, as if jolted by electricity, loosened his grip and finally noticed that Luo Tian was drenched in blood. Had he not been a bit older, this sight would have undoubtedly haunted him. Luo Tian, his father, Luo Hao, called out, "Bring the young master for treatment." "Yes." A group of black-clad warriors swiftly arrived with supports and other apparatuses to lift Luo Tian. "As for you, Luo Zi, take him away," Luo Hao commanded. "Stop." It was Luo Tian's voice. "Tonner." Luo Hao looked on, perplexed. "It is not the chubby one's fault. This matter is solely my doing." But in truth, the chubby one had been anxious over Luo Tian's prolonged absence, which prompted him to activate the Jade Talisman. To his surprise, upon learning that the subject was Luo Tian, the clan leader hastened to the scene, causing such a commotion. "Let him go." Luo Tian's expression was stern. "Very well, but there shall not be a next time." Luo Hao understood the relationship between his son and Luo Zi. Young Master Luo Tian, the chubby one was teary-eyed. This fellow was indeed an emotional creature, prone to tears. Luo Tian handed the three-tailed enchanting fox over to the chubby one and peacefully fell asleep. Although the wounds had been tended to, he was utterly exhausted. The madness of the god-slaying technique had subsided, leaving him weak as a remnant effect. After a night had passed, Luo Tian's body was fully bandaged. The floor of the room was strewn with blood-soaked cotton balls. On the following day, creak. The priests may withdraw. Are you feeling better? It was Luo Hao. You did not trouble the chubby one, did you? Luo Tian weakly inquired. You are no longer a child. Since you choose to protect him, how could I make things difficult for him? However, Luo Zi harbored guilt and stood outside the door the entire night. Luo Hao replied, the entire night, indeed. I am no longer in grave danger. Why did you not persuade him to return and rest? I fear only you could manage such a task. Luo Tian struggled to shift his body, attempting to rise from the bed. Yet, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt utterly weak. The floor slippery beneath him. Thankfully, his father was there to steady him. Do not be reckless. Lie down. I assure you, I am fine. Whether you are fine or not is not for you to decide. After saying this, Luo Hao grasped Luo Tian's hand, infusing him with a pure surge of energy. In a short while, Luo Hao nodded slightly. Your injuries have indeed healed. Could it be the efficacy of the spiritual medicine or perhaps your unique constitution? I told you, I'm fine. Supported by Luo Hao, Luo Tian stepped out of the room. The first sight that met his eyes was the anxious face of Luo Zi, whose round visage was etched with worry and tinged with a hint of pallor. Young Master Luo Tian, you are awake? I am well. Just look. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he freed himself from Luo Hao's grasp and took a couple of slow steps forward. Seeing that you are unharmed brings me relief. The plump fellow let out a sigh of relief. You should return to rest. Your parents must be worried about you. Luo Tian smiled and urged, go on, go ahead. All right, I shall visit you again tomorrow. The plump fellow smiled and departed. Is it really necessary to exert oneself so fervently? Luo Hao shook his head slightly. In order to reassure Luo Zi, Luo Tian bore the pain and rose from his bed. I simply wish for a true friend, Luo Tian remarked in a subdued tone. In his previous life, due to Lin Tian being his adversary and also the next heir to the clan leader, those peers naturally flattered Lin Tian, which led to Luo Yang's exclusion. Only a few who were somewhat closer would acknowledge him, treating him as a favor. Luo Tian longed for a genuine friend who would stand by him through thick and thin, merely standing for a short while left beads of cold sweat on Luo Tian's forehead. Ensure the young master returns to rest and is well taken care of, Luo Hao concluded, bidding farewell to Luo Tian as he departed. After all, as the head of the family, he was not afforded the luxury of a leisurely day amid the myriad of responsibilities. Thus, under the supervision of the priest, Luo Tian consumed medicinal soup daily. Every hour, the priest would employ the healing light to mend Luo Tian's wounds, albeit leaving behind scars. It was utterly tedious. Aside from sleeping, Luo Tian only slept. He had intended to meditate and cultivate, but nearly ended up in a quarrel with the priests. Chapter 18. Brotherhood of Steel. 10 days passed, and Luo Tian's injuries had mostly healed. Yet his left hand remained significantly injured. It would take 100 days for the bones to mend. However, he could now manage to lift light objects such as bowls and chopsticks. Noticing Luo Tian's limited mobility, the plump fellow painstakingly crafted a cane from premium mountain wood, leaving Luo Tian both amused and exasperated. How about it? Give it a try. I made it tailored to your height. The plump fellow chuckled. I'm only 13, and you gift me a cane? How am I to face people with this? You're embarrassing me, Luo Tian retorted. Well, I thought the plump fellow appeared somewhat downcast, contemplating reclaiming the cane. Nevertheless, considering your kind intentions, it shall do. I need not fear falling, Luo Tian accepted the cane. How is your recovery progressing? It's going well. Aside from my left hand, the other wounds have healed, but internal injuries will take some time to mend. I'm sorry, young Master Luo Tian. It's all my fault, the plump fellow lamented. I've told you countless times. It was I who disregarded the warning signs and ventured deeper. Do not blame yourself. Besides, am I not safe and sound? By the way, you were contending with a low-tier level 3 violent bear. Just how much stronger have you become? Do you wish to hear the truth? Luo Tian smiled. Naturally. As brothers, would I lie? It would be absurd. Wow, must you be so dramatic? In truth, I have reached the pinnacle of a swordsman, and after my battle with that massive black bear, I sense a breakthrough is imminent. So formidable. This means that you are undoubtedly the greatest prodigy of the Luo family, the plump fellow exclaimed. Indeed. If you become my little brother, you shall not be treated poorly. However, with advantages come disadvantages. Such is the law of nature. The plump fellow suddenly wore a serious expression. You are suggesting that following your battle with the great black bear, the recent headlines concerning your family revolve around you. Should news of your promotion to sword master be disseminated, I fear the entire Luo family will be thrown into turmoil, which would not bode well for you. The portly fellow wore a grave expression. Come on, Luo Tian exclaimed, delivering a playful tap to the back of the portly man's head. I am the elder brother here. There's no need for your moralizing. Yet the portly fellow retorted, but I am older than you. And what of it? Luo Tian replied with an air of arrogance. The portly fellow, unable to contend with him, resigned himself to the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly proposed, how about we become sworn brothers? Sworn brothers. The two shared a knowing glance. It must be the roasted chicken and fruits stolen from the kitchen. Let us light incense. With heaven as our witness and the sun and moon as our witnesses. I, Luo Tian. I, Luo Zi, together. Today, we swear brotherhood, sharing fortunes and facing adversities together. May this vow be known to the heavens. Should we violate it, may we face divine retribution. They bowed their heads. Elder brother Tian. The portly man exclaimed with fervor. Portly fellow. In the following days, the portly man accompanied Luo Tian daily, as he felt a sense of responsibility for Luo Tian's injuries. They strolled and conversed in the back mountains, followed closely by a three-tailed enchanting fox. When Luo Tian inquired why the portly man had not gifted the fox to the girl he fancied to win her affection, the portly man hesitated, perhaps reluctant to admit it was because the fox had been captured at great peril by Luo Tian. He decided to keep it by his side, and the three-tailed fox seemed to have adapted well to following him, enjoying the abundance of meat and the comforts of a cozy home, far preferable to the hardships of the wilderness. Life in the Luo family continued in its tranquil manner. Yet, alas, this peace was destined to shatter. Time: 3/4 past noon. Location: a pavilion building 1,000 miles away. Characters: a middle-aged man clad in a mink coat and a kneeling black-clad warrior. Sir, there is pressure from above. A swift decision is imperative. The middle-aged man gazed intently at the boundless lake before him. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon you for usurping my position as head of the family. Do not fault me for my ruthlessness. With that, he waved his hand, and the black-clad warrior understood. Swiftly departing in the hunting mountains, Luo Tian and the portly man were engaged in the pursuit of a nine-eyed evil spider. After the previous incident, the portly man dared not lead Luo Tian into the hunting mountains again. This time, however, it was Luo Tian who extended the invitation, and my body has just recovered. I need to exercise. I feel as if I have become rusty over the past half-month, Luo Tian proclaimed, stepping onto the head of the evil spider, causing a pool of black blood to splatter onto the ground, corrosively bubbling as it met the earth. Elder brother Tian, this time, please do not run off recklessly. My little heart cannot withstand another bout of distress. The portly man chuckled. Look at those two guardians over there. Do you think we will encounter any trouble? Luo Tian casually glanced at the two formidable figures standing nearby, their expressions stoic as they watched over him and the portly man. After what happened last time, the family head cannot afford to be careless. These two are revered protectors of the clan, possessing saintly strength, the portly man remarked with admiration. Luo Tian understood that as a saint, he was indeed among the most formidable of warriors in this realm. Although there exists a level beyond that of divinity, the presence of such celestial beings has become mere legend, ever since the land was ravaged by the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons. Fatty, the magical beasts here are rather feeble. Let us venture deeper to seek out more formidable creatures for some practice. Upon uttering these words, a series of melodious alarm bells resonated through the air. The two protective warriors abruptly turned, their faces betraying a rare shift in color. What is happening? Roared Luo Tian. Fatty's expression was one of profound terror. This is an alert for a family attack. What? The two guardians exclaimed sternly, Young master, there has been a family crisis. Please follow us. With that, one guardian encircled Luo Tian's waist, while the other did the same for Fatty, and together they propelled themselves into the air, soaring through the void. We are actually flying. With the strength of a saint-level warrior, one can transcend the Earth's constraints. In a mere 10 seconds, they covered a distance that would take an ordinary person over half an hour, arriving at the Luo family's main city. Tendrils of black smoke curled skyward, as residents scattered in panic. Their homes laid to ruin. The sight of crimson blood was faintly visible. What on earth is happening? Luo Tian cried out, an ominous premonition rising within him. Suddenly, a translucent blue magical arrow, extending over 10 meters in length and resembling a missile, hurtled towards the two in the sky. The saint-level warrior beside Luo Tian extended his left hand, conjuring a silver barrier that shielded them, deflecting the magical arrow which shattered into countless droplets of blue light. The recoil sent the four of them veering off course. Fatty was already dizzy, the shockwave from the magical arrow substantial. Tian, it's Luo Hao, along with my mother. Father, what is happening? As they touched down, Luo Tian could no longer contain himself. It is the Yu Ling family. How despicable! They have managed to bypass the defensive barrier of the Luo family. Could it be? Chapter 19. The annihilation of the family Luo Hao? Surrender and pledge your allegiance to the Yu Ling family, or face merciless slaughter. Clad in pristine white robes, the leader was a middle-aged man draped in a mink cloak. Third brother. Luo Hao's expression turned grave as he bellowed. You traitor! It is no wonder you so easily breached the defenses of the Luo family. Why? Why? The Luo family is your foundation. Why would you turn against your own kin with such cruelty? Luo Hao even began to roar in anguish. Why? Tell me why. The third brother roared back. In terms of talent and connections, what makes you superior to me? Why should father bestow the position of clan leader upon you? Father values not talent or aptitude, but a heart filled with compassion. Nonsense. Compassion? The third brother shouted. If it is compassion, then why disregard our sister's wishes and marry her to a disabled man she does not love, resulting in her tragic demise? Yet, for the sake of the family, we must engage in such unions. Humph. Compassion for the family, yet none for our fourth sister. Third brother, if you desire the position of clan leader, take it. All I ask is that you Luo Hao's face was etched with remorse. Humph. Once I eliminate you, the position of family head shall naturally be mine. Then there is nothing to discuss. Let us fight. It appears that Luo she is resolutely determined, and further discussion is futile. Luo Hao has revealed a murderous intent. Two formidable warriors stand in front of Luo Hao, ready to defend him. To those who resist, death is inevitable. The flames of battle are about to ignite. The mage legion behind third brother Luo she immediately brandishes their wands. Rows of Luo family royal guards raise their protective shields. Brilliant magical projectiles rain down, resulting in a series of explosions that send many guards flying. Those unfortunate souls are instantly dismembered. The scene is nothing short of gruesome. Luo Tian is left in a state of shock. In the sky, for figures clad in white descend like magical projectiles, crashing to the ground. The earth is thrown into chaos, their sword auras extending over 1,000 meters, slicing through the guards as if they were merely vegetables, blood staining the white jade tiles. In an instant, the royal guard's defenses are shattered. 3 men and 1 woman. Adorned in splendid robes, they appear entirely unfit for battle, for who comes to fight while donning extravagant garments? From left to right, a bald uncle with a full beard, his massive sword weighing no less than 300 pounds resting on his shoulder. The second is a middle-aged man, somewhat handsome, though his appearance is heavily enhanced by makeup. What a sight to behold! A grown man in cosmetics, wielding a delicate sword. The third is a youth, so young yet already at the saint level, undoubtedly a prodigy, his gaze calm, with a dagger intermittently appearing from within his sleeve. The fourth is a woman, her cold eyes and revealing attire, holding a short magical wand crafted from dragon bone. Her fair thighs resemble a stunning vista, albeit not for the enemy's eyes. Saint-level warriors. The 4 saints of the Yuling family. Such overwhelming destructive power can only belong to saint-level experts, especially with 4 present. Good heavens! Luo Hao's expression turns grave as he seizes Luo Tian and darts toward the library. Luo Tian reaches out. The plump man is blasted away like a ball in the explosion, narrowly escaping. Yet he cannot evade the shockwave of another magical projectile, amidst the mingling of blood and smoke. The plump man vanishes from Luo Tian's sight, seemingly on the brink of death. Engaged in a 1-against-2 struggle, the 2 venerable warriors are covered in wounds. Master, flee. One of the saint-level warriors appears to unleash their ultimate technique, and the sky is filled with a flurry of sword auras, forming a barrier that momentarily halts the onslaught of the 4 saint-level warriors. Master Fu. Luo Hao's eyes blaze with fury, accompanied by his wife. The remaining saint-level warrior and Luo Tian. They escape into the library. Master. Before Master Fu can finish his sentence, a silver light shoots forth from the barrier of sword auras, moving with unparalleled speed. A massive sword pierces through Master Fu's chest and embeds itself into the earth, leaving him standing still, eyes closed. My lord, the library is a forbidden area of the Luo family, containing numerous restrictions. Luo Shi's right hand transforms into a blade, slashing with a single stroke, a 1,000-meter-long silver sword aura crashing into the library. A shimmering barrier rises, and the silver sword aura dissipates into countless specks of silver light. What? This barrier can withstand the full force of a saint-level warrior's attack? May I, a humble maiden, take a turn to try? It is the only woman among the 4 saints of Yuling. Luo Shi nods. I am the harbinger of the crimson flames of the mortal realm, here to invoke the ancient forbidden contract. Flame deity, burn all things to ash and heed my call. Chaos flame monarch, descend. Forbidden. The summoning of the chaos flame monarch. The air was searing, akin to the molten lava surging beneath the earth. The sky transformed, with clouds gradually turning a deep crimson. Ding ding. Another alarm echoed. On the 3rd floor of the library, Luo Hao, his wife, Luo Tian, and the injured saint-level powerhouse remained astonishingly composed. Luo Hao removed a tattered secret technique from the amethyst bookshelf and tucked it into Luo Tian's embrace. Tianer, the words I am about to impart must be etched into your heart. Luo Tian nodded fervently, stricken with fear. He had once thought that being reborn into the Luo family meant a life of indulgence and luxury. Yet, shockingly, barely a month into this newfound existence, calamity had befallen the Luo clan. Tianer, in truth, the first patriarch of our Luo family was a deity who battled fiercely against another wrathful god for 3 days and nights, resulting in their mutual demise. This event became known as the Divine Demonic War, marking the origin of the Divine Demonic Continent. We are descendants of the divine. A secret known to few, I implore you. From this day forth, do not acknowledge yourself as a descendant of the Luo family, lest you attract fatal peril. Father, listen to me. Luo Hao interjected immediately. Their time was running short. The oppressive aura of the forbidden spell rendered the air suffocating, heralding an impending catastrophe. This god-slaying technique is the cultivation method practiced by that great deity. To prevent it from being seized by future generations, he left the remnants of the latter half of the god-slaying technique scattered across various corners of the divine demonic continent before his demise. I hope you can locate them and piece together a complete cultivation method to grow stronger, exceedingly powerful, and revive our Luo family. Upon finishing, Luo Hao tossed a piece of black jade inscribed with peculiar patterns to Luo Tian. No, father, if we must flee, let us flee together. Luo Hao paid no heed, pressing Luo Tian into a launch device resembling a missile, with crystal glass separating the two. The mother's hand gently lifted, pressing against Luo Tian's small hand. Yet a hard, transparent crystal glass stood between them. My child, I hope you grow stronger, more formidable. Mother, did I love you? Tears streamed down the mother's face. Whoosh! The launch device activated without warning. The missile shattered the library's ceiling in an instant, propelling them far from the Luo family. Luo Tian reluctantly glanced back, witnessing a colossal creature engulfed in flames. With a single punch, the library exploded, flames mercilessly ravaging the entire Luo clan. In a heartbeat, a sea of fire erupted, drip, drip. Tears fell, one after another. Chapter 20. Survival in the Wilderness. The Yuling clan. In a dimly lit room. My lord, the Luo family has been annihilated. May I inquire when I shall assume the position of clan leader? It was the 3rd brother, Luo Shi. I have heard that the young master of the Luo family has escaped. The figure seated above, somewhat gray-haired and obscured in shadow, spoke in a tone that was strangely affected, reminiscent of a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi immediately knelt, acknowledging the failure of his subordinates, having been overly concerned with the Luo family's patriarch and the elders. However, we have dispatched elite assassins in pursuit. It won't be long before. That little brat is of no consequence. Hand over the god-slaying technique to me. The god-slaying technique. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi bowed his head once more. Alas, is it my subordinates' incompetence that we have scoured the entirety of the Luo family, even digging 3 feet into the ground, yet found nothing? Useless fools! The young master of the Luo family has escaped using the catapult device from the library. The god-slaying secret must be on him. And you let him slip away. You imbeciles, do not delay. Go pursue him at once. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. However, regarding the head of the Luo family, must we still involve them with the Yuling family present? But you don't know. You promised me that I could replace the head of the Luo family. Luo Shi was growing anxious. You worthless fool. Do you think I covet the Luo family? I seek that secret tome. Now, I bestow upon you the surname of the direct descendants of the Yuling family. You should feel honored. Henceforth, you shall be known as Yuling Luo Shi, my lord. Luo Shi's voice carried a hint of despair. Do not hesitate to chase that wretch and reclaim the god-slaying secret. Otherwise, the remnants of your Luo family shall have no purpose for existence. Yes, Yuling Luo, she accepts the command. The kneeling Luo, she lowered his head deeply, his expression twisted in rage, gritting his teeth as he uttered these words. Mother, father, fatty, steward Xiang, do not abandon me, Luo Tian cried out. Yuling's four saints, Luo Shi, I demand your demise. Luo Tian bellowed, and gradually, those figures receded from him. Luo Tian slowly opened his eyes. It was but a dream. He raised his hand, finding his face streaked with tears, suspended in a catapult device, hanging upside down from a great tree. No, this is not a dream. Luo Tian awoke with a start, slowly recalling the events of half an hour prior. The catapult's built-in flying function had inexplicably carried him for countless miles. Yet, none of that mattered. What was crucial was how to descend from this height. As the device was ensnared among the branches, neither able to ascend nor descend. Creak, creak. After swaying for an eternity, Luo Tian surrendered. By the heavens, if you possess the capability, leave me suspended in this tree, allowing me to die in peace. After all, bang. The catapult device fell, and Luo Tian plunged headfirst into a mound of earth. Fortunately, the device's sturdy materials spared him from injury. Kicking aside the shattered crystal glass, Luo Tian emerged, cradling his head. How could I be so unfortunate? In my previous life, I languished through most of my days in disarray, often bullied by that scoundrel Lin Tian, enduring in silence until I was forced to leap off a cliff to end my life. At long last, after traversing to another realm, I hope to live a good life, to be cherished and cared for. Yet, in less than a month, my family was annihilated. Though Luo Hao and Zi, you are not my biological parents. No, they are the parents of this body, my adoptive father and mother. There was a profound bond, shattered by that treacherous villain Luo Shi, along with the Yuling four saints and the Yuling family. I shall remember you. Luo Tian raised his hands to the heavens, bellowing, Heavenly deity, can you bear to add further misfortune upon me? With a rustle, the grass in the distance began to stir. Luo Tian stared vacantly, then shouted. Suddenly, a wind wolf leaped forth, its eyes a piercing green, exuding an eerie glow. Its sharp fangs dripped with vile saliva as it slowly approached its prey. This is the hungry wolf, ravenous indeed. Oh, grass! Luo Tian drew forth his short sword. This short sword was casually selected by Luo Tian during a hunting excursion with his companion, the fatty, and subsequently remained haphazardly at his side. Little did he expect it would prove to be of great utility now. With a fierce leap, Luo Tian effortlessly evaded, for he possessed the prowess of a peak swordsman. This wind wolf was merely an ordinary second-tier magical beast. With a roar, the wind wolf, evidently anxious, launched itself forward. But alas, it met the edge of Luo Tian's blade. Though the short sword was not of the highest quality, the Luo family was nonetheless the second most prestigious clan on the continent of gods and demons. In an instant, the blade sliced through the wind wolf's neck, blood spraying forth as it struggled desperately on the ground, tearing up the grass and emitting mournful whimpers. Clearly a fatal blow. Gradually, the wind wolf ceased its thrashing, its eyes closing in defeat. Luo Tian stepped upon the creature's head, spitting disdainfully. You thought you could feast on me? Now you know my might. He bellowed to the heavens. Do you dare to send more? Suddenly, rustling sounds echoed from the underbrush, growing increasingly dense and surrounding him. Luo Tian shouted in alarm. No way! Wolves are pack animals. This professional knowledge flashed through his mind. Fleeing without a second thought, he dashed away. But one wolf after another lunged at him, causing his face to flush with fear. The speed of the pack was simply too swift, stirring up clouds of dust in the forest. Howls of the wolves echoed, sending shivers down Luo Tian's spine. If they caught him, it would surely spell his doom, with no hope of surviving an entire pack. It seemed the leader of this wolf pack possessed a certain cunning, and Luo Tian found himself increasingly encircled. On the brink of life and death, Luo Tian spotted a massive tree that could accommodate two people embracing it. Without a moment's hesitation, he climbed up. Ha! You think you can have me? I haven't even had dinner yet, he proclaimed from the branches. A few larger adult wind wolves attempted to scale the tree, but despite their impressive jumps, they slipped and fell back down, revealing that climbing was not their forte. Luo Tian felt fortunate that the pursuers were wolves rather than leopards, as felines are adept climbers. Otherwise, he would be doomed. The lower bark of the tree was already stripped, leaving a bare trunk. Seeing that Luo Tian would not descend, the wolf pack leader howled, and the pack began to retreat, though a few starving wolves remained. seemingly unwilling to depart. "Just wait, I have plenty of time," Luo Tian murmured, clutching his stomach. He hadn't eaten for quite a while, and his little belly was beginning to protest, yet he could not descend. A fruit. He noticed a green fruit hanging above him. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. No, it should be something he had never encountered in his past life. Surely it is not poisonous. I refuse to believe that fate would play such tricks on me. With that thought, Luo Tian took a decisive bite, only to have his expression turn ashen, one eye squinting and trembling, his face contorting into an exaggerated grimace. Truly, it was unbearably sour. As he raised the fruit to discard it, his hand froze mid-air, the action startling the wind wolves waiting below for a fortuitous morsel to drop. With another crunch, he bit down again and again, in order to prevent himself from dozing off and falling from the great tree. Luo Tian secured himself to the tree branch with a makeshift binding of twigs, his limbs dangling down and his chest pressed against the branch, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 21. The assassin, the head of the Yuling family, spoke in a voice that was both peculiar and ominous. "I require you to hunt down a particular individual." Before the words could fully escape the lips of the Yuling patriarch, a sweeping gesture sent a flurry of portraits cascading onto the table, chairs, and floor. "Inquire about these individuals. They are all our prey. Regardless of their strength or status, none can evade the lethal grasp of our assassin alliance. We possess the most expert methods of pursuit, the most advanced tracking and counter-tracking technologies, and the most harmonious teamwork. I relish engaging with professionals such as yourselves." Upon concluding his statement, the head of the Yuling family produced a portrait of a young man named Luo Tian, the eldest scion of the Luo family, aged 13, with long hair, strength, swordsman level. Eliminate him and reclaim the scroll of techniques he possesses. Upon receiving the portrait, a cursory glance followed, and with a snap of his fingers, flames erupted upon his fingertip, incinerating the portrait into ash. "We are professionals." With that, the assassin departed from the clandestine chamber. "Hey, take your trash with you." The room was strewn with paper, and a portrait clung absurdly atop the head of the Yuling patriarch. "Brother, what is the mission this time?" One of his subordinates had been waiting at the door for quite some time. "Tio, kill and seize the manual." "Who is the target? What do they look like? What is their strength? In which direction did they flee?" 13 years old, I presume." "What do they look like? How could I possibly know?" "I burned the portrait." "What of their strength?" "It should be relatively low." "And the direction of escape?" Alas, I forgot to inquire with that old bald man. Damn it, am I to return and ask him again? We are, after all, professionals. I cannot allow that old man to look down upon us. The two exchanged a silent stare, enveloped in a moment of shared bewilderment. As the night wore on, Luo Tian awoke countless times, fretting over the possibility of falling from the tree, or the threat of a venomous snake slithering upon him, or the chill of the wind encroaching upon his slumber. Dark circles resembling panda eyes hung beneath his drooping eyelids. The wind wolf had departed. By day, the wolf pack typically slumbered in their lairs, only to emerge at night in search of sustenance. With caution, Luo Tian took his first steps, aiming to exit the forest in search of nearby towns or villages. From his lofty perch in the great tree, he discerned clearly the direction of the rising sun in the east, where the trees grew sparse, while to the west, they stood thick and imposing, shrouded in a faint mist. This suggested that heading eastward would lead him out of the forest. Navigating through the underbrush, Luo Tian finally emerged from the woods, feeling the gentle warmth of the sun upon him. Why the heavens! What do I behold? He gazed upon an endless expanse of grassland, with distant specks that hinted at the presence of human habitation, yet they appeared no larger than grains of salt. Had he not scrutinized closely, he would have never noticed their existence, a testament to the vast distance separating him from them. It was at least 50 miles away. Even if I sprinted with all my might, it would take a day and night to reach it. Not to mention my energy reserves are running low, and I have yet to eat breakfast. The desolate grasslands were riddled with swamps. Indeed, this matter requires careful deliberation. Just as he resolved to turn back in search of something to eat, he caught sight of 5 figures clad in black racing across the swampy plains, drawing his attention with their swift movements. Before me stood 5 formidable figures clad in dark armor, each bearing a large sword upon their backs. Leading the group was a burly man, somewhat portly yet remarkably swift, towering over the rest. His peculiar frog-like footwear seemed to glide across the grasslands as if he were skating on ice. I recognized the footwear's utility. It expanded one's footing in marshy terrain, allowing for effortless navigation when sprinting. I mused that once I had my fill, I too would craft a pair for myself. However, An unsettling thought crossed my mind. Why were these 5 warriors approaching me with such intent? Their gazes filled with murderous intent? A familiar chill coursed through me as I exclaimed in alarm. I recognized that look all too well. Lin Tian, the great brown bear, Luo Shi, these were faces I knew. Realizing the danger, I inwardly lamented, "This is not good," and took to my heels. "I held no grudge against you. Why do you raise your weapons against me upon our first meeting? Who exactly are you?" In an instant, they closed the distance, all 5 exuding the prowess of swordmasters, while I, a mere peak swordsman, still awaited a breakthrough to ascend to their ranks. I am the renowned general and assassin known as the Golden Killer, Lonely Xiefeng. Today marks your demise. Mr. Xiefeng, you still haven't answered my question. Why seek my life? As a mere youth, when have I wronged your assassin alliance? I shouted as I fled. Are you not Luo Tian? Lonely Xiefeng retorted. It seemed this band of assassins had mistaken me for someone else along their path. How unfortunate. Had this assassin left his wits behind? I instinctively cried out, unwilling to acknowledge that name. I am certainly not Luo Tian. Then why do you run? Good sir, you all appear quite fearsome. I thought I was encountering bandits. This, Brother Feng, Chapter 1 of the Assassin's Bible. If one must kill wrongly, they shall not leave a single soul unscathed, spoke one of Xiefeng's underlings, named Wang Hu. Indeed, misfortune befalls you. Desperation gripped me. I realized I could no longer evade them. Activating the berserk state of my god-slaying technique, my broken blade whirled frantically as waves of pale green sword energy surged towards my pursuers. Most of the sword energy sliced through trees, causing them to collapse, but it was a mere distraction. In an instant, Xiefeng's azure sword energy obliterated the timber into sawdust. Though their leader's mind seemed lacking, their combat skills were undeniably formidable, especially with 5 swordmasters at their disposal. Once again, I felt the chilling presence of death looming over me. Xiefeng gestured, and the 5 closed in on me like a net. Utilizing the terrain, I sprinted for miles, yet ultimately found myself cornered. Wang Hu thrust his long sword directly at my heart. The azure flames surged forth like a beam of light, striking with tremendous speed. Clang! My short sword met his in a resounding clash, echoing through the depths of the forest. I coughed up a mouthful of blood. The force of the impact sent me reeling, and I plummeted into an unfathomable abyss, leaving only a fragment of my blade embedded in the ground. Where am I? The 5 stood together, gazing down the cliff. He has tumbled down. I reckon he stands a slim chance of survival. Chapter 4 of the Assassin's Manual. One must see the living, and the dead must be seen too. You rascal, are you so impatient to make dumplings? To throw him off the cliff. Gudu Xiefeng delivered a sharp slap to Wang Hu. Unexpectedly, that fellow, despite his apparent strength of a mere young swordsman, managed to barely unleash the aura of a swordsman and withstood my full-force strike. I suspect he is gravely injured and unlikely to survive. Wang Hu remarked, "So, should we pursue or not?" Another assassin, quiet and reserved, with a calm demeanor, truly embodies the essence of a killer. His name is Yu Hui. Chapter 22. Teammates, 1. It was you who pushed him down. You go down and find him, Gudu Xiefeng bellowed. Seriously, boss, this abyss is bottomless. Moreover, this is the renowned A-grade forbidden zone of the Giwa region. Indeed, the Giwa Marsh and the Lost Forest have recently been celebrated as an A-grade forbidden zone. Although it lacks the legendary beasts that guard S-grade zones, the mist of the Lost Forest is no trivial matter. Yu Hui stated. He was once a formidable gold-tier assassin, yet due to political circumstances, he was demoted and integrated into Gudu Xiefeng's assassin team. Are you suggesting that to exit this Lost Forest, we must traverse the Giwa Marsh we just encountered? We are lurking in Giwa town. Yes, Gudu Xiefeng nodded slightly. By the way, let us inquire about the Luo family. Perhaps someone can sketch a portrait of that young master of the Luo family. Yes, a portrait is indeed crucial. Knowing its importance, you still burned it. I'm impressed. Luo Tian clutched a vine, having fallen onto a mountainside, narrowly avoiding a fatal plunge. His left shoulder was drenched in blood. Had it not been for his dagger deflecting a lethal blow, he would have long since met his demise. After more than an hour, he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The forest had already obscured the sunlight, and now Luo Tian was 1,000 meters beneath the ground, a chilling breeze enveloping him, making him shiver uncontrollably. Finding some branches and fallen leaves, he gritted his teeth against the pain to kindle a fire. The only weapon Luo Tian possessed was the broken half of his dagger. He recalled some herbs learned at the Luo family academy, applying them to his wounds and hastily bandaging them, while also managing to hunt a rabbit-like beast. Consuming the somewhat charred rabbit meat, He sat by the fire and tears streamed down Luo Tian's face once more. "Oh heaven, is my life truly so worthless?" He lamented. "I in my past life it was thus. In this life, it remains the same. All I desire is a home. Even if it consists of merely 3 dishes and a soup, I long for a peaceful and tranquil life." The more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. Angrily, he cast the rabbit meat aside, tears escaping from the corners of his eyes. With his broken dagger, he vowed that from this day forth, he would shed no more tears. He would become stronger, immensely so. What is a divine-level powerhouse? I alone shall be divine. All that his father left him was this fragment of the God-slaying manual and a peculiar black jade stone with enigmatic patterns. After much fiddling, Luo Tian still failed to uncover the stone's secrets. Examining the patterns, he realized this black jade was not a complete piece but rather a fractured one, and its texture was exceptionally hard. The God-slaying technique, Chapter 2, Thunderous 3-section / The first chapter of the God-slaying technique is a bug-like enhancement skill designed to strengthen the body and amplify one's power, inducing a state of frenzy. The second chapter, however, pertains to martial arts, requiring one to attain the level of a swordsman for cultivation. Luo Tian yearns to grow stronger for self-preservation, thus selecting a martial art that suits his abilities. Thunderous 3-section / Prerequisite for the technique. Frenzy must be activated. Otherwise, the effectiveness of the technique is significantly diminished. Release condition. A minimum swordsman level is required, and as one's strength increases, the number of attack segments can be enhanced. Attack range. Initially set at 100 meters, this distance can be expanded with the growth of one's prowess. Martial arts enhancement effect can increase attack speed 10-fold. As one's strength grows, attack speed can also be augmented. Luo Tian finds himself quite satisfied with this skill and promptly sits cross-legged, entering a meditative state, mentally rehearsing the technique to achieve greater proficiency, essentially elevating the mastery of the martial art. To guard against wild beast attacks, Luo Tian refrains from deep meditation. His short sword, Duan Ren, rests before him, ever ready to counter any assault from magical beasts. On the following day, with wisps of blue smoke rising from the campfire, Luo Tian rises, invigorated. The only minor inconvenience is the lingering pain from the wound on his shoulder. Drawing his long sword and igniting a torch, Luo Tian strides towards a distant glimmer of light in the abyss. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Tian has already stepped into an A-class forbidden zone, the illusory forest. This abyss serves as the dividing line between the depths of the illusory forest and its periphery. Yet, Luo Tian remains blissfully unaware of his predicament. Emerging from the abyss, the bright light causes Luo Tian to squint, extinguishing the torch in his hand. I ought to find someone to inquire about this place and how to exit. Upon stepping out of the abyss, Luo Tian finds himself in a basin surrounded by towering mountains, instantly disorienting him. But fortune favors the diligent. Not far away are 3 adventurers clad in rugged leather armor. 2 men and a woman. This is the archetypal pairing, with 2 warriors leading the charge and a sorceress providing ranged support. Why is it that sorceresses are typically female? Perhaps it is due to their closer affinity to magical elements. Luo Tian exuberantly approaches, initially believing that encountering anyone in this vast forest would be a rare stroke of luck. He is pleasantly surprised by the quick encounter. Who goes there? Upon seeing Luo Tian's approach, the 3 adventurers immediately adopt a cautious stance, confronting a nearby armored rhinoceros. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not an adversary. I merely wish to inquire about this place. Luo Tian calls out. The 3 adventurers exchange glances. The armored rhinoceros begins to flee down the lawn. Block it. Manjing, enhance. It turns out the female sorceress is named Manjing, and she utters a series of incantations, a yellowish glow emanating towards the burly man known as Delon. With a resounding clash, Delon seizes the rhinoceros's horn, dragging it across the ground, leaving 2 distinct marks. Armor break. The remaining young man leaps into the air, executing a 360-degree maneuver as he plunges downwards, striking the armored rhinoceros's back, igniting a shower of sparks as his long sword embeds itself within. Roar. Wounded in its back, the armored rhinoceros unleashes its full strength, tossing Delon aside with a powerful sweep of its horn. Observing the dire situation, the young man abandons his sword and takes flight. As the trio appears indifferent to his presence, Luo Tian contemplates asking again. I say, do you not see the current situation? Either assist us or scram. The young man bellows. Oh? Luo Tian nods slightly. The armored rhinoceros, clad in impenetrable scales, was formidable beyond compare. It was precisely for this reason that the young man's sword missed its vital target. Upon seeing the creature that had wounded him not far away, it reared up and charged fiercely towards the young man. The sorceress and Luotian run. The young man shouted, realizing that his long sword was still embedded in the back of the armored rhinoceros, leaving him defenseless, while the sorceress's spell required time to prepare. "Allow me to demonstrate my new martial technique," Luotian proclaimed, and in an instant, his eyes glowed crimson as he entered a frenzied state. His muscles swelled slightly, not dramatically, yet filled him with immense power. "Thunderous tri-slice," Luotian bellowed, his figure vanishing from sight in a mere 0.01 seconds. His dagger cleaved toward the rhinoceros's eye. Luotian had gradually acclimated to the adverse effects of his frenzy. Retaining his sanity, the eyes of all beasts are their critical points. With a thunderous roar, the armored rhinoceros sustained a gash to one of its eyes. "What a remarkable technique!" the young man exclaimed in admiration, astonished at the speed he had achieved. Alas, his weapon. Chapter 23. Teammates 2. Luotian's thunderous tri-slice had struck the armored rhinoceros in one eye. In the next moment, his figure vanished once more, reappearing at the creature's left side, where he furiously slashed at its neck. Thud. He struck true. A faint smile crept across Luotian's face, but the next instant, he was sent flying by a powerful headbutt from the rhinoceros. Soaring through the air, Luotian shouted defiantly, "I still have one more strike." Despite the wound to its neck, the armored rhinoceros continued to move, its thick hide absorbing the damage. Luotian's blow was merely superficial. The young man seized the opportunity, leaping onto the creature's back and viciously yanking his long sword. Truly a blade designed to pierce armor, it sliced a gaping wound, blood spraying forth and staining his armor. With a thunderous crash, the armored rhinoceros collapsed to the ground. "Is everyone all right?" the young man inquired as he approached. "Yuga, I'm fine, though that beast seems to have been knocked unconscious." Xiaoyu glanced at the downed Luotian and said, "Let's take him with us. This place is not safe." Dalan had already severed one of the rhinoceros's sharp horns and extracted the crystalline core from its head. His technique was remarkably deft, suggesting they had engaged in such activities multiple times before. The sound of a nearby stream roused Luotian from his stupor, as he found himself leaning against a large rock. "I feel so dizzy," he murmured, rubbing his forehead. "You're awake? Truly useless, aren't you? And you call yourself a swordsman? Just a fall and you get knocked out? Are you made of tofu?" It was the sorceress, named Manting, who handed him a bowl of water while roasting a suckling pig. Luotian accepted the water, casting a casual glance at her. She possessed some beauty, yet her tongue was quite unrefined. Although the fall contributed to his dizziness, the primary reason was that after executing the second strike of his thunderous tri-slice, he felt utterly drained, unable to evade the impending danger, which merely indicated his lack of strength. Nevertheless, Luotian had no desire to elaborate on these matters. Noticing Luotian deep in thought, the sorceress reassured him. "Rest assured, you had already struck at its vital point. There was no need for me to poison the water to make a futile effort." "No, that is not my intention," Luotian replied with a subtle smile, taking large gulps of the water. "Wow, it has been ages since I tasted such sweet spring water." "How naive you are. Do not fret, young one. There is a stream here, ample enough for your needs." It was Dalan and a young man named Xiaoyu. They had ventured downstream to cleanse themselves of the bloodstains. Luotian merely smiled awkwardly eyeing the forest and the abyss. He had been subsisting on wild fruits for hydration, so the chance to drink from a spring felt like ambrosia to him. By the way, are you alone?" Xiaoyu inquired. "Yes," Luotian responded. "Do you know where this place is? How can one escape?" "Are you truly alone? You seem rather young. Surely you must be a minor. Even with great talent, you need not subject yourself to such peril." "What do you mean?" Luotian found himself perplexed. "This territory belongs to Giwa City, and you are currently in the infamous Forbidden Forest of Giwa City." The term forbidden alone captured Luotian's attention. "Child, do you not carry a guide when you venture out? Even if you do not, you ought to have researched the place you are heading to." The burly man wore a broad smile. Luotian fell silent, unable to respond. He could hardly confess to being pursued and inadvertently wandering into a forbidden zone. "By the way, we still do not know your name," Xiaoyu pressed further. Luotian remained mute. He could not reveal his identity as a member of the Luo family. The young man shook his head slightly and, with a knife, cut a piece of meat, offering it to Luotian. He accepted it, feeling a weight in his heart. "Thank you for your prior assistance in our successful hunt of the armored rhinoceros. But since you refuse to share anything and do not regard us as friends, let it be known that Dalan carried your unconscious self here. Manjing provided you with water, and I offered you food. Consider it our compensation. Once you have finished this meal, we shall part ways. Please, this is a forbidden area. I believe that uniting our strengths could mitigate the dangers. On what grounds should we trust you? Xiao Yu continued devouring the roasted meat. Delon, too, was indulging, having already consumed a large portion and now holding a second piece, while Manjing maintained a more graceful demeanor. They were nearly finished with their meal. It was a pleasure meeting you. Now let us bid farewell. Xiao Yu and the others stood up. Wait, Luo Tian shouted. The three turned back. My name is Lin Yang. He revealed the name he had used before his journey. Lin Yang, what brings you to this enchanted forest? Xiao Yu asked once more. In truth, I came here with friends for an adventure, intending merely to hone our skills. We encountered a ferocious brown bear, and we became separated. While fleeing, I stumbled upon a pack of wolves and sustained an injury to my shoulder, inadvertently wandering into the forbidden zone. What is your friend's name? Xiao Yu inquired. Lin Zi. I call him Fatty. Luo Tian replied instantly, his eyes slightly reddening. The longing for his friend was palpable. Within Luo Tian's words lay both truth and fabrication. The line between reality and deception blurred, particularly as his eyes glistened with emotion, which surprisingly convinced Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu fell into a brief silence. I truly sympathize with your friend. Let us depart, he urged. Wait, I have not finished eating yet. Luo Tian exclaimed. In our line of work, everything must be executed with alacrity. Though a second may seem fleeting, it can also signify the difference between life and death. Let us move. Xiao Yu's demeanor was exceedingly serious. Despite his youth, he exuded a remarkable composure. Humph, why are you like this? Luo Tian, clutching a half-eaten roasted treat, matched the pace of the group. Xiao Yu produced a notebook, filled with a dense list of tasks. Our next mission involves the fur of the pangolin cat, Xiao Yu declared. The pangolin cat typically inhabits steep cliffs. This way? Delon gestured towards the towering mountains ahead. All right, let us proceed. Luo Tian nodded. With Xiao Yu leading the way, followed by the robust Delon, the tailless giant, while Luo Tian and the sorceress Manjing walked in the middle. Occasionally, Luo Tian would touch the wound on his left shoulder, a gesture noticed by Manjing behind him. Lin Yang, is your shoulder all right? No, it's already been treated with herbs. Manjing, the young man signaled with a nod. Manjing then retrieved a vial of healing restorative liquid from her backpack and handed it to Luo Tian. Healing restorative liquid. Although it was Luo Tian's first encounter with it, he had heard of it in the lessons at the Luo Family's Academy. The healing restorative liquid is a concoction crafted by alchemists from spiritual treasures, classified into 4 grades. The first grade nutrient solution can instantaneously heal minor wounds. However, its efficacy diminishes with more severe injuries. It is quite convenient to use, merely requiring application to the wound. Yet, the price escalates tenfold with each grade. A 4th grade healing restorative liquid is exorbitantly priced. This is a 2nd grade nutrient solution. It must be quite expensive. Luo Tian was indeed penniless. Since you wish to accompany our team, we cannot immediately escort you out of the illusory forest. We are here to undertake certain mercenary tasks. Rest assured, this is essential. Treating your wound will benefit our entire group, and besides, you are not receiving it for free. You will receive a share from the beasts we hunt, which will be deducted from that. Haha, quite pragmatic. A slight smile graced Luo Tian's lips. Xiao Yu was straightforward, and since it would be deducted from his own reward, he felt at ease to accept it. Chapter 24. The Onset of Crisis. 1. The 4-person team advanced at a measured pace, favoring stability over speed. As dusk fell, they reached the base of a particular mountain's cliff. Luo Tian had learned quite a bit of knowledge from seasoned adventurers, which proved beneficial to him. Delon, with his extensive experience as an adventurer, took the lead in scouting the terrain. Xiao Yu, focused on the broader picture, was busy recording the gains of the past few days in his notebook, while Manjing tended to the roasting meat. Observing that everyone had tasks at hand, Luo Tian intended to engage in some activity. However, he found himself at a loss for anything to do beyond the fire he had kindled, rendering him somewhat awkward. Once Xiao Yu completed his tally and noticed Luo Tian's discomfort, he intuitively understood his unspoken sentiment. Lin Yang, while we have some leisure time, let me share with you what to be cautious of in the illusory forest. Please proceed. The illusory forest primarily hosts terrestrial magical beasts, with the most formidable residing deeper within its confines. Although the high-level monsters are comparable in rank to the great sword masters, they predominantly dwell in groups, forming a formidable horde. The vast assembly of high-level beasts can prove quite challenging even for those of the saintly tier. Hence, is it any wonder that the enchanted forest is deemed a forbidden zone? Luo Tian remarked. Yes, and yet, no. Xiao Yu interjected. stating that this is merely one of the contributing factors. During the sweltering summers, ethereal white mists sporadically envelop the enchanted forest, obscuring vision and rendering one perilously close to death. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, rest assured, although it is currently summer, the enchanted forest arrives with a regularity akin to that of a menstrual cycle. You lazy oaf. This fellow speaks without a filter. Hey, big lazy, there are ladies present. Mind your demeanor, Xiaoyu scolded. Yet, it seemed that Manjing paid no heed, likely accustomed to it, as their team had been collaborating for quite some time. Haha, indeed. By the way, follow me, I need to discuss something. Big Lazy's expression turned somewhat serious. Xiaoyu nodded and sat down with him, engaging in hushed whispers primarily regarding the tasks for the following day. Here, while it's still warm, Manjing offered Luo Tian a piece of delectable roasted meat. Thank you. Is your injury healing? Yes, it's nearly recovered. This healing fluid is truly miraculous. After just 2 applications, I am completely restored, Luo Tian responded. Ah, by the look of you, it's evident you are a wealthy young master with little experience. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me, and I shall elucidate everything for you. Thank you. Your concern truly touches me. Luo Tian felt an inexplicable warmth. Hey, don't be so self-important. I merely wish to avoid being hindered by a reckless novice. Manjing chuckled. How infuriating, Luo Tian muttered quietly to himself, recognizing her sharp tongue belied a tender heart. Moreover, given her seniority, she often spoke to him as an elder sister would, which was rather irksome. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. The stars are particularly bright tonight. Indeed. As dawn approached, the armored cat, adept at climbing, resembled a feline. Its most valuable asset is its fur, while its strength aligns with that of an ordinary beast. Beware its sharp claws. Had it not been for its climbing prowess, even warriors would be able to capture it. Yet on cliffs, even sword masters may find themselves in a quandary. Additionally, exercise caution not to plummet from the precipice, as such incidents are not classified as work-related injuries, understood. This is a telekinetic rune. Within a 10-kilometer radius, we can sense its presence. Keep it on your person. Should you encounter an armored cat, shatter it. We shall prepare dumplings with it, but conserve its use, for it is a life-saving item in case of emergencies. Xiaoyu handed over 3 diamond-shaped jade tablets. Got it? Luo Tian accepted them. The telekinetic rune is regarded as an essential item for adventurers, classified by levels that denote their range of mutual sensitivity. This 10-kilometer rune is valued at approximately 1 gold coin. It is worth noting that a single gold coin suffices for a farmer's living expenses for an entire month. To carelessly shatter one now would squander the monthly sustenance of an ordinary farming household. The life of an adventurer can indeed be a costly endeavor, for items such as psychic runes and healing potions are indispensable for those venturing into the unknown, purchases one cannot forego. Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The profession of a mage is even more extravagant, as they must absorb magical energy through elemental cores to replenish their powers when the need arises. Adventurers, in turn, acquire these cores by hunting magical beasts, engaging in a lucrative trade of wealth. Moreover, materials like the hides and horns of these creatures hold significant value. Occasionally, guild-issued tasks can yield a handsome reward, further solidifying the role of the adventurer. With the addition of Luo Tian to their ranks, Mancy no longer has to toil up the mountains. Her responsibility now lies in ensuring the safety of Luo Tian. Xiaoyu and Dalazi, providing magical support is needed. Equipped with climbing gear, Luo Tian, Xiaoyu, and Dalazi prepared to ascend the mountain. Luo Tian secured armor on his elbows and knees, driving climbing spikes into the rock and fastening himself with the sinews of magical beasts for protection. The remaining task was to utilize their hands and feet, equipped with claws akin to those of a gecko, to scale the heights gradually. Having climbed 400 to 500 meters, it became apparent that this endeavor would be quite arduous for anyone below the level of a swordsman. Luo Tian, merely at the pinnacle of swordsman status, was already beaded with sweat upon his brow. Nevertheless, he chose to persist, feeling gratitude for the care extended to him by Xiaoyu's team, and resolved to contribute in kind. As the horizon blazed with the hues of a fiery sunset, after a day of relentless searching, Luo Tian and his companions had turned up empty-handed, save for a few holes dotting the cliff face. No sign of the elusive armadillo cat. The creature's diet primarily consists of burrowing rodents and birds found near the cliffs. Curse it, where is this armadillo cat? Not even a shadow in sight, Luo Tian exclaimed, and no sooner had he uttered these words than a furry figure emerged from a nearby hole above, only to retreat in fright upon spotting Luo Tian. Though he could not ascertain whether it was indeed the armadillo cat, he felt compelled to shout, Xiaoyu, Dalazi, I've spotted one. The two immediately began their ascent. Xiao Yu, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Didn't I tell you to crush the psychic rune?" Speaking so loudly might have scared the armadillo cat away. Despite his words, his hands were unwavering in their task. He retrieved a small white sphere from his backpack and tossed it into the hole, instantly enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke, which emerged from numerous nearby caverns. The armadillo cat proved to be quite cunning. These holes were its lairs. Dalazi, you guard the nearby openings. Lin Yang, keep watch over the four in front of you. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu focused on several distant holes emitting smoke. A minute passed, and the white smoke continued to billow forth. Has the armadillo cat escaped? Luo Tian wondered anxiously, disheartened by the thought of losing the creature after such a strenuous climb. Xiao Yu gestured for him to remain calm and patient. Another minute elapsed, and suddenly, a tuft of fur darted past Luo Tian, too swift for him to discern its nature, merely a fuzzy blur. Unable to contain himself any longer, he urged the others to encircle the area, imploring them not to let it slip back into its burrow, lest all their efforts be in vain. Xiao Yu bellowed. Alas, he found himself a tad too distant from Luo Tian. It was only then that Luo Tian reacted. Yet the armadillo cat was already on the verge of escaping into the second burrow. In a moment of desperation, Luo Tian hurled the broken short sword clutched in his lower leg, the dagger embedding itself right in front of the armadillo cat, startling it and preventing its smooth retreat into the cave. Seizing that moment of distraction, Luo Tian leapt forward, his small hand grasping the creature's neck. Despite its frantic struggles, the little creature could not break free from Luo Tian's grasp. "Ha ha, I've caught you." Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian's right hand clawed at the crumbling stone, causing him to slip. "Be careful," Xiao Yu shouted. This was a perilous cliff of 1,000 meters. There was no room for folly. "It's all right, the climbing rope is holding me." Luo Tian barely finished speaking when he noticed the rocks near the climbing spikes crumbling away. "Whoa!" Luo Tian and the little creature shrieked as they tumbled down the cliff. Man Jing gritted her teeth. "Free and unrestrained wind spirit, please gather to form the wings that shall allow me to soar through the skies." Advanced, wings of flight. A surge of azure light struck Luo Tian, and suddenly, his descent slowed dramatically. From his back sprouted a pair of semi-transparent azure wings, as if they had become a part of his very being, resembling that of an ethereal sprite. Guided by Luo Tian's intention, he gradually descended to the ground. Wow, magic is truly remarkable. Only those of the saint rank can soar through the air, yet a magician's spell can achieve this with such ease. Luo Tian was exhilarated, reveling in the sensation of flying. Man Jing wiped the beads of sweat from her brow. The Wings of Freedom is indeed a high-level spell, one of the few I, as a mage, can conjure, and its duration is considerably shorter than that of a magic master. Though Man Jing spoke with such ease, her pallid complexion revealed to Luo Tian that casting this spell had drained her mental energy. Luo Tian noted this with keen awareness. Despite Man Jing's sharp tongue, she had undeniably saved his life. The spell she unleashed was akin to Luo Tian's thunderous triple slash, an act of exceeding one's limits, and it bore considerable strain on the body. "You reckless boy. Why are you so desperate? Do you realize how foolish your actions were? If it weren't for Man Jing guarding at the base of the mountain, you would have perished," Xiao Yu exclaimed vehemently. "I'm sorry. After such a long search, it would have been a pity to let it go," Luo Tian replied, lowering his head in apology. "All right, just promise not to act so impulsively next time. Money can be earned again, but a life lost can never be bought back." "Yes, Brother Xiao Yu speaks wisely," Luo Tian smiled apologetically. "However, the fur of this armadillo cat comes with a bounty issued by the nobility, and it's quite valuable. You have indeed accomplished something worthy, and once we leave this forest and claim the reward, I shall ensure you receive a fine weapon." Upon finishing, Xiao Yu handed the broken short sword that Luo Tian had thrown back to him. In the wilderness, having a broken short blade as a weapon was already quite commendable. It was certainly better than wielding a mere stick. Once Luo Tian had the means, he would certainly purchase a proper weapon. For now, he would make do with this broken short sword. "What shall our next task be?" Luo Tian inquired. The gruesome task of dismembering was best left to Dalan, who was quite adept at it. Xiao Yu opened his ledger. "Xiao Yu, I sense something amiss," Dalan solemnly remarked as he handed the fur to Xiao Yu. "The wind began to rise," Luo Tian remarked lightly. Xiao Yu immediately looked up and scanned the surroundings, only to observe tendrils of white mist ascending from the depths of the enchanted forest, gradually spreading with the gentle breeze. "Oh no, it's the mist!" Xiao Yu exclaimed loudly. Delan's expression instantly shifted, exclaiming, "The mist of the enchanted forest? It only appears every 2 months. Is it not supposed to come until next month?" Who could have anticipated that the probability of the mist appearing irregularly was quite small? Unbelievable. "Run!" Xiaoyu shouted urgently. The mist began to unfurl from the depths of the enchanted forest, and in no time, half of the forest was shrouded in a veil of white fog. The 4 of them dashed away, of course, heading towards the outskirts. The unfinished task paled in significance. Was this white mist truly so terrifying? Could it be toxic? Humanity has always struggled to contend with nature. The 4 were already enveloped by the faint white fog. Luo Tian, fearing the inhalation of this poisonous mist, inquired. "Rest assured, this white mist is not toxic, but it will." Xiaoyu's voice gradually faded away, altering its course. Luo Tian, perplexed, wondered why this fellow suddenly accelerated and changed direction while running. Not daring to ponder further, Luo Tian unleashed his strength to pursue. Time slipped away, second by second. Xiaoyu and the others were now heavily surrounded by the white mist, visibility reduced to less than 2 meters. What did that signify? In other words, they had descended into a world of pure whiteness, nearly falling victim to ambush several times just moments ago. "Stop," Xiaoyu commanded. "We are running at breakneck speed. We should be close to the outskirts. For safety's sake, let us set up camp here." The mist dissipates at dawn each day. Upon finishing, Xiaoyu retrieved a climbing rope and tied the 3 together, ensuring they could follow one another's trail. "Come, Lin Yang, tie this rope around your waist." Delan extended the rope backward, but after a long wait, there was not a single response amidst the white expanse. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Could it be that this fellow, Lin Yang? He summoned all his strength and bellowed, but only an echo responded. Manqing's expression darkened, angrily cursing the detestable Lin Yang, who appeared to be utterly oblivious, failing to heed the call to keep up and not fall behind. Psychic rune. Xiaoyu swiftly flipped his hand, shattering a diamond-shaped jade piece. Meanwhile, Lin Yang continued to trail behind Xiaoyu and the others at a frantic pace. "Xiaoyu, slow down, slow down. I can barely keep up." Luo Tian, being merely at the pinnacle of swordsman, found himself lagging behind Xiaoyu and the others, who possessed swordmaster abilities. Just as Luo Tian was engulfed in frustration, he felt a slight tremor from the psychic jade talisman at his waist. Channeling his mental energy, the talisman conveyed a message. "Foolish Lin Yang, you have ventured deep into forbidden territory. Stand still and do not move." "What?" Luo Tian gasped in shock. He immediately halted, while Xiaoyu, Delan, and Manqing ahead continued to run, completely unaware of the psychic rune's warning. This could only mean one thing. The figures before him were mere illusions. How infuriating. How could this be? Luo Tian felt utterly despondent. He had unwittingly stepped into the depths of forbidden territory. This dreadful news struck him like a bolt from the blue. Damn it, why is my luck always so wretched? Is the heavens conspiring to do me in? What to do? Must we venture into the depths of the forbidden zone to rescue him? It is well known that even legendary figures of the saint level are left astounded by the perils within. Those below the saint rank are bound to meet their demise. Are we truly prepared to sacrifice ourselves for someone who has only been with us for 2 days? Delan exclaimed in frustration. What nonsense is this? Although Lin Yang may lack experience, has he ever brought us harm in these past few days? Remember, it was not his reckless charge that allowed us to capture the elusive armored cat. However, this is an entirely different matter. Allowing emotions to cloud our judgment could lead to our annihilation. Delan and Manqing began to bicker. Gentlemen, at this critical juncture, we must resort to the decision-making methods that have served the Xiaoyu mercenary team in the past. Let us vote. Those in favor of rescuing Lin Yang, please raise your hands. Xiaoyu proposed, revealing that their team was indeed the Xiaoyu mercenary team. I am against this. While our objective is to hunt down the task monster, we previously agreed. There shall be no entry into the depths of the forbidden zone. Moreover, the mist is currently. Delan voiced his stance. I am in favor. Though Lin Yang lacks adventurous experience, his martial prowess is extraordinary. He might very well become a valuable member of our team. Did we not agree that as long as one is part of the team for a day, they are family for a year? How can we stand by and watch him perish? Manqing concluded her argument, and both turned their gaze toward Xiaoyu, whose vote was of utmost importance. Xiaoyu silently raised his hand. Indeed, we cannot turn a blind eye to death. Go put it another way. If it were you, Delan, trapped in the depths of the forbidden zone, how would you feel? This Delan lowered his head, seemingly at a loss for words. Nevertheless, I still hold reservations. While I shall exert every effort to rescue him, should the situation exceed my acceptable limits, I will withdraw to prevent unnecessary sacrifice. Very well. Let it be so. Luo Tian remained rooted in place. The surroundings were a pale hue, and after a while, he felt somewhat nauseous. Yet, he dared not move. The psychic runes in Luo Tian's hand trembled. Linyang, to the northwest, approximately 9 kilometers away. Stay put. We are already on our way. Thank you. What thanks? We are a team. Before Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, the psychic rune in Luo Tian's hand shattered. The psychic rune facilitated communication through mental energy associations, yet the disparity in quality determined the distance and duration of such interactions. Only a fragment of a psychic rune remained in Luo Tian's possession. Chapter 26. The Forbidden Within the Forbidden. 1. Luo Tian clutched the last fragment of the psychic rune in his hand, akin to a lifeline. Understand that one psychic rune is equivalent to a gold coin, lasting merely a few seconds. Furthermore, Xiao Yu and the others had specifically come to rescue him, filling Luo Tian with immense gratitude, nearly bringing him to tears, though he would not shed any. He had sworn an oath. At this moment, Luo Tian found himself remarkably composed. Having leaped over the precipice and narrowly escaped the clutches of the great black bear under a forbidden spell, what were these difficulties in comparison? Luo Tian's legs trembled, not from fear, but from exhaustion. They felt so sore that he could not move. Xiao Yu had once said, under no circumstances should one move. Xiao Yu's intention was to instruct Luo Tian to remain stationary and not to depart, not to imply that he should remain utterly motionless, not even daring to blink, as if his heart should cease to beat. Thud. Roar. Through the veil of white mist, Luo Tian discerned a colossal figure, its head roughly the same size as his own. Could it possibly be a dinosaur? Sensing the air, the enormous creature gradually approached Luo Tian. Xiao Yu, I beg your pardon, but given this situation, I cannot remain still. With those words, Luo Tian instantly vacated his position. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a giant earth dragon, its size approximately that of 10 armored rhinos. Had he not reacted with alacrity, he would have surely been left as a mere smear beneath its enormous paw. This is dire. Judging by its strength and size, it is undoubtedly a high-tier magical beast. Despair ignited anew within Luo Tian's heart. No, I cannot concede defeat. Over these past months, every time I have faced despair, I have managed to escape by the skin of my teeth. Even when I leapt off a cliff, I was reborn. This insignificant earth dragon is hardly a cause for alarm, with resolute determination etched upon his face. Luo Tian unsheathed the broken dagger from his waist. Suddenly, the tide shifted. Damn it, I cannot defeat it. Xiao Yu, save me. The earth dragon appeared to be hindered by the mist as well, its ferocity subdued, relying instead on its keen sense of smell to locate Luo Tian. With successive strikes, its massive claws met only air, sending Luo Tian tumbling. Merely dodging was rapidly exhausting his strength, let alone mounting a counterattack. Buzz! It was the last fragment of his mental power. Xiao Yu, save me. Before Xiao Yu could respond, Luo Tian had already begun to howl. We have arrived at the coordinates where you stood, but only a massive claw print remains. Xiao Yu inquired, did you depart from the left side or the right side? Left side? Right side? Luo Tian was bewildered. Who could recall whether he had dodged to the left or the right at that moment? Left side? No, it seems like it was the right side. Time was running out and the mental power fragment was fading. Xiao Yu and Luo Tian's connection was severed. This damn Linyang is utterly unreliable. How can he say it might be the left side or the right side? Which is it, exactly? The lazy one shouted. Regardless, it's either left or right. Let's choose one, Man Jing cried out. No, at this juncture. We must proceed with caution. Xiao Yu instructed Man Jing to employ the insight technique. What? This is a high-tier wind magic. After using it, should danger arise, I may be unable to assist you. The urgent task is to locate Linyang. Xiao Yu declared. Understood. Man Jing retrieved her magic staff, whispering incantations under her breath. Omnipresent spirits of the wind, grant me the clarity of vision. High tier, clarity insight technique. A ring of azure light unfurled, extending approximately a kilometer. In an instant, images of Luo Tian and a large creature adorned with horned, reddish-brown scales materialized in Xiao Yu and the others' minds. To the left, quickly. Xiao Yu bellowed. Man Jing, at the pinnacle of magical prowess, with the aid of her superior magic staff, was barely able to cast a high-tier spell typically reserved for sorcerers, but it drained her mental energy in an instant. The duration of this insight technique is merely 1 minute. We must act swiftly, Man Jing declared, unleashing the insight technique. Xiao Yu, A peculiar azure I seemed to manifest upon Dalin's forehead. As long as this I remained, the trio was utterly unperturbed by their surroundings, possessing an unobstructed view of everything within a kilometer. They could even count the grains of sand, though that may be a slight exaggeration. Xiaoyu, my elder brother, Luo Tian exclaimed upon spotting the figures shrouded in mist, instantly recognizing them to be Xiaoyu and the others, his face alight with excitement. Dalin, divert its attention, Xiaoyu commanded, finishing his drink and handing a sinewy rope to Luo Tian. Fastened around his waist, this rope was crafted from the tendons of an 8-toed giant serpent. Remarkably sturdy and exceptionally elastic, with such a rope, binding ourselves together would surely be a hindrance during battle. Fool, this is a high-tier magical beast. Do you truly wish to hunt it? Have you lost your mind? Our only objective is to retreat safely. Upon concluding his words, Xiaoyu soared upward, while Dalin successfully drew the attention of the Earth Dragon. Xiaoyu followed closely behind, delivering a swift strike. Theo, such a colossal creature. Xiaoyu's strike felt akin to a mere injection, especially since he did not exert his full strength. This tactic seemed to be frequently employed, as the two exhibited an extraordinary level of synergy. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my thunderous 3-stage slash. Just as Luo Tian was about to leap into action, he was abruptly yanked back by Manjing, who grasped his collar. Hey, why are you so combative? Hurry and flee. At this moment, we are akin to grasshoppers bound together. Manjing bellowed. Yes, Manjing, Luo Tian replied. How many times must I reiterate, call me Sister Manjing? It is the most basic of courtesies. Luo Tian was left speechless. Although he was a head shorter than Manjing, being a 13-year-old boy, his actual age was approximately 23. Addressing her as sister posed a challenge for him, as he was quite obstinate. Enough of this bickering. Let us make haste. Xiaoyu and Dalin collaborated seamlessly, diverting the Earth Dragon's focus. The creature relied solely on scent, while Xiaoyu and Dalin, armed with the insight technique, had a clear view of everything, allowing them to escape effortlessly from the clutches of the Earth Dragon. Had they encountered it under normal circumstances, it would have been a perilous endeavor. How do we exit this forbidden area? Luo Tian inquired, fearful of straying off course and closely following behind. Do not fret. During our journey here, we left arrow markers on the ground. Look, Xiaoyu pointed to the earth, revealing patches of soil torn up, forming a series of arrows. As long as we follow the opposite direction, we shall exit the forbidden zone. After a brief sprint, Luo Tian found himself exhausted. After all, he was merely a swordsman, and had expended an excessive amount of energy earlier. Consequently, Dalin hoisted the petite Luo Tian by the waist. Compared to Dalin's robust physique, the slender Luo Tian resembled a mere twig. As they sped past the ground markers, one after another, Luo Tian shouted in alarm, Xiaoyu, something feels amiss. What? The group halted in their tracks. What do you mean? Xiaoyu demanded. Look at the ground markers. Each one is identical. No matter how coincidental, it is improbable for the markers to be carved identically. Luo Tian exclaimed. Indeed. Dalin was astonished and scrutinized them closely, confirming they were indeed identical, with even the uneven edges of the torn grass aligning perfectly. Xiaoyu's expression darkened further. Quickly, turn around. We must move in the opposite direction of the markers. The crowd turned their heads. Utterly astonished, after traversing the path, the signposts had completely vanished. Indeed, this fog is peculiar. We have lost our way. Dalin sighed heavily. Xiaoyu hastily produced a rough, makeshift map. We have raced for 8 minutes. At an approximate pace of 1 mile per minute, Lin Yang's previous coordinates lie here. In the worst-case scenario, we shall proceed deeper into the forbidden zone for another 8 kilometers. Xiaoyu's hand, clutching the ruler, froze in place. On the map, our marked position now lies within the ominous red circle of the forbidden zone. Why is this area highlighted in red on the map? One can easily deduce the reason with but a moment's thought. This is dire. We must hasten to retreat. Did you not mention that the depths of the illusory forest are rife with high-level magical beasts? The one we just encountered was already a considerable challenge. Should we face a horde of high-level beasts, our demise would be inevitable. Luo Tian exclaimed vehemently. Lin Yang, cease your outbursts. We must tread carefully. Xiaoyu cautioned. Retreating is certainly not advisable. We are already lost and thought the coordinates were accurate. Yet we cannot ascertain whether our direction is within the red circle. What shall we do then? Luo Tian inquired. You, my friend, do not be so hasty. Do you comprehend why I have unwaveringly supported Xiaoyu's leadership despite my greater strength and experience? It is because of his composure and tranquility. With such a level-headed mind, he is destined for greatness. Is that so? Luo Tian observed the somewhat immature youth, his face serious as he scrutinized the map. A faint smile crept across Luo Tian's face. Such demeanor is indeed commendable, Manjing. How many more times can you utilize your insight technique? Xiao Yu asked. I require some time to recuperate. I feared. No, you misunderstand. Xiao Yu clarified. I meant using the magical beast crystals to replenish energy. How many times can you unleash it? What? Those crystals are worth a fortune. You wish for me to absorb them to cast insight? Manjing expressed reluctance. Survival is paramount. How many times? Xiao Yu insisted gravely. Approximately 4 times, I suppose. Manjing rummaged through the pouch at her waist. Excellent. Your insight technique has a range of about 1 kilometer, and at our pace, we can cover 2 kilometers in a minute. 4 times means 8 kilometers. Perhaps we can break free from the forbidden zone, Xiao Yu declared. Whatever you decide, we shall follow your lead, Dalan affirmed. Very well. Suddenly, a circle of azure light expanded, encompassing a full kilometer. An azure eye manifested upon the foreheads of the 4. By heavens, we have already been encircled by a horde of magical beasts. Luo Tian discerned the happenings within a kilometer. The beasts approached cautiously like zombies, evidently drawn to the scent of the 4. This way, Xiao Yu resolved to break through. Relying on the inside eye, the 4 skillfully evaded the onslaught of the beasts. This time, the 3 were more concerned for Luo Tian, as despite being tethered together, they could not afford for him to fall behind once more. Chapter 27. Forbidden within the forbidden. 2. Another circle of green light unfurled. This marked the 3rd activation of the inside eye. Brother Xiao Yu, this aimless running feels utterly futile, Dalan exclaimed. Indeed, I had initially hoped that utilizing this insight technique, albeit with a hint of luck, would lead us to the outskirts. However, I never anticipated the sheer number of magical beasts. The night is indeed their hunting ground, far more perilous than the day. Were it not for this white mist providing cover and enabling the use of the inside eye, we might well have met our demise, Xiao Yu replied. What shall we do now? Manjing inquired. I believe I have discerned our location. If my conjecture is correct, not far to the left lies a great mountain. Where there is a mountain, there must be a cave. Let us seek refuge there, Dalan suggested. The 4 of them once again took flight, yet alas, the duration of the insight technique had expired, and they collided with a 2-headed gale wolf, a formidable magical beast. Wolves, dogs, and foxes possess an extraordinary acumen for scent, and the 2-headed gale wolf can track its prey without relying on sight. Roar. The speed of the 2-headed gale wolf was astonishing, swiftly closing the distance to the 4. Seemingly famished and heedless of all else in its pursuit, its ferocity causing Luo Tian to swallow hard. Brother Yu, do you require me to activate the insight technique once more? No, just hold on a little longer. Xiao Yu bellowed. Falling behind were only Luo Tian and Manjing, the latter being a sorceress capable of levitating, and thus outpacing both Dalan and Xiao Yu. Alas! A cry of despair erupted as Luo Tian stumbled for what felt like the umpteenth time, and it is rather shameful to admit that the density of the white mist rendered even the stones beneath his feet indistinguishable. Hot on their heels, the 2-headed gale wolf lunged, its powerful fangs poised to rend Luo Tian asunder. Come! Manjing seized the rope at her waist with determination, yanking Luo Tian upward and bringing him back to the group. Covered in dust, thud. The massive jaws of the 2-headed gale wolf clamped down on the soil and stones, shattering them into fragments, launching debris into the air. Terrifyingly ferocious, with a single bound, it resumed its chase, following the familiar scents. Wow, you saved my life again, Luo Tian exclaimed. However, could you refrain from being so rough next time? My pants are all torn. Let us escape first, Xiao Yu shouted as he sprinted, hurling stones behind him. After several attempts met with silence, finally, an echo responded. The stone he threw seemed to strike a wall, and Xiao Yu could distinctly feel it. It is the mountain, Xiao Yu rejoiced. Indeed, there lies a great mountain not far from where the 4 stood. Utilizing the sound of stones striking the mountain to gauge their distance. Climb up, quickly, Xiao Yu commanded. Bang! A resounding crash. The earth and stones tumbled as Luo Tian scaled the mountainside, startling him greatly. What was that? Oh, do not fret. It was the 2-headed gale wolf that crashed against the rock face. What a pitiful sight, Dalan remarked. Haha, serves it right for scaring me earlier. Luo Tian pouted like a child. The sense of having survived a calamity felt quite pleasant, though his hands still trembled. Enough with the chatter. There is a cave here. Let us enter at once, Xiao Yu ordered. The 4 entered the cave, barricading the entrance with stones and soil. while also scattering Delan's beloved wine around the vicinity to mask their scent. Now, they must wait for the mist to dissipate on the morrow, for only then will they have a chance to leave this enchanting forest alive. Producing 4 small sticks, Xiao Yu slightly raised his hands, and a flame ignited, illuminating the cave instantly. Luo Tian was somewhat astonished, realizing that Brother Xiao Yu possessed magical abilities. It's merely a rudimentary skill, Xiao Yu remarked. I am not even a novice mage. I only know a few basic spells like fire starting and illumination in our line of work. You will come to appreciate how vital these abilities can be. Indeed, I recall plummeting into the abyss. All that nonsense about friction-based fire starting is utterly deceptive. If only I had a fire starting spell, my suffering would have been alleviated, Luo Tian replied. At this juncture, Xiao Yu's expression turned serious. However, I advise you not to envy the wonders of magic too much. Since you aspire to be a martial artist, practicing magic concurrently may adversely affect your martial pursuits, of course. I do not mean to imply that the dual cultivation of martial and magical arts is inherently negative. There have been prodigies on the divine demon continent who have excelled in both. The fusion of magic and martial arts is akin to a warrior and a mage cooperating to achieve extraordinary feats. Yet, you must understand the principle that you cannot have both fish and bear's paw. I comprehend, Luo Tian responded, but martial arts cultivate fighting spirit and martial skills, while mages develop mental strength and elemental affinity. There seems to be no inherent conflict. Certainly, if your talent is exceptional, disregard my previous words. The path you choose is yours alone, Xiao Yu continued. Luo Tian nodded slightly, gazing into the unfathomable depths of the cave. Suddenly struck by a peculiar thought, he felt compelled to explore. What is it? Manqing inquired. Look, this abyss seems bottomless. Perhaps we should investigate, Luo Tian murmured. You little rascal, do you think we are here on vacation? As a novice, you ought to heed the advice of us seasoned veterans. Curiosity can lead to peril, Delan admonished. But Luo Tian's gaze remained fixed on the dark void, the strange allure growing ever stronger. Akin to an addict yearning for their next fix, Xiao Yu paused momentarily, contemplating. We are yet unaware of the dangers that may lurk within this cave. A thorough investigation is warranted. Very well, then let us proceed. Luo Tian, unable to suppress his eagerness, took the lead. The others exchanged puzzled glances. What had caused him to exhibit such fervor? The cave stretched endlessly, resembling an infinite abyss. Xiao Yu, does the map indicate anything? Delan queried. Xiao Yu unfurled the map and shook his head. It only marks the coordinates of this mountain. There are no peculiar features indicated. Nonetheless, I have an inkling that this cave is far from ordinary. Delan, an experienced mercenary, remarked. Suddenly, a flurry of bats erupted, startling everyone. Vampire bats. They are usually found in caves, Delan exclaimed, brandishing his large blade, swiftly dispatching the bats that fell to the ground. Then, several spiders appeared in the corner. Ah, spiders, Manqing shrieked. It turned out that Sister Manqing had a fear of spiders. Luo Tian grinned mischievously. See Lin Yang, what wicked thoughts are you harboring? Are you not afraid? I recall an individual encountering that earth dragon, shrieking in terror and even losing their voice. The cheeks of Manqing turned crimson. There was a reason for that. Luo Tian felt helpless. Enough of this nonsense. There is a situation at hand, Xiao Yu shouted. In an instant, the spiders on the ground devoured the bats beneath. They are bloodthirsty venomous spiders, highly toxic. Be cautious of their bites, Delan exclaimed. With just a couple of them, there shouldn't be any significant issue. Right? As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, numerous bloodthirsty venomous spiders emerged from the crevices of the rocks, and their numbers continued to swell, multiplying exponentially. One could only describe it as a dense mass. Within a fleeting moment, the entire cavern was teeming with bloodthirsty venomous spiders, advancing menacingly towards Luo Tian and the others. Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Manqing nearly fainted. They were all drawn here by the scent of blood. On the ground, a barely alive blood-sucking bat was swiftly enveloped by the bloodthirsty venomous spiders, becoming a mere ball. Once the spiders dispersed, only a small skeleton remained. Lin Yang, you are truly a harbinger of misfortune and a reincarnation of a jinx. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu gasped in horror. We must escape this place at once. Luo Tian looked aggrieved, unable to refute, for he felt the same. The cave entrance had been completely blocked. Fiery explosion slash. Delan bellowed, move forward. We can only break through inward. The four had no avenue of retreat. Manqing, fire magic. In Xiao Yu's recollection, spiders generally feared fire. One fireball after another was unleashed. These fireballs belong to the elementary magic category, capable of being instantaneously cast by sorcerers of this level. A great blaze ignited within the cave. However, the bloodthirsty venomous spiders spewed forth a multitude of gray silk, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Clearly, no amount of fire would suffice. With a crash, the four tumbled out of the cave, and Luo Tian fared the worst, rolling on the ground several times. "Where is this?" Manjing cried out. "There's an echo?" "It's a cavern," Xiaoyu replied, tossing the wooden stick in his hand, which landed on the ground. There appeared a blood-red magical array, and to their astonishment, fire crystals adorned the surrounding walls, instantly igniting a bonfire, illuminating the entire cavern. White stalactites fell, drip, drip. After Luo Tian and the others exited the cave, the bloodthirsty venomous spiders ceased their pursuit, seemingly fearful of entering the cavern, lingering at the entrance, reluctant to depart. It appears that when they return to their lair, patience will be required. Observing the cavern closely, one could see various large and small openings, including the one from which Luo Tian and the others had escaped, as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out, creating a vast cavern. At the center of the magical array beneath their feet stood an ancient stone platform, upon which a rusted longsword was embedded. Clearly having been placed there for many years, the four approached the stone platform. "What do you think? In such a secretive place, could it be an ancient divine weapon?" Luo Tian exclaimed with excitement. Dalan scrutinized it carefully, shaking his head slightly. "By rank, it should be of high quality, but I believe this weapon has been here for over 1,000 years. The patterns on it have corroded, and it may not even draw blood when used against monsters. What a pity." Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing ridicule from Xiaoyu and the others. It seemed as though a faint, peculiar summons emanated from the weapon itself, urging Luo Tian to draw it forth. After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be wise to remain silent. Even he felt a sense of disdain towards this sword. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. What was happening? Was it an earthquake? "No," Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment as he noticed the magical array beneath their feet undergoing a transformation. "Everyone, be cautious," he warned, positioning himself and Dalan to shield Manjing and Luo Tian, their weapons drawn and ready. Luo Tian gripped his broken blade tightly. From a corner of the magical array, 10 sentinels clad in bizarre armor emerged. Although they appeared ethereal, the sound of their armor clanging as they moved was undeniably real. This was no illusion. To his shock, Xiaoyu's sword merely pierced the armor of one sentinel without affecting its corporeal form. These beings were immortal. They needed to shatter their armor. Though the 10 sentinels possessed only the strength of swordsmen, their immortality and lack of thought rendered them formidable foes, solely focused on assaulting Luo Tian and his companions without any defensive strategy. Dalan, a strength-based swordsman, withstood a blow before delivering a powerful strike down upon the sentinel's head, dismembering it instantly and leaving a pile of armor fragments on the ground. In one fluid motion, he cleaved through 2 more sentinels beside him. Xiaoyu moved with remarkable speed, outpacing the sentinels and effortlessly dispatching 3 of them. Luo Tian activated his Thunder Strike threefold slash, darting forward to sever the heads of 2 sentinels, intending to assist Manjing, only to find that the wind blade she unleashed had already dismembered 3 sentinels in an instant. "Damn it, why can't I execute my 3rd slash? Is this the will of heaven?" Luo Tian muttered under his breath. "Hey, kid, what are you mumbling about?" Dalan inquired, tapping his forehead. Nothing at all," Luo Tian replied. "Come on, let us tally the kills. Xiaoyu and Manjing each have 3, while you, Linyang, have 1. How infuriating, you're picking on me. I am already at the pinnacle of swordsman, and soon I will break through to swordsman. Then, I shall duel with you?" Luo Tian retorted angrily. "Though, such fiery spirit. Why not challenge me now?" Dalan laughed heartily. "Enough bickering, it's not over yet," Xiaoyu shouted. Before their eyes, the shattered armor on the ground began to merge once more, as the 10 sentinels revived with full strength. What is happening? It seems that shattering the armor does not prevent their resurrection. As long as they exist within this magical array, they cannot be killed. Xiaoyu roared, simultaneously dismantling another sentinel before him. "Find an exit. This is bad. The tremors have awakened all the bloodthirsty poison spiders in the cave. How can we possibly escape?" Luo Tian cried out. "Look for an exit that isn't blocked by the bloodthirsty poison spiders." Luo Tian scanned the surroundings, a wry smile crossing his lips. There were none. A swordsman would easily dispatch a swordsman, but these sentinels had resurrected countless times already. Has the heavens conspired against me? With a loud cry, the lazy one revealed a wound on his arm. Xiao Yu's speed plummeted, and he gasped for breath. Manjing's pallid complexion was evident as she clutched a cerulean crystal core from a magical beast tightly in her hand. Luo Tian moved swiftly, executing the Thunderstrike triple slash, cleaving the head of one guard, only to be struck down by another, tumbling to the ground. Are you all right? Manjing hurriedly helped Luo Tian up. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and upon seeing Manjing approach, he forced it down. No, it's nothing. Given that you're at the pinnacle of swordsman with your techniques, you should have no trouble taking on 3 opponents. How is it that just 2 swordsman guards have brought you to your knees? Useless. Manjing's sharp tongue remained unchanged at this moment. Upon hearing her words, Luo Tian could no longer suppress himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. This startled Manjing, who exclaimed, Lin Yang, you are valuable. Very valuable. Please do not come to harm. After expelling the stagnant blood, Luo Tian felt significantly lighter. With a devastating strike, Xiao Yu transformed into a green beam of light, instantly piercing through the 4 guards, their bodies disintegrating into fine particles under his overwhelming force. The last guard crashed violently against the mountainside. Yet, gradually, their armor reformed. This was their 9th resurrection. After unleashing the devastating strike, Xiao Yu knelt before Luo Tian and Manjing, his arms drenched in blood, a testament to the backlash from his lethal maneuver. Blood and flesh flew. The lazy one, covered in wounds and in utter disarray, joined the trio upon seeing their injuries. Damn it, if this continues, we are doomed. We might as well charge out of the cave, risking everything, for in this magical formation, death is certain. The lazy one bellowed. It's futile to speak of it now. The scent of our blood has long drawn the attention of those bloodthirsty spiders lurking in this cave. Xiao Yu remarked. So are we to simply wait for our demise? The lazy one was growing anxious. The 10 guards had fully recovered, slowly encircling the 4. Luo Tian occasionally glanced back at the long sword on the stone platform, the inexplicable call growing stronger. He could no longer resist, lightly tapping the ground to effortlessly evade the guards' assaults. Landing atop the high platform, Hey, you brat, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. The lazy one cried out. Since we're destined to perish, perhaps drawing this long sword will invoke something extraordinary, Luo Tian shouted. One hand was already resting on the hilt of the sword. Xiao Yu, finding reason in this, nodded in agreement. Lift it. The rusted sword was gradually drawn out, little by little, until it was fully unsheathed. Luo Tian held the sword aloft, striking a dashing pose. Break your granddads? Why aren't you coming to help? The lazy one screeched. Luo Tian had thought that drawing the sword would cause the magical formation to dissipate and the guards to perish, but it seemed that nothing had changed at all. Rather, the call within Luo Tian's heart had vanished, as if his curiosity dissipated with the sword's extraction. Luo Tian cursed vehemently and immediately rejoined the fray. Finally, after Xiao Yu dispatched one guard, that guard's armor did not restore for quite some time. Hey, look, the guards are no longer reviving, Xiao Yu shouted. This delightful news invigorated Luo Tian, Dalan, and Manjing, prompting them to swiftly eliminate the remaining guards. The ground was strewn with shattered pieces of armor, which gradually turned to ash and vanished without a trace. Luo Tian, overjoyed, exclaimed, See, it truly is connected to this sword. Humph, you must be feeling rather smug. Manjing retorted with a disdainful expression, suggesting that the energy of these guards could only sustain resurrection 10 times. And now that limit had been reached, leading to their demise. Lin Yang remarked, although this rusted long sword was once of exceptional quality, it has now deteriorated significantly, likely reduced to merely a superior grade. Nonetheless, it will suffice. Once we leave the illusory forest, we shall find a blacksmith to polish it up, and it can serve as your weapon. Xiao Yu added, clearing his throat slightly. In truth, the losses we have incurred are substantial. We have wasted a considerable amount of crystal cores, financially speaking. I understand. Well, it was once a remarkable weapon. Such a pity. Luo Tian casually drove his broken blade into the stone pedestal. Hey, what are you doing now? Dalan inquired. Luo Tian's actions sometimes appeared peculiar to Dalan, who viewed them as indicative of an inexperienced adventurer. This way, when future adventurers enter this cavern, they might believe they have stumbled upon treasure. I eagerly anticipate the moment they draw the sword. Ha ha! Luo Tian chuckled mischievously. You, my friend, clearly have a character flaw. It's no wonder you're so unfortunate. Manjing couldn't resist delivering another jab. Hey, I've noticed how fond you are of sparring with me verbally. What's wrong with that? You. Enough bickering, let's think of a way out. Xiaoyu seized the moment to explore the interconnected caves, noting that the bloodthirsty poison spiders had diminished significantly. It seems we must wait. Fortunately, we have ample provisions, Delon proclaimed, settling down in a meditative posture. The magical crystal stones within the cavern had nearly burned out, and the magical array on the ground was gradually fading as well. Manjing retrieved a fire-type crystal core and combined it with the remaining charcoal powder to fashion a wooden stick, igniting a campfire that warmed the air. Delon had already fallen asleep against the stone pedestal. Manjing tended to Xiaoyu's wounds, while Luo Tian had also exerted considerable effort that day, though he lacked practical combat experience. Now, he leaned against the stone pedestal and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The burden of being a leader is that while his subordinates snored, he stood watch as Luo Tian gradually succumbed to sleep. He felt profoundly fatigued. For a cultivator, deep slumber is the most perilous state, rendering one vulnerable. Typically, seasoned experts rest in a state of 7 parts meditation and 3 parts awareness, allowing them to sense impending danger. Only during critical breakthroughs do they concentrate fully. Luo Tian fell into a curious dream. In a white expanse, a miniature version of him stood on an empty ground, a manifestation of his consciousness, the sea of awareness. Kid, you are fortunate. Encountering me is the blessing of 100 lifetimes. A sudden voice declared. Who goes there? Luo Tian shouted. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a weapon. Indeed, the very rusted long sword he had drawn from the pedestal. I must be dreaming. How can a sword speak? Fool, have you never heard that sacred artifacts possess sword spirits that can protect their masters? The divine artifact is, furthermore, a sword spirit endowed with advanced intelligence. It seems there exists a certain saying. So, are you a sacred vessel or a divine artifact? Luo Tian wore a look of disdain. Neither, of course. Humph. Luo Tian pouted. I am the ruptured blade, forged by the supreme laws of the universe at the dawn of creation, when all things came into being. I am the highest grade of primordial artifact in the current cosmic realm. Throughout the vast expanse of the universe, there are only 2 such blades. One is the Dark God Sword, embodying pure darkness, and the other is myself. Well, and then? Luo Tian pressed his lips together. Once, I roamed the world with unparalleled might, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, compelling all to kneel and sing my praises. Well, and what then? Luo Tian pressed his lips together once more. For reasons unknown, all my memories have vanished. Well, and what then again? Luo Tian pressed his lips together yet again. I am indeed formidable. The rusty long sword continued to speak. Enough, enough. This dream is utterly unreliable. What cosmic realm? What supreme laws? Clearly, I am truly fatigued. Very well. You doubt me. Do you not believe me? The rusty sword exclaimed in anger. All right, I believe you. Just do not disturb me. I shall practice my techniques. Luo Tian drifted into slumber, his consciousness still intent on practicing his skills. Not sincere in the least. Then show me a couple of moves. I shall believe you. How infuriating. Did I not mention? I have been bound by restrictions, my memories completely erased. Perhaps they will gradually unravel as your strength grows. Alas, what a waste of my time. Luo Tian wore a look of disappointment. Very well, very well. In times of peril, just shout Mamma Mia. I shall lend you a helping hand. Mamma Mia? What on earth? It's a code, a secret signal. Upon saying this, the rusty great sword vanished into the white void. As a miniature Luo Tian practiced the thunderous trisection slash. The camera slowly zooms out, traversing the mountain, the enchanting forest gradually shrinking, the realm of gods and demons condensing. It becomes as tiny as a sesame seed. Until it disappears. The camera continues to pull back. In the infinitely distant cosmic void, a radiant nebula, encircled by a vast golden halo, the breadth of which is comparable to an entire new spherical plane. Chapter 29. The Rusted Broken Sword. The camera slowly zooms out, passing through the mountain, the enchanting forest gradually shrinking, the realm of gods and demons condensing. It becomes as tiny as a sesame seed. Until it disappears. In the void, a speck of white light swiftly retreats. The camera continues to pull back. Incredibly, unimaginably, infinitely distant cosmic void, a radiant nebula, encircled by a vast golden halo, the breadth of which is akin to that of an entirely new spherical plane. Surrounding the golden halo, countless. Truly, it can only be described as countless, for there are too many. A diminutive circular screen, each containing a human protagonist, or a beast, or even a plant, or a stone. Upon closer inspection, atop this golden halo, there astonishingly appear a man and a woman, along with a lowly, a handsome youth with black irises and long, dark hair. Behind him looms an exceedingly dark great sword, the epitome of beauty, captivating beyond compare. As for the little lowly, her face bore a look of anguish, seemingly upset over some unknown grievance. Was the item entrusted to her? A female? Indeed. A male. Since you are aware of this calamity, why did you not eradicate it in its infancy? A female. Everything originates from me. No one can defy the natural laws of heaven and earth. A male. Alas, these are trivial matters. You promised me that we would venture to the acrylic tower dimension. Now that you have completed your tasks, do you intend to break your word? If you, too, were to renege, I fear this ninth universe would be doomed. Little lowly, you a male. The acrylic tower dimension is a staggering 197,800,000,000,000 light-years away. Requiring 24 minutes? No way. I've already finished watching all the anime on Earth. The little lowly shrieked. 18 minutes. Will you go or not? The male wore a face of helplessness. Very well. A strange magic circle appeared beneath the man's feet, and the woman and the lowly stepped inside. A crackling white light instantly vanishing into the vast distance of 100,800 miles. Hey, hey, Lin Yang, don't you dare scare me. Slap, slap. The lazy one struck Ro Tion's cheek several times with great force. Wow, why are you hitting me? That hurts. Ro Tion's first words upon opening his eyes. Humph, I thought you were shivering even in your sleep, fearing you had gone mad. I kindly woke you, and yet you complain. Yes, yes, dear lazy brother, I was wrong. Knowing your mistake means there is hope for redemption. The lazy one stood up, saying, let us go. Xiaoyu has new instructions. Oh? Ro Tian squeezed his eyes and, flipping his hand, grasped the rusty long sword, reminiscing about the dream he had last night, softly murmuring to the sword, Mamma mia! Mamma mia! Ro Tian called again, yet the long sword showed no response. How amusing, what a legendary divine weapon. I always knew it was a sham. TSK. Ro Tian rolled his eyes. Child, are you truly all right? Should you be taking medicine? Manjing was startled by Ro Tian's mumbling. You should be the one taking medicine. I'm perfectly fine. Oh dear. Is that how you speak to your elder sister? You're asking for a beating. Manjing's face flushed crimson with anger. Ro Tian addressed Xiaoyu and the lazy one with the title of brother, yet he would not acknowledge this sisterly identity. Enough of the noise. It's time to set off, Xiaoyu commanded. Yes, brother Xiaoyu. You, despicable at this hour. The bloodthirsty poison spider had returned home to rest, just like other magical beasts, emerging only at night to hunt. However, to be on the safe side, Xiaoyu had Manjing enhance their stealth with wind magic. They departed without a sound. Retracing their steps, they encountered no obstructions. Ro Tian and the others arrived at the cave entrance that had been sealed the previous night. Cautiously, they pried open the pile of earth and stones. To their astonishment, 3 magical beasts were prowling within sight, and they were of considerable rank. Thus, Xiaoyu unfurled a piece of beast hide and sketched a route map upon it. Do you see the nearby forest? It is roughly 500 meters away. Can you make it there in 20 seconds? Xiaoyu's words were directed primarily at Ro Tian, implying that the others posed no issue, but it was Ro Tian who needed to prove himself. No problem, with the berserk enhancement, I can reach there in 20 seconds. Luo Tian declared, well, shortly, I shall take the lead and draw the attention of the 3 magical beasts. Once I successfully capture their focus, you shall commence your frantic dash, Xiaoyu inquired. And what about you? Luo Tian responded, you need not worry. My utmost speed will suffice for my escape. Xiaoyu remarked, Humph, your question lacks any technical depth. Manjing rolled her eyes. If you manage to attract the beast's attention, what shall we do if we encounter them during our flight? Dalan and Lin Yang must hold their ground, while you, Manjing, shall seize the opportunity they create to unleash the Earth Wall. The Earth Wall, a high-level Earth magic. What do you think? Dalan asked earnestly. Not a problem. My specialization lies in wind and earth magic, Manjing replied with ease. Very well, we shall wait for the opportune moment and heed my command. Xiaoyu stated as he awaited the positioning of the 3 magical beasts. It was not merely a matter of charging forth aimlessly. This demonstrated Xiaoyu's extensive adventure experience and leadership prowess. The moment has arrived, Xiaoyu proclaimed, breaking through the stone cave and soaring towards the 3 magical beasts, casually swinging his longsword. 3 beams of sword light shot towards the foraging beasts, not with the intent to attack, but rather to provoke them with the explosive sound, inciting their rage. Additionally, the magical beast harbored an inexplicable animosity towards humans, and without further ado, they charged at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu matched the speed of the three beasts. And in an instant, he had covered considerable distance. Charge! With Dylan's command, the trio sprinted furiously. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. There are magical beasts, Luo Tian exclaimed. Such a fuss over something expected. 3 of them. Dylan gasped in shock. The trio's fortune was indeed dismal. The moment they burst from the cave, 2 high-level magical beasts had locked onto them. Moreover, another beast emerged from the forest, charging towards the trio. According to plan, hold your ground, Manjing. Yes. Manjing was already summoning her high-level earth magic. The nearest assailant was a green-skinned giant lizard rushing out from the forest. With Dylan and Luo Tian's coordination, they managed to repel the giant lizard, but the remaining 2 pursuing beasts had already surrounded the trio. Good grief, such unfortunate luck. The high-level magical beast horde deep within the illusory forest is truly fearsome. Xiaoyu rejoined his comrades, only to find them besieged by 3 magical beasts, with an additional beast hot on his trail. There were 6 high-level beasts in total, and from afar, many more were already converging upon their location. The high-level earth wall magic was complete. The ground trembled, and abruptly, walls of earth surged from the ground. Under Manjing's mental command, they formed advantageous barriers. Run! Xiaoyu bellowed. The green giant lizard, intent on pursuing them, suddenly encountered a wall of earth and stone that crashed into it. Yet, in the next moment, the wall disintegrated into debris. Manjing had underestimated the strength and ferocity of the high-level beasts. 6 magical beasts collided violently with the earth wall, reducing it to mere ruins in an instant. Unbelievable, Luo Tian exclaimed. The primary issue lay in the sheer number of beasts. The high-level magic was insufficient to withstand their onslaught, unless one wielded the magic of a grand sorcerer. Manjing lamented. What to do? Even the indolent are beginning to feel anxious. Their swordsman's strength can barely contend with a single high-tier magical beast, let alone the 6 that now confront them. In 10 seconds, conservatively estimating, there will be 20. Truly, the heavens conspire against me. Oh, Mother meets eye! Luo Tian exclaimed with a cry. He noticed the rusty long sword in his hand trembling slightly. Huh? Could it be? Before Luo Tian could finish his thought, a small wound on his arm suddenly gushed forth with a torrent of blood, as if drawn out by some malevolent force, flowing down his arm and pooling on the rusty blade. Luo Tian attempted to scream, but from the moment blood began to flow, he found himself too weak to even part his lips. His pleading eyes sought out Dylan, Xiaoyu, and Manqing. Yet the trio remained focused on the 6 high-tier magical beasts assailing them. No way. It's just a minor scrape on my arm, yet so much blood is pouring out. This rusty sword must be siphoning my life force. Ah, how tragic it is that my illustrious name, Luo Tian, is to be extinguished by such a trivial wound. What a sorrowful fate. Luo Tian's heart roared with indignation. Shout, shout all you want. Wasn't it you who emitted the cry for help? Oh, Mother meets eye. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Luo Tian was elated to realize that all of this was not a mere dream. Enough of the trivialities. In 3 seconds, the power derived from the sacrifice of your blood to my shattered blade will lead to your demise. Luo Tian's palms surged with newfound strength, his entire presence soaring in intensity. Such unprecedented power. What level of might is this? I feel as though my strength is overflowing like a raging river. What? Xiaoyu and Dylan turned sharply, sensing a formidable aura suddenly manifesting behind them. One so potent it sent waves of peril coursing through their beings. It was Luo Tian, and disbelief painted their faces. There was no time for explanation. Luo Tian's body felt unbearable, and if he did not release this overloaded energy, he would surely explode. Ah! Luo Tian howled towards the heavens, unleashing a shockwave that rippled across the ground. This is bad, get back! Xiaoyu cried out in alarm. A thick, milky white sword aura, spanning a width of 100 meters, cleaved through the air. The first to bear the brunt, a massive green lizard, was instantly sliced in half. The residual force continued, the white sword aura colliding with 5 beasts, sending them flying. Regardless of whether they were colossal rhinos or great beasts, they were all hurled away. A swordsman of great renown. Dylan's jaw dropped. The white aura was the emblem of a grand swordsman and a symbol of might beneath the saintly realm. Below the saintly tier, the status of a grand swordsman was already formidable, and Dylan aspired to reach such heights in his lifetime. Astonishment aside, thud. The moment Luo Tian unleashed the sword aura, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious, white foam spilling from his lips, his eyes rolling back. Quickly, Take him and leave, Xiao Yu shouted, as Dalan scooped up Luo Tian, and the three of them plunged into the forest. Although they encountered magical beasts within, they were all low tier. Occasionally, a high-tier beast would appear. But after a few exchanges, it wisely retreated. The four escaped the depths of the illusory forest's forbidden zone. At the entrance of a nearby cave, Xiao Yu and the others paused momentarily to catch their breath. Chapter 30. Xiaobai. In truth, Manjing is quite a kind-hearted individual. Although her words are often sharp and caustic, frequently aimed at belittling others, it has been she who has taken care of Luo Tian during his 2 days of unconsciousness. Each day, she meticulously allocates a specific time to feed Luo Tian water, ensuring both the timing and quantity are just right. She even prepares meat porridge and other delicacies. Manjing truly embodies kindness. Dalan, feeling indignant, remarked that during his own injury, her care was nowhere near as attentive. Xiao Yu casually glanced over. Perhaps it is because Lin Yang bears a striking resemblance to Manjing's long-lost brother. With this thought in mind, the two exchanged subtle shakes of their heads. Now entering the 3rd day, Luo Tian remains unresponsive. Manjing is beginning to lose her patience. This little rascal is quite troublesome. He has been asleep for 3 days and still shows no signs of recovery. Dalan exclaimed that over these 3 days, they have dealt with the magical beasts and spiritual herbs surrounding the mountain. Just how long does he intend to sleep? It is likely that the technique he employed was his ultimate life-preserving move. For a mere warrior who has yet to reach the level of a swordsman to unleash a full-force strike akin to that of a grand swordsman is nothing short of miraculous on this continent. Although it was but a single strike, its impact was undeniably substantial. Moreover, such extraordinary techniques typically exact a toll on the user's body. He lost a significant amount of blood at that moment and nearly fainted. He must have sacrificed his own vitality to gain strength, which is truly commendable. After saving him so many times, they initially thought he was merely a jinx bringing them trouble, yet in their hour of need, he ultimately saved their lives. Dalan felt a twinge of shame. Over these days, he had indeed harbored some disdain for Luo Tian. Thus, they bear an even greater obligation and responsibility to rescue him. I propose that if he does not awaken by tomorrow, we shall traverse the Giwa Marsh in search of a priest, Manjing declared. The 4 of them have already approached the outskirts of the Giwa Marsh. However, crossing the marsh is no simple endeavor. No problem, we shall construct a wooden boat from timber, and the 3 of us will take turns pulling him. Though it may be somewhat arduous, we should have no difficulty navigating through the Giwa Marsh. Indeed, it appears we have no other choice. The 3 of them cast forlorn glances at Luo Tian, who lay pale upon the animal skins in the cave. Luo Tian is lost in dreams once more. Or rather, he has submerged himself into the sea of consciousness. Elder? What kind of so-called elder is this? Luo Tian called out in the white space. Ruined blade, if you dare to call me incorrectly again, you shall regret it. A rusty long sword materialized abruptly in the white space. Hey, how dare you speak to your master in such a manner? Humph, master. You are not worthy of my recognition yet. Oh dear. Putting on airs now. Luo Tian was left speechless. After realizing that the ruined blade is an extraordinary weapon, his attitude shifted dramatically. Alas, the ruined blade has also become quite the proud entity. Who told you not to believe in me previously? Damn, how can you still have the gall to say that? How long have I been lying here? It's all your fault. Luo Tian exclaimed, cursing that skill of yours that nearly drained my life. You ought to be grateful to me. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have perished long ago. Yes, thank you. Luo Tian smirked slightly, his face brimming with anticipation as he added, by the way, since you are such an impressive weapon, the supreme law of the primordial treasure. Indeed, the supreme law of the primordial treasure, esteemed sir, since you possess such remarkable prowess, might you impart upon me a few techniques for dealing with deities and Buddhas alike? How about it? So young yet with ambitions that reach the heavens. To think you could vanquish gods with such meager strength. The swordsmanship is beyond your grasp. You? Luo Tian found himself at a loss for words. Unless what? I require restoration. Transform me back to my peak form, and if you wish to confront deities, it shall be no trouble at all. In due course, you shall become the most formidable figure in the divine realm. But how shall we achieve this restoration? Luo Tian inquired. Well, the materials and conditions are numerous, yet all reside beyond this realm. In this desolate and remote location, there isn't even a single celestial treasure. Luo Tian fell silent, quietly grasping his rusted sword and forcefully smashing it to the ground. You piece of junk! Though Luo Tian had only just arrived in this foreign world, He understood that only those of divine caliber could rupture the fabric of alternate dimensions and soar through the void. To reach that level himself seemed like an unattainable fantasy. "Wow, you dare to smash me!" the broken blade exclaimed, exasperated. "Do not bother me." Luo Tian once more settled down to meditate. "Alas, I still have my uses. Do I not?" Upon saying this, he transformed. The tattered sword morphed into an entity that bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Tian himself. "Wow, this is—" Luo Tian was instantly invigorated, rushing over to this Luo Tian to pinch and prod, feeling the tangible form, down to the identical attire. This implies that it is not merely an illusion. Could it be that in moments of peril, I can summon another to assist me? Luo Tian's expression turned hopeful, his eyes glistening with tears. "Not possible." Luo Tian slightly pouted, quietly returning to his position to meditate, shutting his eyes. "You must correct your impulsive nature." The other Luo Tian spoke, his voice identical to Luo Tian's. "I am merely a fragment of your consciousness within the sea of your thoughts. While I cannot aid you in battle, I can." Luo Tian did not finish his sentence before swinging the great sword towards Luo Tian. "Damn, I see now." The elated Luo Tian leaped into the air, realizing you still hold some utility. "Of course, I have perfectly replicated you. Yet this copy possesses extensive combat experience and will show you no mercy," Luo Tian declared, delivering a kick that sent Luo Tian flying. Although an embodiment of thought, Luo Tian still felt the sting of pain. "Ha, splendid. I was just lamenting the lack of sparring partners." "Come forth," Luo Tian bellowed, his spirit soaring. "Oh, is this Luo Tian having another nightmare?" The sloth guarding the cave entrance observed Luo Tian's body twitching in slumber. He murmured to himself. The following day, warm sunlight once again bathed the earth. "Is he still not awake? Great sloth, go chop down a few large trees, split them into planks, and craft a boat," Xiao Yu commanded. "What do we need a boat for?" "To ferry you across the Giwa marsh." Of course, before Xiao Yu could finish, his expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Henceforth, let me hear a sound from you." With that, he stormed off in anger. "Do you have any idea how worried we've been about you these past few days?" Manjing retorted, storming away in indignation. "Hee, Manjing is a fine young lady. If you Dalan, having finished speaking, stormed off in a fit of anger. "Hey, are you all out of your minds? It seems I am the one who has been injured." Luo Tian was left speechless, wondering what on earth was happening. The three of them were all giving him the cold shoulder. "Lin Yang, if you don't leave now, we won't be responsible for you." It was the voice of Manjing, and the trio was already prepared to depart. Without further ado, Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, not even having wiped the remnants from his eyes. Consequently, as the three used ropes to pull him along, Luo Tian glided like a sled, and the four were set to traverse the Giwa marshlands. Whoosh! Luo Tian appeared to be in good spirits. "Hey, Luo Tian!" A sudden voice startled him. "Hey, little brat, how many times must I tell you? My name is now Lin Yang. That was my name in my past life. What is there to fear? After all, we are communicating directly through consciousness. They can't hear us." The Blade of Ruin shouted randomly. "What little brat, could you not pick a different name? Darn it. Then, how about Xiao Bai, defeat? What do you think of that name? I'm getting angry. Haha, what a marvel. Even weapons can throw tantrums. No, I've made up my mind. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Bai, defeat. I am your master. Do you still wish to be repaired?" The Blade of Ruin chose silence. After all, it was in need of this new master. Don't say I didn't warn you. It seems you have enemies, since just now, several assassins from the distant town have been keeping an eye on you. What the heck? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Upon saying this, Luo Tian immediately wrapped his face in a scarf. "Lin Yang, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Yu inquired. "Nothing, just a bit under the weather." Once they arrived at the town outside the Giwa marsh. "I'll take you to see a priest." The illusory forest lies in a remote area belonging to Giwa City, but due to its status as a forbidden ground, it has become a gold mine for adventurers hunting magical beasts. Naturally, a supply station for adventurers has been established outside the forbidden area, and where there is money to be made, merchants are sure to follow. "Thank you, Brother Xiao Yu." Luo Tian felt that Xiao Yu was quite a decent fellow, and Dalan was nice too, though he had a bit of an elder-like demeanor. Manjing, to be honest, wasn't he so bad either, though she did have a sharp tongue. If Luo Tian had known that Manjing had been taking such meticulous care of him over the past 3 days, perhaps he wouldn't have thought so. After swiftly passing through the Giwa marsh, the trio was severely drained of energy, yet they could not afford to stop. If they did, the marsh would consume them. A stone tablet read, Illusory Village. It seemed the town's name played off the allure of the illusory forest. The town was roughly 500 to 600 meters in size. There were only a couple of shops, as if they had been monopolized, much like this inn, which appeared to be the only one of its kind, surely charging exorbitant rates. Waiter, for gene of beef, and 2 gene of steamed buns. All right. The four chose a table by the window to sit down. Wow, you're ordering so much food at once. Can you finish it? Luo Tian expressed his astonishment. Kid, you've never been hungry, have you? As adventurers, we all have hearty appetites. Is that so? Speaking of which, my stomach. Luo Tian's belly growled audibly. At tea that moment. Several adventurers dining in the inn cast fierce and menacing glances their way, clearly not harboring any goodwill. Big lazy. Look at those fellows. They seem to be looking for trouble. Each one more intimidating than the last. Luo Tian whispered to Big Lazy beside him. Humph, I'm used to it, Big Lazy replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat his beef and gnawing on a steamed bun. Come on, put on the adventurer badge to avoid drawing their drool, Xiao Yu declared. The three of them exchanged knowing glances and retrieved an ancient bronze badge, upon which 3 stars were engraved. It's a 3-star mercenary badge, but there are only 4 of us. How can we have 3 stars? Whispers filled the inn as the patrons speculated. Noting Luo Tian's confusion, Xiao Yu explained, after joining the mercenary guild. We registered a mercenary group, which naturally comes with a badge. Badges have ranks, classified from 1 to 10 stars, and 3 stars are quite common. Then, are there 10-star mercenary groups? Chapter 31. A robbery gone awry. Are there 10-star mercenary groups? Why do most adventurers join the mercenary guild or the fire mage guild? Luo Tian asked curiously. Although he had heard of the existence of both guilds, he had never encountered the mercenary system or its badge rankings. Xiao Yu sighed, realizing it was necessary to educate Luo Tian. Currently, the highest is only a 7-star mercenary group, which comprises thousands of members, and most importantly, it is led by a Saint-tier powerhouse. Furthermore, if you are confident in your abilities, you may choose not to join either the mercenary guild or the mage guild. However, generally speaking, these lone adventurers are quite at risk. Forming a mercenary group and joining a guild allows you to accept exclusive mercenary missions issued by nobles, such as the pelt of the pangolin cat, which can fetch several times the market price. This is the advantage of joining the mercenary guild. Then, where is the mercenary guild located? Luo Tian inquired. Why do you have 100,000 questions? Didn't your mother teach you to speak less while eating? I'm done. I'm heading upstairs. With that, Manqing picked up her bundle and ascended the stairs. Xiao Yu booked 2 rooms. Separating the genders, so Manqing naturally had her own, while the 3 big men had to squeeze into the remaining room. Humph. Luo Tian huffed quietly, grabbing a bun to eat, occasionally glancing out the window. For Xiaobai had detected an assassin lurking, and Luo Tian worried whether he had been discovered. After enjoying their meal, Luo Tian and the others ascended the stairs and opened the door to their room, a modest 20 square meter space with no restroom. Big Lazy patted Luo Tian on the shoulder and said, Kid, do you still wish to stay in a courtyard? That's the treatment of a 7-star mercenary group. Night is falling. You should rest while Xiao Yu and I go sell some monster materials. With that, Xiao Yu and Big Lazy hefted 2 bags and headed downstairs. The remaining bag contained materials for a mission from the mercenary guild, which needed to be registered at the nearby guild branch. The room quickly turned cold and empty, and Luo Tian felt a slight chill. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? May I come in? The voice belonged to Manqing. Come in. What is this? Is the young lady feeling lonely all by herself? Might I suggest that I spend the night in your room, so you need not be afraid, Luo Tian jested. Strangely, Manqing did not retort. Typically, she would have vehemently scolded him. Yet, on this occasion, Luo Tian was taken aback. Could it be that Manqing truly? Your injuries? Alas, neither of them were present. They should have taken you to see the priest, Manqing remarked. Luo Tian wiped away his smile, stating, Oh, it is nothing, truly. There is no need for such trouble. I merely feel a bit weak. Now that I am well fed, I feel much more energetic. Just look. After saying this, Luo Tian showcased his slightly bulging biceps, despite being just 13 years old, and still a head shorter than the petite Manqing. You are just like him, so eager to show off, so mischievous. Manqing's expression turned sorrowful. You are speaking of your younger brother. As they sat in their chairs, the conversation flowed, though Luo Tian felt uneasy. Today, Manqing's demeanor made it impossible for him to joke. Instead, they exchanged playful barbs. The atmosphere shifted. Indeed, he should be of a similar age to you. I have only heard the lazy uncle mention this. Do share the details with me? Luo Tian also adopted a somewhat obedient tone. It was during the sweltering summer half a year ago when my brother and I set off on an adventure. believing that my identity and prowess as a mage would suffice. Unfortunately, my brother and I became separated, and I encountered Xiao Yu and Dalan. Had they not extended their hands to help me, I would have perished in the forest, and then I searched for quite some time, yet I could not find any trace of my brother. I feared, at this point, the corners of Manjing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Could you not post a quest at the Mercenary Guild? As long as you have your brother's portrait, characteristics, and age. Perhaps it has been half a year, and not a single mercenary group has taken on this quest. I joined Xiao Yu's mercenary team solely to increase the bounty amount. And what of your family? Why do you not call upon them for assistance? I come from a humble background. My parents are alive. Yet we have already sold several plots of land. She spoke. Manjing's tears threatened to spill. Luo Tian could not bear to see a girl cry, hastily responding. Look, I leapt off a cliff, fought against a great black bear, and escaped from forbidden magic. Am I not still alive? Do not lose hope. Perhaps your brother will return to your side tomorrow. Luo Tian found himself acting contrary to his usual demeanor, uttering such childish words to comfort another. He chuckled. Really? Jumping off cliffs and forbidden magic? How could someone like Manjing ever witness such things? By the way, you have yet to speak of your background. Is there some untold secret? With great effort, Manjing shifted the topic, and Luo Tian pondered whether to confide in her. I hail from a modest family, but one fateful night, we were all slaughtered. I was the sole survivor. That day, I was indeed being pursued and fell into the abyss, which led me to inadvertently enter the forbidden grounds. Oh, Manjing exclaimed, you possess the ability to unleash the power of a great swordsman in an instant. Your family's standing in the continent must be considerable. The turnip is indeed a clever individual. From the three-phase strike of thunder, Xiao Yu had long discerned that Luo Tian's origins were extraordinary. An ordinary adventurer could scarcely possess such formidable martial skills. In truth, him. Luo Tian intended to disclose the matter of the ruined blade, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a muffled grunt, the voice of the blade's spirit. Realizing he had divulged too much, he paused for a moment and finally managed to utter, You saved my life. I vow that I harbor no ill will towards you. I understand. Everyone has their own secrets. Brother Xiao Yu has never inquired about my background. And as for Dalan, sometimes a mere glance suffices to discern who is virtuous and who is malevolent. So tell me, do you perceive me as a good person or a bad one? Luo Tian feigned ignorance. You? Manjing laughed heartily. You are a scoundrel, the wicked Manjing. How many times must I remind you to call me Sister Manjing? You two are quarreling again. Xiao Yu pushed open the door, followed closely by Dalan. This haul is rather mediocre. Xiao Yu casually seated himself and spread out a bulging purse. The coins clinked, predominantly copper, but there were several silver coins. A few gleaming gold coins stood out conspicuously. Xiao Yu divided them into 4 equal portions, placing them into separate pouches, but ultimately slipped a few silver coins into Manjing's purse, an action Dalan mirrored, seemingly accustomed to it. Noticing this, Luo Tian also placed several of his silver coins into Manjing's purse, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere as all three shared their rewards with her. You are a magician. A magician's remuneration ought to surpass ours, Xiao Yu remarked. Accept it. Every time you contribute significantly to the team, I feel a pang of guilt upon seeing your pallid face, so weak and frail. Dalan added S for me. Luo Tian momentarily found himself at a loss for words, before finally managing, consider it alone. Thank you. Manjing bowed her head deeply. By the way, Xiao Yu, when we were ascending the stairs, those fellows caught sight of our purses, and I am apprehensive, Dalan stated. Humph. Should they dare approach, I shall ensure they regret it. Xiao Yu declared fiercely, showing no mercy towards his foes. Among adventurers, there are those who, emboldened by their own strength, seize the task materials of others. Although the Mercenary Guild explicitly forbids such actions by removing their badges, they can act as they please, provided they target those who are easy to overpower. As the night deepened, trouble indeed loomed for Xiao Yu and his companions. Within the same inn, 2 teams of adventurers, numbering around 6, silently gathered outside the room of Xiao Yu, Luo Tian, and Dalan. They exchanged gestures, and one of them produced a bamboo tube, inserting it through the door crack. A plume of white smoke wafted throughout the room. At the appointed time, the 6 masked figures burst through the door. Alas, they found naught but an empty space before them. A full bundle lay atop the table. The 6 exchanged glances, and at last, one of them reached out to unveil the contents, only to discover a collection of tattered garments. This is dreadful. Retreat. To my astonishment, at the entrance, the trio of Dalan, Manqing, and Luo Tian had been waiting for quite some time. Infuriating. The 6 individuals possessed merely the prowess of swordsmen, with the strongest among them being at the intermediate level. I had thought that the use of smoke would suffice. Just as I contemplated making my escape through the window, crash, Xiao Yu descended like a bolt from the blue, shattering the window. The 6 were ensnared like dumplings. Charge. It appeared that this burly man was their leader, yet they were merely swordsmen and magicians. The masked, slender figure beside the burly man shouted, "You fool! Do you truly believe that by kneeling and shouting, 'Spare me, O hero,' they will let you go?" Upon finishing his words, the burly man drew his long sword and charged towards Xiao Yu, naturally deeming the latter, who stood by the window, an easier target. However, he was faced with the mightiest member of the entire mercenary team. Xiao Yu shook his head in resignation. He didn't even need to summon his weapon. With a swift motion, he raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap, sending the burly man crashing against the wardrobe, leaving a bloody handprint on his left cheek and a knocked-out tooth. Blood streaming forth. The burly man gazed at Xiao Yu in sheer terror. Having lost the will to resist, it seemed he had grasped a crucial truth. Though there is but a single character's difference between swordsman and sword master, the chasm between them is insurmountable. Upon witnessing this, the slender man immediately lunged forward, kneeling before Xiao Yu, and cried out for mercy. "Humph! Do you think a little smoke can dispose of my 3-star mercenary team? You underestimate me, Xiao." It was evident they were mere novices, so be gone, roared Xiao Yu. "Thanked. Not so fast," Luo Tian interjected, stepping forward. "You are far too merciful. If every thief who attempted to rob us were spared, we would be inundated with endless bandits." "What do you imply?" Delon seemed to have an epiphany. Come, what valuable possessions do you have on you?" Luo Tian inquired, directing his gaze at the kneeling slender man. Understanding the situation, the slender man hastily rummaged through his pockets and finally produced 2 silver coins. "This doesn't seem quite right." Xiao Yu chuckled wryly. "What is wrong with it? If one chooses the path of a thief, they must be prepared for the possibility of being robbed in return. If these 6 had been sword masters, who would have shown us pity? Moreover, after guarding for half the night, we deserve compensation for the mental anguish. The damaged window and wardrobe. Someone must take responsibility." Luo Tian took the silver coins and declared, "You may leave. Thank you, thank you." The slender man scrambled away, rolling as he fled. "Hee, now it's your turn." Chapter 32. The Roadblock. Hee. Now it's your turn. Luo Tian cast a mischievous glance at the burly man beside the wardrobe, who was rubbing his swollen face. "I have only this much." The burly man produced 2 gold coins and several silver coins. "Be gone. Now, it's your turn." Luo Tian turned his gaze toward the remaining few adventurers, who were kneeling in stunned silence. "I have an elderly mother of 80 and a half-year-old child. Might you?" "Indeed," Luo Tian replied with a wicked grin. "Either we give you a proper beating. Spare us, O hero." With that, the 4 individuals produced the only possessions they had left, with one even brandishing their weapon. Luo Tian, after a brief selection, discarded a dilapidated dagger, which could not be further ruined, back to the adventurers, commanding them to depart. In his hands, he cradled a substantial heap of items. Manjing, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, "In comparison, you resemble more of a thief." "Ha ha! This is what one might call a strong woman being outdone by a woman," Luo Tian retorted. "This minor punishment will serve as a lesson for them next time." Upon concluding, Luo Tian handed over the spoils of their scavenging to Manjing, believing that this sum would assist her in issuing a bounty for the search of her brother. "Alas, it seems we cannot linger here any longer. Retreat." Xiao Yu shook his head, realizing that they had inadvertently become thieves, despite their original intentions. However, Luo Tian's reasoning resonated, suggesting that these ruffians deserved a lesson. The innkeeper, already terrified, had hidden himself within the cupboard. Xiao Yu settled the bill and compensated with additional coins before hastily departing from the illusory town. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, a rotund figure emerged, exclaiming in irritation, "What a ruckus in the dead of night!" This individual was none other than the solitary Xiefeng. "Perhaps the adventurers have engaged in a skirmish over stolen goods." Wang Hu remarked, "Humph, I loathe these robbers. They possess no skill whatsoever. Why resort to violence when one could calmly slay the opponent and seize their belongings?" Xiefeng bellowed. "How did the inspection fare today?" "Recently, only about 20 individuals have been entering and exiting," Wang Hu replied. "It has been over 10 days. I suspect that fellow named Luo Tian has perished in the illusory forbidden zone." "Humph. What a waste of a killer's manual. One must see the living or the dead." I was contemplating when to venture into the illusory forest for an inspection. Wang Hu rubbed his head vigorously, cautioning, "Be careful, as I heard that fog has recently enveloped the illusory forbidden zone." "What? Fog? It deviates from the norm. Is it not supposed to occur every 2 months?" Xiefeng exclaimed. "Luo Tian must have lost his way, Brother Feng. Geng Zhe has returned," Yu Hui announced. With a leisurely gait, Xiefeng, Wang Hu, and Yu Hui stared expressionlessly. The corridor extended about 50 meters, and Geng Zhe approached with a relaxed demeanor, glancing into a room that had evidently been the site of a struggle before continuing on his way. The three watched intently for what felt like half a minute until Geng Zhe finally reached them. "Why this time?" The trio wore expressions of bitter disbelief. "You took 10 days to gather this information, and I even provided you with a fine steed. Did you travel on a snail?" Xiefeng thundered. "It was quite far," Geng Zhe replied. "Indeed, it was quite distant," Xiefeng nodded, continuing, "If memory serves, when we received the mission and arrived here, it took us merely a day. You all run rather swiftly." The three exchanged glances filled with incredulity. Ultimately, Xiefeng relented, asking, "Where is the information?" Geng Zhe, unfazed, reached into his backpack. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiefeng swiftly snatched a scroll from Geng Zhe's waist pouch and unfurled it. To their astonishment, it was none other than the individual they had been pursuing, Luo Tian. Yu Hui was taken aback. Today, among the targets under surveillance, there was an individual adorned with a veil, whose physique bore a striking resemblance to his own. "Why are you still hesitating? Chase after him," Xiefeng bellowed, as the three of them dashed away. "Wait," Geng Zhe interjected. The trio screeched to a halt and turned back, only to witness Geng Zhe leisurely approaching the table to pour himself a cup of tea. "To hell with your tea," Xiefeng exclaimed, seizing Geng Zhe by the collar and dragging him out of the tavern in a frenzy. Luo Tian and Xiao Yu, along with the others, had been traveling tirelessly throughout the night and finally stumbled upon a quaint little town, surrounded by official roads, which seemed far less desolate. Xiao Yu rented a beast-drawn carriage, complete with a beast driver, allowing them to rest comfortably. "At this pace, we should reach Giwa City by this afternoon," Xiao Yu proclaimed. "Why the rush? I thought once we found a town, we could enjoy a good sleep," Luo Tian complained, as the four of them were crammed into a single cart, unable to lie down and instead sitting cross-legged to cultivate. "And we still have half a day's journey ahead. You don't understand a thing. In Giwa City, I possess a grand estate," Xiao Yu retorted. "Once we arrive, you can sleep as long as you wish, indefinitely, if you desire," Dalan chimed in. "Wow, a grand estate within the city. That must have cost a fortune," Luo Tian exclaimed. "In truth, that estate was bequeathed to me by my parents as a form of legacy," Xiao Yu confessed, his tone tinged with melancholy. "It is worth noting that Xiao Yu's parents were renowned merchants in Giwa City, possessing assets worth millions," Dalan boasted. "Alas, that was all 3 years ago. The merchant guild collapsed, and our business was seized. Though the previous funds have been almost exhausted, there are still some contentious accounts left behind. If it weren't for Dalan and Manjing, I would have likely lost the estate, which I no longer consider my private property, but rather a refuge for our Xiao Yu mercenary squad. What about you, Lin Yang? What are your plans for the future?" Xiao Yu could no longer contain his curiosity and posed a question laced with humor. Manjing immediately exclaimed, "Of course, I shall join the Xiao Yu squad." Dalan quickly retorted, "Humph, don't speak so recklessly. Just by observing Lin Yang's martial skills, it's evident he hails from a noble family. How could he possibly join our mercenary group?" At this point, the three of them focused intently on Luo Tian, seemingly awaiting his response. Should Luo Tian decline, it was possible that Giwa City would become their parting point. If Xiao Yu were sufficiently magnanimous, he might treat Luo Tian to a farewell meal before parting ways. Thus, Xiao Yu posed the question. In truth, Luo Tian preferred solitude, having lived that way in his past life and continuing in this one. Furthermore, given his current predicament of being pursued by an assassin guild, refusing their company was for the benefit of the Xiao Yu mercenary squad. Luo Tian had silently resolved this, albeit with some reluctance. Noticing Luo Tian's hesitation, the three began to sense the answer. Manjing had already lowered her head. "I'm sorry." Before Luo Tian could finish his sentence, the beast cart came to an abrupt halt. "What is going on?" Dalan shouted. "Could it be bandits?" Luo Tian speculated. "Ha! If you're suggesting it, then it's definitely true," Dalan cried out. "Why?" "Because you have the mouth of a crow. Damn it." Luo Tian lifted the curtain, and in that brief moment, his heart jolted violently. "What is wrong?" Xiao Yu inquired. "This is bad," Luo Tian exclaimed, swiftly grabbing a cloth to wrap around his face. Xiao Yu need not ponder. It was undoubtedly the work of Luo Tian's adversaries. He calmly descended from the carriage, confronting 4 formidable figures cloaked in black, each a swordsman of exceptional prowess. Adorning their chests was a black axe insignia, emblematic of the Assassin Alliance. Xiao Yu inhaled sharply. The Assassin Alliance was one of the 3 major factions in direct opposition to the Mercenary Guild and the Mage Guild. Known for their ruthless disregard for legal constraints in pursuit of assassination, they were reviled across the continent, yet many dared not provoke them. Esteemed seniors, may I ask why you block our path? We are affiliated with the Mercenary Guild, the Xiao Yu mercenary team. With that, he produced his badge, a 3-star insignia. Manjing and the lazy Delon also disembarked from their beast-drawn cart. Xiao Yu's intent was clear, to assert their allegiance to the Mercenary Guild, hoping that, in light of this association, the assailants might show mercy, regardless of their motives. Yet, observing Luo Tian's unusual behavior, Xiao Yu grasped the truth. These assassins were indeed after him. Even he, typically composed and unflappable, felt a sense of disarray. Should they resist, even with the Mercenary Guild's backing, the Xiao Yu team would forever have to sleep with one eye open, for the Assassin Alliance's vengeance was akin to a relentless shadow, lethal for those without proof to shield them. Are you certain this is the Xiao Yu mercenary team? Shui Feng bellowed. Indeed, our number is 20160126. You may verify with the Mind Power Orb, Xiao Yu replied. Our team has never crossed paths with your Assassin Alliance. Might I inquire why you obstruct our passage? Behind them, Wang Hu utilized the Mind Power Orb, confirming their identities. It seems we have mistaken our target. My apologies for the intrusion, Shui Feng remarked casually. Instantly, Xiao Yu, Delon, and Manjing exhaled in relief. Wait, it's Yu Hui. The trio's hearts sank once more. Did I recall there were 4 of you? Where is the 4th? Xiao Yu felt dizzy with urgency. He contemplated whether to engage these 4 assassins in combat. However, given their superior swordsmanship, their own team lacked the strength to contend. Even if they were to succeed in a skirmish, news of it would surely circulate, placing them at risk of future reprisals from the Assassin Alliance. Yet, if they chose not to resist, Luo Tian would be exposed, and they would be branded as accomplices to a fugitive. What to do? The typically unflappable Xiao Yu now found himself at a loss. His focus wavering. Hey, summon the other fellow, Shui Feng shouted again, breaking Xiao Yu from his reverie. What should they do? Fight? Or refrain? Suddenly, a cloaked figure pushed open the wooden door of the carriage. Indeed, the figure bore a similar physique. Though veiled. Its Yu Hui, the masked Luo Tian nonchalantly retrieved a bronze badge identical to those of Xiao Yu and his companions, inscribed with 3 stars. This is impossible, Wang Hu exclaimed. The target should not have left the illusory forest, nor could he possibly possess a mercenary badge. Thus, it seems this individual is also part of the Xiao Yu team. No, remove the veil. We must verify his identity. Yu Hui, a cunning strategist, insisted. Xiao Yu, upon witnessing Luo Tian unexpectedly produce a badge identical to those of his companions, felt a surge of joy. Perhaps there was still hope for a turn of events, he stated. This individual is a member of our Xiao Yu team, named Lin Yang. Due to an unfortunate incident, he has sustained facial injuries and is currently undergoing treatment and bandaging. He cannot be exposed to the cold air, or else his wounds may worsen, potentially affecting his visage for a lifetime. Absolutely not. You shall not remove it, Su Feng bellowed. Should the 4 of you persist in your unreasonable behavior, do not blame me, Xiao, for being impolite. In Chapter 33, as the 4 lords continued their obstinate stance, Xiao Yu's expression was one of vexation and fury. His group had been exceedingly accommodating, extending ample courtesy. Humph, just based on you. Su Feng roared, throwing a punch that Xiao Yu readily met head-on, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. Wang Hu and Yu Hui immediately leaped into action, only to be met by Delon and Manjing, who were evenly matched. Only the masked Luo Tian and a lone assassin remained in place. Gung Zhe, what are you still dawdling for? Get in there. Su Feng was infuriated by this individual's inaction. Oh? Gung Zhe replied, nonchalantly advancing towards Luo Tian. Amidst the fierce battle surrounding him, he appeared as a fearless warrior, utterly indifferent, as if the chaos around him were merely a backdrop to his own presence. Effortlessly traversing the fray between Delon and Yu Hui, Luo Tian was momentarily stunned, feeling a twinge of anxiety, thinking to himself, this must be an extraordinary character. To his surprise, Gung Zhe's actions were remarkably unremarkable as he approached. Indeed, it was beyond Luo Tian's expectations. Gathering his fighting spirit, a white shockwave erupted as if Luo Tian had self-destructed. Creating a large crater in the ground, Gung Zhe was also sent flying. What? Sword Master level, Su Feng exclaimed. Indeed, it is sword master level. Ever since the encounter with the beast horde in the enchanted forest, Luo Tian, through the transformation of the broken blade, had converted his essence blood into fighting energy. To a degree, some fighting energy remained within Luo Tian's body, and in his deep slumber, he was unaware that he had ascended to sword master level. Furthermore, having not utilized fighting energy recently, none realized Luo Tian's promotion. While surprised, Xiao Yu and his companions did not exhibit excessive astonishment, as they understood that Luo Tian had already reached the pinnacle of a swordsman and would inevitably ascend to sword master one day. Despite appearing formidable, Geng Zhe had not sustained any injury, merely a fall akin to a dog eating dirt. How can you be so useless? Did you not claim he was merely a swordsman? Clearly, he is a sword master. Geng Zhe retorted, somewhat incensed. With a resounding crash, Dalan was launched away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Su Feng and Xiao Yu fought to a standstill. Though Su Feng held a slight edge, given his greater experience. In contrast, Wang Hu, having underestimated his opponent, assumed he was facing a mere mage. As a martial artist, he believed he could easily overpower him in close combat. But his relentless pursuit led to his own injuries. Have we misjudged the situation? Su Feng pondered, urgently calling for a retreat. The opposing strength was on par with their own, and continuing the engagement would only lead to mutual destruction. Quick to arrive, they were equally swift to depart. Dalan, how are you holding up? Xiao Yu inquired with concern. Not too bad, Dalan replied, revealing that his injuries were not overly severe. As the Beastmaster found his path obstructed by 4 assassins, he had already vanished without a trace, leaving the task of driving the beast cart to Xiao Yu. The 4 once again took their seats in the carriage. Having gained nothing from this encounter, it was unlikely that the 4 assassins would return. On the distant hill, Xue Feng and others watched the beast cart depart, instructing someone to keep a close watch on them. Furthermore, summon our 5th member back to the team. With Yunhao's addition, our assassin squad strength will surely ascend several tiers. Wang Hu remarked, indeed, but that fellow has quite the explosive temper. Yes, indeed. Being targeted by the Assassin Alliance brings us great trouble. The 4 felt an overwhelming weight upon their hearts. Struggling for conversation, Man Jing curiously inquired how Luo Tian had advanced to Sword Master, resulting in a significant quietness within the cart, as expected. The beast cart arrived at Giwa City, where the walls towered around 20 meters high, their thickness just sufficient for a beast cart to pass through. Pairs of guards patrolled above. According to the agreements of the 3 major families and 3 major guilds, any city with a population exceeding 100,000 was prohibited from aerial flights unless authorized personnel were involved. Otherwise, if a holy mage were to infiltrate quietly and unleash a forbidden spell above the city, the entire place could be reduced to ashes in an instant. This rule was established to mutually restrain and protect their respective territories. After presenting their badges and undergoing a brief inspection along with a toll, the beast cart slowly entered Giwa City. They entrusted the beast cart to a nearby post station and found a tavern to sit down. Today has truly been a perilous affair, Xiao Yu said, sipping a drink to warm himself. By the way, when those 4 assassins demanded you remove your veil, my heart nearly stopped. Had it not been for your badge, Luo Tian, not being a member of Xiao Yu's squad, could not possibly possess their badge. Dalan was the first to seize a roasted leg and dig in, having subsisted on rations and dried meat for the past few days, finally relishing a hearty meal. Actually, this badge was given to Lin Yang. Man Jing spoke softly, a hint of guilt in her tone. Half a month ago, our squad's badge was lost. According to regulations, we could not undertake missions without it, but replacing it would take over 10 days. To avoid hindering our tasks, I purchased one from the black market, which closely resembled our Xiao Yu squad's badge. I was afraid you would mock me, so I kept it to myself. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. If it weren't for your badge, we would have been in serious trouble, Xiao Yu replied. I'm sorry that my situation has caused you all trouble. Luo Tian lowered his head, feeling remorseful. Despite the sumptuous meal before him, he scarcely touched it. It is my fault. I should have clarified before allowing you to join. Since you have temporarily joined our Xiao Yu squad, we ought to take responsibility for you. Even in this situation, we will confront them. Brother Xiao Yu, Luo Tian was deeply moved. Tio risked confrontation with the assassin guild for his sake, touched him profoundly. Come, perhaps this meal will be our last together. So eat well. Dalan cut a large piece of roasted meat and handed it to Luo Tian, knowing that with his appetite, he would certainly not be able to finish it all. What a final meal it is. Yet Lin Yang has not yet decided whether to depart from our Xiao Yu mercenary team. Right, Lin Yang? Manjing's face is alight with anticipation, seemingly hoping for Luo Tian to stay. Another silence ensues as the four of them quietly consume their food, feeling as though this conversation cannot be continued. At last, Luo Tian speaks again, and the three others halt their actions, all aware of the truth. I am being pursued by assassins, and joining your Xiaoyu mercenary team would only bring you trouble. Alas, I have cherished the splendid days spent with you all over the past 10 days. The assassin alliance is indeed a thorny issue. I too am torn over whether to persuade you to stay. Your innate talent and martial skills would undoubtedly make you a formidable ally, yet you would simultaneously attract certain assassins, I reiterate. The decision rests with you. Should you choose to remain, as your teammate, there would be no burden. We shall face everything together, considering it a trial for ourselves. If you decide to leave, we shall remain friends forever. Having reached this point, Xiao Yu's words warmed Luo Tian's heart, bringing forth a smile, though he quickly restored his composure. Manjing had already lowered her head, for Luo Tian's expression had already conveyed his choice. Meeting you all has brought me immense joy. These past few days have been the most liberating of my years. Upon finishing his words, Luo Tian stood, raising his cup. The three, understanding the gesture, lifted their cups in response. Ultimately, Luo Tian chose to depart. He downed his drink in one go, then bowed to Xiao Yu, Dalan, and Manjing, before leaving the tavern. After exiting, Luo Tian sought a more modest inn to temporarily stay, as he possessed merely half a bag of copper coins and a few silver coins. The previous inn was beyond his means. Good sir, how many will it be? The innkeeper inquired with enthusiasm. 1. Please provide me with a clean room. I am weary, replied Luo Tian. Certainly, please head upstairs. Though small and simple, it is well equipped. Room 3602. Upon entering, a wave of air tinged with a foul odor assailed him. Luo Tian frowned slightly and immediately opened the window. After airing it out, perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. The stench diminished considerably. Did I just waste 10 copper coins on this? Luo Tian exclaimed. Vexed, there isn't even a bathroom. I must go to the backyard. When I become second to none, I shall reside in the most opulent palace of this world, savor the finest delicacies, and drink the rarest of nectars. Yet, with such meager strength, you dream of palaces and feasts. Be content, for my radar detects few lodgings nearby. Certainly better than sleeping on the streets. Shouldn't you hasten to cultivate? An old, worn blade lay carelessly discarded on the bed, recently bestowed with a new name by Luo Tian. Staobai, wait, first help me examine this, Luo Tian said, producing a peculiar black jade stone adorned with strange patterns. This was given to me by my father on his deathbed. I know not its origins. Please, take a look. Oh, bring it closer. Ah, upon receiving the stone, it was placed beside the rusted great sword. This is merely a meteorite of considerable hardness from the cosmic void. It appears unremarkable, though only someone with divine strength could hope to destroy it. Thus, I must reach that legendary divine level to shatter it and unveil the secrets within. To desire its destruction seems rather unfortunate. Xiaobai remarked. What does that mean? Upon the jade stone, there is inscribed a magical array. Although it is merely a fragment, I can discern that it is a spatial magic formation. This implies that if you piece together the remaining fragments of identical jade stones, this magical array will activate. A spatial magic array. What wondrous occurrences might unfold? You inquire of me, indeed. Who else should I ask? Luo Tian, in exasperation, tossed Xiaobai aside, exclaiming, You worthless thing. Xiaobai landed in a corner, then climbed onto the bed, sitting cross-legged, advancing to the rank of sword master. I can finally rightfully study the second volume of this god-slaying technique. The second volume predominantly comprises martial skills, among which is the thunderous three-stage slash. Having savored the benefits of the thunderous three-stage slash, Luo Tian eagerly anticipated his next martial skill. However, a line of small text caught Luo Tian's attention. The pursuit of martial skills is not in quantity, but in refinement. Remember, do not study martial skills haphazardly. Select them based on your own attributes and conditions. The following are introductions to martial skills categorized by strength, agility, and mental prowess. Chapter 34. Journeying in Pairs. 1. Yet again. A line of small text captured Luo Tian's focus. The pursuit of martial skills is not in quantity, but in refinement. Remember, do not study martial skills haphazardly. Select them based on your own attributes and conditions. Do not study haphazardly? Indeed. Luo Tian turned to the corner where Xiaobai resided, saying, Xiaobai, lend me a hand. What? Help me with some references. Luo Tian replied with a beaming smile. Humph, who called me worthless just a moment ago and tossed me into the corner. Although Xiaobai had previously been indifferent, Seeing that Luo Tian now required his assistance, he was instantly filled with indignation. Luo Tian, with an ingratiating expression, grasped the rusted great sword and began wiping it with a cloth. Humph, when you need me, you elevate me. When you don't, you cast me aside, Xiaobai exclaimed. Do you not recognize your error? Yes, I see my mistake. Luo Tian smiled. Wasn't it I who saved your lives last time? Yes, thank you. Luo Tian smiled once more. Beg me? Luo Tian maintained his smile. I would rather toss you into the chamber pot. All right, what is it? Xiaobai finally adopted a serious demeanor. What do you think of my cultivation technique? Luo Tian displayed the god-slaying technique. Not bad, though regrettably a fragment. The most potent techniques often hinge on the final sections. Nevertheless, the technique you are currently practicing is indeed among the elite in the lower realms. Is that so? I knew it. This has been passed down through the generations of the Luo family. It must be extraordinary, Luo Tian declared. So, considering I have now advanced to Sword Master, which martial skills would be most suitable for me to learn? Based on your aptitude, agility-type skills would suit you best. Moreover, you have mastered the thunderous 3-stage slash. Although the agile type may lack in raw strength, have you not heard the adage that in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is paramount? Is that not so? Luo Tian swiftly scoured all martial techniques of the agile type. And what then? Luo Tian's face was alight with anticipation. You are also aware that, with my enhancements, the strength is undoubtedly comparable to those martial arts that specialize in sheer power. Coupled with the speed enhancement of your agile techniques, it will indeed be a matter of slaying gods when encountering them, and vanquishing Buddhas when meeting them. Hold on, for your future's sake, let us select these 3 martial techniques: Thunderous 3-stage slash, Demon Thunder Descend, and Rushing Thunder Strike. It turns out that the martial techniques of the agile type are all thunder attribute attacks, bearing the character for thunder, and belong to light attribute attacks. For instance, the explosive flame slash is categorized as a fire attribute attack. The thunderous 3-stage slash is a growing martial technique, capable of functioning as a single target attack or a multi-target assault. The rushing thunder strike, however, is a singular blow, a single target martial technique that maximizes both speed and power in a full force strike. The demon thunder descend is classified as an area attack technique. With these 3 techniques at your disposal, you will be adequately equipped, surpassing those adept in a multitude of flamboyant skills. I understand. Martial techniques are not about quantity, but rather about precision. When you have the opportunity, delve into light attribute magic to enhance your affinity with the light element, which will benefit your thunder attribute techniques, Xiaobai remarked. However, Brother Xiaoyu stated that it is best not to cultivate magic and martial arts simultaneously, as it may yield adverse effects. Nonsense. Such theory is the mark of mediocrity. In due time, utilizing the refining heart method from this second chapter, I shall allow your mind and body to undergo refinement, achieving the pinnacle of both magic and martial arts with my assistance. Then, once again, it shall be slaying gods when encountering them and vanquishing Buddhas when meeting them, right? Luo Tian seemed to anticipate what Xiaobai was about to say next, preemptively voicing it. Quite the awakening. Time flies swiftly. Upon concluding his statement, Luo Tian placed the worn sword upon a nearby chair, sat cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness. He began to practice his new martial technique. On the solitary snow peak, the day was halfway through, and it seemed you had achieved naught. Within a certain tavern in Giwa City, the telekinetic rune held in Xiefeng's hand hummed with energy. Fear not, Master Yuling. That Luo Tian possesses great fortune, having survived a fall from a cliff after being pierced by a sword. However, now that I have entered Giwa City, with its throngs of people, I require some time. 3 days, Master Yuling exclaimed. No, 9 days, Xiefeng retorted. 4 days? No. 8 days? 9 days? No. 4 days? Very well, it is settled. In 4 days, I shall demand the head of that fellow, along with the techniques he possesses. Having concluded, Master Yuling severed the telepathic connection between them, leaving Xiefeng in a state of bewilderment, blinking in confusion. Indeed, this assassin leader's mind is quite peculiar. As the sunlight crept up to the window, Luo Tian awoke naturally, descended the stairs, and casually consumed some sustenance. Little waiter, settle the bill, Luo Tian called out. Including your accommodation from last night, the total comes to 51 copper coins. I will take 50. Luo Tian grabbed a handful of copper coins, noting that 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 copper coins. Upon encountering the meager copper coins produced by Luo Tian, the smile on the shopkeeper's face diminished noticeably. Luo Tian was well aware of the shopkeeper's sentiments. Thus, he decided against counting the coins and simply tossed all the copper into the shopkeeper's hands. The loss of these small coins rendered his purse considerably lighter, leaving him with merely 3 silver coins and 1 gold coin. After inquiring with the exceedingly enthusiastic shopkeeper about the location of the nearby blacksmith's shop, he took his leave. Luo Tian sought out the most skilled blacksmith in Giwa City. Yet to his surprise, he found himself before a dilapidated shack that bore no sign. "Pray tell, is this indeed a blacksmith's establishment?" Luo Tian pondered, uncertain if this was the place the shopkeeper had mentioned. Inside, slouched in a comfortable chair, was an elderly man with a head of white hair and a goatee, leisurely sipping tea. "Young man, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I wish to repair my weapon," Luo Tian replied. "Do you suppose I still possess the strength to wield a hammer at my age?" The old man glanced at him dismissively. "Forgive me for intruding." Luo Tian inwardly cursed the shopkeeper for misleading him with tales of the city's finest blacksmith. Even if the man was skilled, he seemed far from reliable, unless, of course, his weapon warranted repair. As Luo Tian turned to leave, the old man unexpectedly spoke up again. Luo Tian's heart leapt with joy. His weapon was said to be a primordial treasure embodying the highest principles of the universe. Surely it would catch the old man's discerning eye. "Kind sir, would you be so gracious as to examine it?" he implored, presenting the rusted longsword wrapped in cloth. The old man cast a cursory glance, his eyes suddenly alight before dimming once more, and he shook his head dismissively, tossing it onto the table. This weapon was unearthed from a forbidden place, was it not? It is clear it has been neglected for countless years. Even the finest sword is rendered naught but scrap iron in such a state. "What? To declare my weapon as scrap iron, this insufferable old man. Were it not for my diminished state and the loss of many of my skills, I would have surely retaliated." The scathing remarks of Xiaobai were audible only to Luo Tian. Yet, amidst its indignation, the battered blade emitted a faint glimmer, barely perceptible, yet captured by the old man's murky eyes. Luo Tian was taken aback by the old man's keen perception. The elder once more grasped the long sword. Luo Tian, observing this, asked, "Grandfather, is there truly no hope for restoration?" The old man paid him no heed, instead scrutinizing the sword anew, berating it as mere refuse and scrap iron. The long sword remained devoid of any aura. Meanwhile, the battered blade, in Luo Tian's mind, had vented its frustrations, hurling invectives at the old man until it had exhausted itself. The elder rummaged through a rickety wardrobe, retrieving a silver iron tool to test the long sword. After a brief examination, his eyes glimmered with interest as he exclaimed, "Does your weapon possess a spirit?" Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's heart raced violently. "Nay, dear grandfather, what leads you to such a conclusion?" Although he bore the appearance of a youth, inside he was an adult, accustomed to weaving a tapestry of truth and deception. It seemed he had grown accustomed to this dance of words. "You are quite fortunate, my friend. The hardness gauge has revealed that the hardness of your weapon belongs to the realm of sacred artifacts, which implies that it was once a holy weapon. Given the absence of a sword spirit, it is likely that the spirit has either perished or fallen into a state of dormancy. In any case, you have indeed stumbled upon good fortune." Meanwhile, Xiaobai continues to prattle on about your hardness gauge. "But let me assure you, my own hardness surpasses that of any divine weapon. In my presence, even the most treasured artifacts seem as fragile as glass." Luo Tian's mind is in disarray, overwhelmed by Xiaobai's incessant tirades. "Wow, a sacred artifact? That's incredible. You're not deceiving me, are you, old man?" Luo Tian exclaimed, his face alight with elation, only to revert to a more serious demeanor almost immediately. "So, old man, can this weapon be repaired?" His performance was utterly theatrical. "I'm not entirely certain," the old man replied. "After all, I haven't utilized these instruments in quite some time. While I was once a renowned blacksmith in Giwa City, I cannot guarantee anything when it comes to sacred artifacts. However, I can certainly assist in removing some rust and sharpening the blade to enhance its edge." But what?" Luo Tian inquired. "However, the cost of repairs is not insignificant. Just for polishing the scales, a single gram requires several gold coins. Coupled with the need for spiritual nourishment and the necessity of locating a sword spirit, one would have to hunt a sacred beast. This expense would make even the most affluent family in the divine demonic continent, the Yuling clan, furrow their brows. "Wow, is that so?" Luo Tian responded, taking back his long sword and heading towards the door. Hey, little brother, what's the matter? Aren't you going to repair it? If we finalize this deal, you could purchase a palace with the earnings, old man. If I had the money, I would certainly seek your services." Luo Tian declared before asking, by the way, where is the mercenary guild located? The old man, rendered speechless, silently pointed a finger towards the street. Understood. Luo Tian nodded and departed. Staobai, do you think the old man's methods are effective? Luo Tian asked. They are indeed useful, but their efficacy is limited. It's merely a matter of polishing. If it were to be displayed as a piece of art, it would suffice, but for actual dueling, one would require a millennium's worth of earthly treasures to nourish it effectively, along with the hardest ores in the universe for proper refinement. Enough, Luo Tian grumbled. Discussing this is futile. Can't you remain silent for a moment? You've driven me to distraction. At the end of the street lay a square, which appeared to be the city center of Giwa. The roads widened considerably, bustling with a diverse array of individuals, armored warriors, robed mages, common folk, and elegantly dressed nobles. On either side of the expansive square stood grand establishments, one bearing the sign of the Mage Guild and the other proclaiming the Mercenary Guild. The two guilds should be considered branches, spanning merely a few hundred square meters. Yet, despite their status as branches, they have been adorned in a resplendent manner. The hall is sufficiently spacious, and a second floor has even been constructed. It appears that the two guilds are competing for business. The Mage Guild also offers bounty missions, with the sole distinction that the Mage Guild primarily comprises teams formed by mages, whereas the Mercenary Guild predominantly consists of martial artists. However, a formidable team composition necessitates synergy, whereby collaboration among the members results in a sum greater than its parts. Take, for instance, the Xiaoyu team. Xiaoyu is an agile fighter, possessing remarkable speed, while Delan is strength-oriented and Manqing serves as the mage, providing support from the rear. Thus, the Mercenary Guild requires mages, just as the Mage Guild equally necessitates martial artists. It is akin to two breakfast vendors on the same street. The choice ultimately rests on which establishment offers the more delectable fare. Scattered across the square are several large signboards, each displaying a multitude of posted tasks. Should one wish to undertake these missions, it suffices to remove the signboard and register within the guild. However, this raises a pertinent question. What if one accepts a task and fails to complete it, thereby squandering the opportunity for others who might have succeeded? Within the guild exists a system that governs credibility and completion rates. If a task remains unfulfilled, a penalty is imposed on one's credibility based on the bounty amount, potentially multiplying the deduction by hundreds or thousands. When credibility and completion rates diminish to a critical low, how would any task issuer consent to allow you to accept their missions? As Luo Tian casually glanced, a plethora of task lists densely populated the area, with rewards ranging from several silver coins to a few gold coins, none of which piqued his interest. The higher-tiered tasks, however, were marked in gold coins, some amounting to hundreds or even thousands. Yet, each was accompanied by a designation of either 3- or 4-star mercenary groups, indicating the requisite level for acceptance, designed to prevent individuals from maliciously undertaking tasks far beyond their capabilities. Apologies for the digression. It was merely to elucidate the structure of the mercenary system. Ah, good sir, what task are you seeking to undertake? A middle-aged gentleman stood before him, appearing far from the archetype of an adventurer. May I inquire as to your level? I have several simple yet lucrative tasks available. Oh, so you're a scalper, I see. How curious, even scalpers engage in task acceptance. I have yet to register as a mercenary, replied Luo Tian nonchalantly. Then, what is your level? A swordsman, perhaps? Oh my, how impressive. You must still be underage. Achieving the rank of swordsman at such a tender age is no small feat. Hurry and register at the Mercenary Guild. It seems a youth, having overheard Luo Tian's conversation with the middle-aged man, suddenly appeared, suggesting, why not join our Mage Guild? The Mage Guild primarily consists of mages, yet they are in dire need of swordsmen to form teams, which means your rewards would be comparatively higher than those offered by the Mercenary Guild. Before he could finish, the young man interjected, forgive my candor, but the Mage Guild, with its lofty perception of mages, may prove to be quite challenging for you. Moreover, unlike the Mercenary Guild, where one can freely choose their team, you may find yourself assigned to a group where you are the sole swordsman, bearing the weighty responsibility of their protection. While the rewards may be substantial, the pressure is considerable. Hey, refrain from speaking recklessly. In our Mage Guild, there exists no distinction of status. I have spotted an acquaintance. Upon uttering these words, Luo Tian dashed straight toward the Mercenary Guild. The two individuals embroiled in the argument exchanged helpless glances. Indeed, Luo Tian had encountered familiar faces amidst the bustling hall. Xiaoyu and his companions, who had just arrived at the Mercenary Guild to report their mission. However, the expressions of the three appeared somewhat agitated and tinged with panic. Why is it not permissible? We have already attained the rank of 3-star mercenaries, So why are we barred from entering the land and forest? I apologize, but all tasks associated with the land and forest require teams of mercenaries above 3-star rank. And there are specific requirements regarding the number of participants. At least 4 are needed. How infuriating. Should I simply recruit someone off the street? The patience of the indolent companion had reached its limit. The young lady at the counter, seemingly at her wit's end, retorted, "Very well. If you can indeed bring anyone along, I shall process your paperwork. Miss, is there truly no room for negotiation? I'm afraid not. Rules are rules. Although your Xiaoyu mercenary team boasts a completion rate of 100%, regulations stand firm, and there is little I can do. Mongjing is already out in the hall. Recruiting? Don't be ridiculous. I have just ascended to the rank of swordsman. That place is a legendary S-class forbidden zone. I'm not short on funds. I have no intention of venturing into such perilous territory," a certain adventurer declared, resolutely declining the offer. "We are merely conducting reconnaissance on the outskirts. Moreover, the rewards we receive from slaying the magical beasts will yield you 50%. You 4 intend to share half of my earnings?" "Absolutely not. I refuse to join you." The adventurer expressed his fears of being left to perish in the wilderness should he team up with them. This is not an impossible scenario. Some unscrupulous mercenary groups thrive on such deceit. With that, he waved his hand and departed. Mongjing's gaze settled firmly on Luotian, who stood a short distance away. The anxiety that had previously marred her countenance transformed into a faint smile. It had only been a brief separation. No, rather it had been half a night. The 4 were reunited once more. Upon seeing Mongjing in a daze, Xiaoyu approached with his lazy companion, also catching sight of Luotian. Thus, the 4 exchanged knowing glances and smiles. "Why the urgency in gathering a new companion?" Luotian inquired. "Due to the task issued by Mongjing," Xiaoyu replied. "As long as you all do not view me as a burden, I am back." Luotian responded with a slight smile. "Welcome back," Xiaoyu beamed. "Enough with the pretense. Hurry and register," Mongjing declared, pulling Luotian towards the counter. "This is our new member," she announced to the attendant. "Name? Lin Yang. Strength? Swordsman. What? You're still a minor. And you've already achieved the strength of a swordsman?" To confirm this, Luotian released a hint of his fighting spirit, a vibrant green hue. The spectacle of a minor attaining the rank of swordsman made Luotian a fleeting focal point of attention in the hall. However, this moment was brief, as he was not the first to reach such a level at his age. There were many with talents surpassing even his own. There exists a notion on the mainland that at the tender age of 12 or 13, one may become remarkably strong, yet as the years advance, progress in strength seemingly stagnates, as if one's potential has been fully expended, akin to a double-edged sword. Very well, it is necessary to register one's family affiliation or residence. As for this, Luotian currently possesses no notable family background or residential address. 1992 Guinan Street. Our stronghold. This place serves as the home of Xiaoyu, the base for the Xiaoyu mercenary team. After signing numerous documents, the waitress finally presented a bronze 3-star emblem, identical to that of Xiaoyu and his companions. Infuse your fighting spirit into this emblem, and it shall henceforth serve as your identity badge. Ha! Congratulations, Lin Yang. You are officially welcomed into the Xiaoyu mercenary team. A grand occasion indeed. It should warrant a celebratory feast, however. Xiaoyu glanced at the side, where Manjing stood. Luotian understood that after half a year of separation, news of his lost brother had finally emerged. Her matter is of greater urgency. No need. Have we not already dined? Let us depart. The 4 of them exited the mercenary guild, heading towards the southwestern city gates. Little did they know, amidst the bustling square, a figure clad in black armor was intently watching the departing Luotian and his companions. In a realm of indulgence and revelry, Xuefeng and others leisurely sipped their drinks, admiring the semi-clad beauties dancing. "My lord, the target has appeared. It seems they have joined a mercenary team en route to land and forest. Including the target, there are 3 swordsmen and a mage." Xuefeng continued to sip his drink, his complexion flushed, humming a cheerful tune. "Has he perhaps imbibed too much? My lord, shall we ambush them en route?" Xuefeng maintained his composure. "My lord, land and forest is classified as a forbidden zone. Once they enter the forest, it will be challenging to take action. I await the arrival of the pillar of our team. Yunhao, let them enter land and forest, and what of it?" Xuefeng waved his hand nonchalantly, commanding, "Do not obstruct my view. Continue your surveillance. Be gone." "Yes, yes." The cloaked figure promptly retreated. Once the figure departed, Xuefeng immediately turned to Wang Hu and exclaimed, "Is that Yunhao afflicted by the same lethargy as Geng Zhe? Why has he not arrived yet? I have but 3 days left." It appears that Xuefeng is quite anxious after all. His earlier calmness was merely a fade. Yunhao had been dispatched on a secret mission and upon receiving the news, rushed forth without delay. Oh, that is reassuring. Yunhao is a grand swordsman. His presence brings me much comfort. Boss lady, bring me another 24 jars of yellow wine. After a lengthy journey, at the Landon Forest supply station, it was unexpected to find a multitude of adventurers entering Landon Forest. Thus, the Royal City Guard systematically permitted adventurers to proceed, maintaining order in Landon City. The Royal City Guard is, in fact, the protectorate of the Yuling family, also referred to as the Yuling Imperial Guard. As the foremost family in the realm of gods and demons, the Yuling family established the Royal City. Even the three major guilds, the Assassin Guild, Mercenary Guild, and Mage Guild, must heed their authority. If Luo Tian were to delve deeper into the history of the Luo family, he would discover that they have clashed with the Yuling family over 1,000 times. And as the Yuling family grows increasingly powerful, the Luo family continues to decline. Of course, our young master remains oblivious to all of this. His heart is solely inscribed with the names of the four saints of Yuling and Luo Shi. Perhaps it is because the Landon Forest is classified as an S-grade forbidden zone, teeming with high-level magical beasts, rare and exotic creatures, and numerous spiritual treasures, that it attracts so many adventurers, or perhaps it is due to the recent surge of tasks issued by the Mercenary Guild, most of which pertain to the Landon Forest. This has rendered the forest a bustling hub. Chapter 36. Bloodflower 1. On what grounds? We, the adventurers, have the freedom to enter and exit the forbidden forest to hunt magical beasts. So why must you impose a toll on us? The gates of Landon have established a checkpoint. All individuals entering or exiting the Landon Forest must pay a certain fee and present proof of task acceptance from the Mercenary Guild. Humph. Do you not realize that the Landon Forest is an S-grade forbidden zone? The middle-aged man, seemingly the captain of the guard, stood imposingly. And so what? The young adventurer pouted defiantly. The Landon Forest frequently experiences beast-tide attacks, with every occurrence resulting in heavy casualties. Our esteemed king, the Saint of Yuling, has shown compassion towards you and established Landon City, complete with towering walls reaching a height of 100 meters and a thickness of 20 meters, to fend off the beast tides. The fee you pay can be regarded as a life-preserving cost or a construction fee for Landon City. Humph, I am a member of the Dark family. My father has generously donated a substantial amount of purple crystal coins, and you dare charge me a toll? The young man shouted, as several of his guards puffed out their chests in a display of bravado. Witnessing this, Xiao Yu could only shake his head in resignation. In 3 seconds, this brash young fool would soon find himself in a precarious situation. What do you mean? Luo Tian was still bewildered. The captain of the city guard had already made his move. A flash of white energy surged forth, and the young man felt a force akin to a mountain strike him, sending him flying. In one fluid motion, the captain kicked away the 3 guards accompanying the young man. The youth crashed heavily to the ground, landing on his back, blood spewing from his mouth. Fortunately, the captain of the guard had shown restraint. Humph, I know nothing of this dark family. In my heart, there exists only the Yuling family and the Saint of Yuling. What are you, but a mere insignificant thing? Out of respect for your family's contributions to Landon City, I shall spare your life. Now get lost. Luo Tian shook his head inwardly. This is the nature of power. It is a world where the strong reign, where even a dog beneath a powerful man can act so arrogantly. The Yuling family, from which the 4 saints of Yuling hail, shares an extraordinary connection with the downfall of the Luo family. Just wait, you shall all see. Keep your voices down. It is our turn. We still need to queue to enter the Landon Forest. Having learned from past experiences, the group behind obediently lined up and paid their fees. Upon passing through the city gates, 3 to 4 kilometers later, lay the forest. Luo Tian cast a casual glance, only to be met with a fierce glare from another mercenary team. This left Luo Tian exceedingly displeased. Lin Yang, stay calm. There are rules and order within the city. But beyond its walls, there are generally no legal constraints. We must exercise caution in all matters. However, they are not qualified to provoke our Xiao Yu team. Upon superficial observation, the mightiest squad consists solely of 2 swordsmen and 1 mage. In the realm of divine and demonic beings, a swordsman enjoys a stable livelihood. They can teach, serve as sparring partners, or act as guards for various families, all of which offer decent remuneration. How many would willingly choose to venture into the realm of peril? To live each day on the edge of a blade? Mitsai? Indeed, Mitsai activated a thought force rune. Moments later, she reported, the target has been sighted near the Kangmang Snow Mountain. What? The Kangmang Snow Mountain? Is this information credible? Why would your brother be in the Kangmang Snow Mountain? Could he, like us, be a mercenary on a mission? That cannot be. I utilized my connections to inquire at the Mercenary Guild, and his name was not listed. I even gathered significant information from the Mage Guild, Xiaoyu declared. In any case, let us hasten there. Seeing Meat-Sai's anxious expression, Luo Tian responded, very well. The four of them sped northward. The Kangmang Snow Mountain is renowned as a treacherous area within the Lantern Forest region. After racing approximately 20 nautical miles, they encountered desolation ahead, with a noticeable drop in temperature surrounding them in the distance. A range of white, towering mountains unveiled itself before the four. Behold the Kangmang Snow Mountain. Luo Tian marveled, the majestic peaks resembling a lizard's back, cloaked entirely in snow. Shortly after, they noticed a plume of smoke rising from the ground. There were people. Meat-Sai rejoiced and headed toward the source of the smoke. Hey, why did it take so long? A young man, dressed in tattered clothing and carrying a treasure chest on his back, was roasting a piece of dried meat. Are you the one who accepted the mission? Meat-Sai panted slightly. Isn't that obvious? The youth scoffed. But why should we trust you? Xiaoyu, ever composed, interjected. Our team has accumulated quite a sum over the past 6 months. We would not readily part with it based solely on your word. The young man rolled his eyes dismissively. I am from the Alliance. What? The Alliance? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, his previous doubts considerably alleviated. Can you elaborate? Meat-Sai inquired again. The youth smiled slightly, but instead of answering, he exclaimed, Do you have any fruit? The three were momentarily stunned, but Xiaoyu quickly pulled out an assortment of fruits and presented them before the young man. The long-lost fruit. In this desolate place, where even a blade of grass is scarce, the fruit is so sweet. The young man's face radiated joy, his desire palpable. Hey, my lazy brother, what exactly is the Alliance? The lazy one turned and replied. It's somewhat akin to the structure of the Mage Guild or Mercenary Guild. However, let me pose a question to you. While these guilds attract powerful individuals under their banner, what becomes of the common folk? Do they rely solely on farming and trade for survival? Luo Tian remarked, This is indeed a world dominated by the strong. Without power or weaponry, will these commoners not face oppression from the farmers and merchants? I believe I am beginning to grasp the situation. The Alliance adeptly attracts those powerless commoners, oppressed adventurers, and politically persecuted families, thereby granting these individuals the opportunity to cultivate their skills under the auspices of the organization. Among these commoners, many remarkable talents emerge, ultimately becoming the formidable protectors of the Alliance. Thus, this organization gradually took shape, an inevitable development amidst the chaos of the era. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on who may join the Alliance. Anyone from the vast expanse of the divine demon continent is welcome, making it an immensely large entity whose true scale and strength remain a mystery. Xiaoyu elaborated to Luo Tian that this very reason prompts the royal city to frequently dispatch troops for extermination efforts, which, paradoxically, only serves to bolster the Alliance's power. Labeled as rebels, this also elucidates the ongoing strife within the divine demon continent, so one could argue that the inept governance of the royal city is what led to the emergence of the Alliance. Luo Tian remarked, Indeed, ever since the Luo family took control, the royal city has perpetually oppressed the common folk, leaving them in despair. Otherwise, the Xiao family would not have fallen into obscurity. Delan seemed profoundly discontented with the current regime. Delan, these matters belong to the past, and I wish not to dwell on them, Xiaoyu insisted, reluctant to revisit his painful memories. Delan then whispered to Luo Tian, Be cautious when speaking of the Alliance. You wouldn't want to draw ire upon yourself? Understood? Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The young man's face was flushed with urgency, and Man Jing, not wanting to pressure him further, waited until he had finished his meal before asking, Please tell me the whereabouts of my brother. Your brother has just entered the vast and snowy mountains, the young man replied, tossing forth a jade pendant. An azure piece of jade, brother. Man Jing's expression shifted dramatically. This was the very pendant her brother carried, a gift she had bestowed upon him during her coming-of-age ceremony last year. The pendant bore the uniquely twisted character man, a mark of her own craftsmanship, making it unmistakably hers. The sight of the pendant solidified Man Jing's belief in the young man's words. Time is of the essence. We should hasten our departure, she urged. Wait. The young man interjected, producing a transparent crystal. With a mental command, the crystal projected a mission statement before them, the ethereal text revealing the quest Man Jing had posted in search of her brother. Please sign here. Glancing at the pendant, Man Jing felt assured of the young man's sincerity. Channeling her mental energy, she inscribed her name upon the illusory mission statement, thereby agreeing to offer a reward for the successful completion of the task. Let us proceed. The four of them dashed toward the snowy mountains. The young man rose slightly, murmuring to himself, perhaps meeting him will lead to disappointment. With that, he stowed his belongings into the treasure chest on his back and departed in silence. The biting cold wind enveloped them, and from a distance, a blanket of white snow lay before them, with the four travelers treading upon it, their footsteps crunching in the silence. This vast expanse of the mountains is so immense. How shall we ever find him? Delon exclaimed, surveying the endless white landscape devoid of any distinguishing marks. The mission's parameters only indicated the general vicinity of their target, and knowing he was within these snowy mountains was already a significant lead. As Manjing noted, Xiaoyu had distributed some fire attribute magic crystals, which he carried to provide a modicum of warmth. Little did they know the extent of their climb would require more substantial winter attire. Everyone, come quickly, Luo Tian shouted, having spotted numerous footprints in the snow. Foolish one, devoid of any common sense. The lazy one has come, proclaiming this to be the snow mountain. Do not raise your voice in alarm. Beware of the impending avalanche, for it may bring you considerable distress. Indeed, indeed. Xiaoyu meticulously examined the footprints on the ground. Observing the tracks, he noted 3 individuals. 2 sets of prints were notably deep and wide, indicative of robust adult men, while the shallower, smaller print appeared to resemble that of your younger brother. Xiaoyu surmised. Among these 3, could one not be your brother? Merely relying on the footprints does not yield conclusive evidence. The youth's presence suggests he has only just entered the snow mountain, as the freshness of the tracks indicates a recent arrival. Should that be the case, it would be a joyous occasion. Even if it is not, we may inquire about information from him and seek new clues along the way, Xiaoyu continued. Moreover, observing their substantial strides, it is evident that they move with great swiftness. We must hasten our pace. Following the footprints, Xiaoyu and his companions raced onward, until the figures of 3 individuals came into view. Mandy. It appears that Mandy is indeed the brother that Manjing has been so concerned about. He was the first to charge forward, yet a hint of disappointment began to shadow his countenance. The trio consisted of 2 burly men and a young man with flowing hair, all clad in fur-lined garments. Noticing Manjing's expression, it was clear that this young man was not her brother. Who goes there? As the newcomers approached, the 2 sturdy men swiftly drew their weapons. Their speed in unsheathing their swords revealed considerable training. Friends, we mean no offense, Xiaoyu proclaimed with a broad smile. We are in search of an individual, a youth of approximately 16 years, with short, earthy-colored hair and pale blue eyes, a fledgling swordsman, of similar stature to him. Xiaoyu gestured towards Luo Tian. Oh, so you are not foes. Quickly, put away your weapons. The long-haired youth waved his hand dismissively. Young Master Mo, when venturing outside, one must exercise caution and not take words at face value. The burly man advised earnestly. Young Master Mo nodded slightly and took a step forward, greeting, Hello, I am Mori, a third-year student at the Imperial Academy of Giwa City. Chapter 37. Blood Blossoms, 2. Young Master Mo nodded slightly and took a step forward. Greeting, Hello, I am Mori, a third-year student at the Imperial Academy of Giwa City. The Imperial Academy? Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Tian, ever curious, inquired again. The nearby lazy one had already explained to him that the Imperial Academy is the foremost institution in Giwa City, where the instructors are unparalleled masters, a school for the nobility. This young man's status is not trivial. Just as he finished speaking, the burly man beside him grew displeased again, earnestly advising, Young Master Mo, how can you claim to be a student of the Imperial Academy? Such a declaration would expose your identity. But how am I to introduce myself? You need only convey your name. Out in the world, it is indeed troublesome. Were it not for the Academy's assigned task, which requires me to personally employ illusion spirit art to bond with the snow fox as my spirit pet, I would not be enduring the hardships of this snow-covered mountain. Moreover, throughout this journey, you have consistently sought to provoke me. Do you harbor a bias against me? The youth expressed his frustration. Not at all, young Master Mo. Such is the nature of this world. Xiaoyu, feeling a sense of helplessness, stepped forward and greeted, Hello, Morida. We are affiliated with the Mercenary Guild, specifically the Xiaoyu Mercenary Team. I am Xiaoyu. This is Delon, known as Manjing, and this is Lin Yang. We have come to the mountains in search of a companion. The person you mentioned earlier, we have not encountered. However, if you happen to see the snow fox, I shall reward you with 300 purple crystal coins. Just as Mori finished speaking, a burly man beside him interjected, Young Master Mo, do not dismiss the matter lightly. 300 purple crystal coins are equivalent to 30,000 gold coins. A considerable sum indeed. Others may deduce that you are the scion of a prominent family, and they might harbor ill intentions. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Mori erupted. You are the one who is being tedious. You nitpick everything I do. I am done with this. I will not pursue the snow fox any longer. I want to go home. Young Master Mo. Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, realizing that Mori was a young noble from a certain family, inexperienced and somewhat oblivious. Reluctantly attending the academy's task, he shook his head slightly and, with a respectful gesture, said, "Since you, young brother Mori, have not encountered the companion we seek, we shall take our leave. Very well, farewell. Remember to inform me if you see the snow fox, and I shall reward you with 300 purple crystal coins. No, 300 gold coins," Mori naively replied, astonishingly altering the terms of the reward from purple crystal coins to gold coins. Truly, a naive youth, charmingly foolish. Should we learn of it, we will certainly let you know. The gold coins are unnecessary, a mere formality. Xiaoyu turned to depart. However, Delon stood frozen in place, a grave expression upon her face. Xiaoyu mirrored her seriousness, understanding that something was amiss. There was a palpable killing intent. The two burly bodyguards finally reacted. The snow underfoot stirred slightly, and dark shadows erupted from the ground, akin to whack-a-mole, with a total of 15 figures emerging, encircling Xiaoyu and Mori's group. Assassins. Luo Tian was the first to react. Realizing these assassins were after him, how infuriating, Xiaoyu, Delon, and the others quickly understood. These individuals were targeting Luo Tian. They immediately drew their weapons, aligning themselves alongside Mori and the others. Allies? Na Yazut. One figure, seemingly the leader of the assassins, appeared taken aback. The 15 assassins simultaneously arranged themselves into formation, all being swordsmen. An impressive display indeed. Alongside the trio of Xiaoyu, Manjing, and two formidable swordsman bodyguards, Mori's two powerful bodyguards shouted, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent snow swirling about, their white fighting spirit slightly spilling forth. They were great swordsmen. Xiaoyu was elated. Friends, I apologize for dragging you into this predicament. Might you assist us in repelling these assassins? I assure you, we shall repay you in the future. The words of one burly bodyguard echoed, that is what I wish to express. Xiaoyu felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that he had presumed the assassins were after Luo Tian while Mori's group believed they were after their young master. Regardless, the immediate concern was to unite against the common foe. The battle had begun. The 10 swordsmen charged at the two great swordsman bodyguards. Young Master Mori, stay behind me. All right, Brother C. The young man was thoroughly frightened, for it was his first encounter with assassins targeting him directly. As 5 black-clad assassins besiege Luo Tian and his companions, the clash of long swords reverberates through the air. Xiaoyu and Delon each confront 2 assassins, and in an instant, the snowy ground is filled with dazzling sword lights. Manjing continuously chants incantations, her successive wind blades providing support to Xiaoyu and Delon, momentarily preventing their defeat. In contrast, on Mo Li's side, although the great swordsman possesses formidable strength, facing 5 opponents while simultaneously safeguarding the young master behind him has left him covered in wounds. The assassin confronting Luo Tian, though repeatedly sent sprawling by Luo Tian's thunderous 3-slash technique, rises like an indomitable cockroach after each blow, blood spewing from his mouth as he relentlessly strikes at Luo Tian. Lin Yang, make your move. I know you have yet to unleash your full potential. Xiaoyu perceives that Lin Yang is merely toying with the assassin. He stands undefeated, yet Xiaoyu and the guards are on the brink of collapse. The 5 swordsmen coordinate their efforts, forming a certain formation that disperses the guard's sharpness while occasionally attacking Amoli, the hostage, to seize the initiative. Their wounds multiply, the thick white robes now stained crimson with blood. But what should I do? Kill him? Luo Tian exclaims in despair. Indeed, at this juncture, there is no other choice. This is a world for the strong, where the powerful survive and the weak are eliminated. They are assassins, who once nearly brought you to your demise. If you remain indecisive, one of us may be gravely injured, tipping the scales in their favor, and we will be doomed. You foolish child. How can you be so naive, so innocent like a simpleton? Delon cried out in urgency. Murder? I have no experience in killing. Luo Tian hesitates, once more sending the black-clad assassin flying. No, this cannot continue. If Lin Yang can eliminate one assassin and come to assist, this crisis can be averted. Alas. Lin Yang, think of your sorrows, the matters that cause you profound grief. Transform this sorrow into strength, and show no mercy to the enemy before you who seeks your life. Profound grief? Luo Tian fell silent. His life has been a tale of profound sorrow. There is nothing more painful than being abandoned by one's parents, being forced to leap off a cliff, and witnessing the annihilation of one's family, reduced to the depths of despair. Ah! Luo Tian roars to the heavens, the snow trembling in response. His eyes gradually turn blood red. This is the god-slaying technique, frenzy. Ah! The assassin across from him also screeches, brandishing his delicate sword once more. At this moment, Luo Tian resembles a crimson-eyed demon. Through clenched teeth, he utters the words, thunderous 3/. His figure vanishes from sight, only to reappear a meter behind the assassin, leaving no trace or footprint in the snow. Time freezes for the two in the snowy expanse, with only the white snow continuing to fall. When Luo Tian turns around, the assassin's neck erupts with a fountain of blood, collapsing helplessly onto the snow. A few droplets of blood splatter onto Luo Tian's cheek, and combined with his blood-red eyes, the scene sends shivers through all who witness it. Has this boy lost his mind? Delan exclaims in astonishment. No, it must be one of his signature moves. I recall the first time I encountered him in the enchanted forest, when he employed this skill to vanquish the armored rhinoceros. His eyes were crimson, and at that moment, I paid little heed to it, little did I know. But look at his demeanor. Mancy harbored an ominous premonition. How terrifying indeed. If you wish to slay me, you must first eliminate yourselves, Luo Tian bellowed, his figure darting towards the two assassins besieging Xiaoyu. Clang! The sound rang out sharply as the dagger in the assassin's hand shattered. Although Luo Tian's rusted great sword lacked a blade, its hardness surpassed that of divine artifacts, and with sufficient strength, it could indeed sever the opponent's weapon. However, this came at a cost. Luo Tian's tiger mouth split open, the pain igniting a furious rage within him. Seizing the moment of the assassin's astonishment, Xiaoyu's long sword flew from his grasp, piercing through the assassin's abdomen, leaving another corpse upon the snow. Lin Yang, our crisis has been averted. You assist Mori and the others while I handle this assassin and aid Delan, Xiaoyu declared. Luo Tian offered no response, his previously haughty and aloof expression suddenly shifting as he surged towards the assassins attacking the two guards. Is this kid going to be all right? Delan's face was etched with concern. His transformation indeed impacted his temperament. However, his comprehension of my words indicated he had not lost his sanity. What comes next? Xiaoyu's gaze fixated on the remaining three assassins, who were beginning to retreat. Seeing Luo Tian's imposing aura surge forth, the guard rejoiced and shouted, Brother, you take the outer flank while I disrupt their formation from within. Luo Tian remained unperturbed, seemingly cold and unwilling to converse after his frenzy had taken hold. Did this guy understand our intentions? Another guard beside the first exclaimed. Suddenly, Luo Tian soared into the air, leaping to a height of 100 feet, raising his dilapidated great sword aloft, arcs of lightning crackling across his form as though he had been struck by lightning. Witnessing this spectacle, the guard was taken aback. He turned and, seizing Mori's slender waist, fled, using his sturdy back to shield against the onslaught of sword beams. Luo Tian's momentum escalated, and with a powerful swing, torrents of green lightning-infused sword energy roared down from the sky. A tempest of bombardment ensued, scattering the formation of the 10-man team, sending numerous swordsman assassins flying. Bloodied ice shards littered the ground, leaving large craters. Lin Yang, I was right about this kid. Xiaoyu extolled Luo Tian's martial prowess. Although he was merely a swordsman, his techniques appeared to rival the full-force strikes of a grand master swordsman. The assassin squad was thrown into disarray, their once confident demeanor now replaced by trembling defeat. Die? Luo Tian's battered longsword cleaved towards an unsteady assassin before him. Damn it, retreat. Luo Tian's valor had decisively turned the tide, inflicting severe losses upon the assassin squad. They had committed grave errors. First, mistaking Xiaoyu and his companions for allies due to their intrusion. Second, they had underestimated the prowess of Luo Tian, Xiaoyu, and Delan, believing that 5 swordsmen of considerable strength could easily annihilate Xiaoyu's team. Delan and Xiaoyu stood firm against the remaining 7 assassins attempting to flee. Casualties continued to mount, yet the losses were theirs, while the fallen belonged to the assassins. Look, what have we overlooked? A voice drew the attention of Luo Tian and the others. Upon encountering the rotund figure, Luo Tian's body shuddered with a cold tremor. Indeed, the newcomers were none other than Xuefeng and his relentless assassin squad that had been pursuing Luo Tian. Infuriating, Xuefeng, upon discerning the corpses on the ground and the badges adorning their bodies, realized they were also members of the Assassin Alliance, just like himself. Chapter 38. They seek to kill me. I shall kill. 1. Xuefeng had been covertly dispatching individuals to monitor Luo Tian's movements, yet had refrained from launching an immediate assault, awaiting the arrival of the final capable member of his team. Now, witnessing his bloodied comrades lying prostrate upon the pristine white snow, Xuefeng was filled with righteous indignation. How despicable! As Xuefeng was about to voice his thoughts, another individual, resembling Xuefeng in stature, with a face adorned with a thick beard and eyebrows raised like a fierce warrior, interjected. This man, named Yun Hao, was a master swordsman. The two factions prepared for confrontation. Truly, one wave of turmoil had scarcely subsided before another arose. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. The previous skirmish had been an assassination attempt on Morley, and now it was evident that this new wave sought Luo Tian. Esteemed gentlemen, we are the Night Patrol Squad, tasked with the covert assassination of the second son of Monaster. We did not anticipate encountering resistance and suffering such grievous losses. The assassin guards slightly bowed, performing an unusual gesture of etiquette. It appeared to be a customary courtesy of their assassin guild. Acknowledging their gesture, Xuefeng returned the salutation on behalf of the Lone Enforcer Squad. For our fallen brothers, let them pay with their blood. Since you are the Lone Enforcers, I have heard whispers of your renown and trust in your prowess. However, is it possible for us to capture that young Master Morley alive? That is out of the question. Xuefeng replied. Indeed. A new battle commenced. Humph. The newcomers numbered merely 4 swordsmen, with only one being a master swordsman, accompanied by 7 incapacitated individuals. There was indeed a chance to contend. Xiao Yu once again assessed the situation. Suddenly, Delan's figure came crashing down heavily before Xiao Yu and Luo Tian, blood spewing onto the pristine snow. Delan? You? Xiao Yu exclaimed in shock, realizing that Delan had faced off against the assassin Yu Hui from the Lone Enforcer Squad, and inexplicably, had been decisively overpowered. Humph, if you don't believe it, why don't you try? Delan shouted, acknowledging that these 5 individuals were formidable. He had previously warned that despite being swordsmen, their abilities exceeded those of ordinary ones. How infuriating. It was time to re-evaluate the strengths of both sides. Xiao Yu grasped his longsword and confronted the assassin Yu Hui. Their clash exceeded 10 exchanges, leaving Xiao Yu with a throbbing headache. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Had it not been for Xiao Yu's slightly superior speed, he might have met the same fate as Delan. Yun Hao charged fiercely, sending the guard C flying with a single kick. Although they were both master swordsmen, in this encounter, C was decisively defeated. Was it due to Yun Hao's ferocity or C's prior exhaustion? Yet, the most ferocious of all was Luo Tian, whose crimson eyes glinted with savagery as he faced 2 swordsman assassins, managing to inflict grievous wounds upon them. Suddenly, a dagger pierced Luo Tian's shoulder. With his red eyes, he noticed Manqing's face growing increasingly pale. Despite his severe injuries, Delan fought valiantly to protect Manqing. Grappling with the assassins, Luo Tian's crimson gaze fixed intently upon the assassin before him, the one who had inflicted harm upon him. A person seeks to take my life. I shall take theirs. If heaven intends to annihilate me, I shall retaliate against the heavens. Luo Tian's rusted longsword plunged into the chest of the assassin. Wu Gu. How vile. Another assassin, consumed by grief, raised his longsword. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his head was severed, and a fountain of blood erupted into the sky. This gruesome scene caused Manqing to retch uncontrollably, her complexion growing even more pallid. As she regained her senses, an assassin's blade was already poised at her throat. No! Xiao Yu screamed, his anguished cry revealing his inability to provide aid. Manqing closed her eyes, wondering, am I to perish? Why do I feel no pain? With a daring tilt of her head, she beheld a wrathful demon with blood-red eyes. Lin Yang, tears brimmed in Manqing's eyes. She did not wish to die. Not before finding her brother. Thunderous tri-strike. Second slash, Luo Tian bellowed, disregarding the assassin's blade as he cleaved downward. A gash was mercilessly torn from Luo Tian's left chest, extending down to his abdomen, blood instantly staining his flimsy armor. In contrast, the assassin paid the ultimate price. Death. This reckless method of trading injuries for life was undeniably a desperate tactic. Lin Yang. Remain calm. Manqing grasped Luo Tian's slender waist. At that moment, Luo Tian regained a semblance of composure. It was the guard, severely wounded in the abdomen. Heh. Yun Hao wore a bloodthirsty grin, even licking the edge of his blade. Although Luo Tian and Delan had dispatched numerous assassins, The 5 who arrived next were truly formidable. Each a master swordsman, they stood out among their peers, undoubtedly possessing exceptional skills. Otherwise, the Lonely Enforcers team would not have gained such notoriety within the Assassin Alliance relying solely on these 5. Only the captain of this assassin team seemed somewhat deranged. Luo Tian had gone berserk, unleashing his internal fighting spirit without restraint, sending one assassin after another flying. Incredibly valiant. Out of 7 assassins, 3 fell to Luo Tian's strikes. 1 to Delan's, while the remaining 3 lay gravely injured, unable to rise. Our side suffered no fatalities, yet most were gravely wounded, with the guard, Delan, and Luo Tian bearing the brunt of the injuries. Another guard from Mori naturally drew Xuefeng's attention. Xuefeng, Wang Hu, and Geng surrounded him. As a master swordsman, he could usually contend against 10 master swordsmen and emerge unscathed, but facing the 3's intricate formation, their synergy and complementary skills were astonishingly proficient. This guard was already covered in wounds. Though not fatal, it would not be long before this master swordsman met his demise. This is dire. We're doomed. We're all injured and exhausted. If this continues, we shall surely fall. Delan's face was etched with anxiety. He could no longer join the fray. Blood gushed from his shoulder without respite. What to do? What to do? I have brought you all into this. Luo Tian's crimson eyes gradually regained a flicker of clarity. No, it is, Manjing attempted to explain. No, Luo Tian's face turned ashen. He too was nearing the brink of exhaustion. It is my fault. From the very beginning, I should not have joined your Xiao Yu's team. Had I not joined, I would not have attracted the assassins, and you would not have been injured. Nor would you face such perilous circumstances. Lin Yang, you need not feel guilty. Since you joined our Xiao Yu team, we have become like family, bound by brotherhood, devoid of any notions of burden. No, it is precisely because we are brothers. Luo Tian's black eyes gleamed with a resolute clarity as he sprang to his feet, shouting, You want my life, don't you? Come at me, I'm right here. Such audacity. Xuefeng and the others were on the verge of vanquishing the great swordsman guardian. But alas, Dio, you know what this is? Luo Tian declared, producing a tattered beast skin tome. This is the god-slaying technique, the treasure of the Luo clan. What? The god-slaying technique? Upon hearing this, Xuefeng's expression shifted dramatically. The legendary technique capable of elevating one to divinity. No wonder the old thief Yu Ling was willing to mobilize the 4 saints of Yu Ling to annihilate the Luo clan for this technique. I should have anticipated it. This skill is no ordinary affair. After him. Without a second thought, Xuefeng abandoned the notion of killing, as did the others. The 5 pursued Luo Tian, racing towards the mountain summit. Have they truly departed just like that? Xiao Yu felt bewildered. Xiao Yu, quickly save Lin Yang. No. He is Luo Tian, Manqing urged anxiously. Gazing at the receding figure, Xiao Yu shook his head. There's no time. Even if we catch up, do we possess the strength to engage in a desperate fight? Catching up would merely result in an additional corpse. If I'm not mistaken, he intends to. Xiao Yu fell silent after his words. This fool, Delan, seemed to grasp Luo Tian's intentions as well. Luo Tian raced across the snowy terrain, unleashing his utmost martial prowess. Yet the 5 behind him closed in with even greater speed. It wouldn't be long before they caught up. Luo Tian, surrender the god-slaying technique, and I may spare your life. The voice behind him grew ever closer. At last, Luo Tian halted, and Feng Gu believed that Luo Tian had resigned himself to fate. Each came to a stop. Luo Tian turned calmly, stating, I have said, if someone wishes to kill me, I shall retaliate. If heaven seeks to destroy me, I shall challenge heaven. Since I cannot resist you, I shall take us both to oblivion. With that, wounds upon his body oozed blood, which was drawn into the tattered great sword in his grasp. Simultaneously, Luo Tian's aura surged, instantly reaching the level of a great swordsman, white energy enveloping him. Waves of force generating a tempest of snow. What? Feng Gu sensed impending doom, preparing to issue the command to apprehend him, but Luo Tian acted first, invoking the god-slaying technique. Demon descending thunder. Countless sword lights, crackling with electricity, surged forth, but his target was not Xuefeng and his companions. Rather, it was the mountains behind him. Boom! From the majestic snow-capped peaks, a series of rumbling echoes emerged. The mountain trembled slightly. It is remarkable for a great swordsman to cause a mountain to quiver. Luo Tian's demon descending thunder triggered a colossal avalanche. Boom! The white-capped waves roared downward, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, in an instant engulfing both Luo Tian and the 5 assassins. Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Yu, Delan, Manqing, and the others had gathered with Mori and the others, erecting a barrier of energy. Their eyes were fixed on the roaring white waves cascading downwards. A somber expression hung over them. It was Luo Tian who had saved their lives, Lin Yang. Tears streamed down the corners of Manjing's face, and she pondered. Why? Was it merely because Luo Tian was one of them? Or perhaps because he bore a resemblance to her brother Mandy, evoking a surge of emotions? Or was it that Manjing harbored feelings for Luo Tian? The avalanche consumed everything, and a splatter of crimson at the mountainside was once again covered by the white snow. Suddenly, from the snow emerged a head, then 2, 3, 5 assassins emerged unscathed. Seasoned warriors of the battlefield, how could they perish due to an avalanche? Assassin Hui dug out a tome bound in beast skin from the snow. Upon opening it, the 3 bold characters read God-slaying technique. Yet there lingered an unsettling sense of discord. The God-slaying technique, the secret art that once stirred a storm of bloodshed across the divine demon continent. Unexpectedly found within the Luo family. Congratulations, Brother Feng. If we can master this God-slaying technique, we shall undoubtedly become the world's foremost assassins. Wang Hu lauded. Hemph. If you become the world's #1 assassin, then what of me? Brother Feng replied with a sly grin, leaving Wang Hu momentarily bewildered. Brother Feng, you are undoubtedly the world's #1 assassin, with Brother Yunhao as the second, Brother Hui as the third, and myself as the fourth. Wang Hu flattered. And what about me? Geng Zhe asked, bewildered. Isn't it obvious? You be the fifth. The 4 chimed in unison. Damn, I knew it. I shouldn't have asked. Geng Zhe thought to himself, realizing he seemed the most insignificant in this group. However, he remained optimistic, thinking, 5th in the world? Not too shabby. Let's go. Let's go. My little Yaya is still waiting for me to return for a drink. Xiefeng referred to the dancer from the flower house. It's freezing. Roast beef, let's move. The 5 were in high spirits. As for Luo Tian, buried beneath the avalanche, they deemed him a lost cause and paid him no mind. They descended the mountain. Bang! An explosion. A large snow pit. Everyone remained unharmed, while the injuries of the guard and the lazy one had been tended to, yet they were still quite weak. I must go save him, Manjing shouted. That young brother has little fighting spirit left. I'm afraid. Silence, Manjing bellowed. The powerful sword master swallowed his words. It was still the guard who stepped forward, after consulting with young Master Mori, stating, this life was saved by that young brother. If you insist on ascending the mountain to search, we shall assist you wholeheartedly. I have already informed my family, and they will soon send reinforcements. Though I knew the chances of Luo Tian's survival were slim, I feared that if Manjing did not personally seek him out, she would never escape this shadow for the rest of her life. Count me in. Despite his severe injuries, the lazy one was willing to take the perilous journey up the mountain for Manjing. At that moment, nearby, the snow erupted, revealing yet another surviving assassin, his garments in disarray. Most notably, the hood and mask atop his head had fallen away, exposing short yellow hair and piercing green eyes. Modi! Manjing cried out in disbelief. The assassin appeared to deliberately evade Manjing's gaze, brandishing a dagger from his waist, and lunged directly at Mori, who was cowering behind the bodyguard with a swift motion. The bodyguard effortlessly swatted the assassin's dagger aside, pinning him to the ground with a single hand. Addressing Manjing, he inquired, Do you know him? It was precisely because Manjing had just uttered her brother's name that the bodyguard refrained from delivering a lethal blow. What a narrow escape. Mori, why? Why? Manjing rushed forward, enveloping her brother in her arms, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. I'm sorry. I'm an assassin. Why? Why? Why didn't you acknowledge me earlier? I've searched for you for so long, so very long. Do you understand? Manjing screamed. I'm an assassin, and now that my mission has failed. After uttering these words, Mori unexpectedly produced a small knife, likely intended for slicing fruit, and attempted to take his own life. Thud! The short blade pierced Manjing's arm, blood cascading down, warm and red. Her own sister's blood, causing Mori to panic. He aimed to cut his throat but was thwarted by Manjing, who instinctively blocked the blow, causing him to drop the small knife in fright. He collapsed into her embrace, weeping profusely. Manjing looked pleadingly at the bodyguard and Mori. The bodyguard, fully aware of the implications, replied, If the young master forgives you. I have no objections, please. Manjing suddenly knelt before Mori, startling him greatly. His innocence was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, and his heart softened as he said, Very well, I forgive you. But if you ever think of harming me again, I shall not be so lenient. Thank you. By the way, Do you not care for your companion? Indeed. In the reunion with her brother, Manjing almost forgot about Luo Tian. Xiao Yu, along with Manjing and another bodyguard of Mori, ascended the mountain in search of Luo Tian. Nearly an hour passed before reinforcements from the bodyguard arrived, an entire legion of guards, who first attended to the injured, while the remaining members continued their ascent. The search persisted for most of the day, from noon until nightfall. Manjing, we have done our utmost. Xiao Yu lowered his head, fearing the worst. Luo Tian might have been buried beneath an avalanche, initially believing he could escape. He did not expect death by suffocation, yet after searching for half a day, all that remained was an expanse of white snow. Nothing more. Despair enveloped the group as they erected a gravestone before the vast, snowy mountains. What shall we do now? Mori inquired. The three fell silent. Manjing, gravely injured, had already begun to rest with bandages applied. You are now being targeted by the Assassin Guild, and the Mercenary Guild will not intervene to protect you. Even if they manage to protect you temporarily, given the Guild's nature, it is only a matter of time before you are pursued again. Mori suggested, why not join our monster family? But joining you now might pose a threat to your family. Do not worry. The Assassin Guild only dares to send assassins in secrecy. They would not dare to confront our family directly. Sensing the doubts of Xiao Yu and the others, Mori continued in a hushed tone. We are members of the Alliance. You are from the Alliance. Shh. Keep your voice down. Mori wore a face of deep resentment. In truth, his earlier words were merely a relay from my father. Our Alliance wholeheartedly welcomes individuals like you, who find themselves in troubled circumstances. What do you say? Bitter Greens, the languid figure nodded slightly at Xiao Yu. I reckon that if the Assassin Guild seeks to provoke us, the Mercenary Guild would be unable to protect us. It would be wiser to join your alliance. However, it appears that the estate my father left for me is now beyond my reach. Mori was well aware of Xiao Yu's implication. The strength of the three individuals was formidable, and their residence could certainly not be substandard. For the time being, I can manage to arrange for your accommodation. This is the extent of my authority. Mori was indeed adorably naive. Thank you for your assistance. The five assassins had completed their task, and a luxurious beast-drawn carriage was en route to Linmu City, a metropolis boasting a population exceeding 10 million. Once, the Luo family and the Yuling family cohabited the city, dividing it equally. Alas, the Yuling family exterminated them. In truth, this was merely a branch of the Yuling family, while the true ruling family, the Yuluo family, was divided into three factions, stationed in various regions to govern the divine demon continent. Although the Luo family had retreated from the political stage, desiring only a peaceful existence, they naturally became a thorn in the side of the others. The royal city issued an order for the head of the Yuling family to annihilate the Luo family. This was but one of their objectives. The other revolved around the coveted manual known as the God-slaying technique. During the great war between gods and demons, the Luo family had managed to dominate the continent under the protection of a powerful deity. However, the emergence of another demon god led to a cataclysmic battle, resulting in the fall of both deities. Subsequently, the Luo family was usurped by other clans, leading to their gradual decline, ultimately taking refuge in Linmu City. The technique left behind by the deity became a much-discussed treasure across the continent. Although the deity had scattered the manual throughout the realm, the Yuluo family, through some unknown means, discovered that the god-slaying technique still resided within the Luo family, prompting their extermination. Meanwhile, this so-called treasure was currently being transcribed by Gengzi. Wait, that is not right, Gengzi suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Feng, sipping fine wine, was taken aback. Is there an issue with the technique? Indeed, upon transcription, I found numerous incoherent phrases and repetitive segments. Yu Hui snatched the manuscript for a closer inspection, exclaiming, Cursed be this. This is but a copy. Though it appears to be a well-crafted, weathered ancient tome, the faint scent of ink is certainly not indicative of something that has been preserved for a millennium. What? The crowd gasped in unison. I advise against reckless cultivation. You may risk falling into madness, Yu Hui cautioned. Damn it. I spent the entire night poring over it, nearly memorizing half of it, only to discover it is a forgery. The core principles of the technique were authentic, albeit tampered with, omitting crucial cultivation methods and information. It was no wonder we had not detected the deception earlier. That cunning Luo Tian. How devious to present us with a fake manual. We must return at once. Yunhao seethed with fury. And what good will that do? Xue Feng interjected. That fellow may very well have become a cold, lifeless corpse by now. I shall desecrate the body. Yunhao bellowed. The others were left speechless. Alas, it is indeed the fault of a certain individual who has been indulging in frivolities at the brothel these past few days. Even if we were to turn back now, it would be of no avail. The The chances of Luo Tian are already diminished by 90%, and, additionally, time is of the essence. Yu Hui analyzed, "Hey, who is this certain individual? Did you not partake in the revelry as well? I recall that Yuan Hao was quite inebriated that night, harassing virtuous women and nearly landing himself in prison. Was it not I who intervened? You speak as if you were not part of it." "You bear some responsibility too," Brother Feng exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "Does celebratory wine count?" Gung Zhe inquired timidly. "Indeed," Brother Feng bellowed, causing Gung Zhe to shrink back in fright. "What shall we do now?" Brother Feng continued. "We can only force the issue. After all, the head of the Yuling family has not laid eyes on this god-slaying technique, so perhaps we can deceive them. Even if we cannot, we are still unaware of its content. Based solely on a single technique, we have performed admirably thus far. This is the best course of action available to us." Not long after, they arrived at Linmu City, where the city walls loomed like a grand scarf stretching into the heavens, indicating the vastness of the metropolis. Rows of vigilant guards stood at attention, inspecting the adventurers and merchants entering the city. "I sit Lord Xiefeng." One guard had been waiting for quite some time. "Indeed," Xiefeng replied, lifting the curtain. "The Lord has prepared a grand feast, awaiting your esteemed presence. Please follow me." The guard mounted his horse, and under the escort of the guard brigade, they entered Linmu City without undergoing any inspection. Shortly thereafter, a palace appeared before their eyes. Under the guidance of the attendants, Xiefeng and the others entered the grand hall, where a massive round table was laden with delicacies, and maidens ushered the 5 men to their seats. "Lonely Lord Xiefeng, the solitary enforcer assassination squad, you have truly exceeded my expectations." A peculiar figure, an elderly man with pale skin and long white hair, emerged from behind a screen and casually took a seat. "Dear head of the Yuling family, must you be so formal? You provide the funds while I contribute my efforts. This lavish banquet leaves me quite embarrassed." Though Xiefeng made his statement, the 5 men did not touch the sumptuous dishes laid before them. "And Luo Tian?" inquired the head of the Yuling family. "Alas, he lies grievously wounded upon the vast and perilous snow-capped mountains, his strength utterly depleted, buried beneath an avalanche. His demise is certain," Brother Feng remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yuling family furrowed his brow deeply. "Was it not agreed that one must see the living and the dead? And what of that technique?" Xiefeng smiled slightly, casually producing a tattered manual. Excitement lit up the old man's face as he eagerly opened the first page, revealing the god-slaying technique. Startled, he quickly closed the book again, unable to conceal his exhilaration. "Enjoy your meal and drink well," the head of the Yuling family said, hastily rising to enter a secret chamber. The remaining 5 assassins gazed at the abundant dishes before them, yet none dared to partake. It seemed the head of the Yuling family had gone to inspect the goods, Brother Feng. "If these dishes grow cold, it would indeed be a pity," Gung Zhe lamented, eyeing the sumptuous feast with longing. "Swallowing hard, then eat, if you dare. Go on, indulge," Xiefeng urged lightly. Gung Zhe, however, misinterpreted Xiefeng's tone as anger. "I fear it may be poisoned. I shall not partake any longer." Gung Zhe then set down his chopsticks. "Did we not agree to abstain?" Xiefeng inquired. "Indeed, I shall not eat," replied Gung Zhe. Observing Brother Feng extracting a silver fork to prod at the dishes, he remarked, "Wasting food is disgraceful. If you do not eat, we shall." After finishing his statement, Xiefeng lifted a chicken leg and began to gnaw on it. "Damn it, you rascal," Gung Zhe exclaimed, utterly speechless. One of life's greatest torments is to have a sumptuous feast laid before you, yet be unable to indulge. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Gung Zhe seized his chopsticks and began to feast. For after a day of travel, how could he not be hungry? With his mouth stuffed to the brim and a slight burp escaping, he raised his wine cup. "Gung Zhe," Brother Feng's voice rang out once more. "How often have I instructed you? You cannot drink alone," he admonished. Gung Zhe, understanding the implication, promptly poured wine for the other 4 and then settled down. "Now may we drink?" "No," Brother Feng replied, raising his wine cup. "In these recent days, we have all toiled hard in tracking down that Luotian half-moon, and we have finally accomplished our mission. Cheers!" The 5 raised their cups in unison. Meanwhile, the head of the Yuling family had long been eager. Flipping through the god-slaying technique. 10 seconds later, his excited countenance shifted, the pace of his page turning quickening, his expression changing rapidly until finally, in a fit of rage, he cast the book to the ground. Stunned for a moment, he suddenly grew alarmed, the silver light flashing as he dashed out of the secret chamber. At that moment, Xiefeng and his companions were still raising their cups. In these recent days, We have all toiled hard in tracking down that Luotian half-moon, and we have finally completed our mission. Cheers. Oh, the head of the Yuling family. I was just contemplating whether to wait for you to raise a toast with us. Come, before he could finish, the head of the Yuling family casually glanced at the maid beside him, and with a swift motion of his hand, a silver sword aura instantly cleaved the maid into fragments. The silver energy so potent that it left not even a bone behind. Yuling family head, what is the meaning of this? The 5 assassins questioned, their expressions grave. Humph, I just received urgent intelligence. This individual is actually a spy sent by another family. To prevent the secret of the god-slaying technique from leaking, therefore, the head of the Yuling family bellowed, someone, dispose of this place. Although the violent silver energy had incinerated the maid's body completely, an odd scent lingered in the air, causing even Gungza to lose his appetite for the delectable dishes, despite his hunger. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, with Xiefeng and the other 4 assassins wearing solemn expressions, while the maids at the table slightly leaned against the wall, trembling, to think that someone who cannot even reach the level of a martial artist would necessitate the personal intervention of the Yuling family head is rather excessive. Xiefeng stated gravely, you must understand, there exists something known as soul runes, which transmit information in real time. I am merely exercising caution. After all, this god-slaying technique once stirred a tempest of bloodshed across the continent. The reasons provided by the Yuling family were utterly flimsy. That maid was responsible for the kitchen. I feared the food might be poisoned. Someone, prepare new dishes for me, the head of the Yuling family commanded. I believe that will not be necessary. Even if it were poisoned, we should have perished by now. Besides, we are already quite full. There is no need to trouble the Yuling family head, Brother Feng replied. Oh, by the way, what has become of Luotian's corpse? The head of the Yuling family inquired. Brother Feng furrowed his brows, having already stated this once before. So, the vast snowy mountains of London Forest. Where exactly are the snow mountains? The head of the Yuling family pressed for more details. To the northeast, near the summit, Xiefeng responded. Then, what are the specific coordinates? How could I possibly remember that so clearly? What, does the head of the Yuling family desire his corpse? Xiefeng chuckled. However, an additional fee would be required. No, I was merely inquiring. If you can retrieve his body, I will offer you an extra 10,000 gold coins. Then there is no time to waste. We must set out. Brother Feng rose, and the 4 of them immediately stood, making their way towards the exit. Lonely Xiefeng, the head of the Yuling family called out. Is there anything else, my lord? Brother Feng turned around. You haven't peeked at this god-slaying technique, have you? The head of the Yuling family fell silent, taken aback for a moment. Xiefeng smiled slightly and said, my words are straightforward. It is impossible for me to have seen it, for I possess a pair of perceptive eyes. However, although this god-slaying technique appears impressive, it is utterly unsuitable for my cultivation. Might I inquire if there is anything else? Go now. I grant you 3 days to locate Luotian's body, and I shall present you with 10,000 gold coins. 2 days will suffice. With that, Brother Feng departed the Grand Hall, directing the carriage out of Linmu City, heading towards Giwa City. After the 4 assassins had left, a young man appeared behind the head of the Yuling family, his waist slightly bent as he inclined forward. Grandfather, they cannot possibly be unaware of the god-slaying technique. Do you require me? The young man revealed a glimmer of ferocity. The god-slaying technique has long become a legend. How many on the continent still remember it? Even if they do, how many truly believe? Moreover, this technique is merely a hand-copied manuscript replicated by that Luotian's second-in-command, with content that is incomplete. To attempt cultivation of it would be harmful, not beneficial. The head of the Yuling family continued. I feel that these individuals are becoming somewhat unreliable. Send someone to follow them discreetly. Additionally, dispatch someone to search for Luotian's remains in the vast snowy mountains. By the way, it is crucial to acquire all of his belongings, understood? The head of the Yuling family had not anticipated that Brother Feng and his companions not only knew of the existence of the god-slaying technique, but also recognized that it was the cultivation method of that great deity. On the beast cart, the faces of the 5 were darkened. Finally, it was Yunhao who erupted in anger. Damn it, that old thief Yuling actually poisoned us. I suspect there must be poison in the wine we drank. Yuhui remarked, however, I have tested it with a silver needle. There was no abnormal reaction, Brother Feng stated. Then there is only one type of poison, the poison saint herb. Poison saint herb? Indeed, common poisons generally contain heavy metals. And the silver needle would certainly show a reaction, Yuhui continued. The poison saint herb dissolves in water and cannot be detected by the silver needle. It is colorless and tasteless. Those who are poisoned lose all their power. Even legendary saint-tier experts are not exempt from its effects. Weaker individuals, or those who consume a large dose, may never become martial artists or may become imbeciles for life. The poisoned saint herb is worth its weight in 100 purple crystals, and it is a forbidden substance on the continent. It may not even be found in the black market. To deal with us mere little assassins, is it truly necessary to waste such financial resources? Wang Hu remarked, this is the only explanation. Otherwise, how could he have discerned the issues with the secret manual and exhibited such an unmistakable panic, seeking a scapegoat to perform this farce? Yu Hui responded, it is because he wishes to extract information about Luo Tian's whereabouts and other matters. Brother Feng said with indifference, Old Feng, when Yu Ling the old rogue finally inquired if you had seen it, I truly feared you might respond with I have not seen it. Otherwise, we would have already become 5 corpses. Although I am somewhat forgetful, I have not lost the fundamental instincts of a killer. While he feigned ignorance with me, I reciprocated in kind. However, we can no longer continue our dealings with him. Yet, we still hold a modicum of standing within the Assassin's Guild, and for the time being, they will not move against us. Nonetheless, we are entangled in the troublesome affair of the god-slaying technique. The only solution is to augment our strength. Both Yu Hui and I are on the verge of breaking through to the Grand Swordmaster level, and Yun Hao is but a single opportunity away from entering the Saint Realm. When that time comes, it will not be so easy for the Yu Ling family to act against us. Yu Hui analyzed, Luo Tian is alone and would certainly not entrust such a crucial item to another. The genuine manual must still be on his person. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to the Snow Mountain. With that, the Snow Peak personally drove the beast cart, relentlessly urging it onward, the cart jolting violently, the wheels nearly flying off. The scene shifted to the vast, snow-covered mountains, where beneath 100-foot snowdrift, Luo Tian's icy corpse lay quietly encased in a massive block of ice. So cold. My body feels frigid, my blood is cold, my heart is cold, and my soul too is cold. Everything is cold. In the white expanse, Luo Tian's face resembled that of a corpse. Am I dead? He questioned. Strictly speaking, you have indeed become a dead man, a voice replied. Then why has my consciousness not dissipated? You should be grateful to me. Given your injuries, a normal person would have perished after being suffocated in this ice and snow for a day. However, my spiritual realm immediately transferred your soul to my consciousness sea, allowing you to converse with me here. Is there any way for me to be revived? There is, indeed. But what? Luo Tian inquired, unwilling to embrace death. If I were not compelled to help Xiao Yu and the others, I would not resort to the extreme measure of triggering an avalanche. Sign the Destruction God contract with me, proclaimed the Blade of Ruin. The Destruction God contract? Luo Tian questioned, perplexed. As you can see, I am the embodiment of the destructive law, a principle of the universe's primordial formation. My first master, the Lord of Destruction, tamed me and forged this Blade of Ruin, a primordial treasure. The existence of the Lord of Destruction is to annihilate all things in the world, standing in stark opposition to the Creator God. The universe requires both the Creator God for creation and the Destruction God for destruction, in order to maintain cosmic balance. It seemed the Blade of Ruin had not lost its memory of this contract, so, if I sign the Destruction God contract, I must inherit his destructive powers? Luo Tian asked. Not only that, this contract will strip you of familial affection, compassion, and charity. It will bestow upon you the traits of slaughter, brutality, and annihilation. Your temperament should indeed be influenced. Previously, you succumbed to frenzy, and with the augmentation of my ruinous blade, did you not sense a slight detachment from your own thoughts, an overwhelming desire for bloodshed? Even in your inaugural act of murder, you could have effortlessly severed the head of that assassin. Chapter 41. The Covenant of the Divine Tude. For the sake of the narrative, I have replicated a brief passage from the preceding chapter, as this moment signifies a crucial juncture in Luo Tian's choices, marking a pivotal turning point in his life. The Covenant of Destruction? Luo Tian pondered. As you can observe, I am the embodiment of the destruction principle, born at the dawn of the universe, existing in harmony with the supreme laws of heaven and earth. My first master, the Lord of Destruction, tamed me and forged this primordial treasure, the ruinous blade. The very essence of the Lord of Destruction is to dismantle all creations, standing in stark opposition to the Creator God. The universe requires not only the Creator to bring forth life, but also the Destroyer to obliterate, thus maintaining cosmic equilibrium. Does it imply that by signing the Covenant of Destruction, I must inherit his destructive nature? Luo Tian inquired. Moreover, this covenant will strip you of familial bonds, compassion, and benevolence. It will bestow upon you slaughter, savagery, and annihilation. Your disposition should be affected. Having previously embraced frenzy, coupled with the enhancement of my ruinous blade, did you not feel that fleeting moment of losing control over your own thoughts, consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood? Had it not been for Manjing's embrace, I would have continued my rampage until exhaustion claimed me, and in the end, not only could we not divert that assassination squad, but we would have all perished here. Indeed, the moment I signed the Covenant of Destruction marks the official recognition of my ruinous blade as yours. If, after signing the Covenant of Destruction, I remain unchanged, Luo Tian asked with concern, I cannot answer your question. I have mentioned before that I sustained injuries resulting in the loss of all memories from a millennium ago, replied the ruinous blade. Luo Tian fell silent, grappling with his decision. Once the covenant is signed, he would become the Lord of Destruction, devoid of familial ties, compassion, or benevolence, merely a machine of slaughter and ruin. Yet, what if he refrained from signing? Would I perish if I refused to sign the Covenant of Destruction? That is certain. Upon signing the Covenant of Destruction, a ritual will ensue, granting you powers that transcend even the divine, sufficient to break through the ice and bestow upon you rebirth. However, should you decline to sign the Covenant of Destruction, my energy will be inadequate to sustain your soul's prolonged existence, as your soul dissipates. I too shall succumb to slumber, awaiting the arrival of my next master. There is no alternative. By signing the Covenant of Destruction, I can still survive, at least I shall retain hope. Death would merely render me a hollow shell, and I have yet to avenge the Luo family's grievances. There remains much for me to accomplish. Luo Tian composed himself, an expression of determination crossing his face. I shall sign the Covenant of Destruction. Have you made up your mind? Indeed. Luo Tian nodded resolutely. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall officially become my new master, the illustrious Lord of Destruction, the 23rd of your line. Upon the utterance of the ruined blade, a spectral form of a rusted great sword thunderously dissipated, transforming into countless specks of starlight. The starlight gradually dimmed to black, then shifted to crimson, as the once pristine white space became tainted with the hue of dark blood. Luo Tian seemed to catch the scent of blood, and his mind was inundated with an array of murderous images. Killing, bloodshed, annihilation. The horrifying scene rendered Luo Tian trembling in fear. His physical form's heart began to beat ever so slightly, its rhythm accelerating, faster and faster. Simultaneously, atop the vast and snowy mountain, a colossal mass of pitch-black clouds enveloped the entire expanse, casting a veil of darkness so profound that it rendered the mountains obscured. With only a hint of crimson peeking through, 100-meter pillar of red light, infused with an intensely vivid glow, pierced the ice, reaching Luo Tian's cold corpse. As the ice slowly melted away, his body began to levitate, while streams of red light penetrated the inky black clouds, entering his form. In the distance, some adventurers could only perceive the massive clouds cloaking the snowy mountain, along with faint threads of red light. Red lightning flashed ominously, as if the heavens were displeased. Fortunately, we did not ascend this treacherous mountain, notorious as it is for its dangers akin to those found in the land of Lantern. In the crimson sea of blood, Luo Tian felt as if he were tossed by tumultuous waves, suffering immensely. The pain in his head was excruciating, threatening to render him unconscious. The red lightning persisted for over 10 minutes, and at last, Luo Tian descended gently like a feather onto the white snow. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, signaling the end of the ordeal. His fingers twitched slightly. Luo Tian's heavy eyelids finally opened. I am not dead. He could sense his weary body protesting, yet, this form felt somewhat cold. Struggling to rise, he beheld a massive circular pit beside him, approximately 100 meters in diameter and 100 fathoms deep. Ah, indeed, the contract of the destroyer I signed entails rebirth. I was originally entombed beneath this 100 fathoms of ice and snow. Luo Tian recalled the terrors of the past. Xiaoyu, Manjing, the lazy one, his father, Luo Hao, his nurturing mother's gentle touch, the memory of the chubby Luo Zi, and the faint visage that had cared for him day and night, caressing his face. Yet, he could not recall when these moments had transpired. Luo Tian pondered, did not the contract of the destroyer strip away my familial bonds? Why do I still vividly remember them, as well as our camaraderie? Who knows, perhaps a fragment of the previous destroyer's residual soul, residing within my body, had forgotten to sever those ties. What? This is absurd. Whatever the case, I had thought that after embracing the baptism of the contract, you would emerge transformed, reborn anew. It seems I was mistaken, for aside from the gruesome wound upon your chest having healed, there appears to be no other discernible change. The ruined blade in Luo Tian's grasp cried out, for throughout the time spent encased in ice, he had clutched it tightly. In any case, this is indeed a cause for celebration. Ha ha, a reason to rejoice, alas, there are no taverns upon this snowy mountain. Otherwise a grand feast would be in order. Well then, you are worthy of celebration, while my consciousness teeters on the brink of dissolution. What is happening? Luo Tian discerned that his consciousness was becoming increasingly intertwined with the spirit of the ruined blade. He could even perceive that the blade's sword spirit was growing ever weaker. Previously, his strength had been drawn from the energies of the ruinous divine contract, which sustained the existence of his sword spirit. Now that this power had dissipated, he was left to rely on his own methods to absorb energy. He needed blood, an abundance of it. To procure several magical beasts, the ruined blade bellowed. Very well. It seems as though Luo Tian is akin to a servant of the ruined blade. Disregarding such thoughts, Luo Tian descended the mountain. Having learned valuable lessons, he fashioned a conical hat to obscure his features, resembling a reclusive ascetic, albeit slightly shorter in stature. Having departed from the snowy mountains, Luo Tian found himself in the forest before the expansive, desolate plains of the Tsangmang Snow Mountain. 300 meters to your left, Xiaobai exclaimed. Luo Tian already sensed a presence moving within the forest, without consciously extending his perception. Could this be the advantage of having signed the ruinous divine contract? He felt a surge of anticipation. If this could hasten his ascension to the fabled Saint Tier, he would be overjoyed. It was a muddy ground bison, a creature of ordinary magical beast rank 2, though it appeared large and robust. Its actual strength was not formidable, merely a level above domesticated fowl, albeit more ferocious in the wild. What should I do? Luo Tian inquired. It's quite simple. Just ensure my body makes contact with its wounds. Anywhere there is blood, Xiaobai replied. Huh? Is it really that easy? Luo Tian smirked, his muscles tensing as he swung Xiaobai fiercely, the weathered longsword soaring like an arrow, embedding itself in the bison's rear. A cacophony of roars and lamentations ensued. Cursed Luo Tian, how lazy can you be, attacking the rear like that? Xiaobai muttered. The bison, injured, instinctively attempted to flee. It lacked claws, magic abilities, relying solely on its powerful physique and the sharp horns atop its head. As it took a few heavy steps, it suddenly began to deflate like a punctured balloon, ultimately collapsing into a desiccated corpse. What a remarkable creature! Luo Tian exclaimed, his heart racing as he beheld the crimson fluid spilling forth. An inexplicable urge surged within him. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, that sensation vanished without a trace. What is the matter? Seeing blood evokes a bloodthirsty impulse, does it not? Xiaobai had already quenched its thirst. Luo Tian withdrew the blade. I have no such bloodlust. You drink the blood, I shall consume the flesh. After uttering these words, he began to dissect the bison, and that unsettling impulse resurfaced, clashing with his consciousness, causing him great discomfort. Will I transform into a nefarious demon, a creature solely driven by the desire to kill? Luo Tian sighed, beginning to feel a twinge of fear. Luo Tian, your contemplation reveals a lack of fortitude. Your character requires refinement. Though the ruinous divine contract has introduced this negative aspect, what truly governs you is your heart, and your resolute will be why your reasoning. Do you imply that my predecessors were mindless fiends, merely intent on destruction? Cultivating one's character? Luo Tian murmured to himself, utilizing flint to ignite a campfire, roasting a piece of meat before him. Indeed, I suggest you dedicate this period to rigorous self-cultivation within the verdant confines of land and forest. Firstly, it is essential to refine your character. Secondly, to enhance your strength. This endeavor must transcend the solitary toil of the average individual. A swordsman of considerable might is already formidable, is he not? In the eyes of most, a swordsman is regarded as a powerful figure. Yet, what shall you do when confronted by a Saint-tier powerhouse? Admittedly, such a challenge may be daunting, but consider the likes of the solitary Xiefeng among the 5 assassins, or Yu Hui and others. Do you have unwavering confidence in a one-on-one confrontation? Alas, they are the elite among swordsmen, and even the formidable Dalan de Gu has been bested by them. As a swordsman of notable strength, there exist both exceptional and feeble practitioners among your ranks. It seems that your realm is categorized into 3 tiers: the initial stage, the intermediate, and the pinnacle stage. Pray tell, what tier do I belong to? Luo Tian inquired. You are classified as a level 1 swordsman, responded Xiaobai. However, with your god-slaying technique, you might barely contend with a level 2 swordsman. As for facing a level 3 swordsman, while your technique may not lead to outright defeat, you would undoubtedly emerge battered and bruised, with your survival contingent on your opponent's disposition. What level must I attain? Luo Tian pressed on. With a level 3 swordsman, you could dispatch them with ease, Xiaobai replied. What? To effortlessly vanquish a level 3 swordsman? Luo Tian exclaimed. Does that not imply I must elevate myself 2 tiers to reach the status of a grand swordsman? How many years of cultivation would that require? Even before beginning, Luo Tian had already begun to voice his grievances. However, he understood that Xiaobai's guidance stemmed from a place of genuine concern for his well-being. After a prolonged silence, Luo Tian resolved to embark on his arduous training in the mountains. With that, he plunged the ruined blade into the ground before him and succumbed to slumber. Hey, what about the promised deep mountain cultivation? Just as he lay down, Xiaobai expressed her incredulity. I meant to say from tomorrow onward. Not at this very moment. I am utterly exhausted. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of soft snoring emanated from Luo Tian, whose body was thoroughly fatigued, particularly after a hearty meal, which is when one is most prone to drowsiness. Xiaobai sighed in exasperation as the night descended, enveloping the forest in profound stillness. The ruined blade emitted a faint red glow, causing the passing woodland creatures to shy away. As dawn broke, warm sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting its brightness upon Luo Tian's face. The radiant beams were somewhat blinding, prompting him to furrow his brow and shift positions to continue his slumber. Despite the sun being high in the sky, he remained asleep, likely due to the exhaustion of the previous day. You truly are a sluggard. I believe we should depart from here, Xiaobai shouted, but Luo Tian paid her no heed. Instead, it was the commotion around him that caused him to frown, until a small insect crawled up his neck. Startling him awake, he sprang up, vigorously shaking his clothing. Goodness, what a revolting creature! Thank heavens it did not crawl into my mouth or nose. Please, keep your voice down. You are exceedingly foolish, Xiaobai bellowed, at this outburst. Luo Tian's mind finally began to clear. Rubbing his swollen eyelids, he beheld the vast snow-capped mountains, where enormous craters had been blasted open as though by mining operations. Goodness, what in the world? Atop the magnificent snow peaks, the solitary figure of Xiefeng and his companions suddenly turned their heads. A guard approached. Are you Lord Xiefeng? The guard inquired, bowing slightly. Noticing their attire, adorned with the royal plumage of the Yuling family, Xiefeng questioned, Have you been sent by the head of the Yuling family? Indeed, replied Yue. It appears that the head of the Yuling family harbors some distrust towards us. Not so, the guard clarified. The vastness of the snow-capped mountains necessitated our presence to assist the solitary enforcers in searching for Luotian's remains. Have I not already stated that Luo Tian perished atop the northern peak? Even if he were swept away by an avalanche, his body would likely rest at most halfway down the mountain. You have dispatched over 10,000 men to blast your way up from the base. I cannot fathom the significance of Luotian's body to the head of the Yuling family, Xiefeng retorted with sarcasm. I apologize, but this is the head's directive, and we cannot speculate recklessly, the guard replied. If the 5 of you require assistance, merely signal, and I shall promptly send help. No need. Xiefeng waved his hand dismissively. The guard nodded and departed, directing his subordinates to continue their meticulous search and formation. Humph, the old rogue Luo is no simpleton. We must proceed with caution henceforth. Most importantly, we must locate Luotian. Finding that individual will grant us access to the legendary techniques. Wang Hu asserted. So, you mean that fellow? Precisely. That individual cannot have perished from jumping off a cliff, and with the Divine Slayer technique in his possession, he must possess extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, how can we explain this massive pit? This great hole lies near where we surfaced. Perhaps it was created by Luotian, Xiefeng suggested. Let us first explore the Landon forest. Indeed, witnessing the Landon forest resembling a line of ants scouring the mountains, the first thought that crossed his mind was its connection to himself. Flash. After Luotian spoke, he brandished the ruined blade. Flash. Along the way, Luotian encountered numerous magical beasts, most of which were ordinary, low-tier creatures. However, their numbers far exceeded those in the illusionary forest. Luotian, 3 to your left, 7 to your right, and a group ahead, Xiaobai reported. Let us decisively take the left. With every 100 meters Luotian traversed, he encountered several beasts, but under the radar of the ruined blade's consciousness, he averted considerable trouble. I have noticed that ever since we signed the Destruction God contract, your attitude towards me has completely transformed. Last night, you even guarded me while I rested and chose a safer path to spare me from trouble. Luotian expressed in admiration. Of course. Since yesterday, you have become my true master, and as your servant, I shall exert every effort to assist you. Even if it leads to shattered spirits. Haha, though I do not fully comprehend your meaning, suffice it to say, since the moment I accepted the contract, the trajectory of my life has irrevocably changed. Perhaps I shall become the most formidable individual in the god and demon continent. A frog at the bottom of a well, yearning only to be the best in this realm. Do you not aspire to encompass the entire universe? How vast is the universe, truly? Luotian mused, his face alight with yearning. Enormous, colossal, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Luotian has already begun to envision himself donning armor, receiving the adoration of millions. Hey, kid, watch out ahead, Xiaobai shouted. Before Luotian lay a great mountain and a vast natural lake. The mountain towered approximately 1,000 meters high, cloaked in verdant foliage, with an abundance of shrubs reaching head height. Above the cavern, numerous caves inhabited by magical beasts could be seen. The lake's surface spanned roughly 10 miles in diameter. At this moment, he stood at the juncture between the outskirts and the depths of London Forest. Is this truly the training ground you have chosen for me? Luotian inquired. Indeed. Your first task has now been assigned. Within a month, eradicate all magical beasts within a 10-mile radius centered around the mountain. You must ascend to become the ruler of this generation. Conquer this place, Xiaobai declared. Oh, is that so? Just as Luotian set foot upon the mountain, he was beset by the assault of magical beasts. From each cave emerged a multitude of green-backed lizards, numbering over 20, all of them low-tier magical beasts. It became evident that this mountain served as the lair of the green-backed lizards. No wonder it was riddled with so many caves. Hiss! The lizards encircled Luotian, their blood-red tongues flicking out green liquid, emitting a repulsive hissing sound. What is this? Is this your lair? Very well, from this moment forth, this place shall be my dwelling, Luotian's abode. Those who are wise should vacate immediately, Luotian bellowed. Whether the magical beasts comprehended his words was uncertain, and considering their low-tier status, they likely did not. Brandishing their massive claws and raising their tails, they lunged toward Luotian, god-slaying technique, thunderous 3/strike. First slash, Luotian roared. His figure had already departed from its original position, and the foremost green-backed lizard was cleaved in two in an instant. Their blood, a mixture of red and green, splattered the surrounding shrubs, instantly causing them to wither. Poisonous. The potency was staggering, indicating a high toxicity. Roar, witnessing their kin slaughtered, the green-backed lizards grew even more ferocious. Second slash. His figure moved with great haste, severing the head of a green-backed lizard. Blood gushed forth as a pale green crystal core rolled out. While moving at high speed, Luotian deftly evaded the poisonous spray and splattering blood from the lizards. Third slash. Luotian shouted, his figure shifting as he narrowly dodged the green liquid ejected from over a dozen lizards. This time, rather than a horizontal slash, he opted for a direct thrust. His sword pierced through one green-backed lizard, and with unrelenting momentum, it continued to strike at another behind it, thudding against it with a piercing shriek. That unfortunate lizard was sent flying, its abdomen a gruesome mess, yet it remained alive. It seemed that to unleash the full potential of the god-slaying technique, one must enter a state of frenzy. Upon uttering this, Luotian's gaze gradually turned crimson, resembling rubies threatening to bleed. First slash, second slash, third slash. Luotian's figure surged forth, the winds howling around him, his speed escalating to the point where the green-backed lizards could barely react. It was akin to a slaughter. Fourth slash. Luotian astonishingly executed the thunderous 3/strike for the fourth time. Each of his strikes left deep furrows in the ground. Although it was ostensibly a single-target attack skill, it consistently claimed 2 lives with a single blow. Fifth slash. Luotian was keen to ascertain the limits of his physical prowess and strength. Forcing himself to unleash the 5th slash, he observed that it differed markedly from the preceding 4. The blade of ruin in his grasp gradually transformed into a hue of crimson, akin to a glowing ember. With a sweeping strike, a blood-red sword light emanated forth, unmistakably reminiscent of the color of a blood-red long sword. However, following this strike, Luotian experienced a slight sensation of dizziness. With this blow, he felled 2 green-backed lizards, and the sword light further disassembled 3 more. Filled with elation, Luotian recognized the immense power of this strike. The thunderous 3-stage slash would increase in stages as his strength grew, with each additional stage surpassing the last. Remarkably, This fifth stage had manifested an additional effect. A peculiar thought crossed Luo Tian's mind. He yearned to surpass himself once more and unleash a sixth slash. He could only imagine the formidable skill it would entail. "Hey, you've gone too far," came Xiao Bai's voice like a thunderclap, jolting Luo Tian from his reverie, his mind swirling in chaos, resulting in a wave of dizziness. "Xiao Bai?" Luo Tian halted his assault. "You imbecile. If you let your guard down even momentarily, you risk losing control. Did I not instruct you to strengthen your resolve? You seem to have cast that all aside. If you cannot maintain your true self and fortify your spirit, forcing yourself to execute the sixth slash will surely invite a backlash. At that point, I cannot save you, and you will become prey for these lizards." "Ugh!" Luo Tian pounded his racing heart, nearly terrified to death. "This is the detrimental consequence of the destruction god contract. Thank goodness for you, restoring my clarity in time. Otherwise, my illustrious name would have been destined to perish here today." However, deep within him, he reflected that since signing the destruction god contract, once he activated the frenzied attributes of the god-slaying technique, his eyes would turn crimson, making it exceedingly difficult to control his essence. It appeared that cultivating one's spirit was indeed the primary objective of this arduous training. Chapter 43. The path of hardship in the deep mountains to the fierce battle momentarily subsided. With Xiao Bai's bellowing encouragement, Luo Tian regained his composure, facing off against the 3 or 4 remaining green-backed lizards, neither side daring to strike. Whatever happened to the 20 or 30 that were here before? Quite simply, they had all become corpses strewn across the ground. Humph! Behold my might. God-slaying technique. Demon descending thunder. Before Luo Tian could finish his incantation, as he raised his long sword, the lizards across from him were instantly terrified and fled in all directions. Hey, I haven't even unleashed my ultimate technique yet." Luo Tian chuckled softly, calling after the retreating lizards. "Well then, your old lair now belongs to my domain. If you're displeased, feel free to challenge me anytime. I would be most welcome." As Luo Tian took a step forward, his shoe inadvertently splashed into the green blood on the ground, causing it to emit smoke instantly. Terrified, he hurriedly tried to shake it off, exclaiming, "What the hell? I intend to stay in this forest for a year. My shoes and clothes are my most treasured possessions." Alas, despite his efforts, a hole had torn through his shoe, and he pouted, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. Having heeded the advice of Xiao Bai, Luo Tian collected the blood of the magical beasts and scattered it near a certain cave, leaving only a path wide enough for his passage. This was partly due to the fact that the scent of the magical beasts indicated that this territory belonged to them. The more mixed the scents, the greater the number of beasts present. Generally, lesser magical creatures would not trouble Luo Tian, but higher-tier beasts might not be deterred by such tactics. In any case, Luo Tian had temporarily settled down. The cavern was spacious, serving as a lair for a colony of green-backed lizards. With Luo Tian's efforts, the cave had expanded to approximately 50 square meters. At the entrance, he sought out some shrubs to transplant nearby, providing a natural cover. From this day forth, this would be his little sanctuary. Luo Tian kindled a campfire, roasting a wild rabbit he had hunted, while sipping from a wooden cup carved from a log, filled with fresh spring water. How delightful it would be to have a flask of fine wine at this moment. Alas, he still needed to master the art of survival in the wilderness. Fortunately, his innate strength and survival skills were commendable. Food would not be a scarcity. However, since this was to be his home, it ought to be furnished. Aside from the rough wooden cup crafted from a log, he possessed nothing else. "Hey, are you here to endure hardship or to play the role of a young master?" he mused. Though he was committed to rigorous cultivation, the lack of care for himself would render him a tragic figure if he could not even treat himself well. As night fell, Luo Tian entered a meditative state. Although he lacked a specific technique for cultivating his mind, Xiao Bai had informed him that the ability to control one's psyche depended on the strength of one's soul. A robust soul would yield a formidable mental fortitude, and a powerful mental capacity would enhance one's intent. As for discovering the secrets of cultivating one's mind, that would have to wait until later. During the day, Luo Tian roamed near the cave entrance, slaying any magical beasts he encountered. As he ventured deeper into the territory, he systematically eliminated numerous beasts, confronting stronger, higher-tier monsters when capable, and fleeing when necessary. He held a firm confidence in his speed. He also sought out sturdy timber and some fruits, naively scattering seeds in hopes that they might grow into fruit trees, sparing him the trouble of foraging far and wide. Thus, day after day, time flew by, and a year passed. The magical beasts in the mountains, as well as those within a 20-mile radius, had been nearly eradicated by Luo Tian. However, he chose to leave some herbivorous beasts alive, as they would serve as his sustenance, allowed to roam freely on the mountain. The cave still retained its vastness, but now boasted a table, bedding, chairs, a stove, a wardrobe, and an array of animal hides adorning the walls, truly a well-furnished abode. Though everything was crafted from wood, a young man with a handsome countenance, long black hair cascading down to his waist, tied with a rope, stood there. His sleeves were tattered, his physique slender yet distinctly muscular. In just a year, Luo Tian had grown considerably, entering a phase of significant physical development. Only a few smudges marred his face, which bore a hint of aloofness, perhaps a result of spending the past year in conversation solely with Xiaobai, the sword spirit, rendering him somewhat taciturn. Or perhaps he had simply matured in temperament, now exuding calmness and composure. A year has passed, and you have grown quite a bit, Xiaobai remarked. Indeed, I can hardly recognize my own reflection, Luo Tian replied, gazing into a battered little mirror. Your growth encompasses not only your appearance but also your prowess. Indeed, as I now stand before that solitary snow-capped peak, I am filled with confidence in my ability to vanquish it. However, I remain unable to transcend the formidable barrier of the great swordmaster, Luo Tian remarked casually. Without the aid of celestial treasures, surmounting this threshold may become an insurmountable chasm for a warrior throughout their lifetime. You have already attained the 3rd tier of swordmaster, and with the swiftness of your movements, you can achieve kills beyond your rank. This surpasses all my expectations. So, may I emerge from my seclusion? Luo Tian inquired, reflecting on a year of arduous training, which consisted solely of battling ferocious beasts, sleeping and eating, with naught but combat with these beasts to fill his days. Although the strong can endure solitude, Luo Tian found himself unable to bear it any longer. He yearned to step out of the land and forest, to wander beyond and behold the world. Do not inquire of me. You are my master. My task for you is merely a guideline. Should you wish to depart, you may do so from the very first day of your arrival. Xiaobai replied. Ha ha, thank you, Luo Tian exclaimed sincerely, acknowledging that without Xiaobai's assistance, he would have perished long ago. Xiaobai was akin to a mentor, guiding him toward greater strength, and also a companion. In Luo Tian's heart, Xiaobai had transcended the role of a mere weapon for slaughter. Humph, such flattery. I am famished. Xiaobai unexpectedly blushed. Over the past year, the blood of the slain beasts had been entirely drawn by Xiaobai to replenish its own energy, save for a few particularly venomous creatures. Hee. Luo Tian recognized that Xiaobai was making excuses. He retrieved a fragment of metal, likely a remnant of a weapon lost in battle by some adventurer. With its sharp edge, it served as Luo Tian's knife for trimming his long hair and a few stray whiskers. After a cleansing, a strikingly handsome visage emerged. He was a veritable paragon of male beauty. Tomorrow, preparations shall commence to descend the mountain. Luo Tian resolved to leave the place of his year-long arduous training. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the mountains, after a year of peace, the continent was beginning to stir with tumult. In a remote mountain town, home to approximately 10,000 souls. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable town of modest size had drawn over 10,000 feathered spirit geese-clad guardians. Among them were thousands of swordsmen, hundreds of swordmasters, with the remainder being ordinary warriors. Their synchronized footsteps and imposing presence instilled sheer terror in the hearts of the townsfolk. They divided into 10 squads, surrounding the town with unwavering vigilance. The villagers hastily retreated into their homes, securing their windows. Women scooped up their giggling children, ushering them inside, and in an instant, the streets fell into an eerie silence. A middle-aged man, resembling a schoolteacher, furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring incantations, sensing that Qingfeng town would not remain tranquil for long. We have been ordered to apprehend the rebels of the alliance. Those who are wise will surrender forthwith. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy, bellowed a guardian, his voice resonating throughout Qingfeng town. After a moment of silence, there was no response. We shall grant you one more opportunity. Before he could finish, a volley of arrows was unleashed. Though the guardian managed to deflect them effortlessly, a significant number of his comrades fell behind him. Curse it, could there be a traitor among us? We are all too familiar with the fate of those who surrender. Since there is no escape, let us slay them. Suddenly, from a certain dwelling emerged a cadre of warriors, wielding large sabers and clubs, clad in the humble garb of common folk, rushing forth towards the guards with great urgency. Following them were waves upon waves, approximately 3,000 to 4,000 in number, As the battle was poised to erupt, brilliant magical projectiles rained down upon the rows of houses, tragically including the innocent civilians within. Some had already begun their desperate flight, yet upon escaping the town, they were ruthlessly cut down. The army showed no mercy, indifferent to whether they were commoners or allied forces. Women huddled in corners, fiercely protecting their children, while their homes suffered collateral damage. Beams collapsed, striking her back with brutal force, blood oozing forth. The clamor of battle echoed. Clang, clang, ding, ding. This conflict can only be described as harrowing. An army of 10,000 faced off against 3,000 allies, many of whom were mere civilians devoid of any combat prowess. The ground was drenched in blood, rivulets of crimson streaming along the ditches towards the horizon, smoke rising ominously. The earth lay strewn with corpses. Each allied warrior found themselves besieged by 2 or more guards of the Feather Spirit Army. In a mere 10 minutes, the streets of the small town became a graveyard, predominantly filled with the bodies of ordinary civilians. The armor of the Feather Spirit Army stood out like a vibrant flower upon the grass, yet it was a rarity. Their casualties remained below 3 digits, my lord. Reports indicate that most of the Alliance's strongholds have been eradicated. Yet among these remaining civilians, there must be remnants of the Alliance. Shall we unearth them? Queried a guard who had previously shouted commands, bowing towards a cart. From within the cart emerged the refined voice of a middle-aged man. To seek them out would consume considerable time. Let those vermin be. They can serve as a lesson for us regarding the fate of opposing the Feather Spirit clan. Let us proceed to the next rebel stronghold. Yes, my lord, in the city of Giwa, at the Monist family estate. Chapter 44. Turmoil in a foreign world. In the city of Giwa, within the Monist family, a clandestine assembly of roughly 100 individuals was convened. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyu was among them, though he recognized only himself. Dalan, Manjing, and Mandy were deemed unworthy to attend. After a year apart, Xiaoyu had joined the Monist family, and with his unblemished background and the testimony of Mori, the clan's heir, their affiliation with the Assassin Alliance had led to their inclusion, thus ensuring their prominent position within the Monist family. Conversely, those formidable great swordmasters who sought to align themselves out of fear of being spies were denied entry into the Monist family, relegated instead to the status of external guards of the clan. The Feather Spirit King City had recently taken significant actions. They dispatched several 10,000-strong guard units to annihilate distant branches. A middle-aged man, his face bearing the marks of time and hair turned white, occupied the seat of honor, presumably the head of the Monist family. Mo Bai, beside the silver-haired elder, a slightly younger man rose to speak. In total, there are 3 10,000-strong Feather Spirit armies, each boasting hundreds of swordmasters and 2,000 sword-level warriors. They are systematically obliterating our Alliance's branches in the regions of Northwest Lantern Forest, Southwest Sangyu Sea, and Southeast Layered Mountains. He was the eldest son of the Monist family, with Mori as his younger brother. Although the annihilation only targeted a few minor factions, its repercussions on the continent are profoundly significant. The common people are rife with grievances, and I believe that we, the Monist Alliance, must take decisive action. The headquarters of the Alliance remains an enigma upon the continent. Perhaps only the head of the Monist family possesses any knowledge of its whereabouts. Each branch of the Alliance is designated by the names of local families, hence it is referred to as the Monist Alliance branch. What does the head of the family intend? We shall dispatch 3 armies to confront them, the middle-aged man with white hair declared, causing an uproar in the conference room. Are we truly prepared to engage in open conflict with the royal city? After years of silence, it is time for us to showcase our strength. But can our alliance withstand the might of Yuluo Royal City? Fellow members, the white-haired man gestured for silence. Indeed, our alliance has concealed itself for a millennium on this continent, diligently recruiting talented individuals. We are now robust enough to stand against the royal family. It is time to alter the dynamics of the divine and demonic continent. Such a statement raises concerns. The continent will once again be plunged into despair, and war will only bring forth more suffering and sorrow. An elderly man murmured to himself, seemingly opposed to the idea of war. It is unavoidable. Our alliance exists to ensure the happiness of the populace. The royal city is inept. I ask, can such rulers provide a blissful life for the people? Although war may entail casualties, these sacrifices will not be in vain. In the future, the citizens of the divine and demonic continent will lead joyful lives. Indeed, I concur. Yes, we must overthrow the tyrannical rule of the royal city if we are to enjoy better days. Free from the oppression of monarchy, the people will live more fulfilling lives. Precisely, even if we remain passive, the royal city's guard will still inflict casualties. The chickens will still kick even when dead. We cannot afford to sit idly by. The elderly man bowed his head slightly, indicating his reluctance to counter the argument. Very well, Shida. Your subordinate is here. A robust man rose and clasped his hands. You shall lead the charge into the northwestern region against the Yuling Guard. Understood. Mingjiang, you are in charge of the southwestern front. Kafeng, you will oversee the southeastern front. You are to depart tonight through the secret passage and exit the city under the cover of darkness. The headquarters has already mobilized forces to fortify certain small towns against the Yuling army. You must rendezvous with them at these locations. Shortly, I will provide you with the names and coordinates of the towns along with the secret orders. Lastly, I wish you triumphant returns. Perhaps this battle will serve as a pivotal stepping stone in altering the landscape of the divine and demonic continent. Everyone must exert their utmost effort. Yes. The assembly rose collectively, performing an unusual gesture of salute. Well then, let us not delay. Prepare swiftly, gradually, the higher-ups dispersed. Just as Xiaoyu was about to rise, the white-haired man called out, Xiaoyu, stay behind? Yes. In the vast hall, only the white-haired man and Xiaoyu remained, locked in a gaze. Head of the family. Xiaoyu inclined his body slightly. Xiaoyu, throughout this past year, your remarkable talents have propelled you to the rank of a grand swordmaster. I firmly believe that one day, you will transcend the limitations of this title and reach the legendary realm of mastery. Eagerly anticipate the moment when you ascend to the sacred heights through martial prowess. The middle-aged man with white hair remarked. This is all thanks to the treasured artifacts and superior techniques bestowed upon me by the clan leader and the generosity of the Monocyte family, which I, Xiaoyu, shall forever cherish. No, it is the favor of the alliance that I must acknowledge. Yes, Xiaoyu promptly corrected himself, affirming that he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the alliance until his last breath. Indeed, to serve with unwavering loyalty until one's dying day. There is no need to be so solemn. As long as one is alive, there is always hope. The middle-aged man smiled kindly. Xiaoyu felt a twinge of confusion, sensing something unusual about the clan leader, who was rarely encountered and usually taciturn, particularly not one to express such sentiments. Thus, he inquired if there was something the family wished to communicate to him. The middle-aged man's eyes radiated an immense warmth and affection. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization dawned upon him. Yet, he awaited the clan leader's words. Xiaoyu, you belong to the army of the Sid Alliance. Advancing towards the northwest, while my son Mori desires to engage in battle and seek experience on the battlefield. I suggested he train in the Landon Forest, but he is quite stubborn and insists on fighting. Is it your wish that I protect him? Xiaoyu asked. Indeed, you possess extraordinary talent, a calm demeanor, and extensive experience. Had you not recently joined our alliance, you would surely be promoted to a higher position. The middle-aged man replied. For now, you will serve as a mentor, training some of the Monocyte S-Guard. I have only just joined the Monocyte family, and you have entrusted me with the role of instructor for the family's elite guard, granting me the privilege to partake in the Alliance's confidential meetings. Xiaoyu felt immensely fortunate. He bowed once more, vowing that he would safeguard young Master Mori with his very life. Well, I have already made arrangements with Sid. You will not be bound by military orders. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, you must prioritize your retreat. I have only Mori and Mo by as my two young sons. Understood, my lord. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and in a flourish, a white parchment scroll appeared in his hand, as if by magic. Is this a magical scroll? Xiaoyu gasped, having never encountered a magical scroll in his lifetime. Indeed, this is a spatial magic scroll, containing a high-level teleportation spell for emergency escape. Prepare yourselves, for soon you shall embark on your journey. The heads of your enemies can contribute to the family's standing, greatly benefiting your prospects for promotion. They can also be exchanged for corresponding gold coins. The middle-aged man smiled gently. Yes. Xiaoyu was speechless, recalling that the primary task was to protect the clan leader's son. Internally, he exclaimed, Wait, you promised to protect your son first. Gaining rank and wealth should come second. Is that not so? What kind of father are you? Bowing once more, Xiaoyu exited the conference hall in the span of merely 2 days. Numerous villages have fallen victim to the assaults launched by the armies of Yuling King City. Although these attacks are cloaked under the banner of eradicating the so-called Rebel Alliance, countless innocent civilians have suffered as collateral damage. The hearts of the populace across the continent are gripped with trepidation, and the term Rebel Alliance has become exceedingly sensitive. It is said that a certain adventurer, in a fit of ennui, swaggered down the street proclaiming himself a member of the Rebel Alliance, only to be apprehended and imprisoned within half an hour, remaining incarcerated to this day. The Mercenary Guild and the Mage Guild have recently seen a downturn in their business, as the majority of adventurers have opted to conserve their savings, refraining from venturing into the forests given the tumultuous state of affairs outside. The tasks that have been posted receive scant attention, as few dare to undertake them. One moment, you might be savoring a steaming dish, and the next, meet a gruesome fate. Wherever these adventurers go, chaos ensues, and the cries of the common folk echo in despair, praying for salvation from the rebel alliance, yet they dare only to voice their hopes in silence, not foolish enough to confront the royal city. As the scene shifts, a colossal fortress comes into view, its walls encircled thrice by towering fortifications. The outermost walls rise to a height of 100 meters and boast a thickness of over 50 meters, patrolled ceaselessly by guards. These ramparts are equipped with gigantic crossbows and magical artillery. Yuling King City stands as a formidable bastion, the epicenter of governance on the divine and demon continent, with the innermost 3 layers of walls housing the headquarters of the Yuling family. Within a resplendent hall, Lord Yuling Xiaotian is informed that the Yuling army has dismantled 31 Rebel Alliance strongholds and has eliminated approximately 20,000 insurrectionists over the past 2 days. A middle-aged man, adorned in opulent robes, conveys this report to the distinguished figure seated upon the dais. His striking purple hair and deep, enigmatic black eyes exude an aura of frosty intimidation. What? Have those ruffians yet to make a move? Yuling Xiaotian inquires nonchalantly. Indeed, replies the elegantly clad middle-aged man, but I believe it will not be long before those rebels surface. Excellent. The existence of the Rebel Alliance poses a direct threat to the sovereignty of the Yuling family. Ensure that it is utterly uprooted without delay. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint. Very well, you may leave. Yuling Xiaotian gestures dismissively. Chapter 45. What a small world. Ruatian emerged from the cave, clad in a thin, grayish-blue robe, with shoes fashioned from animal hide. On his back, he carried a sizable leather pouch. This robe had been preserved since the onset of his rigorous training, lest he devolve into a mere savage. At this moment, Ruatian's handsome visage, framed by flowing hair dancing in the breeze, exuded an ethereal charm. A year has passed. He wonders how the divine and demon continent has transformed. He is curious about the fates of the 5 relentless assassins who once pursued him. Have they perhaps forgotten their intended target? With a slight stretch, Ruatian opens his arms, embracing the moment. In any case, the Ruatian of yore has vanished. The present Ruatian exists solely for the purpose of vengeance against the Yuling family, the Yuling 4 saints, and the traitor of the Rua clan. Ruashi, you shall await my return, O solitary enforcers. Luotian made his way towards the outskirts of the Landon forest with a roar. The mere appearance of Luotian instantly provoked a flurry of attacks from numerous magical beasts. A sharp-toothed tiger lunged toward him head-on. Luotian cast a casual glance, wearing an expression of utter indifference, while the tiger's eyes gleamed with the hunger of a predator anticipating a sumptuous feast. Alas! With the palm of the Buddha, Luotian slightly shook his head, raised his hand, and struck down fiercely. The sharp-toothed tiger was sent flying back, while 2 or 3 others, drawn by the commotion, approached. However, with a series of resounding slaps, Luotian dispatched each beast effortlessly, sending them sprawling and spewing blood as they howled in fury. Yet none dared to approach him. Luotian smiled, swaggering through the midst of 3 or 4 magical beasts, and continued on his way with great aplomb. A wooden sign read, "Boundary of the outskirts of Landon Forest." It appeared I had already departed from the periphery. The grass beneath Luotian's feet grew sparser, revealing numerous trails marked by countless footprints. Luotian shook the large beast hide bag slung over his back, producing a gentle clattering sound, reminiscent of small stones colliding with one another. Halt! A thunderous voice erupted, accompanied by the crackling sound of fighting spirit. Luotian tilted his head slightly, even from a distance of 1,000 meters. His keen eyes discerned a short-haired youth being pursued by 4 cloaked figures. Humph! You think I'll stop just because you commanded me to? Who do you think you are, the king of heaven? The youth retorted defiantly. If you willingly surrender the list of the Sangua Alliance, I might spare your life. However, it seems, whether I leave you intact or you perish at our hands, death is inevitable. Since I am destined to die, I might as well fight back. How could the members of my alliance be cowards? Even in death, I shall take a bite out of you. Hearing these words, Luotian felt a stirring admiration. An impulse to intervene and rescue the youth surged within him. Yet, he refrained from acting. Why should he save someone? Survival of the fittest was the truth of this world. He was no savior, and who could know what trouble such an act might bring upon him? Nevertheless, Luo Tian did not depart but kept a watchful distance. He remained rooted in place as the short-haired youth was overtaken, fiercely clutching a tattered beast-hide tome against his chest. Hand over the list. Humph, I would rather die than surrender it to you, the youth declared, gripping a specially processed red crystal, the core of a high-tier fire attribute magical beast. This technological marvel could be detonated, and the explosion of such a high-tier magic crystal would rival that of dozens of grenades. Should it ignite, the tome in the youth's arms would be reduced to ashes, and he would perish in the blast, for his strength was merely that of a novice swordsman. There's no way out, no way out, the short-haired youth lamented, activating the magic crystal bomb, signifying his own demise while the crucial list he so desperately protected would vanish from this world. The determination in his stance made it evident just how vital this tome was. Suddenly, a streak of greenish-blue fighting spirit nearly cleaved the youth in two. Had he not reacted in time, the green energy still grazed his chest, leaving a crimson gash, causing the book to tumble to the ground. Damn it! The young man with short hair was taken aback, and this time he hesitated no longer. Activating the crystal bomb meant his own demise, yet in order to prevent any grave mishaps, he resolutely triggered the crystal bomb. Farewell. The young man had yet to finish his words when a flash of white light swept across his vision. At that moment, he caught sight of 4 cloaked figures before him, each of them spewing blood simultaneously. In that fleeting instant, the gazes of Luo Tian and the young man locked in a profound connection. It was as if the young man murmured to himself, boom. Deafening explosion erupted, birds scattered from the treetops, and many magical beasts fled in panic at the sound. The ground was left with a massive crater. Gasping for breath, the young man knelt, his back hunched as he struggled to regain his composure. I thought I was dead. Thank you. May I ask? Before the young man could finish, Luo Tian seized a red thread jade pendant from around his neck, lifting him entirely off the ground. Easy, easy now, be gentle. It's going to break. Now, I will ask, and you will answer. Understood? Luo Tian's expression was grave, his handsome visage devoid of warmth. Yes. The young man seemed momentarily stunned, nodding with a hint of anxiety. Where did you obtain this jade pendant? I have worn it since childhood. There is no question of its origin. Nonsense, this jade pendant absolutely does not belong to you. It belongs to Datu. How do you know the owner of the pendant? Are you? Luo Tian. The young man suddenly shouted. His face, marred with stains, became blurred with tears in an instant. Luo Tian, caught in the young man's embrace, appeared bewildered, the name escaping his lips. Yes, that is indeed me. How could this be? Luo Zi was supposed to be a plump individual. Luo Tian's face was filled with astonishment. Indeed. Ever since that harrowing escape, my life has been wretched. I often went without 3 meals a day and sometimes even faced starvation. I lost weight despite my previous size. Fortunately, I encountered Uncle Lu from the Alliance, who took me in, allowing me to survive until today. It was the Alliance that saved me, and I shall never forget their kindness. I can scarcely believe it, to encounter you here, at this very moment. Luo Tian's face was etched with melancholy, for Luo Zi's appearance offered him a glimmer of familial warmth. I am grateful that the Alliance took you in, enabling our reunion. Truly fortunate, indeed. The Alliance? No wonder you resolutely detonated the crystal bomb earlier. Determined to protect that list? Yes, the list is of utmost importance. As Luo Zi spoke, panic set in. It had fallen from his pocket, and he had triggered the crystal bomb. Was it already too late? Fear not. Luo Tian smiled slightly, pointing to a corner buried beneath a stone in the distance, revealing that the list remained intact. It had merely suffered a slight disturbance. It turned out that when the list fell to the ground, a quick-witted black-clad figure had immediately hidden it behind his back. As Luo Zi triggered the crystal core and attempted to retreat, he was met with a swift end by Luo Tian, who simultaneously saved Luo Zi and distanced them from the explosion. The black-clad figure's body had shielded the list from the blast shockwave, thus preserving it. Tian Gu, how is it that you are here? Luo Zi inquired. Both individuals were acutely aware that the character of the Luo family must not be uttered casually. Luo Zi referred to Luo Tian as Tian Gu, while Luo Tian called Luo Zi. It was indeed a commendable appellation, albeit lacking a surname. Just as fate would have it, an opportunity for experience presented itself. Luo Tian shook the burlap pouch slung over his shoulder, which appeared rather substantial. How fortuitous that he happened to save me. Would you like to hear an honest confession? Luo Tian inquired with a faint smile. Of course. We have sworn brotherhood. After all, back then, I suggested we swear over roasted chicken, yet you insisted on invoking the name of Guangong. Was he not a remarkable deity? Ultimately, we fashioned a rather grotesque effigy from clay and proceeded with the oath. Do you recall? Luo Zi laughed heartily. Indeed, it was then that we cemented our vow, Luo Tian remarked, admitting, I had no inkling you were Zi in truth. I had no desire to rescue you. However, I vowed that upon encountering an assassin, I would obliterate him, rendering the assassin guild unnecessary in the realm of gods and demons. Ah, I see now. Tian Ge, you have changed, Luo Zi replied with a slight smile, sensing that the once youthful and carefree Luo Tian was no longer present. The current version of him appeared formidable, cold, blunt, and utterly unflinching in the face of death. In an instant, he dispatched 4 assassins. You have changed as well. I hardly recognized you. And you have grown even more handsome. What a small world this is. We should not linger here. Let us depart. As they reunited, both felt a surge of emotion, yet the myriad words that had accumulated during their separation now eluded them, leaving a profound silence. They arrived at a modest supply station, a tea house constructed from wooden planks. The proprietor was yet another adventurer, having established this tea house in the forest, a remarkable feat in itself. Z, your wound? It's nothing, nothing at all. I have already ascended to the 3rd tier of swordsman. This signifies the pinnacle of swordsman prowess, with only a single opportunity remaining to elevate to the rank of sword master. I am quite robust. Indeed, Luo Zi declared with exuberance. I still find your previous physique to be more formidable. Luo Tian responded with a subtle smile. Humph, what good is being plump? Were it not for this opportunity, I could not have succeeded in my weight loss. However, as soon as Luo Zi uttered those words, his expression grew somber. Alas, the millennia-long legacy of the Luo family has been utterly annihilated. Most of my kin have perished, leaving only a meager remnant of distant relatives who live in subservience, clinging desperately to existence. Those who are wretched shall inevitably face retribution. The Yu Ling family will certainly suffer their consequences. Indeed, we must seek vengeance, Luo Zi exclaimed, his fury palpable. Sensing the rising intensity of Luo Zi's emotions, Luo Tian swiftly changed the subject, mindful that the affairs of the Luo family must remain undisclosed. Z, I have yet to inquire. What is your role within the alliance? Luo Tian asked. Luo Zi hesitated momentarily, contemplating, before ultimately deciding to disclose. I am a 3-star scout in the Sangua Alliance's branch, known as the Alliance of Righteousness. On the mainland, there exists a clear stipulation regarding the hierarchy of positions, with a minimum of 1 star and a maximum of 10 stars. To ascertain the criteria for attaining the coveted 10-star ranking, a comprehensive framework is required to delineate this classification. Over the past year, Luo Zi, assuming the mantle of an adventurer, has diligently gathered and disseminated a wealth of intelligence, thereby elevating himself to the rank of a 3-star scout. Chapter 46. I, who Hansa, have returned once more. 1. Is that so? Luo Tian sipped his tea thoughtfully. For a moment, the two found themselves at a loss for conversation, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Luo Zi fixed his gaze on Luo Tian, whose long black hair framed a serious countenance, as he calmly savored his tea. Indeed, Luo Tian had undergone significant transformation, at least in Luo Zi's eyes. Brother Tian? Him? Luo Tian looked up, noticing Luo Zi's hesitation. The perceptive Luo Tian seemed to grasp something, and thus reassured, rest assured, I will assist you in delivering the list to its destination. Thank you, Brother Tian, Luo Zi replied. Actually, could it be that I have misjudged? Luo Tian pondered silently, suddenly realizing, could it be that you wish to? Yes, Brother Tian, would you consider joining our alliance? Luo Zi inquired. Well, Luo Tian hesitated. I cherish my freedom. No. Our alliance values freedom immensely. We are largely unencumbered by higher authorities, only occasionally receiving missions and some monetary support from capable individuals. This is also to minimize contact with the upper echelons, safeguarding our identities. However, before Luo Zi could finish his thought, he noticed Luo Tian's brow slightly furrowed and chose to remain silent. Brother Tian, I understand. Indeed. Thank you for your understanding, Luo Tian responded. Well, Brother Tian, I must take my leave. Within 2 days, I need to reach Giwa City and deliver this list to someone. Is that so? I shall accompany you. Luo Tian smiled gently. Giwa City, a name of significance, was where he had once been rescued by Xiao Yu's team. He vividly recalled that Giwa City was likely situated at Guinan City, number 199. More than a year had passed. He wondered how the 3 of them were faring now. Let us hasten our departure. Luo Zi seemed anxious, clearly more focused on their journey than lingering over warm tea. Wait! Luo Tian exchanged magic crystals with the tea house owner for a conical hat to don, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Who could say if those 5 assassins were lurking, waiting for him? To be prudent, he deemed the hat essential. Had he been more vigilant at the time, wearing such a hat might have prevented being targeted by those 5 assassins and encountering peril in the vast, snow-covered mountains. Let us go. The two departed from Landon Forest, setting their course for Giwa City. Upon arrival, Luo Tian sold thousands of crystal cores, wrapped in animal hides, to a merchant guild. Luo Zi was taken aback. He had never seen such a sum of wealth before. The guild dispatched dozens of staff members to assist in tallying the count, resulting in a bag brimming with gold coins, weighing several kilograms. Subsequently, Luo Tian rented a moderately luxurious beast-drawn carriage and set forth. Who? Luo Zi's snoring remained unabated, suggesting he had not had a proper night's sleep in days and was likely exhausted. Luo Tian, feeling sympathetic, chose not to disturb him and casually lifted the curtain of vines. In the distance, flickers of crimson light emerged. Has a fire broken out? Luo Tian murmured. Are you still unaware? The beast man replied. Unaware of what? The current state of the divine demon continent is chaotic. The city of Feather Spirits has recently launched a sweeping campaign against the remnants of the Alliance, and countless innocent civilians have suffered as a result. With each great battle, innumerable refugees find themselves homeless, and tragically, many lose their loved ones and are left without a place to call home. Alas, who could have imagined that in just a year, the divine demon continent would undergo such profound changes, such as the nature of war, the survival of the fittest, dictated by the laws of nature. I truly long for the days when the Luo family held the reins of power. That was a genuine era of peace and prosperity. Oh, how I lament is it all right to speak thus? Luo Tian asked with a wry smile. If these words were to reach the ears of the Feather Spirit clan, you would surely face severe consequences. What? Is the royal city beyond reproach? It seems this beast man is indeed a man of fervor. The beast man was about to add more indignation, but suddenly, an urgent halt was made, leaving long skid marks on the ground. Luo Tian reacted swiftly, grasping the railing of the beast cart, while Luo Zi was caught off guard, soaring into the air. Fortunately, Luo Tian managed to seize his collar. What is happening? Luo Zi's heart raced, seemingly still in a daze. It's refugees, Luo Tian remarked casually. Before them stood 5 injured refugees, supporting each other as they desperately shielded the beast cart. Please, have mercy. My son is on the brink of death, a woman pleaded, clutching her blood-soaked child, who appeared to be no more than 3 years old. We beseech you, save us. The refugees knelt in desperation. The beast man looked to Luo Tian for assistance, for this beast cart was rented by Luo Tian. Without the guest's consent, he felt powerless to help. Seeing their plight, Luo Tian nodded slightly, permitting them passage, for the beast cart was ample in size. Thank you, benefactor. The refugees bowed repeatedly. Just as they were about to board, a squad of individuals clad in black appeared on the horizon, numbering around 10, their badges unmistakable to Luo Tian. Members of the Assassin Alliance. Alliance traitors, prepare to meet your end. They charged like the wind, quickly surrounding the 5 wounded refugees. I have already told you, I am merely a nameless family from Tala Town. I simply offered shelter to an adventurer. I know not his allegiance to the Alliance. Why must you pursue this to the bitter end? Humph, it matters not your reason. Anyone associated with the Alliance must perish. Kill, bellowed the leader of the assassins. Stop! Who could it be that shouted? Did you think it was our young protagonist? Not at all. It was the beast man. He leapt forward, standing protectively before the 5 refugees, drawing a curved dagger from his waist, presumably for self-defense, given the recent turmoil in the world. Another fool seeking death, kill him. Though the beast man's bravery was commendable, he was merely a swordsman in strength, and confronting more than 10 assassin swordsmen alone was, in Luo Tian's eyes, an act of folly. Moreover, the assassin's target was not the beast cart, but the 5 refugees alone. The battle was on the verge of erupting, and after withstanding 2 or 3 strikes, the beast man was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Alliance! Luo Zi exclaimed in shock, as Luo Tian grasped his arm. Zi, do not provoke trouble. You bear an important mission. Luo Tian shook his head. No, our alliance's principle is clear. When a brother is in peril, we must offer support, even if they are not part of our alliance. Our second principle dictates that we should protect civilians to the best of our ability. As a 3rd-tier swordsman, I can barely contend with these first-tier assassins. Upon finishing his words, Z drew his serrated greatsword and leapt into the fray, only to be immediately besieged by 8 assassins of formidable swordsmanship. According to theoretical knowledge, a third-tier swordsman should be able to handle more than 5 first-tier swordsmen. With superior techniques, he could potentially manage 2 or 3 more. However, Luo Zi's considerations were flawed. The 5 refugees had already lost their fighting capabilities, and the Beastman was struggling to hold on. Furthermore, as assassins, they had undergone rigorous training and coordinated attacks, their skills vastly surpassing those of Luo Zi. He found himself retreating step by step, panting slightly after exchanging a dozen blows, and instinctively touched his chest, where a wound had yet to heal completely. Although Luo Tian had procured a bottle of healing fluid for him, it was merely a level 1 restorative. Z cast a pleading glance at Luo Tian, about to speak, but recalled the earlier admonitions from Luo Tian. It was his own recklessness that led him here, and seeking aid now would only be a display of stubborn pride and shame. Suddenly, lost in thought, Z was kicked away, and a chilling light approached ominously, placing him in peril. At that moment, Luo Tian could no longer remain passive. He was not the type to ignore injustice, yet he did not consider himself a hero or a do-gooder who felt compelled to intervene in every imbalance. However, the moment Luo Zi engaged, Luo Tian had already made his decision. With a series of 4 swift strikes, the 4 black-clad assassins before Luo Zi were felled, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Wow! At that moment, Zi witnessed Luo Tian's speed, which resembled a streak of white light. Perhaps his own lack of strength rendered him incapable of perceiving it. "Tiangu, you are incredible, truly incredible," Luo Zi exclaimed with exhilaration. Damn it! Seeing Luo Tian eliminate his 4 comrades in an instant, the leader of the assassins was engulfed in fury, channeling his energy for a fierce attack, with his 3 underlings following suit, their momentum formidable and seemingly their utmost effort. Humph! Van Heaven decision, thunder strike. Luo Tian's slender arms bulged slightly with veins as he thrust the broken blade forward, unleashing a bolt of white lightning akin to a laser cannon, obliterating the assassin leader in an instant, leaving him charred. The 3 behind him were similarly sent flying, crashing to the ground, enveloped in smoke, as if struck by lightning, now resembling mere cinders, likely unrecognizable even to their own parents. In just 2 strikes, he had dispatched 8 swordsmen. The remaining 2 assassins, tasked with restraining the Beastman, sensed the tide turning and swiftly fled. Luo Tian fixed his gaze on the retreating figures of the 2 assassins. "Tiange, aren't you going to pursue them?" Luo Zi felt it prudent to eradicate the threat entirely, especially since their actions had been witnessed by the crowd, save for the young man wearing a conical hat. Luo Tian remained silent, only lifting his battered blade to lightly tap the ground before soaring into the air with a thunderous roar, unleashing the celestial technique. Devil's Thunder, boom. 100-meter sword light, intermingled with crimson arcs of electricity, erupted forth. Although it did not strike the 2 fleeing assassins, the violent explosion created a massive crater of equal measure, accompanied by a fierce static charge. Onlookers were left agape, particularly the Beastmaster, who had never witnessed such formidable fighting spirit. With just 3 moves, 10 swordsman assassins were dispatched. Although for a warrior of Luo Tian's caliber, facing 10 first-level swordsmen was more than sufficient, the black-cloaked youth wielded techniques that seemed to be of grand scale, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, leaving them utterly astonished. "What do you think?" Luo Tian communicated with Xiao Bai in the sea of his consciousness. "Well, your power is quite commendable. And your speed is already impressive. I would say that in a one-on-one scenario, aside from saint-level strongmen, no one in this realm could defeat you. However, your Devil's Thunder attack range requires enhancement. The distance between the 2 assassins was merely 100 meters. Yet your accuracy suffered. What should I do then?" "Cultivate your mental strength." "Mental strength?" Luo Tian questioned. "Did you not say my mental strength was already decent? Besides, mental strength is primarily the domain of mages." "Fool," Xiao Bai retorted. "The benefits of mental strength are manifold. You could also practice magic alongside it. Furthermore, once your mental strength is robust, it will greatly enhance your perception of surrounding dangers. Saint-level magi can sense every subtle movement within a 100-mile radius. And mental strength significantly aids in your character, willpower, and soul's resilience, greatly amplifying your martial skills. For instance, your Devil's Thunder's range and accuracy will see substantial improvement, and... Alright, I understand, but I still need to find some secrets or methods for training. Who told you to only speak and not teach?" "What do you mean by only speaking and not teaching?" "I merely suffer from amnesia." "Luo Tian, are you alright?" Luo Zi approached Luo Tian, who stood dazed. Wearing a concerned expression, "No, no," Luo Zi exclaimed with great joy. "After all, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. You have undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming so powerful. The Assassin's Alliance must owe you a great deal." "What do you mean?" Luo Tian asked. "Otherwise, how could you employ such ruthless martial techniques to eliminate a few insignificant minions? Are you serious? Is your mind solely occupied with money? All you think about is wealth. I told you to buy a 2nd-level healing elixir, but you refused. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered such a miserable defeat." "What? A 2nd-level elixir costs 10 times more than a 1st-level one. Besides, my wounds are not severe. They have already healed, though I must refrain from vigorous activity. Do you still dare to speak? You too. I believe we should not linger here any longer." The beastman, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, approached. The group of refugees behind him nodded vigorously. "Indeed, you make a compelling point. If we slay the Assassin's Guild members, we will be in grave trouble. We must depart swiftly." Then the beast cart Luo Tian paused slightly. Glancing at the 5 refugees who were assisting one another, he continued, "There are others who need this beast cart more than we do. We do not wish to draw too much attention. You may leave. I will ensure the remaining payment is settled at the station." "No need, no need." The beastman quickly nodded. Now entangled in this predicament, he could hardly concern himself with the station. For the next few months, he would refrain from seeking passengers. "Thank you, benefactor. May heaven bless you." Each refugee bowed deeply in gratitude to Luo Tian and Luo Zi, watching as the beast cart departed. "How does it feel to be a good person?" Luo Tian smiled faintly. Luo Zi lowered his head slightly and said, "From now on, I will not act recklessly. I will heed your guidance, brother. Hee. We are brothers. How could I not lend you a hand?" Luo Tian replied, "Fool. Let us go with that." He hoisted his bulging backpack, wiped the blood from the tattered blade with a white cloth, wrapped it up, and slung it over his shoulder, the 2 of them resembling intrepid adventurers. "Zi, I wonder how your strength has developed over this past year." Luo Tian smiled. "Your speed seemed quite commendable previously. Of course, my speed is renowned among the branches of the Sangyue Alliance." Luo Zi chuckled. "However, I am confident that your speed rivals mine, Brother Tian. Why don't we have a little competition?" Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was this lad not merely seeking to light a lantern in the restroom? He smiled slightly. "All right, let the contest begin. All right, let us start." As Luo Zi shouted and took his first step, Luo Tian's figure blurred, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In the brief moment of distraction, all Luo Zi could see was Luo Tian's back. "Wow, Brother Tian, wait for me. I've made a mistake again." Traveling also serves as a form of training, honing one's stamina. Since Luo Tian emerged from the mountains, he yearned to gauge just how formidable he had become. Initially, he employed over a dozen small black rats as test subjects for his martial skills. Just as Luo Zi issued a challenge, Luo Tian decided to unleash his full speed, eager to ascertain the limits of his endurance. Outside Giwa City, the guard patrols meticulously scrutinized all incoming travelers. Fugitives or those with a criminal record were barred from entering the town, as numerous wanted posters with hefty bounties adorned the city walls. Luo Tian did not pass through the city gates, but chose to rest at a small tea stall just outside. He had lost count of how many cups of tea he had downed, when, in the distance, a wisp of yellow smoke finally appeared. Luo Tian squinted into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Huff, huff. Luo Zi's slightly pale, thin face was now flushed crimson. "Brother Tian, all right, I was wrong. I should not have competed with you. Deity seems your speed is not directly correlated with your martial prowess. You are incredibly strong, truly formidable. Zi, drink some water before we continue." Luo Tian gestured toward the tea on the table. Luo Zi was still panting heavily, hastily picking up a teacup to pour himself a generous serving, tilting his head back to drink. "Ouch, hot." Luo Tian had barely uttered the words when he noticed Luo Zi's face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. The tea spewed forth. Luo Tian swiftly waved his large hand in front of him, conjuring a faint white barrier that effectively shielded him from the scalding liquid. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Tian gently patted Luo Zi on the back, remarking, "One cannot hastily devour hot tofu. It has been over a year, yet you still exhibit such impatience. Tiangu, you truly are remarkable. Will you look out for your little brother in the future?" "Me? Protect you? Indeed. Tianji's future knows no bounds. I predict that your strength is certainly at the pinnacle of a swordsman. Sooner or later, you shall advance to the rank of a grand swordsman, perhaps even become that legendary saint-level powerhouse." Just remember your chubby little brother who swore allegiance. Humph, now I ought to call you the skinny one. We'll discuss that later, Luo Tian replied with a serene smile. His ambitions were not trivial. What was a grand swordsman? What was a sword saint? Even if he were to attain the status of a divine-level powerhouse, Luo Tian would remain unsatisfied. Tiangu, does that mean you acquiesce? Hey, weren't you in a hurry to meet the informant? Do you have time to bicker with me? Oh dear, I almost forgot. Quick, we must enter Giwa City. Tonight is the rendezvous. I must arrive early. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot be treated lightly. Tonight? But it is still broad daylight. My dear brother, Luo Tian exclaimed, baffled. Is it truly necessary to arrive so many hours in advance? Of course, we must first find a place to stay. Furthermore, as brothers reunited, we must indulge in a hearty meal. Haha, splendid. I want top-grade beef, wild mountain chicken, and 3 bottles of azure wine. Wow, Tiangu, what kind of life do you lead? Such extravagance, compared to my 3 dishes and a soup. It truly feels like heaven and earth apart. What? Did you forget to bring money? Luo Zi paused slightly. Humph. Being able to reunite with my Tiangu is worth spending all my savings. Wow, no need to sound so pitiful. 1 meal should not cost you your entire fortune. Let me treat you. Luo Tian shook the heavy pocket behind him, filled entirely with gold coins. No, I insist on treating this time. Zi, our family now consists only of you and me. Besides, we are brothers. My money is your money. Luo Tian sighed, bemused by the earnestness of the silly fellow. No, that doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right, you say? Are you defying your elder brother's words? Tiangu. Luo Zi's eyes brimmed with tears. Paying the city construction fee, Luo Tian and Luo Zi arrived at the entrance of an inn. Keilei Inn. How clever of the proprietor to play on the homophone for guest arrival. Greetings. I am the owner of this establishment. Keilei. A youthful yet handsome middle-aged man approached Luo Tian and Luo Zi eagerly. Owner, please prepare 2 well-appointed guest rooms for us to refresh ourselves from the dust of travel, and in addition, set a lavish feast for us, along with 3 bottles of azure wine. Wow, wait a moment, both of you. The boss's eyes are gleaming. Could it be that we have encountered a wealthy patron? Oh, Tiangu. The amount spent tonight is equivalent to my food expenses for half a year. Luo Zi gazed at the gold coins extracted by Luo Tian, his face a mask of worried. Is this truly your food budget for 6 months? Luo Tian shook his head slightly. How have you managed this past year? Indeed, I have lived in dire poverty, yet thanks to this, my weight has plummeted, and I have grown stronger, Luo Zi remarked. By the way, what about you, Tiangu? I have fared similarly. This year was spent deep in the mountains, quenching my thirst with dew and feasting on grasshoppers. Luo Tian replied. In a way, grasshoppers. I find that hard to believe. All right, occasionally, I also indulge in roasted pig. In any case, you have had it better than I. What do you mean? Have you not experienced sleeping with one eye open, plagued by insomnia each night, feeling lonely day after day, nearly driven mad? But you have grown stronger, have you not? Humph. Luo Tian scoffed, seemingly indifferent, believing he was still not strong enough. After all, threats still existed in this realm. Am I truly strong? How strong am I? Humph. After speaking, Luo Tian followed the boss, who had spent a long time searching for the key to the room, up to the 2nd floor. Regardless, you are indeed strong. If only I possessed half of your strength. Luo Zi then followed suit. 30 miles south of Randon City, a large contingent of black armored guards stood solemnly, sealing off the official road. They established a perimeter around a massive pit, extending 2 to 3 miles in radius. Observers retreated at the sight. Humph, daring to provoke my assassin alliance, they must have the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. Conduct a thorough search. Not a single ant shall escape our scrutiny. A middle-aged man in black armor seemed to be leading this formidable force. Groups of white-clad forensic experts, donning masks, inspected the 8 corpses littered across the ground with their instruments. My lord, we have gathered the information. We have found blood samples from 10 assassins. Among them, 2 were reduced to mere flesh and blood, rendering identification impossible, while 4 suffered fatal wounds, dying instantly. The remaining 4 charred bodies met a similar fate. We have discovered a commonality. Oh, what commonality? The middle-aged man in black armor inquired. Through elemental crystal stone detection, it was revealed that they all bore a trace of residual light attribute energy. The 4 charred corpses appeared as though they had been struck by lightning. This indicates that these 10 brothers were slain by the same individual. However, what puzzles us is that the assailant possessed the power to effortlessly eliminate these 10 assassins, yet executed such a brutal method. Is this meant to instill fear in my assassin alliance? Chapter 48. I, who haunt San, have returned again. 3. Are there any witnesses? The crowd shook their heads. The carriage tracks on the official road belonged to a beast driver from the beast carriage station in Randon City. But he vanished overnight, presumably fleeing. As for the scene, many nearby towns expressed complete ignorance. How infuriating. Issue an A-level wanted notice. We must capture that beast driver. He surely knows the truth. Following the trajectory of the carriage, the assassin appears to be heading towards Giwa City. Perhaps we might uncover some clues there. Him. The middle-aged captain nodded. Moreover, could you possibly refrain from dragging this out? The assassin's alliance is already provoked, and the man in black armor is understandably irate. My apologies, my lord. The final strike resulted in a massive crater spanning 100 meters. This data seems to bear some resemblance to the information brought back by the lone enforcers regarding the assassination target. Should we reach out to them? The lone enforcers? The man in black armor mused. If my memory serves me correctly, the lone enforcers, renowned for their flawless completion of tasks within our assassin alliance, experienced a lapse exactly 1 year ago when a target was not conclusively confirmed dead, thereby shattering their impeccable record and subsequently fading into obscurity. The data on the assassination target was submitted to the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance at that time. The more the middle-aged man contemplated this matter, the more perplexing it became. He commanded, "Let us depart." The Clay Tavern, unusually quiet this evening, was devoid of patrons save for the table occupied by Luo Tian and Luo Zi. The remnants of their meal, plates, bones, and scraps, lay in disarray. The discarded melon rinds had accumulated into a small hill. Hey, I say, have you lost your mind? We agreed to meet at dusk, and now we've been waiting for a full 4 hours. Is your contact not coming? It's nearly midnight. If they're not coming, we should return to rest. After waiting for over 4 hours, Luo Tian's patience was wearing thin, while Luo Zi was in a state of anxious restlessness. Brother Tian, if you're tired, perhaps you should rest first. We are brothers. How could we leave you alone? Luo Tian raised his cup. Cheers. Numerous blue bottles had already toppled to the ground. No, no. Luo Zi quickly waved his hand. Brother, that's the 19th bottle. I truly cannot drink anymore. We have important matters to attend to later. Very well, Luo Tian replied, lifting his cup. Having not indulged in drink for over a year, he intended to drink heartily and truly savor the moment. Yet, before he could fully enjoy himself, Luo Zi's face was already flushed. The proprietor, amiable and slightly older yet presumably unmarried, approached them, presenting a complimentary platter of fruits. No need for that, no need for that. My gums are swollen. Luo Tian shook his head vigorously. Are you two waiting for someone? The young tavern owner seemed eager to engage these two who had been waiting so long. Indeed. It does not interfere with your business, does it? Luo Tian casually replied. How could it? The customer is always king. At the Clay Tavern, we remain open even through the night for our guests, the young proprietor remarked, but it is already nighttime. And Giwa City has commenced its curfew. I doubt anyone will come. Even if someone does arrive, I suspect they will not be mere commoners. The tavern owner's words rendered Luo Tian and Luo Zi's expressions grave. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling faintly at the proprietor, saying, It seems you have spoken a bit too much tonight. Haha, it appears I have struck a chord. The proprietor responded with a slight smile. Recently, the affairs of the Alliance have stirred a palpable anxiety among the populace. As night falls, not only is it rare to see anyone venture outside, but even the few who would engage in nocturnal discussions are exceedingly scarce. The two individuals in my establishment have now occupied their seats for 4 hours. Could they possibly be affiliated with the Alliance, awaiting a rendezvous with another contact? As the young proprietor finished speaking, Luo Tian and Luo Zi rose to their feet. Luo Zi wore a troubled expression, having not anticipated being recognized as a member of the Alliance so swiftly. What was to be done? He could only blame his own inexperience and the tardiness of the informant. The time for their meeting had been set half a month ago and was unalterable, being their only means of communication with the contact. The two exchanged glances, and Luo Tian's eyes glimmered with menace. Luo Zi, in a decisive motion, drew his weapon. It seemed they were prepared to strike at the slightest sign of anomaly from the shopkeeper. The earlier remark about their prolonged stay had already drawn attention, disrupting their composure. This was their first blunder. Furthermore, upon being accused of being members of the Alliance, their fierce countenance and drawn blades amounted to an inadvertent admission of guilt. This was their second error. Lastly, to engage in combat without knowledge of the opponent's capabilities constituted their third and most critical mistake. Oh, is that so? We may indeed lack experience, yet we possess the confidence to overpower our adversary. Luo Tian smiled faintly. It was Luo Zi who brandished his weapon. while Luo Tian maintained a more composed demeanor, having spent over a year in secluded training, primarily honing his temperament to remain calm under all circumstances. Ha ha, splendid. Why not engage in a friendly spar? The young proprietor taunted with a smirk, arms crossed defiantly. Very well. Let us proceed. Luo Tian replied with a subtle smile, their energies beginning to manifest. A faint green aura enveloped them both. They were both of swordmaster caliber. Luo Zi discreetly moved the table in front of Luo Tian, wisely positioning himself as an observer, stepping back. The young proprietor remained motionless, his demeanor suggesting a certain arrogance, as he awaited Luo Tian's initial strike. So be it. As you wish, Luo Tian declared, transforming his palm into a blade and launching a swift thrust. Too slow. The middle-aged proprietor casually glanced, sweeping his left hand to deflect Luo Tian's strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a machine, Luo Tian continued to thrust, his speed increasing exponentially, his arms leaving trails of afterimages. The velocity was such that it stirred a gentle breeze. Yet the middle-aged man's reflexes were swifter still, effortlessly parrying each attack, preventing Luo Tian from closing the distance. Hee, young man, do you yield? The middle-aged proprietor smiled slightly. It was evident he possessed considerable skill. Although Luo Tian had sensed the proprietor's prowess upon entering the tavern, he had not given it due consideration, truly a hidden depth. One should not speak too soon, Luo Tian retorted, and from beneath his dark silk hat, 2 points of crimson light gleamed. The young proprietor was momentarily startled, yet a master of his caliber would remain undistracted by such trivialities. Luo Tian activated the Godslayer technique, unleashing the frenzy skill. In an instant, his arms moved with the grace of 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, the speed of his thrusts reaching unprecedented heights. The middle-aged proprietor, however, would not retreat, for to do so would signify his surrender. However, Luo Tian's arms seemed to simultaneously extend 3 hands. Indeed, at the very same moment, 3 hands emerged. If the young boss intended to persist, he would undoubtedly have to accelerate his pace. As expected, he was defeated. Luo Tian's palm blade breached the young boss's defenses. The hand that had thrust forward transformed instantaneously into a dragon's claw, seizing the middle-aged boss by the throat. A master! The middle-aged boss cried out. So, do you yield? Luo Tian smiled faintly. The crimson hue had returned to clarity. Fortunately, the hat concealed his visage, preventing anyone from witnessing Luo Tian's frenzied transformation. The young boss was only aware of his eyes turning red. Brother, you are gripping my throat with your collarbone hold. I have no choice but to concede. The young boss capitulated, to his astonishment. This youth proved even more formidable. He was thoroughly impressed. Hee. Once Luo Tian finished speaking, he released his grip, allowing the young boss to regain his freedom. You are just going to let me go like this? The young boss exclaimed in surprise. What? Are you implying that releasing you constitutes our 4th blunder? Luo Tian replied with a smile. What adversary would allow an equal to strike first? Since you are one of our own, it is only natural that I would release you. Ha ha. So, the informant I was liaising with was indeed you. You used our 4-hour wait to assess the identity of our alliance. You are truly despicable. Luo Zi shouted, realizing that the individual he had been communicating with was none other than the owner of the Kilii Tavern, the very person he had met during the day, and now they finally recognized one another. How could this not infuriate Luo Tian? Haha, you must understand, with so many people entering and exiting my Kilii Tavern, who could ascertain whether you are foes or allies? Moreover, our alliance has managed to thrive beneath the watchful eye of the Feather Spirit Sovereign precisely because of our caution, which is why we did not disclose the identity of your liaison, and I only recognized you after 4 hours. Indeed, a meticulous and cautious approach. No wonder your alliance is omnipresent. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Yet, merely observing us and making us wait 4 hours was rather. Haha, here, consider these drinks as a gesture of goodwill, an apology of sorts. What do you think? The young boss smiled slightly, but truth be told, you truly are demanding, ordering 20 bottles of the azure wine. Will this expense be reimbursed by the higher-ups? Sweat. Luo Tian and Luo Zi exchanged glances. This boss was indeed quite pragmatic. Luo Tian raised his glass, poured the slightly azure drink, and declared, as the saying goes, one does not truly know another without a fight. My name is Lin Yang. Luo Zi paused momentarily, realizing this was his brother's alias, for the name Luo Tian was unmistakably linked to the Luo family. Even he had omitted his surname, simply calling himself Zi. He then raised his glass, saying, Zi, Lin Yang is my elder brother. I am Kilii, the young proprietor of the Kilei Tavern. Ding. The three glasses clinked together, and they drank heartily. Luo Zi handed the directory manual to Clay, who opened it to reveal a collection of names, predominantly consisting of three-character names. The tome, thick as half a thumb, was brimming with names. What on earth could this be? Merely a list of names. Yet what utility do names alone possess? Moreover, not a single individual on this list was familiar to me. Chapter 49. I, Hu Han-san, have returned. 4. Perhaps it is a clandestine message. With the information concealed within these names, Luo Tian murmured to himself. Indeed, that must be the only explanation. The leader of the Sangyue Alliance has sent a secret envoy personally to convey this, indicating that this matter is far from simple. I have comprehended the situation. You two may rest for now. Yawning, Clay suggested, let us retire early. We must rise at dawn to deliver osmanthus cake to the Monaster family tomorrow. Luo Tian smiled slightly, pondering aloud. Could it be that the Monaster family is, however, Luo Tian's words were abruptly interrupted by Clay, whose expression had turned grave. Oh, not speak recklessly. I am merely delivering breakfast pastries that the nobles require each day. After saying this, he yawned again and retreated into the shop for some rest. We should also retire early, he added. Aren't you required to report back tomorrow? Indeed. The two ascended to the loft in a dim underground chamber. Flickering firelight illuminated the surroundings. A few days prior, our assassination squad, the XX team, was pursuing a traitor from the Alliance when they were met with a swift and lethal strike. We meticulously examined the wounds, which bore similarities to those inflicted by the 10 assassins from the XX tracking team. Firstly, the assailant demonstrated remarkable speed, striking with lethal precision. Secondly, their attacks seemed to possess a faint light attribute. Thirdly, the wounds on the victims exhibited slight asymmetry, suggesting that the weapon bore some damage. This intelligence appears to correlate with the case involving your solitary enforcers from a year ago. Gu Duxufeng, having not seen him for a year, still appeared quite portly. The pursuit of Luo Tian's case had not confirmed his demise, and the head of the Yuling family had acquired a copy of the god-slaying technique, which was merely a replica of Luo Tian's. The mission completion rate was designated at a mere 11.3. Despite their claim of a 100 completion rate, the Assassins' Alliance had endured a year fraught with hardship, seemingly under a mild form of house arrest, as the Yuling family head suspected that Gu Duxufeng had clandestinely appropriated the manuscript. However, after over a year of surveillance, nothing substantial had been discovered. Now, they had been summoned to discuss and present certain data materials reported from the Randun Regional Division. After all, there was a slight resemblance to Luo Tian from a year ago. Impossible. You are slandering without evidence. It has yet to be confirmed whether Luo Tian has perished. These data cannot conclusively prove anything. All is mere conjecture. What? Master of the estate, do you truly believe that this individual is Luo Tian? Snow Peak exclaimed vehemently. Precisely. Moreover, in this realm of gods and demons, there are approximately 190 million martial artists with light attribute techniques. Out of those, around 90 million possess both speed and light attribute attacks. And among those who can wield a worn longsword with such swiftness, need I elaborate further on how many exist in this realm? Yue raised his glass. Are you not excited? I am not suggesting that the one who frequently slaughters members of my assassin guild is Luotan. However, the old man with white hair shifted slightly in his seat. The martial arts he wields possess light attribute attacks, and his speed is astonishing, armed with a worn long sword. If he stands against my assassin alliance, and if this is indeed Luo Tian's path of vengeance, what do you believe is the likelihood of this being true? Yue was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. What does the guild master mean? Xiefeng's expression turned grave. I asked the lone enforcer squad not interested in this individual, who has repeatedly provoked my assassin guild. Indeed, guild master, you understand me too well. How did you know I am not interested? Xiefeng laughed heartily upon hearing this. The guild master's old face twitched slightly. Lone Xiefeng, let us not forget that your task completion rate was merely 11.3. You were supposed to be demoted to a mere foot soldier. Yet I took you in. The matter of your unauthorized copying of the god-slaying technique was something I suppressed alongside the Yuling family. Yes, indeed. Your kindness towards us is monumental, Lone Xiefeng murmured. I have already handed over the god-slaying technique to you. I understand. The guild master expressed some annoyance. Of course I know, but that is not the truth. Indeed. Otherwise, I would not have offered it to you, seeking your protection. The guild master was infuriated by Lone Xiefeng's demeanor, who seemed to act like a rogue. Though he had fulfilled his duties satisfactorily, the guild master felt utterly perplexed by his thoughts. I asked this how one speaks to their superior. After a moment of calm, the guild master earnestly inquired, Do you not wish to reclaim the true god-slaying technique from him? I do wish to, but are you certain that man is Luotian? How would we know unless we go? Replied the guild master. We must go. We must indeed. Is it absolutely necessary? Absolutely necessary. The two fell silent for a moment, when suddenly Xiefeng suggested, perhaps it would be best to refrain from this. What are the odds of such a coincidence occurring? Moreover, the guildmaster was nearly driven mad by Lone Xiefeng's insistence. He abruptly rose from his seat and shouted, Lone Xiefeng, you will travel to the vicinity of Giwa City and pursue the target. As soon as the guildmaster finished his command, Xiefeng, Yu Hui, Wang Hu, and the others stood at attention. Xiefeng, with a solemn expression, declared, the lone enforcer squad accepts the mission. He then led his companions out of the conference hall. Before departing, he did not forget to add, the guild master has sheltered me. I would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire, should you but give the command. With that, the five vanished in a flash, leaving the guild master standing alone, seemingly in a daze, until he finally realized, all that I said before was in vain. The next dawn, early in the morning, Kale carried a brocade box and boarded a carriage heading straight for the capital of Giwa City. With the carriage making swift progress, they soon arrived at the Monist family estate. A grand archway bore the intricately carved character Imo. This was the Monist family. At the imposing gates stood over 10 guards clad in silver armor. Who goes there? Although the guards seemed to anticipate this moment, at this hour, a pastry chef is delivering refreshments for the Monister family. Day after day, it was not merely a matter of time. One of the young lords of Monister had developed a fondness for the secret pastries crafted by the Clay Tavern. Since then, the Monister family has generously requested that the tavern's proprietor deliver pastries every morning. It has become a cherished routine, yet due to the customary inquiries, the guards still barked sternly, Clay, deliver the pastries for the Monister family. Clay dismounted from the carriage and bowed, saying, just a moment. One guard utilized a telepathic orb to seek permission for passage. Another guard produced a shimmering detection crystal and swept it over the ornate box, after which, he nodded slightly to the captain of the guards. Subsequently, they conducted a search of Clay, discovering that he bore no metallic weapons or regulated items such as magical cores. Thus, they allowed him to pass. Indeed, Clay is quite a fortunate fellow. Some pastry shops in Giva City are hundreds of times more upscale than his, yet the Lord has taken a liking to his creations. This arrangement has persisted for over a year, and Clay likely amassed a considerable fortune. The guards whispered amongst themselves, of course, otherwise, how could he have become a tavern owner at such a young age? Moreover, and most importantly, he possesses both talent and capability. Alas, the salary of a mere gatekeeper does not even compare to what this young man earns in 2 trips. Careful now, watch your words, jealousy aside. In this precarious world, having a stable job is commendable. Also, refrain from chatting during work hours. Yes, the guard stood at attention. Entering the reception hall with ease, Clay casually took a seat. As a frequent patron, he seemed entirely at ease. However, the sound of footsteps approached, mingled with murmurs of conversation. Hearing the commotion, Clay sprang to his feet, standing at attention. It was a somewhat taller young man, clad in an oversized robe with rolled-up sleeves, who was signing documents while a servant beside him chattered incessantly. Upon entering the hall, he spotted Clay standing rigidly next to the ornate box. Is that not the proprietor, Clay? This individual was named Imo Bai, the eldest son of the Monister family. Mo's elder brother, Imo Bai, the young master, remained as busy as ever. Clay offered a slight smile, and the two exchanged pleasantries. I have been exceedingly busy lately, from dawn until now. I feel as though I might starve, Imo Bai exclaimed, hastily reaching for the ornate box. However, just as he opened it, he inquired about the pastry's deliciousness, which were as ordinary as ever. Clay's large hand gently pressed down on the lid of the box. This action startled Imo Bai. His playful demeanor instantly shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He glanced at Clay, whose expression mirrored his own gravity. Imo Bai waved his hand, and the servant laden with documents hastily retreated. Young Master Imo Bai, do not rush. There are fillings to savor slowly. Clay's smile was tinged with a hint of seriousness, suggesting deeper meaning. Is that so? Imo Bai responded with a slight smile. Indeed, it is time to settle your service fees for this month. Come with me to the storeroom. Yes. After Clay finished speaking, he swiftly picked up the ornate box and closely followed Imo Bai's pace. After navigating several dimly lit corridors, the storeroom lay ahead. Just keep moving forward. Do not look back. Imo Bai's expression was grave. Understood, Clay responded, fully committed to following Imo Bai's instructions without question. With each step, 1, 2, 3. Clive felt as if ripples were emanating from beneath his feet, akin to drops disturbing the surface of water. A barrier. Clive was taken aback, suppressing an overwhelming curiosity to glance back. Another step revealed the existence of a barrier. In that fleeting moment, Clive's figure had vanished from the spot. Surrounding him was a shimmering aura, but it was ephemeral. Before him stood the storeroom described by Amoli. Although it resembled the guest room he had seen earlier, the materials here exuded a far more luxurious quality. Who goes there? A sudden, resonant voice startled him greatly. I am Cly, the proprietor of Cly Inn. Cly quickly bowed in deference. Cly the adventurer, you serve as one of my eyes within the Alliance. Recognizing him as an ally, the voice softened, imbued with a magnetic quality. My brother from the Alliance. Your efforts over the years have been commendable. Please, come in. Thank you, Lord Monaster. Chapter 50. I, who Hunxi, have returned again. 5. Ah, Brother Cly, you are indeed a vital informant for our Giva City Alliance. Acknowledging their camaraderie, the voice grew gentler, resonating with warmth. My brother from the Alliance. Your hard work this past year has not gone unnoticed. Please, come in. Thank you, Lord Monaster. Cly stepped forward and gently pushed the door open, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Pure agarwood. Seated within was a robust yet somewhat handsome middle-aged man engrossed in a book. Strikingly, his hair was snow-white, yet he appeared quite youthful. Why such white hair? Could he be suffering from an ailment? Cly was taken aback to realize that Lord Monaster still remembered his name. The white-haired man set aside his book, stating, from the smallest scout to the highest commander of the Royal Guard, I have etched their names into my memory. For we are part of the Alliance. A deeply afflicted leader, Cly felt a swell of emotion. As an inconspicuous member of the Alliance, despite possessing some strength, he had never been truly valued, until one fateful day when Lord Monaster personally visited his humble tavern, transforming the trajectory of his life. It was then that Lord Monaster remembered his name. A year had passed, and he had only been attended to by guards or the sons of noble families. The clan leader would not easily meet with him unless he brought something of significance, which he had almost forgotten. Suddenly, Cly recalled, reverently presenting the ornate box he held. The white-haired, middle-aged man understood, opening the box to reveal thoughtfully crafted pastries. However, he paid little attention to them, instead uncovering a hidden compartment at the bottom, where lay a slightly tattered book. Upon opening it, Cly saw countless names densely inscribed within. What could this be? It appeared that Lord Monaster shared Cly's initial reaction. What on earth is this? Uncertain, yet it was delivered from the Sangyue Alliance branch, and it bears great significance, exclaimed Cly. The Sangyue Alliance. The silver-haired middle-aged man pondered momentarily, then promptly rose to open a concealed compartment in his bookcase. Retrieving an envelope. Upon unsealing it, he discovered a series of peculiar numbers, 2133122. A few months prior, an informant from the Northern District, akin to you, delivered this from the Sangyue Alliance, and today, you two have brought it, both belonging to the Sangyue Alliance. Thus, it stands to reason that these two are undoubtedly interconnected. The names were laid out in a tome, alongside the numeric envelope, displayed upon the desk of the silver-haired patriarch. In an instant, the elder's gaze illuminated, Baoseng Bing. Yu Shaoqian, coupled with the first 21 digits of 2133122, which correspond to the Sangin Baoseng Bing and the Yueran Yu Shaoqian. So it is, Cly exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the two confidential letters are inseparable. Should either fall into enemy hands, the contents would remain concealed, allowing for the dispatch of a new coded missive. Such is the rigor of our alliance, and it is precisely through such measures that we can remain hidden beneath the talons of the royal city. I should have anticipated this, alas. The phrase was constructed by extracting letters from the roster according to the cipher digits, pieced together in order. Tio Monis, I, Sangyue, decree a military expedition to engage in a decisive battle against the enemy forces in the southwest, seeking the assistance of Sangyue and allies. Excellent, splendid, truly splendid. The silver-haired middle-aged man chuckled heartily, realizing that this middle-aged individual is named Monis. The Sangyue Alliance branch has recently been embroiled in turmoil at sea, with most of its strength deployed to subdue the sea monsters. It appears that the calamity has been contained. Fortunately, Monis has dispatched 3 contingents to counter the threat. To the northwest, near London Forest. To the southwest, the army approaches Sangyue City. Along the coast, the southeastern region largely comprises mountainous and treacherous terrain, where local alliances, supplemented by my own deployment of 10,000 allied troops, shall capitalize on the geography, ensuring our invincibility, catching them off guard. This indicates that the southeastern forces need not be concerned. When the southwestern army of Mingjiang erupts, combined with the encirclement from the Sangyu alliance, and the western north forces poised to provide support at any moment, I foresee the annihilation of the advancing Yuling army in the southwest. Upon concluding, Monas fervently scribbled countless names upon the pristine parchment, encoded as per the cipher from the Sangyu alliance. Composing the confidential letter, the content reads, "At noon on the third day, we shall lure the enemy and then encircle them." After delivering the missive to Clay, he urged, "Please ensure this letter reaches Sangyu City without delay. I, your subordinate, shall obey." Just as Clay was about to turn away, Monas, with a contemplative expression, interjected, "Recently, I have received whispers that the Assassin Alliance has been provoked on multiple occasions. Hence, the area south of Giwa City conceals numerous assassins' eyes. I fear for that, brother. Perhaps I should dispatch a merchant convoy under the guise of procuring seafood for Sangyu City. No, you enter and exit the Monaster family daily under the guise of delivering pastries, unaware that you have already drawn the attention of some inquisitive individuals. Should you dispatch a merchant convoy, your suspicions would undoubtedly escalate. You must refrain from any untoward actions. I have heard that when they arrived, they were pursued by assassins in land and forest." "What, they?" Monaster exclaimed in astonishment. "According to my intelligence, there was only one person delivering the secret orders. This individual claimed to be his elder brother. Clay, exercise utmost caution. Are they truly brothers? Although not biological siblings, I have observed the two of them for over 4 hours. They appear to be the last remnants of a fallen family, having encountered each other while being hunted by assassins. It turns out that this individual was responsible for the deaths of over 14 members of the Assassin's Guild, employing ruthless techniques and formidable skills. Indeed, a person of talent." Monaster remarked, "I trust you. Otherwise, I would not have appointed you as the liaison for the Monaster family. I wonder if that brother would be willing to protect the secret letter in his brother's possession during a journey to Sangyu City? Given their unusual bond, he should be amenable. Very well, I entrust this matter entirely to you. The secret letter must be delivered to Sangyu City 3 days prior. You must not linger here too long while delivering pastries. I fear the spies may grow suspicious." "Yes." Clay bowed his head. "Depart without looking back." Monaster waved his hand. "Yes." Clay bowed once more. Just as he stepped out the door, a ripple emanated beneath his feet, creating a similar effect. "By the way, please ensure that the pastries delivered tomorrow do not contain excessive sugar." The elegant and magnetic voice resounded once again. "Yes." Clay bowed yet again, almost turning back. After a moment of dizziness, Lake emerged from the storeroom, holding a brocade box. A servant had been waiting for some time, leading him away from the Monaster family. "There is little worth documenting here. Let us skip ahead." Here, 300 words are omitted. At Clay's tavern, as Clay's carriage came to a halt, he encountered Luo Tian returning to the tavern, coincidentally colliding with Clay. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat and possessing a slender, dark figure, most notably exuding an air of elegance and composure. "Ah, is this not the esteemed guest Lin Yang? Up so early, I see." Clay entered the tavern alongside him. "I intended to visit a friend, but to my dismay, their residence has transformed into a commercial association." Luo Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. He had intended to go to 1992 Guinan Street, only to discover that the former stronghold of the Yuling family had been reclaimed by the Royal City's authority and sold to a businessman for use as a commercial venue. He had hoped to encounter the likes of Xiaoyu, Dalan, and Manjing, and though it was somewhat regrettable, if they were to meet, Luo Tian would not acknowledge them, as he was indeed the source of trouble. The confiscation of Xiaoyu's home was certainly linked to him. As long as he knew they were alive and thriving, Luo Tian would be content. "Is that so? Esteemed guest, whom are you seeking?" "I have long resided in Giwa City and am quite well informed. If you merely state his name, perhaps we can assist you." Clay smiled. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, gesturing dismissively, Never mind. Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be." It is not a matter of distrust towards Clay. Rather, it is my reluctance to owe anyone a favor. What kind of favor could it be? Luo Zi has already descended with a hazy gaze. "It's nothing, by the way, Boss Clay. I am quite famished. Please set a splendid feast before me." Luo Zi rubbed his stomach. "Very well. Please take your seats, esteemed guests." Under the guidance of a young server, Luo Zi and Luo Tian were ushered into an opulent private chamber. The chamber was lavishly adorned, with only 2 such rooms in the Clay restaurant, sealed tightly and possessing excellent sound insulation. Before them stood a grand round table. A procession of stunning waitresses began to present dish after dish. Luo Zi's eyes spun in excitement. Compared to the previous night, these delicacies were of an astonishingly higher standard. It is worth noting that these 2 private rooms are reserved for dignitaries or wealthy patrons, and ordinary guests cannot afford them. Luo Tian was visibly moved, and he too began to worry about his finances. The 2 female servers beside them poured wine. After the final dish was presented, Boss Clay entered the chamber carrying a brocade box. He waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." The 2 servers retreated. Clay casually sat beside Luo Tian. Clay's expression shifted slightly. This was the closest he had been to Luo Tian, and through the veil of his hat, he glimpsed the fair skin and handsome features, estimating his age to be comparable to that of Luo Zi. However, Luo Zi, having spent years wandering and adventuring, bore a slightly bronzed complexion, with well-defined muscles that made him appear somewhat older. "Boss Clay, what does this lavish feast signify?" "I must inform you that I am not particularly wealthy," Luo Tian remarked. "Of course, I am treating you. No one receives rewards without merit. We are all on the same side. Let us get straight to the point," Luo Tian replied. "To be candid, the Monist family is the branch of the Monist alliance in the Giva City region." "We had already surmised as much," Luo Tian stated. "The confidential letter brought by Zi has been reviewed by the clan leader, and a response is required. The Sanghua Alliance has already informed me that I will once again be tasked with delivering a confidential letter back." Luo Zi noted. "This is precisely where the issue lies," Clay remarked. "If my deductions are correct, the assassination in London Forest and the assassin on the Guilan official road should be related to you. Right?" "Impressive." Clay is indeed no ordinary person, quickly grasping the information. "Furthermore, he is so certain that the assassin is associated with me." Luo Tian smiled faintly. Chapter 51. I, Hu Hengxi, have returned once more. 6. In truth, these deductions were made by the clan leader of the Monist family, but Clay did not wish to waste time on explanations. Therefore, there are quite a number of assassins lurking in the vicinity of London Forest. One cannot be too cautious. I fear that Z may lack the strength, so I will send someone to follow you. However, an overly powerful presence may attract unwanted attention. After finishing his words, Clay turned to look at Luo Zi. "I am aware that you nearly fell victim to an assassin in London Forest, and this journey is even more perilous than when you previously delivered the confidential letter. Are you suggesting that I protect Zi on his journey to Sanghua City?" Luo Tian murmured. "Even if you did not say so, I would accompany him. He is my brother." "Excellent. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. However, I am acutely aware that this undertaking is fraught with challenges. Should any difficulties arise, I could reassign personnel, but no, this task is one I have willingly accepted, and thus it is my duty to bring it to a conclusion. Once we emerge from Giva City, there should be no further complications, for I shall don the mantle of an adventurer and traverse the forest paths to Sanghua City. But what of Tiangu? In any case, I find myself with ample leisure, and this journey to the mainland presents an opportunity for me to wander and gain experience. I shall accompany you." "Very well, it is settled." Upon concluding his statement, Kailei raised his cup, and the 3 of them drank heartily. Kailei then spoke. "Since the valiant Lin Yang and Zi are equally unencumbered and in opposition to the Assassin Guild, why not join my alliance? Our alliance is akin to a great family, treating all members with equity, devoid of power struggles and authoritative constraints, save for certain tasks assigned to enhance one's contributions to the alliance." Before Kailei could finish, Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. "The alliance indeed presents a commendable refuge for me at this juncture, yet I am not inclined to pursue that path at present." Kailei, slightly taken aback, remarked, "Some individuals yearn to join our alliance but find no avenues. With my recommendation, you still hesitate." Listening to Kailei, it appeared that his standing within the Monster Alliance was quite significant. "Kailei, should a day come when I wish to join, I would seek you out first. For now, I desire to hone my skills independently on the mainland, as my strength remains insufficient. When will it arrive?" "Within 3 days," Kailei replied. "Then we must hasten. However, Tiangu, I ought to take you out for a grand adventure. Returning only when we are thoroughly intoxicated, no need. Your matters take precedence. Besides, I have heard that Sanghua City is a stunning coastal city, where we could indulge in some surfing. I have always longed to visit the seaside." The trio consumed copious amounts of azure wine, and Kailei spared no expense for his companions. Had it not been for the pressing matters that Luo Tian and his companions faced, they would undoubtedly have reveled into the night. Thus, after spending just over a night in Giva City, Luo Tian departed. As he left, he exchanged his sack of gold coins with Kailei for the highest denomination of purple crystal coins in the realm of gods and demons, transforming the hefty pouch of gold into a small purse. Kailei had once inquired why Luo Tian did not deposit his funds with the recognized Yuling Chamber of Commerce in the royal city, or with the Mercenary Guild or the Mage Guild. Luo Tian's response was that he was destined to be anything but a complacent citizen. Should he ever find himself in trouble, his account could be frozen, rendering the cards in his possession mere numbers. Thus, he preferred to keep his coins close at hand, for a sense of security. Upon leaving Kayleigh's tavern, Kayleigh could not escort them too far, as discretion was paramount. Luo Zi appeared to navigate the route with ease, arriving at the mercenary guild to undertake some low-level mercenary tasks using his mercenary badge, most of which were near Sangyue City. So this is your disguise? Luo Tian smiled slightly. Indeed. It allows me to masquerade as a mercenary adventurer to conceal my identity while conveniently earning some currency. Truly a win-win. Luo Zi laughed heartily. Greetings, observe. There lies a task to safeguard the wealthy nobility en route to Sangyue City. Is this not a more favorable undertaking? Luo Tian remarked casually. What? Luo Zi, upon closer inspection, noted the task objective. Escort 3 individuals to Sangyue City. Required personnel, 100, strength, unrestricted. Moreover, a mercenary guild emblem is mandatory, with a credibility rating not lower than 90%. The reward for this task is 20 gold coins. Meals and accommodation will be reimbursed. Although the remuneration is somewhat modest, the absence of strength restrictions makes this merely an escort mission, and with the recruitment of over 100 adventurers, there is no need to fear bandits or robbers. Joining guarantees a profit without peril to life. Is that so? Come, let us hasten to accept the task. Having completed the registration, the departure time is set for the afternoon, with 2 or 3 hours remaining. It seems they are gathering the number of mercenaries. Waiting is rather tedious, so Luo Tian and Luo Zi ascended to a tea house, sipping tea and reminiscing, sharing tales of how they had fared over the past year. Luo Tian's year was rather uneventful, while Luo Zi's experiences were akin to an old woman's foot-binding cloth, long and odorous. If given another 2 or 3 hours, he would likely continue without end. Luo Zi spoke incessantly, while Luo Tian propped his chin on his hand, nearly dozing off several times. During the 2 or 3 hours of ceaseless chatter, Luo Tian discerned that Luo Zi had endured a challenging year. Had it not been for Luo Tian's reminder that time was up, Luo Zi would have gone on indefinitely. Following the Mercenary Guild's task announcement, the two arrived at a commendable tavern, the designated assembly point for the escort mission. It appears the individuals to be escorted reside within this establishment. Punctuality is a hallmark of a true mercenary. Gradually, various figures began to gather. Among them were individuals as diminutive as Luo Zi and others, rugged men with wrinkles. There were also some peculiar characters, such as Luo Tian, who donned a wide-brimmed hat to conceal his appearance, and another fellow wearing a hood and mask. A cacophony of noise filled the air. Attention, everyone! A middle-aged man clad in a green robe emerged. The clamor gradually subsided. The street became somewhat congested. Your task, esteemed individuals, is to act as guards and escort us to Sangyue City. Furthermore, allow me to outline the rules set forth by my esteemed master. First, the master favors seriousness. Frivolity and loud commotion are strictly prohibited. Second, having accepted the escort task, you are now guardians and must adhere to the established regulations of the continent's escort guilds in executing your duties. Third, the master despises tardiness and inefficiency. Those who have not arrived are deemed to have forfeited this task. We shall depart immediately. Do any of you have questions? Quite a number of rules set forth by the master. As long as food is managed well and sleep is comfortable, it matters not. Let us be on our way. Very well. I must first verify your mercenary guild assignment letters. The middle-aged man scrutinized each individual to ensure they were indeed members of the mercenary guild and had accepted this escort mission. Finally, the moment of concern arrived. Luo Tian did not possess the mercenary guild's registration emblem. Previously, he had registered with the Xiaoyu mercenary team, but due to issues with the Assassin Alliance, his emblem was rendered unusable. Should he attempt to register anew, his essence would need to be infused into the emblem, potentially exposing his identity. Ah, you do not possess a mercenary badge? The middle-aged man inquired. Sir, could you possibly make an exception? He is my brother, and he forgot to bring his badge. Luo Zi pleaded, I am afraid not. We adhere to our principles. Who can ascertain your identities or the integrity of your claims? The middle-aged man shook his head resolutely. However, my brother and I are together. Could you not? Absolutely not. The middle-aged man decisively rejected. Do you think we care about those 20 gold coins? Be gone. Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly. In truth, we have always completed our tasks together. Since my brother has accepted this mission, to abandon it would tarnish his credibility. As I cannot accompany him, I propose to escort you myself. This way, we can look out for one another, and you would gain a formidable ally for free. Humph, a formidable ally. Just how strong are you? Do not be deceived by the fact that this mission has attracted over 100 mercenaries and adventurers. True strength is scarce. The middle-aged man had not finished his sentence when he froze, for he beheld a soft green aura igniting in the palm of Luo Tian's hand. The pale green aura signified the presence of a swordsman. Having another swordsman among 100 individuals was akin to a flower blooming amidst a meadow, strikingly conspicuous. The middle-aged man's demeanor softened considerably as he remarked, "The strength of a swordsman is precisely what we lack. However, I am uncertain about your credibility. Meals and accommodations shall be self-catered. If you successfully escort us to Giwa City, we shall reward you with an additional 20 gold coins." Upon witnessing Luo Tian's prowess as a swordsman, the middle-aged man's expression transformed into one of warmth. "Excellent, then it is settled. Let us be off," he declared as an opulent carriage approached, appearing to carry their target. The two teams formed. One cleared the path for the carriage while the other brought up the rear, marching in formation under the middle-aged man's command, akin to a protective escort. Exiting the city did not necessitate presenting proof or paying tolls. Even the city guards paid them no heed, allowing for a free passage out. A grand procession, resembling a guard army, escorted the carriage away from the vicinity of Giwa City. This guard army was a motley crew of mercenaries. Their attire varied. Their marching pace was commendable. Under the middle-aged man's guidance, they rested appropriately and traveled judiciously. By evening, they had departed from the Giwa City area, arriving in the vicinity of Sangyue City. At this pace, they would reach Sangyue City by tomorrow evening, a full day ahead of the 3-day limit. Most importantly, with the mercenary task and over 100 adventurers as cover, Luo Tian and Luo Zi encountered little trouble. "Tonight we shall rest. I have already reserved a tavern. 3 of us will share a room. After dinner, come collect your accommodation tokens. Haha, food included. This is splendid. With meals and lodging covered, the money is practically in hand. Truly delightful," one exclaimed. "Indeed, just a trip to Sangyue, requiring no skill whatsoever." Another chimed in, "Haha, more tasks like this should be posted." The adventurers laughed heartily as they entered the tavern, where waitstaff busily attended to their culinary needs. Chapter 52. "I, Hu Han-san, have returned again." 7. "My apologies, brave warrior," the middle-aged man said. "We are strictly adhering to the list provided by the Mercenary Guild regarding room and meal arrangements." His tone bore a hint of regret, implying that without a mercenary badge, Luo Tian had not been allocated accommodation or dinner. "Goodness, your master is rather stingy, isn't he? It's merely a set of chopsticks and an additional sweet." Luo Zi exclaimed in indignation, "I apologize, but according to the list issued by the Mercenary Guild, the allocated funds." Luo Tian interjected. Coming to an understanding, it became clear that the payment had been dispersed for those on the escort mission list, and as an extra, he had not been accounted for, leaving no funds available for his lodging. Furthermore, Luo Tian was not in compliance with the regulations. After finishing his explanation, he waved his hand dismissively and seated himself at a distant table, pouring himself a pot of tea and taking out his provisions of dried meat to eat. Seeing this, the middle-aged man felt a pang of sympathy but was at a loss. He finally remarked, "If you lack funds, I can lend you some for the time being. When you accompany them to complete the escort mission to Sangyue City, the old master will surely compensate you." Luo Zi's expression darkened, and instead of taking a seat, he chose to join Luo Tian at the table, chewing on the dried meat and sipping the tea. "Zi, why aren't you going for the complimentary dinner? It's free." After all, Luo Tian turned to him, "If Brother Tian isn't going, then neither shall I. Missing this meal won't lead to starvation. What matters most is that we once swore by the roast chicken to share both fortune and hardship. Why take it so seriously?" "Absolutely, haha." In the bustling tavern, the atmosphere was festive, filled with the sounds of feasting and laughter. While several burly men engaged in drinking games, their capacity for alcohol not a concern this evening. The middle-aged man, noticing the incongruity of Luo Tian and Luo Zi, approached with a platter of roast chicken. "Brave warrior, although you may not be adhering to the rules, you have contributed to our efforts. This meal is my personal sponsorship." Luo Tian stood and waved his hand. "There's no need for such gestures. I understand. No, please accept it. While our lord may not be a wealthy patron, I believe one meal is more than sufficient. He can be a bit rigid. Just accept it. Indeed, Brother Tian, it's a free meal. We worked hard. You contributed when the beast cart got stuck in the swamp." Luo Zi chimed in. Luo Tian shook his head in resignation. Zi was still too young, lacking understanding. Accepting this roast chicken, worth less than a copper coin, would imply an obligation to assist in any danger encountered during the escort, despite not holding the mercenary badge and thus not formally taking on the escort mission. If peril arose, he could choose to depart without breaching guild regulations. yet his conscience weighed heavily. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Tian decided to accept it. After all, by Zi taking on the task, he was effectively aiding him. However, just as his hand reached toward the platter, it slipped. Crash! The large dish clattered to the ground. "Oh dear!" Luo Zi exclaimed, his face reflecting disappointment. "Why must this splendid roast chicken be wasted?" Upon observing Luo Tian's grave demeanor, it became apparent that a calamity had indeed occurred. Scattered across more than 10 tables were adventurers, all sprawled on the ground, clutching their abdomens, their faces etched with agony. "This is dire," the middle-aged man bellowed, channeling his internal energy to temporarily suppress the venom. Yet he realized it was too late. The toxin had already penetrated his heart, forcing him to kneel. His gaze turned toward a brightly lit room at the top of the stairs. It seemed that his master resided within that chamber. A deep, resonant voice emanated from the room. "Humph, old Feisty, how dare you abscond with over 30 million amethyst coins from the Yu Ling regime? As a representative of the Yu Ling Law Enforcement Department, I hereby sentence you to death today." From the crack of a hidden door emerged more than 50 guards clad in blue-patterned Yu Ling Yinling tight-fitting attire, their armor replaced with leather for enhanced agility. "Master," the middle-aged man shouted, but his body was utterly beyond his control. "Why do you not protect your lord?" Indeed, seizing another's wealth without rendering service is indefensible. The adventurers, who had drawn near to block the path of the Yu Ling military guards, stood in a line, struggling to unsheathe their weapons, their hands trembling slightly. "What? Do you wish to oppose the Yu Ling royal family?" "Humph, taking money for nothing. As long as we are here, you shall not." Before the burly man could finish his words, his head was severed. Blood sprayed forth. "What? Is there anyone else who seeks to champion justice?" The middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the other burly figures standing before him. The men hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. In that fleeting hesitation, blood was spilled, and the tavern bore witness to several more corpses. It was a one-sided massacre. Indeed, the odds were overwhelmingly against them. Despite being of equal rank, the adventurers, having been poisoned, could barely exchange a few blows before succumbing to their fates. Subsequently, the many fallen adventurers could no longer impede the advance of the Yu Ling guards. Though their spirits burned with fervor, even resistance was futile. They chose silence. The poison of the poison Saint Grass, indeed. Over the past year, Luo Tian had acquired considerable knowledge, not only in combat techniques but also in the art of toxins. "Ah, you have somehow escaped the poison," the middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment, quickly realizing that the dishes had been tainted. "Yet you had not partaken. How fortunate, alas. Yes, how unfortunate." Luo Tian murmured. Luo Zi was bewildered and whispered, "Brother Tian, what is so unfortunate? Speak clearly, please. Finish a complete sentence. You simpleton. The misfortune lies in our inability to contend with these more than 50 Yu Ling guards. Most of them possess the prowess of sword masters, and unless I encounter someone of the great sword master caliber, I could barely hold my ground." "Impossible. You overestimate your own strength. Even 10 great sword masters would find it challenging." The middle-aged man muttered to himself as he crawled laboriously towards the stairway. "It is over. This time, we are truly doomed." The target of the Yu Ling guards was also the stairway. Along the way, they kicked aside the fallen mercenaries as if they were mere playthings. Beads of sweat dotted the middle-aged man's forehead. Although the loft was merely 10 meters away, it felt as though it were worlds apart. He passed by numerous adventurers who lay half-conscious on the ground. "Foreman, I am sorry. We are powerless to assist." He is a rather youthful adventurer, utterly powerless and unpoisoned, and the 100-strong squadron shows no fear of the feathered spirit guards. Yet, at this moment, even self-preservation has become a challenge. Or perhaps he is simply too young to wish for death. The middle-aged man uttered no words. He could not find the words to express his thoughts. He cast a glance at the young adventurer and resumed his crawl forward. His eyes filled with helplessness, resentment, and bitterness. Thud. The captain of the feathered spirit guard, having just ascended the first flight of stairs to the loft, found his foot gripped tightly by a large hand. "Another who fears not death." The captain was taken aback. "Get lost?" he bellowed, thrusting his long sword downward with careless ease, striking the middle-aged man's back. A splatter of crimson stained his robes. Yet the middle-aged man's hand clutched the guard's ankle with unwavering strength. "I shall show you the consequences of opposing my feathered spirit sovereignty." The guard roared, lifting his great sword once more, aiming to strike again, this time deliberately avoiding the middle-aged man's vital points. Meaning this blow would not claim his life just yet. A muffled groan escaped the middle-aged man, his back bleeding profusely onto the floor. Thud. Another thrust pierced his arm. Another stab met his thigh. The middle-aged man was now drenched in blood, covered in wounds. Luo Zi's face flushed with indignation, struggling to suppress the urge to intervene. Previously, on the Longue official road, he had also sought to defend the downtrodden, only to require Luo Tian's rescue. Were it not for Luo Tian's formidable prowess this time, if he acted again to uphold justice, Luo Tian would undoubtedly come to his aid once more. Even though his elder brother Luo Tian was exceptionally powerful, he could not contend against so many formidable foes. Thus, Luo Zi chose silence. This world is rife with inequality, and Luo Zi has learned to endure. With each stab, the middle-aged man's cries grew fainter, and at last, his grip on the feathered spirit guard's ankle slackened. The mercenaries and adventurers exchanged furious glances, their faces aflame with anger, yet refraining from voicing their discontent. Such is the nature of royal authority. In this chaotic era, discontent with such power runs deep within all. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey, that was the effect the guard desired, unaware that despite the middle-aged man's countless wounds, it ultimately changed nothing, merely delaying the inevitable by a few seconds. The outcome remained unalterable. Finally, his hand released the guard's ankle. The guard shook his head slightly and raised his long sword once more, this time aiming for the middle-aged man's heart. Stop! A resounding shout echoed throughout the vast tavern. Strange, there seems to be an echo, Luo Zi pondered. The adventurers turned in unison to gaze at Luo Tian, then simultaneously shifted their focus to a room on the second floor. Clearly, the two shouts of stop had emanated from both Luo Tian and the master in the loft. Damn it! There are actually two fellows who remain unpoisoned. The captain of the guards glanced at Luo Tian and then at the loft above, bellowing, "Eliminate those two first, lest they cause us trouble later. Go! Kill!" Like a tidal wave, the guards surged forward in an unstoppable rush. Tables, fallen adventurers, tea, fine wine, chicken legs, and roasted goose were all cast aside in their wake. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tian felt a pang of compassion, gently pulling Luo Zi back behind him, drawing forth his tattered blade wrapped in burlap. Thunderous sounds echoed. A cataclysmic roar reverberated as over a dozen swords simultaneously struck the dilapidated blade before Luo Tian, the tremendous impact reducing the tattered cloth that enveloped the blade to mere ashes, leaving the gathering adventurers in a state of disbelief. How could such a broken sword withstand such force? Creak. The ground beneath them cracked, leaving two deep impressions of Luotian's feet. A sharp pang coursed through Luotian's arm. What? Astonishment. All that filled the air was sheer astonishment. Who could have anticipated the tenacity of this hat-wearing youth? The captain of the guards was equally taken aback, his weapon unable to advance even an inch. Before him stood that slender arm and frail figure, yet they bore the immovable weight of a mountain. At that moment, a voice emanated from the pavilion above. "Young man, I see extraordinary potential in your bones. Lend this old man your strength for half a minute, and I shall repay you with boundless gratitude." Chapter 53. The Master of Red Lotus. "Young man, I see extraordinary potential in your bones. Lend this old man your strength for half a minute, and I shall repay you with boundless gratitude." A robust voice echoed from the pavilion. How infuriating. I can barely protect myself, let alone for another half-minute. Luo Tian was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Thud, thud. Miraculously, he was unharmed. But I am not. A faint voice emerged behind Luo Tian. It was Luo Zi. Indeed, Luo Tian had completely forgotten about Luo Zi. Most of these guards were peak sword masters and swordsmen. While one or two could be handled, against such numbers, Luo Zi could only take refuge behind Luo Tian. And now, with Luo Tian hurled away, Luo Zi had become his shield. How frustrating. My speed cannot be unleashed. Luo Tian felt vexed. He had trained in a speed-based martial art, amplified by the power of the dilapidated blade, reaching new heights. Yet, he needed to protect Luo Zi behind him. Otherwise, with his speed, even if he couldn't win, he could at least escape. What to do? In 5 seconds, he would surely be cut down by a flurry of blades. After all, as a grand sword master, he was far from being able to withstand such a collective assault from so many sword masters. With a swift motion, Luo Tian extended his hand behind him, drawing Luo Zi close to his waist. "Tiangu, what are you doing?" Luo Zi exclaimed in alarm. A sense of foreboding washed over him. "Be careful not to bite your tongue," Luo Tian warned, and with a flick of his hand, he sent Luo Zi soaring through the air like a cannonball, directly into the path of the guard's great sword. A strike that would undoubtedly cleave Luo Zi in two. Everything seemed to slow down. Spilled wine, scattered dishes. Luo Zi's horrified scream echoed. The guard's great sword bore down with a sinister grin. Time stretched unbearably. Hanaku, save me? It was as if captured in slow motion. Luotian smiled slightly. His figure vanished from sight in an instant. The surrounding world had slowed only from his perspective, while he himself moved with breathtaking speed, his thoughts racing several times faster. He deflected the guard's great sword, sending it whistling through the air, while simultaneously kicking away several approaching guards. Luotian's speed erupted. This was the true extent of Luotian's power, and he had yet to enter his desperate mode. What was this desperate mode, you ask? It was when Luotian commenced the god-slaying technique. Frenzy, elevate one's speed and strength to new heights once more. However, despite enduring rigorous training by day and cultivating his inner self by night for an entire year, Luotian still found himself unable to transcend the negative repercussions of his aerial frenzy. It appeared that with each increment of his power, the adverse effects intensified as well. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Luotian refrained from employing the Godslayer technique. Frenzy. This technique served as his trump card. What on earth is happening? The guards were sent flying one by one. In an instant, they were left in a state of bewilderment as Luotian's figure darted rapidly, delivering a kick, a slash, and a thrust. 3 more guards met their unfortunate fate, blood splattering in the air. Goodness, I truly have been blind. A burly mercenary, sprawled on the ground in excitement, exclaimed. I had previously opposed him, but little did I know he was this formidable. My word. There is hope, there is hope. The blood-soaked middle-aged man struggled to rise, unwilling to miss this captivating turnaround. It was solely due to this warrior, who had not arranged for dining accommodations, that he had become the pivotal force in this reversal. Time was of the essence. He cried out internally in anguish. Give me more time. Just hold on a little longer. A little longer is all I need. Damn it. How could these 2 fellows not be poisoned? Initially, I thought a swordsman and a swordmaster posed no threat, but I never anticipated this swordsman to be so troublesome. With the instantaneous acceleration of the thunderclap 3-fold slash and his own speed, Luotian temporarily stood invincible. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment, as the captain of the Feather Spirit Guard, with his piercing gaze, swiftly discerned the weakness in Luotian's speed. After each attack, his velocity would diminish. Find the opportunity for me. Unleash all your fighting spirit and martial skills. Bombard him with everything you've got. The captain of the guards began to panic, shouting fervently. Upon executing the 3rd slash of the thunderclap, Luotian finally set his foot on the ground, a faint green and blue hue, with a hint of white visible. It turned out the guard captain possessed the strength of a grand swordsman. An overwhelming wave of sword energy surged forth. Gritting his teeth, Luotian once more unleashed the 4th strike of the thunderclap 3-fold slash, his figure vanishing from sight and reappearing behind a guard, cleaving down and taking his life. The ground shattered, creating an immense crater in the rough white jade flooring, akin to a landmine exploding. Azure smoke mingled with rising dust. Where's everyone? Ah, you scared me to death. Luotian shrieked. Consider yourselves fortunate that none among you are mages to assist, or else you would already be corpses. A voice echoed. It was the ruinous blade in Luotian's hand. Damn it! The guard captain glared at Luo Zi, who had fallen atop the loft, bellowing for reinforcements to eliminate that fellow. Yes, over a dozen guards rushed up the stairs. Luo Zi offered only the slightest resistance before being sent flying. Zi, Luotian shouted. Just as he intended to leap forward to provide support, a flash of white light blocked his path. Boy, I have uncovered your weakness. Indeed, Luo Zi was Luotian's Achilles heel. Die. Caught off guard and distracted by concern for Luo Zi, he narrowly evaded a streak of white sword energy from the guard. Yet a thin gash marred Luotian's right shoulder. Fortunately, it was merely a minor injury, yet the situation remained dire. Luotian was already struggling to cope, as the captain of the guard persistently hindered his attempts to provide assistance. If this continued, it would not take 3 moves for Luo Zi to be obliterated. What to do? Luotian felt a surge of anxiety. He still possessed his final trump card, the god-slaying technique, frenzy, a desperate gamble against them. However, once consumed by rage, he could not guarantee his own clarity of mind. There seemed to be no other recourse. Luotian mused in despair. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The door of the loft exploded, sending splinters of wood flying in all directions, as rows of guards pursuing Luo Zi were hurled backward. Plummeting from the 2nd floor, Ah, a glint of silver caught Luo Tian's eye amidst the explosion. Indeed, it was silver. He exhaled a heavy, murky breath, a faint smile gracing his youthful visage, though his conical hat concealed it from the watchful captain of the guard. The silver sword radiance was unmistakable. Wherever it struck, guards were severed in half, and its residual force continued to wreak havoc upon those behind them. The terrifying silver light appeared invincible. Even when one guard raised his weapon defensively, it was effortlessly cleaved as though slicing through vegetables, penetrating through him as well. A Saint-tier expert. The captain of the guard bellowed, his complexion dark as ink. This was indeed the legendary powerhouse, a Saint-tier being, an undefeated myth of the continent, truly formidable. To ensure his safety, the captain employed the poison Saint Herb, but to his dismay, this old man was undoubtedly a Saint-tier expert, swiftly neutralizing the herb's toxicity and regaining his strength. The crisis had finally been averted. Luo Tian smiled faintly, his body relaxing somewhat. From the shattered doorway emerged an elderly man with white hair and a white beard. Though pale-faced, his eyes sparkled with vitality. With a casual wave of his hand, a torrent of silver sword radiance cascaded down, densely packed, with several beams hurtling toward Luo Tian, alongside some fallen adventurers. Tension gripped Luo Tian. Did the old man intend to annihilate everyone? Yet he remained confident in his ability to evade these beams, as their speed seemed sluggish, likely due to the lingering effects of the poison Saint Herb within the elder's system. Another anomaly arose. The sword beams appeared to possess a will of their own, altering their trajectory to pursue the Yuling guards. Wherever they passed, the guards were dismembered with merciless precision. Indeed, showing leniency to one's enemies is a cruelty towards oneself. A reality Luo Tian had grown accustomed to his astonishment, the rumors proved true. There existed a Saint-tier expert among them. Retreat. The captain of the guard shouted, fleeing in disarray. Their eyes locked, the elder and Luo Tian exchanged glances. Releasing the tiger back into the mountains is not a wise decision, Luo Tian remarked softly. Who is the tiger, remains to be seen, the elder replied with a smile, before placing a hand over his chest. A flicker of pain crossing his features, rendering his visage even paler. The other man and woman in the room approached to assist him. Although the mission was left unfulfilled, they still received a completion card bestowed by the elder. As for the fallen, the elder dispatched 1,000 gold coins to be sent back to the mercenary guild for their families. Thus, a tumultuous escort mission came to a close in the dilapidated tavern hall. Two brave warriors, please wait. My master wishes to see you, called the man and woman accompanying the elder. Luo Tian and Luo Zi exchanged a knowing glance. He is indeed a formidable figure of the Saint-tier. We must show him some respect. Otherwise, if he were to unleash his wrath, we could all be annihilated. With that said, Luo Tian and Luo Zi boarded the opulent beast carriage. The carriage was quite spacious, measuring over 20 square meters, more than ample for the 5 of them. A woman expertly brewed tea using the exquisite tea set. The beast carriage advanced smoothly under the guidance of a specialized beast tamer. Unbeknownst to them, the esteemed names of the two were still a mystery. The old man casually remarked, I dare not impose. I am but a humble individual, Zi. This is my elder brother, Lin Yongo. The old man smiled faintly, taking a sip of tea. Since he is your elder brother named Lin Yang, why did you previously refer to him as Tiangu? The two were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated the old man's remarkable memory and keen insight. It stemmed from the moment Luo Zi had cried out for Tiangu to save him when he was hurled away, thus revealing the contradiction. Observing that Luo Tian and Luo Zi remained silent for an extended period, the elder smiled gently. Everyone harbors secrets. I can understand. Since you possess such keen insight, why did you not notice the poison in the dishes earlier? Luo Tian countered. The old man merely smiled serenely. What can I say? It is difficult to fathom betrayal from one whom I regarded as a brother. He continued, in any case, I am grateful for your timely intervention today. Had it not been for your delay, I would have been in peril. One must honor the agreements made for financial gain. Since Z has accepted your commission for escorting duties, we are obliged to assist. Excellent. The old man clapped his hands in delight. What a commendable principle of honoring financial agreements. Young individuals like you are indeed rare. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Speak, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request, the old man declared. Well, Luo Tian hesitated. The old man gestured slightly, and a young man produced a small box, placing it upon the table before them. This is a token of my appreciation, the old man said, waving his hand to unveil the box. A radiant purple light illuminated the entire carriage, and the fleeting shimmer revealed an impressive number of purple crystal coins. Over 1,000. Each purple crystal coin equated to 100 gold coins, amounting to a staggering sum exceeding 100,000 gold coins. A considerable fortune in the realm of gods and demons. Absolutely not. This is far too much, Luo Tian exclaimed, hastily waving his hands. Such wealth would merely become a burden. Ha ha, ha ha. The old man laughed heartily. I told you, young man, individuals like you are indeed rare. However, you must accept some form of remuneration. Otherwise, this debt will linger in my heart forever. One day, it shall be repaid. Ha! If the old gentleman truly wishes to repay the favor, grant me a space ring. A space ring? The old man exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Do you not realize how many space rings could be acquired with the purple crystal coins in this box? And yet, you refuse them? The old man questioned, perplexed. Because what I currently lack is not wealth, Luo Tian replied calmly. The old man nodded slightly in understanding. A young man beside him bent down to retrieve a box containing various styles of spatial rings. For such formidable individuals, these spatial rings were as commonplace as a mere food pouch, lacking any significant value. The elder was momentarily taken aback, not opting for a ring from the box handed to him by his subordinate. Instead, he removed a bronze ring adorned with a hint of golden hue from his own finger and presented it to Luo Tian. Grandfather. You? Faze exclaimed in astonishment. I have upheld my promise. Your favor has been repaid. I am the master of the Red Lotus Manor. Should the opportunity arise, I hope you will visit my estate. Indeed. I shall certainly pay a visit when the chance permits, Luo Tian responded with a deep bow. Luo Zi hastily mimicked his gesture. In the next scene, Luo Tian and Luo Zi watched the departing beast cart. Luo Zi remarked, I never anticipated that this old man would gift you his own spatial ring. It must contain numerous treasures, far exceeding the worth of that entire chest of amethyst coins. Alas, it seems I owe him a favor now. Red Lotus Manor? I have never heard of it. Neither have I. But upon our return to the Alliance, there should be someone knowledgeable about it. After all, our Alliance has an extensive information network spanning the globe. Surely there is nothing we are unaware of. On the carriage, the young woman who had previously poured tea inquired, Grandfather, why did you give him your own spatial ring? You could have simply chosen one from those available. I admire him, the old man replied. Thanks to the master personally coming here, we would have been in peril otherwise. The man added, this individual is named Faze. I received word from a friend that the rogue Yuling intends to abduct my precious granddaughter as a hostage. Naturally, I could not acquiesce. Moreover, Faze, given that you have unlawfully seized such a substantial amount of money from his merchant guild, he would undoubtedly seek retribution, hence my discreet arrival. Most importantly, I miss my little treasure. Upon finishing his words, the elder embraced the delicate and slender young woman. Still a little treasure. I am already of age. Indeed, indeed. How swiftly you have grown. Soon it will be time for you to marry. Do you have a suitor? The elder inquired with a slight smile. Hemph, the other party may not agree. What? You truly have a suitor? Who is it? Who is it? The elder's face was alight with surprise. Guess. The young woman replied playfully. Do not jest. Quickly tell your grandfather. The elder's expression turned serious. Very well. The young woman adopted a serious demeanor as well. His surname is Yu and his name is Guess. His full name is Yu Guess. The elder was left speechless, filled with exasperation. Tian Gu, you struck gold, didn't you? Luo Zi smiled faintly. Luo Tian merely nodded thoughtfully. I initially believed it to be an ordinary spatial ring, yet the weight of it in my hand now far surpasses that of an entire chest of amethyst coins. As he spoke, he gazed down at the ancient bronze ring embellished with golden patterns in his palm. Wow, Tian Gu, you must treat us to a feast, Luo Zi urged. Humph, you shall not escape your share. Where is Sangyue City located? We must reach Sangyue City before we can indulge in a proper meal, Luo Tian inquired. Indeed. Luo Zi smacked his forehead and exclaimed, look at my memory. I almost forgot that I have the item on me. I could surmise that your memory isn't the issue, but rather a lack of intellect. How infuriating, Luo Zi cried out. I will fight you to the death. Come on, I'll let you use one hand. Otherwise, I shall render you entirely helpless. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Never mind, I am well aware of my own capabilities. After speaking, Luo Zi pointed towards the setting sun and declared, that direction is west. The Sea of Sangyue lies in the extreme southern region of the divine demon continent. So it should be over there, should it? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Luo Zi then corrected himself. It will definitely be there, without a doubt. Let us proceed. The two slender figures cast elongated shadows in the golden sunset as they journeyed southward. In the northwest, a fierce battle was imminent between the armies of the Alliance and the Feather Spirit forces. Context: in the Xiangtsang mountain range, the Feather Spirit army needed to traverse the mountains, passing through the Xiangtsang forest. Meanwhile, the Alliance forces had long set traps. Is the intelligence accurate? A burly man named Shida responded, absolutely certain. The Feather Spirit army has been rampaging with utter disregard for others, showing no signs of vigilance, and their troops appear rather lax. Is that so? Excellent, let us proceed as planned. Yes. After Shida spoke, he turned, revealing behind him 5 individuals, including Xiao Yu and his team, along with Mandy, the younger brother of Manjing, and Mori, the scion of the Monaster family. Xiao Yu? This time is unlike previous skirmishes. This is a genuine battle of 10,000, and I hope you will protect the young master. Uncle Shida, I find you to be excessively cautious, which hardly aligns with your valiant general's persona, retorted Mori. Moreover, look at my track record. In every skirmish, we have emerged victorious. This victory will also belong to the Alliance. Ah, but you are the second son of the family head. While we may risk our lives, you must not suffer even the slightest mishap, Shida implored earnestly. The previous skirmishes differ vastly from now. This is an all-out battle of 10,000 in earlier engagements. Should you find yourself in peril, we could dispatch support. But once this grand battle commences, I might not be able to attend to you at all. Furthermore, what? Mori interjected. The absence of you 5 will not significantly impact this grand battle. After uttering this, Shida realized he had been rather blunt, potentially hurting Mori's feelings. As expected, I require no protection. My participation in this battle is solely to hone my skills. Otherwise, I shall never surpass Brother Ma Bai. I shall grow stronger. Second Young Master. Chapter 55. The Great Battle of Two Armies. 1. Second Young Master. There is no need to say more. My decision is made. Mori bellowed, indicating that his words bore considerable weight in Shida's eyes. Sigh. Shida felt helpless. Xiao Yu, my young brother. Shida glanced towards Xiao Yu as if seeking assistance. Over the past year, Xiao Yu had not changed much, save for the addition of a longer lock of hair. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging, I understand. For perilous tasks, you shall take the lead, while we shall act judiciously in seizing opportunities. Should danger arise, we will withdraw first, and you shall provide cover. Although these words may sound somewhat nonsensical for Shida, they elicited a satisfied nod. Very well, young master. Exercise utmost caution. The battlefield is ever-changing, and one must remain vigilant at all times. I understand. You are quite bothersome, Mori remarked. Indeed, Mori was a privileged young master from a wealthy family. One wonders if participating in the Alliance War might elevate him beyond his station. It would be more prudent, like other adventurers, to begin with foundational experiences such as forest exploration and beast hunting, rather than plunging directly into battle. It is perplexing what the leader of the Monas family truly thinks. Let us proceed, young master. Xiao Yu urged. Xiao Yu, how many times must I tell you not to call me young master? Since leaving the Monas family, that title no longer applies to me. Yes, Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Recognizing your identity will enhance your safety. However, you mentioned that since leaving the Monas family, and now being with us, it implies that the connection between the Monas family and the Alliance has been exposed. Mori looked astonished. I must think twice before speaking in the future. Indeed, Xiao Yu. Although Xiao Yu served as the chief instructor for the Monas family's guards, in Mori's eyes, he was a strict teacher from whom he had learned a great deal. Mori vividly remembered his first encounter with slaying a beast, which had left him in a daze for quite some time. Not to mention taking a life, even if it was an enemy's. Under Xiao Yu's leadership, the 5 of them positioned themselves at the rear of the army, among dozens of squads, each with thousands of men lying low in the underbrush, silently awaiting a command. Silence breeds loneliness. As 2 to 3 hours passed, many could no longer endure the stillness, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered, including Mori, who lay in the brush, squinting his eyes. Last, there was a stir. Footsteps echoed from deep within the forest, followed by a multitude of footsteps, suggesting a considerable number of individuals. The first wave comprised 1,000 scouts, and the formation remained quietly poised, awaiting orders. Once the scouts had passed, the main force finally arrived. They donned resplendent, uniform light blue feathered armor, divided into 4 squads, each consisting of 1,000 as vanguards, while the rear 4 squads, also numbering 1,000, served as reserves. Only 2 squads stood in the middle. Why? For there, 8 dwarfed unicorn beasts pulled a magnificent carriage, resembling a mobile abode. Unquestionably, The commander of the Feathered Spirit Army's northwest forces must be within that beast-drawn vehicle. My lord, the wind stirs not a blade of grass. I sense something amiss. Perhaps we should retreat back to the forest and take the main road. Taking the main road would waste a considerable amount of my time. A graceful voice interjected. Moreover, with Senior Hong present. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the carriage. The current generation truly grows increasingly dismissive of my feathered spirit family. Attack! Shida commanded, in an instant. Rockets laden with explosive firepower, accompanied by fiery magic projectiles, rained down upon the vast army. Explosions, smoke, and flames engulfed the battlefield, throwing the Feathered Spirit Army into utter disarray. The devoted captains, with fervent shouts, rallied their troops for assembly. Ah, my goodness. Mori's mouth gaped open in astonishment, akin to witnessing the special effects of an American blockbuster. Do you see? This is the true battlefield, remarked Xiaoyu at his side. It dawned on Mori that this was precisely what Uncle Saida had meant. A shiver of fear ran through him. Had he charged into the fray alongside the army, unless he possessed immense strength, he would surely have fallen victim to the chaos of battle. Mori, why not lend support to the previous scouting team instead? You can join such grand conflicts once you have established a solid foundation. Indeed, you speak wisely, Brother Xiaoyu, Mori replied with utmost seriousness, having previously boasted of wanting to fight alongside the vanguard. Now, witnessing the ferocity of the battle involving thousands, he felt overwhelmed and reconsidered his earlier bravado. How naive he had been. Xiaoyu and the other four joined the 1,000-strong annihilation squad dispatched to encircle the earlier Yuling scouting team. The combat commenced. Charge! Before he could fully grasp the situation, warriors wielding large blades surged from all directions, launching a frenzied assault on the blue-armored guards. Casualties appeared instantaneously, as lifeless bodies sprawled across the scorched earth, some clad in blue feathered armor, others in tattered beast skins. Though the blue was more prevalent, General Ao, look at your troops. They crumble at the slightest attack. It seems the long years of peace have made them forget how to wield a blade against their foes. A robust man in a beast cart remarked casually to a middle-aged man donning deep blue feathered armor, unperturbed by the ambush, perhaps having sensed the enemy's approach or possessing excessive confidence in his own strength. Senior Hong, this 10,000-strong army was hastily gathered and lacks special training. They pale in comparison to my 100,000 Yulan troops. Ao seemed to be lamenting. That is precisely why the leader has assigned you to guide them through the battlefield. Senior Hong casually took a swig of his drink, stating that those who survive would be incorporated into the Yuling Reserve Army, where they would undergo training to become true Yuling soldiers. Indeed. No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling magical projectile struck the beast cart, causing it to sway violently, sending delicacies, fruits, and cups tumbling to the ground. To his surprise, the cart proved quite sturdy. Suffering only superficial damage, with even the inner layer remaining intact. General Ao, this is dire. The enemy advances ferociously, and we have sustained heavy losses. We request a retreat. Useless fools, Ao bellowed. Within the cart, the burly man named Hong downed his drink in one gulp and forcefully smashed the jade cup onto the ground. With a resounding crash, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, sending the allied brothers near the beast cart flying to the ground. From within the cart emerged a brawny man with a thick beard, wielding a massive crocodile-toothed cleaver upon his shoulder. With a vigorous swing, thousands of meters of silver sword light descended, carving deep gorges into the earth and dispersing the smoke with its overwhelming force. The previously engulfed Yulan troops, having suffered under the raging flames, found their salvation through this singular strike. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted. What? Xiaoyu, witnessing the earth-shattering blow from afar, wore an exceedingly grave expression. A saint-level powerhouse, bearded, wielding a crocodile-serrated cleaver, of middle age. Could it be that Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, is one of the 4 revered guardians of the Yuling clan? The 4 revered guardians? Could it possibly be? Manjing's expression turned grave. Indeed, the 4 saints of Yuling. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he shouted, "This is bad. We must flee at once." He swiftly seized Morley, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a Yuling guard, and the 5 of them hastily raced towards the edge of the forest. What is happening? Chapter 56. The Great Battle of the Two Armies, 2. What is the situation? Morley, still bewildered, bellowed. Why must we escape when we are clearly in the advantageous position? Fool! They possess a saint-level powerhouse. Xiaoyu shouted, "Do you remember what I taught you? You said that in a military confrontation, seizing the initiative is paramount. Gain the upper hand and relentlessly strike the enemy while they are down. Morley shouted back. And what is the most crucial point? Xiao Yu exclaimed. Unless the opposing side has a legendary saint-level powerhouse, Morley replied. Precisely, if they have a saint-level powerhouse, everything prior becomes meaningless. We must flee now. Halt! The flight of Xiao Yu and his companions attracted the pursuit of over 20 guards. Morley silently lifted his head, and he beheld shimmering silver streaks within the forest. Wherever the silver touched, destruction followed. There was no blood, no dismembered limbs, for in the wake of the silver, only obliteration remained. Because of the intervention of that formidable man, the Allied forces were instantly routed. A war involving saint-level powerhouses is undoubtedly not a fair conflict. Do not let them escape, roared General AOC. Yes, the captains responded, immediately commencing the counterattack. The army of Shida swiftly disbanded, scattering in all directions. Xiao Yu and the other 5 also found themselves under siege. Relying on Xiao Yu's formidable prowess as a grand swordmaster, they momentarily repelled the pursuing Yuling guards. Yet, this was far from the end, for it only attracted more guards to their pursuit. The outcome is already decided. I must venture elsewhere to save lives. The implication from the imposing man was clear. These 3 armies were doomed to defeat. Without his assistance, they would face annihilation. The same fate awaited the other 2 armies. Thank you, Senior Hong, for your timely intervention. AOC clasped his hands in gratitude. The robust man casually glanced over, his attention drawn primarily to the distant Xiao Yu and his companions, who, leveraging Xiao Yu's prowess as a grand swordmaster, along with Manjing's seamless cooperation, seemed capable of dispatching one foe after another with ease. Naturally, this caught the attention of the stout Hong, who mused that within this alliance, a grand swordmaster was merely a pawn, yet he remained devotedly protective of that young man, indicating an extraordinary background. What Senior Hong has said is true. I will immediately dispatch more personnel to capture them alive. Before he could finish his statement, Xiao Yu and his companions were enveloped in a sphere of white light, then vanished from sight, leaving behind only lifeless bodies. What? It is actually a spatial teleportation scroll. AOC gasped in astonishment, further affirming that their identities must be anything but ordinary. Do not let them get away. Humph. Pursuing them now is futile. That is an unpredictable, random teleportation spell. Even a saint-level mage would require some time to trace them. To seek them now is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The robust man smiled slightly, for the results of this battle were already exceedingly promising. It is likely that those old geezers are becoming restless as well. Senior Hong, are you implying that a genuine war is imminent? Coach Xiao Yu, please slow down. We have already sprinted for dozens of kilometers. I believe they will not catch up with us, Mori gasped for breath. Humph, you know nothing. A saint-level powerhouse can traverse the skies effortlessly, and 10 kilometers is but the blink of an eye. Run swiftly. Ahead lies the border of Sangyue Forest. That is the territory of the Sangyue Empire. Once we reach there, we should find ourselves considerably safer. It is indeed a great laziness. As it turns out, the spatial magic scroll has transported the 5 of us 70 kilometers southward. Judging our location, Xiao Yu resolved to head directly south. The devastating defeat of the Northwest Army will undoubtedly prompt the Yuling Army to dispatch troops to annihilate the scattered forces of the Alliance. Perhaps we might even become entangled in their strife. Furthermore, the Sangyue Empire's southern coast is bordered by Sangyue Sea, while the north is protected by Sangyue Forest, both renowned as forbidden zones. Even when pursued by saint-level powerhouses, these natural barriers can provide cover. Why would there be saint-level powerhouses participating in this conflict? Is it not explicitly stated that saint-level powerhouses are forbidden from engaging in national warfare, and their magic has been outlawed as forbidden spells? Mori, you are far too naive. Although this prohibition has been passed down through the ages and deeply ingrained in the populace, you must consider which side these saint-level powerhouses belong to. They are of the Yuling family, and moreover, from their perspective, we are but their traitors. To preserve their royal authority, they will not hesitate. How infuriating, Uncle Saida. Mori's voice trembled slightly. Young Master Mori, let us focus on our own safety for now, said Manjing. But this is war. You must adapt. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Yu supported the somewhat exhausted Mori, and the 4 of them hastily made their way toward a distant expanse of greenery. Indeed, this monumental battle swiftly became the talk of alleyways, tea houses, laundry women, and sunbathing elders. Public opinion erupted. For instance, the Yuling royal city is finally poised to strike against the alliance. Or perhaps the royal authority of Yuling has been provoked, potentially altering the very fabric of the divine demon continent. A great battle is on the horizon. The world is thrown into chaos. Within the Monist family's secret conference hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Particularly for the head of the Monist family, he found himself at a loss. Are we to sit idly by while the Northwest Army suffers a catastrophic defeat, with the remnants of the Alliance being pursued by the Yuling Army and the Assassin Alliance? What can we possibly do? Dispatch troops for support? They possess a saint-level powerhouse. We must not send troops. First, it would be of no assistance. Second, it would likely expose the existence of the Monist Alliance. They incessantly proclaim that the Alliance serves to represent the people's interests, yet now they cannot even protect their own brethren. How can they safeguard the common folk of the world? Enough, the head of the Monist exclaimed, clutching his forehead. Who would have thought that the Yuling royal city would deploy a saint-level powerhouse immediately upon striking? There has been no dispatch of saint-level reinforcements from above. Our brethren can only seek assistance from nearby alliance branches. Our strength must be directed to support the Sangua Alliance in this battle. We have but one day left. The assembly fell into a profound silence, for the Monaster family surely had a Saint-tier powerhouse stationed, yet they could not dispatch reinforcements. This was due to their alliance with the Sangua coalition to jointly eradicate the southwestern Yuling army. Should they lose such formidable strength, the sacrifices would be even greater. I wonder if that young scout has successfully delivered the secret order. Are they aware of our resolve? Monaster sighed. Beside him, the youth named Mabai rose and spoke. The battle with the Northwest Army has significantly impacted the divine and demonic continent. Our defeat in that confrontation has already shaken the faith of the common folk in our coalition. Regardless, we must fight splendidly in this southwestern campaign. I trust the Sangua coalition has also received news of our disastrous defeat in the Northwest and understands the involvement of the Saint-tier powerhouses. This battle is a must-win for us. Everyone, let us rally our spirits. Yes. The meeting concluded, yet Monaster remained seated, his brow furrowed in worry. Mabai gradually sat down, fully aware of his father's concerns. Father, our intelligence network has not reported any news regarding Mabai's capture. I believe they have managed to escape, but they have a Saint-tier powerhouse among them. Will that teleportation scroll prove effective? It only facilitates instantaneous travel within 100 miles, and with the strength of a Saint-tier, they might not know. That cannot be. Xiaoyu has ventured forth from a young age, seasoned in experience, and Shida would certainly not position them at the forefront. Perhaps the moment the Saint-tier powerhouse appeared, they had already fled the battlefield, utilizing the teleportation scroll. That powerhouse would hardly waste time and energy pursuing them. After all, it's a random spatial teleportation scroll effective within 100 kilometers. Let us hope so. However, our current strength must be focused on the joint assault against the Yuling army alongside Sangua City. Fear not, we are brothers after all. I have already dispatched trusted allies to seek news of our second brother. Indeed, I am still troubled by one matter, Monaster murmured. Are you referring to the scout sent by Sangua City? Yes, I truly fear that he may encounter unforeseen circumstances on his journey, failing to deliver the secret order to the Sangua coalition. Otherwise, they might think that the Monaster coalition is afraid and has refrained from deploying troops, which would greatly diminish our effectiveness. Indeed, had I known the situation would escalate to such tension, I should have dispatched someone of greater prowess. Otherwise, I would have sent a Saint-tier guest powerhouse with the secret order to Sangua City, Mabai remarked. Monaster paused slightly, then shook his head gently. No. The target of a Saint-tier powerhouse is far too conspicuous, and presently, those on the strength leaderboard of the divine and demonic continent are all prominent figures. To act recklessly would attract too much attention. We should send several sword masters to deliver the secret order instead, ensuring a greater degree of security. Very well. That night, 5 sword masters quietly departed from Giwa City via the secret passage constructed by Monaster. The journey was tedious, and as the night passed, dawn broke on the following day. Luo Tian and Luo Zi found themselves confronted by a colossal city wall. The wall stretched forth, cleaving the forest in twain. Within its confines, the trees stood noticeably sparse, evidently felled for the necessities of life. The temperature here was rather low, likely due to its proximity to the sea. At last, they had arrived at Sangua City. Luo Zi sighed. Naturally, what was meant to be a journey of a day and a half had stretched into a full extra day. Luo Tian remarked, "Did you not say, Brother Tian, that we would traverse to Sangua City via the forest's winding paths? We have certainly taken a considerable number of detours along the way. My shoes have worn out several pairs." You possess quite the audacity. Why not take the main road? The realm of gods and demons is currently in turmoil, not just the Yuling army, but even some bandits are eager to seize opportunities in this chaotic society. Alas, I long for the carefree days of yore, when I was unburdened by worries and lacked for nothing. Luo Zi lamented. Humph, are you a fool? Ah, how infuriating. The two bantered and laughed, joining a lengthy line as they entered Sangyue City. The throng of entrants was a diverse array, primarily adventurers. However, to Luo Tian's surprise, the number of merchants was second only to that of the adventurers. Fortunately, Luo Zi was there to elucidate. Brother Tian, Sangyue City is replete with resources. Foremost among them is timber, with an array of precious woods exported to various grand cities, serving as a primary source of lumber. Next, there are minerals, including precious jade and magical stones, alongside maritime resources. The southern coast of the realm of gods and demons stretches for 1,000 miles. Boundless and infinite. It is said that the Sangyue Sea is a forbidden zone of the realm. No one has ever traversed it, though legends speak of an unnamed powerful being who once succeeded, yet thereafter vanished without a trace, leaving no witness behind. Countless seafood ingredients are sourced from this land, providing sustenance for the entire continent. A forbidden zone, the fabled Forbidden Land, renowned as the only one of its kind in the realm of gods and demons, piques my curiosity. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Hearing his words, Luo Zi exclaimed in alarm, Brother Tian, do not indulge your reckless curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. Even the Royal Navy dares not venture into the depths of the Sangyue Sea. Yet, the presence of this mysterious maritime expanse on the continent stirs a desire within me to discover what lies beyond the horizon. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with determination for when he would grow powerful. Well, when that time comes, you must take me along. We are brothers, after all. Humph, that day is still far off. Luo Tian shook his head slightly, realizing he was merely speaking whimsically. His current strength had not yet reached such audacious heights. Nevertheless, he silently vowed that once he attained great power, he would indeed seek to explore. Brother Tian, it is not far now. Just ahead. Luo Zi pointed towards an inn before them. Luo Tian shook his head in resignation as he followed Luo Zi into the inn. Even without thinking, it was evident that this inn served as the liaison point between Luo Zi and the Sangyue Alliance. Esteemed guests, may I inquire whether you seek a meal or lodging? Both. Please prepare for me a top-tier room and a table of rustic fare, 3 dishes and a soup. Luo Zi replied nonchalantly. Luo Tian tilted his head, surprised by the sudden shift in Luo Zi's manner of speech. Moreover, what on earth is a first-class room with a mere peasant's fare? Money is no object. The waiter, taken aback for a moment, adopted a much more serious demeanor. Esteemed guest, you desire accommodations of the highest order, yet your culinary preference is for the most basic level. Might I suggest a more moderate room, thus ensuring both comfort in lodging and satisfaction in dining? The waiter implored earnestly. According to Luo Zi, the accommodation was undeniably luxurious, yet he had chosen to economize on the meal. The waiter's rationale suggested that by downgrading the room, the savings could enhance the quality of the dining experience. Logically, anyone with a sound mind would pursue such a course, yet Luo Zi insisted, let it be as I propose. Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on. The waiter departed, yet time dragged on. A nearby table had finished their meal and left, while Luo Tian and his companions had yet to receive their dishes. Luo Tian shook his head slightly at Luo Zi and remarked, Zi, I simply do not understand why your rendezvous points are always inns or taverns. Why must you insist on waiting? It has already been half an hour. Surely you won't keep us waiting for several more like Cly. No, we shall not. Luo Zi smiled faintly. Luo Tian suddenly realized. Ah, you have the right command word. Luo Zi smiled again and then declared, enough of this delay. Since we have waited so long, let us ascend to our room and have the meal brought to us. With that, Luo Zi and Luo Tian climbed the staircase. The first-class room was indeed splendid. On the entire 3rd floor, there were only 2 rooms. The space was quite ample, more than sufficient for the 2 of them. Luo Zi smiled and inquired, will you snore tonight? I can't believe you'd ask. Luo Tian retorted indignantly. I've improved significantly. Ever since I began my weight loss journey, I rarely snore anymore. How dare you say that? The last time we traveled by beast cart, your snores were thunderous. That was an exceptional circumstance. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was the waiter, bearing a redwood tray laden with dishes. Upon opening it, lo and behold, it was indeed 3 dishes and a soup. A bowl of cabbage soup, 2 vegetable dishes, and a stir-fried meat. Luo Tian's expression soured. His small pouch at his waist contained quite a number of amethyst coins, and he had yet to ascertain the value of the spatial ring gifted to him by the Red Lotus Lord. Even if he were to stay in this first-class room and indulge in lavish meals every day, it would suffice for him to live comfortably for decades. Truly, he felt as if he had struck it rich overnight. Luo Zi seemed to perceive Luo Tian's concerns and said, Tiangu, give it a try. This? Try it? Reluctantly, Luo Tian picked up his chopsticks and sampled the cabbage. Ah! His eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment of reflection, he exclaimed, delicious, truly delicious. In truth, the exquisite nature of a dish does not stem solely from the value of its ingredients, but rather from the chef's ability to transform the most humble fare into a delightful experience. That is the true essence of culinary art. The innkeeper unexpectedly found himself seated at the same table as Luo Tian and Luo Zi. Luo Tian nodded slightly, setting down his chopsticks, for he understood that the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, the innkeeper stated earnestly, shedding his previous demeanor of hospitality. Not at all, the alliance is my home. Dedicating myself to it is well worth the effort, replied Luo Zi, producing a letter filled with a multitude of names. The innkeeper glanced at it casually. Though he did not comprehend its contents, he recognized its significance and solemnly tucked it away. The Giva City branch of the Alliance feared that you might encounter unforeseen dangers, and thus dispatched 5 swordsmen disguised as adventurers to Sangue City, yet they all faced calamity. You were fortunate. Moreover, Z, you have accomplished great deeds. Once I report back, I shall inform the higher-ups and recommend you for commendation. What? All 5 others have met with misfortune? Luo Zi exclaimed, relief washing over his face as he bowed slightly. This letter from Giva City must be delivered within 3 days, and now it is already the evening of the 2nd day. Please expedite the report. Minor achievements are inconsequential compared to the gravity of this matter. Very well, then I shall take my leave, esteemed guest. Should you require anything, simply ring the wind chime by the door, the innkeeper said hurriedly, exiting the room. Luo Zi let out a soft breath, turning to Luo Tian. Brother Tian, I am truly grateful for your presence. Had I been alone, I might have met the same fate as those 5 spies. And yet you previously lamented my decision to lead you down a longer path to this remote place. Luo Tian retorted, I was mistaken. I am going to sleep now. With that, Luo Tian entered his chamber. Brother Tian, won't you have something to eat? Not necessary. Then where will you go next? Luo Zi inquired. I plan to train in the nearby Sangue forest, Luo Tian replied. And you? Luo Zi hesitated. You cannot possibly be considering joining the Alliance's battle against the Feather Spirit Army, Luo Tian exclaimed, and Luo Zi nodded slightly. I truly cannot fathom how you have survived this long. Being a quiet little scout is a promising career. Why risk it on the battlefield where chaos reigns? Even with your formidable strength, you cannot withstand the onslaught of thousands. Do you not understand this? But I grasp your sentiments, Luo Tian continued. You joined the Alliance out of gratitude, and while it has been dormant, you yearn to take part in the inevitable confrontation with the Feather Spirit City. However, have you considered that the Luo family consists of just the 2 of us? We have yet to avenge our grievances, and you wish to march into battle. If you were to perish, what would become of our family's honor? There are myriad ways to repay a debt of gratitude. You need not take to the battlefield. The immediate priority is to strengthen yourself. The more powerful you become, the greater your contributions to the Alliance. But I promised him. What? Luo Tian frowned. I vowed to my adoptive father that before he passed, I would slay 1,000 Feather Spirit guards to avenge him. Ah, I see. Luo Tian fell into silence, for this filial piety was a sentiment he could not dissuade, as he himself was a devoted son. Yet, the path of filial duty remained unfulfilled. Both his biological and adoptive parents. Luo Zi was still preoccupied with avenging his father by slaying the Yuling soldiers on the battlefield, striving to fulfill a vow once made. Luo Tian found no grounds to hinder him. In silence, Luo Tian pondered, must you so urgently realize the promise made with your adoptive father? The moment my adoptive father passed away has lingered in my mind for the past year. 1,000 times, the words of vengeance for 1,000 slain Yuling guards echo endlessly. Do you know why I once suffered from snoring but have since overcome it? It is because not a single night have I slept soundly, save for the most exhausting of days, for the memories are inescapable. I understand now. Luo Tian approached, not returning to his room, but instead seated himself at a table set for 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a jug of wine. The path is yours to choose. I rejoice for you, for this deep sense of filial duty that you possess. I admire you. Upon finishing his words, Luo Tian filled his cup to the brim and drank heartily with Luo Zi. Thank you, Brother Tian, for your understanding. Indeed, you are you, and I am I. I cannot deliberately interfere with your thoughts. For over a year, the words spoken to your adoptive father have lingered in my heart. Though it is a torment, it serves as a source of motivation, and I appreciate you. Another cup was downed. I feel utterly useless. Ever since the Luo family was annihilated a year and 3 months ago, I have done nothing to avenge them, save for that day when I killed a dozen assassins. Alas, Brother Tian, how is it that Luo Tian feels intoxicated without having drunk excessively? Chapter 59. Mind your own business. Brother Tian, how is it that Luo Tian feels intoxicated without having drunk excessively? Having had enough to drink, Luo Tian rose. Are you leaving? Luo Zi inquired. Yes, I do not belong to your alliance and have no obligation to partake in battle. Carry your resolve and seek vengeance for your father on the battlefield. Luo Tian stood, his countenance heavy with solemnity. Although he disapproved of Luo Zi's course of action, he found no reason to impede his fervent desire for revenge. Luo Tian himself was uncertain of his own feelings, but he thought, if you are still alive, come find me in Sangyue Forest. Luo Zi stood earnestly to see Luo Tian off. With a gaze filled with concern, Luo Tian locked eyes with Luo Zi, who reciprocated with an expression of reluctance. After 3 seconds of shared glances, Luo Tian turned to leave. He walked slowly, contemplating as he made his way to the door. His expression not favorable. Yet, Luo Zi could not see this, only perceiving the despondent silhouette of Luo Tian. Brother Tian. It was Luo Zi. Luo Tian was taken aback, abruptly turning around, his face instantly alight with a smile. The night grew late. Let us depart tomorrow, suggested Luo Zi. Upon hearing his words, Luo Tian's expression fell, and he shouted a farewell. The sharp sound of the door slamming shut echoed as Luo Tian exited the tavern. On the desolate streets, passers-by hastened their steps, for the curfew was imminent. They rushed home, while Luo Tian strolled leisurely down the street, muttering to himself about Luo Zi. You fool. Does the nobleman not know that revenge is a dish best served 10 years later? Well, I must admit, were it not for the consciousness of my previous life in my 20s, at my current age, I might not possess the same level of determination as you. You have indeed worked hard. However, you underestimate the battlefield. This conflict involves no less than 10,000 combatants. In such a grand battle, one misstep could lead to a most untimely demise. As I murmured to myself, the curfew was fast approaching. Yet Luo Tian had not sought refuge in any tavern. Soon enough, a shadow ahead captured Luo Tian's attention. He tilted his head back, a devilish grin creeping onto his lips. An assassin? A member of the Assassin Alliance. Splendid. Just what I needed to alleviate my displeasure. I shall make use of you as my target. 2 assassins dashed through the narrow alleyway, scaling the walls with agility. Luo Tian stealthily trailed behind. They arrived at a moderately sized trading company. Truly, these assassins had undergone specialized training, as they deftly navigated the traps beneath their feet. I beheld 2 silhouettes leaping and bounding, disappearing into the garden. Meanwhile, Luo Tian merely glanced casually, leaping into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree turn, landing soundlessly without a whisper. In the deep of night, in a brightly lit room, a middle-aged man was meticulously reviewing his account books. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow passed by the window. Who goes there? The middle-aged man bellowed, only to feel a chill creeping up behind him, prompting him to whirl around. A glimmering blade slashed past him, leaving a shallow cut upon his arm. Ugh! The man staggered back, sending the table, chairs, and scrolls from the bookshelf crashing to the floor. Humph! Upon recognizing the intruder, he scoffed, thinking that a mere silver-ranked assassin from the Alliance could take his life. How preposterous! Before he could finish his thoughts, another wave of coldness approached from behind. The middle-aged man turned with a flourish, seemingly dismissing the 2 assassins entirely. He attempted to disarm them with a swift movement. Yet as his hands swung, a sudden dizziness overtook him. Crash! He was met with a kick to the chest from an assassin, crashing into the bookshelf. Splinters flew, and he spat a mouthful of dark blood. Cursed be it, poison! The middle-aged man pressed his hand firmly against his arm. The 2 assassins exchanged knowing glances, advancing toward the disheveled middle-aged man. Hey, hey! The middle-aged man stammered, his voice wavering, and he found it increasingly difficult to stand, let alone flee or cry for help. My Tongji Trading Company has no grievances with your Assassin Alliance. Why must you attempt to take my life? Himph, you dare to claim no grievances. Your company monopolizes all the exports of Sangyue Harbor City and refuses to supply us. The Assassin Alliance. That is precisely why you deserve to die. In that instant, enlightenment struck the middle-aged man, and he shouted, Himph, the reason my Tongji Trading Company has thrived in Sangyue Harbor City is due to my own abilities. You speak of not supplying the Assassin Alliance. The highest bidder prevails. Do you think that because you are the Assassin Alliance, I ought to favor you? Very well, do you now comprehend why you are doomed? Assassins, cease your prattle and take action. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, fully aware that his demise was inevitable. He would not utter pleas for mercy, not out of stubbornness, but because the Assassin Alliance would not entertain such notions. The fate of their chosen targets was singular. Death. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed as Luo Tian sat at the window, lightly clapping his hands. Who goes there? The assassins gasped in astonishment. When did you arrive? Another assassin took a sip. And neither he nor the fallen middle-aged man had noticed Luo Tian's presence. Oh, when did this happen? Luo Tian murmured. Do you think that just because you are part of the Assassin Alliance, you can take precedence? However, I must add, what exactly are you? The Assassin Alliance. You little brat, seeking death. In an instant, the two bodyguards sprang into action, their green lights striking forth. Swordmaster level. Luo Tian himself was also of Swordmaster caliber. Logically, he should have been doomed this time, but Luo Tian was no ordinary individual. With a flash of silver light, he had already vacated his position. The two assassins exchanged places with Luo Tian, resulting in a fierce clash. What is happening? The three froze in place, the middle-aged man increasingly anxious. Blood gushed from the necks of the two assassins, spraying over 2 meters high, staining the ceiling. A master. The middle-aged man exclaimed in awe. Thud. The two assassins collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Enemy attack, enemy attack. At that moment, shouts from the guards outside echoed. This brave warrior. The middle-aged man had yet to finish his words, wishing to express his gratitude. Boom. The door was violently smashed open. A flash of white light surged straight towards Luo Tian's heart. A great swordmaster. The white aura signified the prowess of a great swordmaster. And it appeared this individual mistakenly believed himself to be an assassin, attacking Luo Tian. No matter, Luo Tian had no desire to explain. He welcomed the opportunity to practice against someone of great swordmaster strength. Luo Tian slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the long sword enveloped in white aura. The opponent seemed equally astonished that he could evade so easily. The long sword, accompanied by a howling wind, descended forcefully, while the assailant wielded a blade. Luo Tian had not the arrogance to confront it unarmed. Instead, he grasped a rusted great sword. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tian's eyes slightly reddened as he bravely met the strike. Clang! The two weapons collided, producing a sharp sound that resonated painfully in everyone's ears. Observing the outcome, Luo Tian only shifted his stance slightly, as if struggling to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, the opponent was sent flying back from the recoil, crashing through the door meant to eliminate Luo Tian. Fortunately, a group of guards caught him. Otherwise, such a fall would have been a laughingstock. What the hell? Why are you all still standing there? Get in there. The great swordmaster shouted angrily at the guards behind him. Chapter 60. The Outbreak of War. 1. Everyone, stop. Boss Xiao summoned his last ounce of strength to shout. Boss. The great swordmaster was taken aback. Are you blind? The assassin is dead. He is my benefactor. Have you lost your mind? Only then did the great swordmaster come to his senses, glancing at the lifeless figure of the assassin on the ground. Then at the composed Luo Tian. Benefactor? How unreasonable. You should apologize to me indeed. My apologies, esteemed sir, for the earlier offense. Luo Tian waved his hand slightly. In comparison to me, your boss is in far worse shape. Boss! The great swordmaster hurried over, noticing the black stains on his clothing. Poison. Someone, fetch a priest. Fortunately, Boss Xiao was not deeply poisoned, and the toxin was of low grade. After taking the antidote, he would be fine, though he would need to recuperate further, the priest remarked. After swallowing the universal antidote, under the support of the Grand Swordmaster, Boss Xiao settled into a chair. His complexion had markedly improved, yet he appeared exceedingly feeble. My friend, you have saved my life. Name your price. He declared that it was evident that the proprietor who monopolized the port city of Sangyue spoke with an air of affluence. I have sworn an oath. Luo Tian offered a faint smile, and with a flick of his hand, the worn longsword vanished into thin air. I have sworn that henceforth, I shall leave no assassin from the Assassin Alliance or guardian of the Yuling family unscathed. Boss Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The spatial ring was unmistakable, like a conjurer's trick. It allowed one to produce items seemingly from nowhere. There was no other explanation besides the spatial ring, for this world held no true magicians. It appeared that this young warrior harbored tales of his own. We shall meet again if fate allows. Farewell, Luo Tian proclaimed, stepping toward the door. The guards, tightly encircling the entrance, parted ways for him, having witnessed Luo Tian's prowess and thus had no choice but to yield. "Brother, please hold." Just as Luo Tian's foot crossed the threshold, he paused slightly, tilting his head. A glimmer of gold flashed forth. Luo Tian's right hand, akin to chopsticks, deftly seized the golden object. It was a golden card inscribed with the name Tongji Trading Company. "Boss Xiao, this." Luo Tian murmured, "And I, Xiao Ding Tian, have never owed anyone a favor in my life, nor do I wish to carry such burdens. Accept this card. It will ease my mind. As for its purpose, you shall understand once you are in Sangyue Port City." Luo Tian smiled gently, sensing that Boss Xiao was a man of considerable obsession. If he were to adamantly refuse the card, it would likely weigh heavily on Boss Xiao's conscience, potentially leading to further complications. "Pardon my intrusion. May we meet again by fate." With that, he vanished into the shadows of the garden in an instant. Once Luo Tian departed, the Grand Swordmaster muttered to himself, "This fellow infiltrated the manor merely to eliminate 2 assassins. I cannot discern whether he is friend or foe." Boss Xiao shook his head slightly. "He possesses the strength to kill me 1,000 times over. Yet he acted only to dispose of 2 assassins. In any case, he is not an enemy. He must be a man with his own story." "A story? What sort of story?" The Grand Swordmaster seemed to possess immense strength, yet his intellect left much to be desired. Boss Xiao rolled his eyes and reprimanded, "Is this truly the time for tales? Send these 2 assassin corpses to the Assassin Guild and sever all economic ties with the Sangyue Assassin Alliance branch." "That may not be wise," the Grand Swordmaster murmured. "Wise? I nearly met my end tonight. I, Xiao Ding Tian, must maintain some dignity before the higher-ups of the Sangyue Assassin Alliance. Since they have shown no mercy, why should I extend any courtesy?" "Yes, carry on," the Grand Swordmaster bellowed at the bewildered guards. "By the way, summon the master back and enhance security measures. If anything akin to this occurs again, heads will roll." "Yes, yes." The Grand Swordmaster hastily retreated, tail between his legs, to attend to the matter at hand. As Faitian Luo departed from the shouting Tian mansion, he casually waved his hand, donning his conical hat once more. With his remarkable speed, even amidst the curfew, he navigated skillfully among the ranks of guards. That moment, all he sought was a tranquil spot to rest for the night. For the following day, he intended to embark on his journey to the Sangyue forest for some much-needed training. Time passed with astonishing swiftness. Before long, it was already noon on the second day. How true it is that time flies. Today marked the clandestine alliance between the Monist Alliance and the Sangyue Alliance, poised to besiege the southwestern forces of the Yuling army, and an oppressive atmosphere seemed to pervade the air, perhaps due to the sweltering heat, for the Sangyue region is typically tropical and often rainy. The Yuling army sat cross-legged on a small hillside, each setting up their cooking fires, relishing this rare moment of respite. At the center stood a colossal beast cart, resembling a mobile yurt, drawn by 16 massive magical beasts, currently grazing and dozing. This upcoming battle promised to be a formidable one. A robust middle-aged man clad in light blue feathered armor appeared to be the commanding officer. It was only natural, given that the Yuling army from the northwest had previously dealt a crushing defeat to their alliance. Surely, they would not relent easily. A stunning woman in a striking red robe, her alluring figure on full display, languidly perched by the window, sipping fine wine while admiring the scenery. Her fair thighs were casually exposed, yet the middle-aged officer in feathered armor never so much as cast a sidelong glance. This was precisely what troubled me. Being in the Sangyue region, it was entirely possible that the hidden forces of the Sangyue Alliance would collaborate with the approaching allied army. The middle-aged man wore a troubled expression. This was inevitable. That brute, without a doubt, was the infamous Hong Qi, one of the 4 saints of Yuling, brandishing a wolf-toothed battle axe. Our numbers stood at merely 10,000. If the Sangyue Alliance were to provide support, our forces would likely dwindle, compelling us to retreat to Yi City and await reinforcements from the royal city. But if we were to wait for assistance from the royal city, would the Alliance even engage us in battle? A middle-aged man, unlike the boisterous Hong Qi, sat before a spread of fine wines and delicacies, yet he busied himself with trimming his nails, occasionally using a small jade file, much to the disdain of the gluttonous Hong Qi beside him. According to our intelligence, the enemy would send no more than 3 saint-level powerhouses. "Dio, you know what fear is?" the woman remarked with a smile, her voice as melodious as silver bells. "In a war involving saint-level warriors, it ceases to be a war and becomes a slaughter." She laughed heartily, her eyes reflecting a terrifying bloodlust that starkly contrasted with her enchanting beauty. The middle-aged officer in feathered armor slightly inclined his body, expressing relief at the arrival of the 3 esteemed visitors. Chapter 61. The Outbreak of War. 2. Hong Chi, the burly man, tossed aside a piece of fruit. You should focus on your fruit, while I shall see what these saint-level powerhouses who dare oppose us truly look like. I intend to hang their heads above the city gates as a warning, he bellowed. The middle-aged man in feathered armor nodded vigorously, taking a bite of the fruit, appearing subservient despite being the commander of the entire army. Such is the nature of power. This is the realm of the strong. A resounding drumbeat echoed like thunder, heralding the approach of the enemy. How infuriating! I never anticipated that the rebels of the Alliance would dare to launch such a brazen frontal assault. Yin Lingjia bellowed in fury. There stood the formidable Hong Chi, still savoring his roasted delicacy. You are the commander of the Feather Spirit Army. Do you really need me to instruct you on your duties? Fear not. We shall not allow their holy tier experts to interfere with our forces in battle. It is a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a fiery red robe. Surely, you won't last even half an hour. She is a middle-aged figure, perfumed with spices, one of the 4 saints of the Feather Spirit. His name is Dan. Yes, we shall undoubtedly give our utmost effort. On the moon half-slope, the forces of the Alliance have already arranged their formations, ready to heed Commander Tu's orders. The army assumes a defensive stance, uncertain of whether reinforcements are approaching. Enormous yurt beast carts can activate mechanisms, opening their roofs to reveal 3 figures floating gracefully in the air. Holy tier experts. There are no fluctuations of magical energy. This means they are not employing any spells, yet they stand unwavering in the void. This serves as an alternative method to discern holy tier experts aside from observing the color of their fighting spirit levels. The appearance of holy tier experts from the Feather Spirit Army immediately incites chaos among the Alliance's ranks. The commander of the Alliance forces is the esteemed General Mengjiang, appointed by the Monster Alliance. Humph, they seem quite arrogant. It is time to reveal our trump cards. 3 silver figures slice through the void, confronting the 3 holy tier experts of the opposing side. The emergence of our own 3 holy tier experts invigorates the morale of the Alliance forces as they chant for royal authority and liberation. General Meng, among the opposing holy tier experts, there is a holy tier mage assisting them. We only possess 3 sword saints, and in terms of strength, I fear there's still no word from Sangyu? Mengjiang inquired sharply. Yes, there is currently no news, a guard replied, for after all, the Sangyu Alliance is the most elusive and formidable among our ranks. Although they have been troubled by sea monsters recently, necessitating a majority of their strength to quell the seas, they should still dispatch at least 1 holy tier expert. 3 holy tier against 4 holy tier. At that moment, we will completely dominate them in strength. However, I wonder if the Sangyu Alliance has received our secret orders. Mengjiang expressed his concern. Even if the secret orders have not been delivered, the Sangyu Alliance, having first proposed to assist us in encircling the enemy, should be keenly aware of the Feather Spirit Army's movements. We are openly engaged in battle, and I trust this information will reach the ears of the Sangyu Alliance. It is merely a matter of time. The battlefield is ever-changing. Within a second, the entire landscape could transform. I hope the Sangyu Alliance does not arrive too late. My lord, the battle has commenced. Should we dispatch envoys? For in this realm of gods and demons, war is typically heralded by messengers, or if the opposing side is unwilling to fight, they may seek compromise and propose conditions, spoils of war, and so forth, or perhaps merely for show. Upon hearing this, Mengjiang roared, "Are you foolish? In their eyes, we are the rebels, while in ours, they are the tyrants that must be overthrown. There is nothing to negotiate. We shall meet them with force. Command, kill." The guard nodded and promptly bellowed orders for the left and right wings of the army to unite in their assault. Kill! A myriad of resplendent magical orbs ascended into the air and detonated, utilizing light to convey commands. Attack! The forces of the Alliance surged forth like a torrential flood towards the army of the Feather Spirits on the hillside, intermingled with armored guardians riding ferocious beasts, as well as rugged, unkempt muscle-bound adventurers. Compared to the Feather Spirit Army, the Alliance forces seemed to resemble a motley crew. Yet this ragtag assembly boasted formidable strength, comprising seasoned warriors who had faced death and traversed forbidden realms to hone their skills. They united under a shared belief, joining the Alliance to confront their foes. A multitude of shields emblazoned with white feather insignias unfurled, as the unified cavalry and guardians clad in pale blue goose-feather armor surged forward. The ground trembled with the cacophony of gunfire, dust, the pounding of beastly hooves, the clamor of combat, anguished cries, and explosive blasts. The battle raged below, mirrored by fierce confrontations above, where a burly man with a thick beard and a middle-aged warrior led the charge, while a crimson-clad, fierce woman behind them prepared a spell. "Do not allow the enemy to unleash their forbidden incantations, or else," bellowed one of the seasoned warriors among the three saints. "Elemental spirits of fire, ignite that eternal, indomitable flame, and manifest the endless crimson lotuses." This was a fire-type forbidden spell. The incantation's auxiliary lyrics revealed its nature, and the immense concentration of fire elements gathered by the red-clad woman signified the gravity of the situation. The air thickened with overwhelming fire energy, instilling a palpable sense of dread among all, including the three saint-level warriors. The burly man and the middle-aged warrior indeed exhibited remarkable prowess, managing to hold their ground against the 2-to-1 odds. Tension began to mount among the trio. Silver blades of light danced through the air, hastening their assault. They scattered the burning oaths, awakening the slumbering earth. The red-clad woman remained composed, her incantation unwavering. The pressure intensified, leaving the soldiers on the ground gasping for breath, their combat effectiveness severely hampered. She must not be allowed to succeed in her casting. Otherwise, the tide would turn instantaneously. The elder middle-aged warrior roared, employing some secret technique that surged his momentum, albeit in a precarious manner, as speed and power skyrocketed. He charged directly at the burly man and the silver-haired warrior. Boom! A shockwave erupted in the air, shattering the sky, tainted with a hint of crimson clouds. "What?" the burly man exclaimed, realizing he could no longer halt this frenzied saint-level warrior. "Chia, be careful," he warned. It was then revealed that the alluring woman in red was named Chia. The elder warrior, blood mingling with his lips, bore the marks of the secret technique's toll, having forcibly broken through the assault from the burly man and the silver-haired warrior. His long sword, seemingly devoid of strength, struck towards Chia. Though this attack appeared far from cataclysmic, it achieved its purpose. Chia was compelled to vacate her position, sacrificing the gathered fire elements. The forbidden spell was interrupted, and the air shimmered with a surreal quality, a testament to the searing heat enveloping them. "Damn it, Chia, can you prepare another forbidden spell?" the silver-haired warrior demanded. "Surrounded by the fire magic elements I have amassed, it should be easier to unleash a forbidden spell. I require just 1 minute. Very well, this time. You shall not breach our defenses." Hong Chi, the valiant warrior, rolled up his sleeves and bellowed. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Sangyue forest, Luo Tian effortlessly dispatched a patterned leopard, swiftly storing its pelt and magic crystal into his spatial ring. A few beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Luo Tian, it seems that the fierce battle between the two armies in the distance has commenced. It is the ruined blade, Xiao Bai." "What? It has already begun. How do you know?" Luo Tian exclaimed in astonishment. "Fool, did you not sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from afar? Only forbidden spells can unleash such terrifying force." "Indeed, I have felt it. This is the pressure brought by the forbidden spell, though it differs from what I remember." Luo Tian had indeed experienced the might of a forbidden spell when his Luo family was annihilated, as Qi Yi from the four holy spirits had unleashed it. Naturally, since this forbidden spell was forcibly terminated and not fully unleashed, your perception may not be as profound, but with your strength, you should have taken note, Xiao Bai remarked. "My concern is not whether the forbidden spell was successfully unleashed. My concern lies with him." Luo Tian lifted his head, his worries undoubtedly directed towards Luo Zi, the one who wholeheartedly sought vengeance for his adoptive father on the battlefield. This time, he is likely to face a life-threatening ordeal. Hence, Luo Tian is deeply troubled. Why worry so much? If you truly cannot let go, why not go and support him? Xiaobai suggested. But I have already stated that I will not assist him. Each to their fate. Luo Tian appeared obstinate. Humph, he is your only friend now. Why cling to such notions? If you still regard him as a brother, you should help him complete his quest for vengeance swiftly. Only then will he find peace. Curse it, your hindsight is inescapable. Why not say this last night? Luo Tian shouted. Was I not concerned that you might perish? After all, the opposing side has a saint-class expert participating. Alas, Luo Tian regretted it, raising his head to gaze towards the source of the pressure, his eyes betraying immense worry. Just as Luo Tian was momentarily distracted, the explosive sounds of battle from afar startled him greatly. He suddenly turned his head, and then a mysterious smile crept across his face. What a small world this is. The source of the explosive sounds of battle was the silhouettes of 4 elemental beings. The former Xiaoyu mercenary team. In No Wonder Fate Yin Luo remarked that the world is indeed small. Surrender, and we may spare your lives. It is the black-clad assassins. Moreover, there are quite a few of them. Over 20 in total. all of Swordmaster rank. Humph, your assassin alliance is truly formidable. Even with random teleportation scrolls, you can still track us down. This is something to admire. Xiao Yu bellowed. Breathing heavily, Dalan added. It seems they have been pursuing us relentlessly. Humph, blame it on your young master for indulging in a lavish feast at the Few Lake Inn. The assassin guard retorted. Xiao Yu, Manqing, Dalan, and a young man named Mandy all cast their gazes towards the perpetually downcast Mori. Mori wore a face of grievance. He shouted, I have been eating only plain food and water every day. I am the second young master of Monist. When have I ever been subjected to such treatment? I simply wish to enjoy a hearty meal to replenish my strength. Xiao Yu, Manjing, Dalan, and Mandy rolled their eyes once again. Oh, it turns out that the Monster family is merely a branch of the Alliance. Who would have thought? This time, not only have we captured a wealthy heir, but we have also unearthed a significant secret. Worth it, indeed. The leader of the assassins laughed heartily. It seems they cannot be allowed to live. Xiao Yu bellowed, let not one escape. Indeed. Dalan and Manjing responded in unison. It's going to be a fierce battle. Mandy murmured. The brutal clash commenced in an instant. Swift gale strike. Xiao Yu roared, as green sword light danced through the air, accompanied by explosive blasts and swirling smoke. This was merely a diversion. Xiao Yu's figure suddenly appeared before the assassin leader. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and the assassin leader met his demise in an instant. This was the true extent of Xiao Yu's power. Boss! Cried the black-clad guard beside him as countless sword lights bombarded Xiao Yu. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yu was sent flying backward, fortunately caught by Dalan and Mandy. Subsequently, the black-clad assassins surrounded the five. This is bad. Even if we have killed their leader, these assassins are specially trained. With their boss dead, his subordinates will fight us to the bitter end. Xiao Yu gasped, blood frothing at his lips. Regardless, with the Monster family's secret exposed, we must engage them in a fight to the death. How do we fight? Manjing frowned. Just escaping had already drained most of their stamina. Aside from Dalan and Xiao Yu retaining some strength, it would be a blessing just to hold their ground one-on-one, especially now that Xiao Yu was gravely injured. At worst, we shall perish together. Dalan shouted. The encroaching assassins cackled wickedly, as if to say, with your meager strength, you dare to speak of mutual destruction. Ha ha, what a notion of mutual destruction. A clear, youthful voice resonated from above the forest. The black-clad assassins exchanged glances, searching for a long time, and finally spotted a young man in a white robe, wearing a conical hat atop a large tree. Who dares to obstruct the affairs of our assassin alliance? Do you wish to die? Indeed. It seems you do not cherish life, daring to kill before me. Prepare to perish. With that, Luo Tian's voice faded from the air, and in the next moment, he cleaved through the chest of an assassin. In a flash, another assassin fell lifeless beside him. Fong Tianju, thunderous triple slash. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The speed was so astonishing that it was nearly impossible to capture. Only Xiao Yu's gaze managed to follow the white phantom's movements. However, ever since the 10th slash, it had declared failure. He bowed his head, holding his breath and channeling his energy to heal his wounds. Damn it! Ding! Luo Tian's figure moved like a gentle breeze, elusive and unpredictable. Even if some assassins reacted in time, they could barely withstand a single strike before meeting their end. Alone, he was dispatching 19 of the enemy's assassins without any resistance. A sense of dread surged within. Chapter 63. The Outbreak of War. 4. The red plum blossom pond resembled a blazing sun, radiating intense heat, forcing even the Yuling guards to retreat hastily. Despite the fact that the forbidden spell was not aimed at them, due to considerations for his own feather spirit army, the forbidden spell chosen by Qi Yi was of lesser destructive power, yet possessed a lethality rated 5 stars, the legendary falling demon flame, said to annihilate all. The moon half-slope had long since vanished, leaving behind a vast pit, from which torrents of underground water surged forth. Forming a lake? Flee! The first instinct of the 3 Saint-tier powerhouses was to escape. They wished to run, but there was no way out. Hong Qi, the burly man, bellowed as his wolf fong great axe danced through the air, unleashing a torrent of silver sword light that tore through the skies, raining down in a dense barrage. The 3 Saint-tier powerhouses were struck again. Although the wounds were not fatal, their arms and thighs were pierced, blood gushing forth in torrents. The slightly taller man remained surprisingly composed. turning to address the two Saint-tier warriors beside him. Amidst this vast sea of humanity, I am truly pleased to know you. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the implications were self-evident. Longu, no. We have yet to determine the victor. Let us escape together, for we still have revelries to indulge in. Fool, we shall meet again in the next life. With that, the slightly taller man's aura suddenly grew exceedingly fierce. We must go, shouted another Saint-tier powerhouse. Boom. A mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, its destructive force rivaling that of the forbidden spell. A powerful shockwave swept through, toppling the Feather Spirit Guard army, even disassembling the massive beast carts. Hong Chi and Yin Dan retreated to shield Qi, who was recovering from the cooldown of the forbidden spell. As the smoke began to clear, only 2 points of silver light remained in the distant sky, allowing their escape. Not too shabby. The Alliance's forces were utterly decimated, and they had even compelled one enemy Saint-tier powerhouse to self-destruct. Hong Chi cradled Qi as they gently descended to the grassy ground. This is all thanks to our little Qi's forbidden spell. Otherwise, securing this second victory wouldn't have been so effortless. Yin Dan remarked with a mischievous smile. Is our little Qi hurt? Come, let Uncle check. As he spoke, Yin Dan transformed his hands into claw-like appendages, reaching toward Qi's chest. By all means, feel free to inspect. However, afterward, I shall extract one of your tendons. Qi teasingly thrust her slightly fuller figure toward Yin Dan. Perhaps it's best to refrain from that. Alas, our little Qi has grown. Yin Dan retracted his magical hands. Grown. Indeed. Qi waved her hand, seizing Yin Dan's ear and twisting it a complete 360 degrees. Oh dear, it's falling, it's falling. Yin Dan squealed. Last night, you spied on me while I bathed, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Qi's face was alluring, yet her shout carried an eerie intensity that belied her previous charm. Oh dear, let go, let go. Do you have any proof? Any proof? Yin Dan cried out, the only ones who can escape under my very nose are you and Hong Chi. Well, thank you for your trust, Qi-chan. I, Hong Dahan, am only interested in fine wine and exquisite cuisine. Hong Chi laughed heartily. Then it seems you are the only one, Qi declared as she twisted his ear once more, achieving another full rotation. Yin Dan collapsed to the ground, his body contorted, tears of pain welling in the corners of his eyes. The ever-obsequious Tu Dashuai and several officers could only offer forced smiles, for past experiences had taught them that at such a moment, no matter how significant the matter, they must wait. Was there not still a hidden threat? Yin Dan exclaimed, for an Yin was the youngest among the 4 holy spirits of Yuling, a companion within their ranks, renowned for his unparalleled speed. He was deemed a master of stealth, having never failed in his assassination endeavors, whether in the grand city or within the confines of guilds. He could infiltrate effortlessly, eliminating foes without a trace. Yet, in this fierce battle, an Yin was conspicuously absent. Had he not joined the other 3 in their endeavors? Certainly not, declared Qi. He had departed from East City 2 days prior. Qi's statement was resolute. Qi. Hong Chi waved his hand dismissively. If you continue to fuss, you might just lose your composure. This fellow, Yin Dan, values his appearance above life itself. Moreover, we have triumphed in the second battle. We should celebrate rather than berate him. You are well aware of his character. Otherwise, how could he be dubbed Yin Dan? Hong Chi's words carried weight, for he was the leader among the 4 holy spirits of Yuling, and Qi relented, releasing his grip on Yin Dan's ears. Yin Dan sighed in relief, tenderly massaging his inflamed ears. Seizing the moment, General Tu dared to interject, Esteemed lords, we have been commanded to proceed to XX City. As a notable figure wishes to celebrate our victory. Hong Chi nodded slightly. Qi's irritation towards Yin Dan grew, and he bellowed, You, old fool, still dousing yourself in powder and perfume, allowing the populace to mock us for harboring a lecherous elder among the 4 holy spirits of Yuling. Can you not refrain from such frivolities? The scent is overwhelming. Very well, I shall forsake my allure, provided you allow me one more glimpse. Yin Dan had not completed his sentence before hastily covering his mouth, his expression a mask of terror. You just said one more? Qi turned, his gaze fierce enough to kill. Hong Chi, General Tu, and several of his aides observed the panicked face of Yin Dan, shaking their heads in exasperation. In the distance, Luo Tian ascended a grand tree, witnessing the aftermath of the battle, shaking his head in dismay at the carnage. Thousands had perished, a lamentable self-detonation by a holy stage powerhouse. Alas, the Alliance had suffered yet another grievous defeat. owing to the failure of the Sangyu alliance to provide timely support. It was the voice of Xiaoyu, accompanied by Manjing and others. It appeared that after Manjing had called out Luo Tian's name, they had followed suit. This was yet another twist of fate, leaving Luo Tian resigned. Fortunately, no assistance had been dispatched. After all, the enemy possessed a holy stage mage, and my brother Zi had wished to join this conflict. Luo Tian sighed in relief, grateful he had not entered the fray. For even he, I heard you, and your brother were tasked with delivering a missive to Monist, and it has been successfully dispatched. Why, then, did the Sangyu alliance fail to send reinforcements? Moreover, did they not propose it first? Manjing murmured. That is quite simple. A gruff voice boomed. The Sangyu alliance must have encountered some troublesome predicament. Indeed, that is the only plausible explanation. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, only 3 of the legendary 4 holy spirits were present on the battlefield. Where could the 4th be? As he spoke, Luo Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Luo Tian, what troubles you? Shall you sense something amiss? In a flash, before Luo Tian could explain, he had already dashed 100 meters away. Luo Tian, where are you going? The others called, but Luo Tian's speed was unmatched, and the distance only widened. I am going to save my brother, roared Luo Tian. We will assist you, shouted Xiao Huayud, in no need. You wish to abandon us again, screamed Manqing. Luo Tian slammed on the brakes, leaving a long trail on the grass. His figure momentarily halted. Seeing Luo Tian's frantic rush, Manqing grew anxious. You intend to leave us behind once more, she cried out. Luo Tian abruptly halted, etching a lengthy mark on the turf, his form pausing as well. His conical hat obscured his facial expression. Following me will only lead you into peril. Last time, I barely survived. This time, I may face a saint-level powerhouse. You must go. What nonsense is this? Huffed Delon, panting heavily. You, young man, we are a team. Last time, you diverted the assassins and triggered an avalanche to save us. Do you have any idea how many times Manqing cried for you while carrying your burden? Now you wish to act alone, treating us as strangers? Truly, you are not a brother. I disdain you. Do you remember our encounter in the enchanted forest? You unleashed a secret technique, gravely injuring yourself and falling unconscious. Who cared for you day and night during those 3 days? You have caused her such sorrow, and I disdain you again. Even Xiaoyu nodded slightly, and Mori and Mandy followed suit. It dawned on Luo Tian. Shocked, during his unconsciousness in the enchanted forest, that gentle little hand, so exquisitely tender, was not a dream. It was Manqing. Luo Tian stood in a daze. After catching his breath, Xiaoyu approached and patted Luo Tian on the shoulder. To speak frankly, you should recognize this, Mori. The Monistar family is a branch of the alliance in the northeast. It is their protection that has allowed us to evade the assassins. Since the Sangyu alliance is in peril, it is our duty to offer support. Moreover, you are saving your brother, and we are saving our allied brothers. There is no burden to speak of. But, enough of this prattling. I thought a year apart would mature you, yet you remain indecisive. Let us go. Luo Tian nodded firmly. All right, as long as you can keep pace with me before sunset, we might even enjoy a drink. Rest assured. Over the past year, Manqing has ascended to the level of a sorceress, and with her magical assistance, she is no slower than you. Very well, target Sangyu City, onward. Luo Tian bellowed, like an arrow released from a bow. Manqing, Xiaoyu, and the others swiftly followed suit. It seems that, without Manqing's magical support, Xiaoyu and the others would not have escaped to the Sangyu forest to reunite with Luo Tian. Yet, the assassins were relentless in their pursuit. Indeed, as Luo Tian surmised, in Sangyu City, a certain merchant association, a middle-aged man clad in merchant attire clutched his chest, blood oozing from a wound, gazing in terror at the approaching young man clad in black. The youth held a small dagger, edged in gold, glinting ominously, with drops of blood falling to the floor. The young man advanced slowly towards the uniformed middle-aged man, each drip of blood staining the ground. I did not anticipate it to be Yuling Xishang, the fabled assassin of legend. I was too careless. I never expected you to possess such profound disguise skills, the uniformed middle-aged man uttered, coughing up a trickle of blood. As an assassin, one does not merely rely on the cover of darkness to eliminate a target. The expressionless youth, known as an Een, spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, his demeanor chilling. Though those aware of my mastery in disguise, the only fate that awaits them is death. No wonder that no one on the continent is privy to this secret. It seems you are part of a premeditated organization. The middle-aged man, already gravely injured, coughed up blood repeatedly, yet continued to speak, clearly attempting to buy time, while his right hand, propped against the ground, subtly groped for something. Chapter 64. A matter of urgency. 1. Indeed. My mission is to secretly assassinate you, the supreme commander of the Sangyu Alliance. And Een continued to advance, perceiving the middle-aged man as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Why has my Sangyu Alliance remained so deeply hidden, and yet you have discovered us? Why? The middle-aged man bellowed. Clearly, and Een had no intention of answering this query as he drew nearer. The middle-aged man, growing frantic, shouted, Why? Why? I shall fulfill your wish. And Een replied in his indifferent tone, I initially believed that your Sangyu Alliance, concealed within the Sangyu forest, had indeed left behind a plethora of false evidence. However, your primary wife, after a night of revelry, inadvertently revealed details about your reception of numerous strangers. Although I was not entirely certain, a month ago, we had already resisted your merchant guild. To my astonishment, the Timber Guild, which had been closely collaborating with us, turned out to be affiliated with the Alliance. I take no pleasure in killing you, but having chosen the wrong faith, you must meet your end. Humph! The uniformed man seemed to have located the jade talisman that had previously scattered across the ground. As long as he activated the talisman, the plan would proceed as scheduled, signaling the mobilization of the troops. Alas! A flash of silver light severed the middle-aged man's arm at the shoulder, blood splattering across the entire screen. The jade talisman slipped from the severed hand, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. You bastard! The uniformed middle-aged man appeared desperate, his remaining left hand sweeping through the air, unleashing a flurry of silver sword lights. However, Yin's figure had long since vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, a golden dagger rested against the middle-aged man's throat. He could feel the dagger's cold metal, its gleam flashing ominously before his eyes. I am sorry, brothers of the Alliance. These were the final words of the uniformed middle-aged man as the dagger sliced through his neck, blood cascading onto the floor. Such a tragic demise. Indeed, it was a sight too gruesome to behold. This was an Een, the infamous legendary assassin. Another saint-level powerhouse had perished at his hands, and Een retrieved the jade talisman from the ground, his mental energy penetrating it, revealing a coordinate point in his mind. It appeared to be a location near the city walls of Sangyu City, indicating that this was the assembly point for the Alliance's supporting army. Discarding the talisman onto the floor, and Een leapt through the window, a silver light soaring directly above Sangyu City. No one would organize a response, even the Lord of Sangyu City. For the adversary was a saint-level powerhouse from Yulingwang City, that legendary assassin. Why has the order not been given yet? It was Luo Zi. Having achieved great merit, he had been promoted to the rank of captain, commanding 1,000 allied troops. Why the impatience? Perhaps the plan has changed. It is a plump figure clad in armor, undoubtedly the commander of the Sangyu Alliance. The confidential missive from the Northeast Alliance was personally delivered by me, clearly stating the agreement to engage in battle with the Sangyu Alliance at noon. Perhaps the great conflict has already commenced, and the allies are awaiting our assistance. I implore you to consult the esteemed president once more. Luo Zi was in a state of urgency. Only he understood the resolve of the Monster Alliance. Meanwhile, the Sangyu Alliance remained on standby, as no orders had been issued by their president. You are truly vexing. Upon finishing his statement, the plump figure produced a jade talisman and attempted to convey his mental energy, yet after a prolonged moment, there was still no response. He cast a sidelong glance at Luo Zi, who had indeed accomplished a significant task by bringing such a crucial missive. A modicum of respect was warranted. Thus, he retrieved a mind-force jade talisman. You are truly vexing. Upon finishing his statement, he produced a jade talisman and again attempted to transmit his mental energy, yet after a prolonged moment, there was still no response. See, the president is busy with myriad affairs and is unlikely to respond immediately. The plump figure remarked, however, it is odd. Logically, the president should be attentive to our movements at all times. How could he not respond? Is your mind-force gem perhaps expired? Luo Zi was exceedingly anxious. Zi, do not indulge in insubordination. I am granting you leniency by wasting this mind-force talisman to contact the president, and you, a mere captain, dare to overstep your bounds and instruct me, a commander, in my duties? Step back. But what? The plump figure admonished, do you have an insatiable thirst for battle? A penchant for killing. Peace is the ultimate ideal. We are soldiers, and as soldiers, we must absolutely obey the commands from above. Since there are no orders, we must simply wait. Stand down. Luo Zi felt disheartened. The plump figure's words, though coarse, held truth. He realized he was a soldier and must await orders. since the president had issued none. There was nothing to do but wait. He turned away, gazing at the vast, azure sky. A glimmer of silver light appeared, moving with astonishing speed, drawing ever closer. An ominous wave of sound rippled through the air. Move aside. Just as Luo Zi spotted it and called out, the silver light was already upon them. With a resounding crash, the city of Sangyue trembled. The shockwave violently propelled the timely evading Luo Zi aside, while the plump figure was hurled against a city wall, leaving a vivid imprint of a living person upon it. Blood gradually trickling down the wall. It seemed this plump figure would be left half dead if he survived at all. In an instant, the Alliance's forces suffered significant losses, all due to their collective gathering which prevented timely evasion. A being of the holy rank, how could this be? Luo Zi spat out a mouthful of blood. Slowly rising from the ground, a young man in black stood calmly amidst the crater, surrounded by a cadre of guards, presumably the surviving protectors. Without a doubt, they were enemies. Immediately, soldiers raised their swords to strike at the cloaked youth. With a flash of silver, the foremost guard was instantaneously dismembered. Must it be so ruthlessly brutal to dismantle a man in an instant? Such a gruesome scene caused some of the guards to retch slightly. This was precisely the effect that the shadowy figure sought to achieve. The question of why he resorted to such brutal measures lay in the psychological torment inflicted upon the enemy, plunging them into despair and rendering them incapable of resistance. Coupled with his saintly prowess, he found the entire affair to be mere slaughter. The urgency within the shadowy figure was palpable. His expression remained impassive, employing unblinking methods of destruction. Had he encountered some childhood trauma? This was unequivocally one-sided carnage. Take one down, take two down, and against a group, annihilate them all. The disparity between a saintly powerhouse and these soldiers was akin to that of an elephant confronting ants. Continuing down this path was not a viable solution. Luo Zi contemplated, then bellowed, "Is there anyone left in charge?" Another centurion shouted back, "The commander has perished." "What the hell?" Luo Zi roared, "Then I shall assume the role of the supreme commander. Bring forth the magic crystal cannon and light force." However, the magic crystal cannon and light force were crucial weapons intended to support the allied forces, and could only be fired once. Should the commander blame us for using secret weapons without authorization? The other centurions had already gathered together. "Stop with the nonsense. Our opponent is a saintly powerhouse, or we shall all perish. I am now the supreme commander. I will bear all consequences." The centurions exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. "Yes, commander." A beast cart, swathed in thick canvas, stood before them. Luo Zi yanked the canvas aside with force, revealing a cannon over 2 meters tall, securely mounted on the beast cart. The dark muzzle, glinting in the sunlight, radiated a sinister glow. "Fire!" roared Luo Zi from the side. "Open fire!" The magic crystal cannon had already been loaded in preparation for the army's assembly and could be discharged in an instant. Boom! The deafening roar echoed, for they had launched the attack in Sangyue City, where numerous civilian houses surrounded them, collapsing in response, particularly those behind the magic crystal cannon, which were utterly flattened. It turned out to be a level 4 magic crystal cannon. The shadowy figure had slain the commander of the allied forces, leaving the Sangyue alliance leaderless and their assaults against him utterly chaotic. Had they united their efforts into a formidable formation, they might have stalled his advance. Yet, the shadowy figure continued to dispatch his foes one by one, seemingly too complacent. As the explosion reverberated, he abruptly turned his head. The resplendent column unleashed by the magic crystal cannon was hurtling towards him at the speed of sound. Dark brows furrowed slightly as he witnessed the sonic blast. A fleeting moment. The residual force obliterated the towering buildings across the street. Time seemed to freeze. Had they succeeded? How Luo Zi longed for this saintly powerhouse to be caught off guard, striking a lethal blow. Though that seemed unrealistic, inflicting severe injury was within the realm of possibility. After all, the ammunition loaded into this magic crystal cannon represented the full might of a peak great swordsman. As the smoke cleared, the shadowy figure stood, slightly turned, locking eyes with Luo Zi. His previously mundane expression suddenly transformed into one of ferocity. Blood dripped steadily from his right hand, which gripped a golden dagger, falling drop by drop. This was dire. A centurion beside Luo Zi felt the terrifying gaze of the shadowy figure and was rendered unsteady with fear. "Bring forth the light force," roared Luo Zi. This time, his command was met with unwavering obedience, a testament to unconditional submission. The centurion at his side promptly brought forth a box, while another swiftly severed the metallic lock. Inside the metal container lay a gleaming orb, roughly the size of a fist. The sphere appeared transparent, and within it swirled a golden mist. This was the product of the fusion of combat aura, magic, and technology from the continent of divine and demonic realms. A compacted sphere housing either combat aura or mutually repellent magical attributes. Upon detonation, its power rivaled that of a sorcerer's forbidden spell, and such forbidden artifacts could only be obtained by the Alliance. Moreover, the production cost was no less than that of crafting a magical scroll, which was prone to failure, with each mishap resulting in a dazzling loss. Chapter 65. Urgency Beyond Measure. 2. You have inflicted harm upon me. And Een slowly approached Luo Zi, muttering incantations under his breath. Dio, you know what it means to be trapped between the impossibility of living and the inevitability of dying. I shall make you experience it. Ha ha! As Yin's attention shifted to Luo Zi, the soldiers of the Alliance surrendered their resistance, fleeing in disarray. And Yin's demeanor transformed. The earlier calmness was replaced by a ferocious snarl. Kill. Some soldiers of the Alliance attempted a sneak attack while his guard was down. But Yin's palms spread wide, and with a thunderous boom, a silver laser cannon erupted like a colossal silver cone, leaving the guards obliterated, not even a trace left behind, and the resulting attack also ensnared some fleeing Alliance soldiers. There was no turning back. The activation time for the light force would allow Een to escape, but triggering the emergency release button would lead to an instantaneous explosion the moment I pressed it. Thus, it appeared I had no choice but to perish alongside him. Luo Zi, with resolute determination, grasped the light force and charged toward Een. Flee. It's the light force attack. Some soldiers immediately took to their heels, but just then, reinforcements from the Royal City's feathered army arrived, plunging into another fierce skirmish. It turned out that Een had already notified a faction of the feathered army to provide covert support on his way here. However, their lord arrived by flight while they had to run on foot. Surprisingly, Een did not evade. He halted, awaiting Luo Zi's arrival. As the camera pulled back, it surveyed the entirety of Sangyue City and the harbor below. The ships appeared as mere cockroaches from this vantage point. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, dispersing the white clouds. A shockwave obliterated a section of Sangyue City. The towering walls, hundreds of meters high and dozens of meters thick, had a gaping hole torn through them, creating a chasm. Such was the might of a forbidden spell, leveling homes within dozens of miles, though the remaining forces of the Alliance managed to escape. Their losses were catastrophic, including those from the reinforcements of the feathered army, as well as some innocent civilians. Fortunately, due to the earlier chaos, the civilians had long since fled, resulting in minimal casualties among them. Yet their homes lay in ruin. Am I dead? Luo Zi's eyes were shut. Under the forbidden spell, he had never considered death. No, that voice was so familiar, sending tremors through Luo Zi's entire being. Indeed, it was Een. He beheld the flickering silver aura enveloping both of them. The shimmering silver curtain flickered, a consequence of Een consuming an immense amount of fighting spirit, rendering his aura somewhat unstable at that moment. His hair was disheveled, and his body was in tatters, with faint traces of crimson interspersed amidst the rags. It was evident that he had not perished under the formidable light akin to a forbidden spell. Yet he was grievously injured. Why? Luo Zi roared. Although he himself was also severely wounded, one of his feet was already drenched in blood, the wound deep enough to reveal bone. Yet none of this mattered. The sacrifice of so many comrades from the Alliance, along with innocent civilians, would be worth it if they could extinguish one of the 4 holy spirits of the Feather Spirit King City. However, fate had other plans, and Yin's delicate, pale hand clutched Luo Zi's throat with a vice-like grip. To those who dare to harm me, I shall not allow them an easy demise. I will make you taste the agony of being unable to live or die. Kill me, Luo Zi bellowed. Whoosh, a flash of green light zipped by with astonishing speed. And Een immediately withdrew his hand as the green light whizzed between them. Apologies for my tardiness. It was a familiar voice, bringing tears to Luo Zi's eyes. The once familiar voice had instilled despair and fear, yet this time, it stirred emotions of joy. Brother Tian. Luo Zi struggled to move his heavy body. His feet were injured, particularly his left foot, which could no longer support him, but exhilaration masked the pain. The 4 holy spirits of the feather, Luo Tian, still donning a black silk hat, would have appeared grim-faced had one been able to see his countenance, a testament to the deep-seated enmity he bore towards the 4 holy spirits of the feather. Another fool comes to meet his doom. What, do you wish to slay me? And Een bellowed, redirecting his ire towards this unexpected interloper. I do not wish to kill you. Rather, I desire for you to experience the torment of being unable to live or die." An frowned, pondering whether this individual was deranged or simply foolish. He was a saint-level powerhouse, albeit somewhat injured and low on fighting spirit. Yet, against someone who had yet to reach the ranks of a grand swordsman, a mere flick of his finger could extinguish their life. "Just you wait." And spoke with a hint of derision. "Just me," Luo Tian shouted, his figure darting forward with blinding speed. The darkness punctuated by 2 points of red light. The moment Luo Tian moved, he activated the god-slaying technique, Frenzy. A deep green beam shot straight toward Yin's heart. "What?" An gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that a swordsman could possess such swiftness, closing the distance in an instant. There was no time to evade. He could only brace for impact. Thud. Another deafening sound erupted as a golden dagger clashed with a rusted long sword, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. The vibrating waves distorted the very fabric of space, tearing a corner of Yin's robe into shreds that drifted through the air. Meanwhile, Luo Tian's black veil had shattered and flew away. To Yin's surprise, his opponent was even younger than himself and could match him blow for blow. Furthermore, his eyes blazed a vivid crimson, resembling those of a beast. The clash continued relentlessly, with Luo Tian's speed seemingly on par with Yin's, perhaps even exceeding it by a hair's breadth. Astonished and infuriated, he found himself overpowered by an insignificant figure who had yet to reach the prowess of a grand swordsman. This was an indignity he could not abide. Summoning the remnants of his fighting spirit, he prepared to deliver a lethal blow to this audacious foe. Luo Tian employed the god-slaying technique, Thunderous 3 Strikes. The relentless series of slashes left Yin in a state of fluster. However, Yin, having attained the sacred realm for many years, possessed a keen insight. He discerned that Luo Tian's consecutive attacks could not exceed 5 strikes. Beyond that, a brief respite was essential for Luo Tian to recover. While Yin, relying on his martial skills, maintained his rapid pace, he knew that the moment Luo Tian ceased his flurry of strikes, it would be Yin's turn to strike with deadly intent. With a golden dagger in his right hand, he was secretly gathering power, as the golden blade was enveloped in a silvery glow. Yin awaited the opportune moment. The white-clad figure darted about, appearing behind Yin one moment and above his head the next. Yet each assault was deftly parried by Yin, exhibiting no signs of strain. Despite his grievous wounds and dwindling fighting spirit, he was still capable of withstanding such a degree of onslaught. Thud. Luo Tian's third consecutive strike came to an end, and he now found himself slightly winded. "You insignificant wretch, daring to flaunt your skills before me, the world's foremost assassin, you shall perish," Yin bellowed with a menacing growl. After enduring so many successive attacks, Luo Tian surprisingly felt a moment of respite. As his feet touched the ground, Yin's voice thundered once more. "You insignificant wretch, daring to flaunt your skills before me, the world's foremost assassin, you shall perish." The silver dagger, charged with latent energy, lunged forward with great ferocity. Luo Tian, unwilling to concede, thrust his battered green longsword forward with all his might. The 2 beams of light collided violently, producing arcs of electricity. Luo Tian unleashed his formidable single-target attack, the god-slaying technique, Thunder Strike. The ground was once again gouged, creating yet another large crater. In a state of frenzy induced by the god-slaying technique, amplified by the Blade of Ruin, and under the triple enhancement of the god-slaying technique, Thunder Strike, Luo Tian's strike had reached its zenith. He anticipated that Yin would surely attempt to exploit the cooldown period of his thunderous 3 strikes to launch a counterattack. And he was fully prepared to meet this challenge. Indeed, it proved effective. With a resounding crash, Yin was sent flying. However, to Luo Tian's dismay, Yin executed a perfect 360-degree spin in midair before landing gracefully. The difficulty rating was 4 stars, and the execution was flawless, rated 5 stars. In contrast, Luo Tian fared poorly, battered by the chaotic shards of his shattered sword, leaving him grievously wounded as he crashed into a pile of rubble, blood marking his path. "Ha! Let us see what else you can muster," he began. But before he could finish, a mouthful of blood erupted from Yin, enveloping the air before him in a crimson mist. With this expulsion of blood, Yin's steps faltered, a wave of weakness washing over him. Delicate, pale hands, stained with dirt and remnants of blood at the corners of his mouth, clenched in fury as Yin's eyes widened like copper bells. "For 3 years, no one has inflicted such severe harm upon me. Who are you, truly?" Luo Tian laboriously extricated himself from the humanoid earthen imprint, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. In appearance, his injuries were considerably lighter compared to Yin's. With both hands raised, he brandished a weathered longsword, and a resonant hum filled the air as dark clouds slowly converged. This was not a display of Luo Tian's prowess, but rather an atmospheric enhancement to unearth the brutality of the forbidden spell, perhaps echoing the lamentations of the innocent souls lost. Raindrops began to fall, sparse at first. You ask who I am. You inquire about my identity. Yet, Luo Tian remained astonishingly composed. I am one who harbors an intense hatred for your feather spirit royalty, loathes the assassin alliance, and despises you, the four saints of feather spirit. Perish. As he raised the dilapidated longsword high, blood from his arm inexplicably flowed upward, absorbed by the ancient blade. This was a life-preserving skill granted by the Blade of Ruin, which converted the wielder's blood into energy for their use. A somewhat self-mutilating sacrifice to gain power. Surrounding Luo Tian was a swirling green aura, flecked with a minuscule, of milky white, akin to a drop of ink dispersing in clear water, tainting the entire azure with a milky hue. What? Luo Tian had already astonished an Yin with numerous feats, and now this strike seemed to reach the caliber of a great sword master. For the aura of a great sword master bore the color of milky white. With a slight retreat, an Yin took a step back, finally feeling a tinge of panic. He was uncertain whether his dwindling energy could withstand this assault. A sinister smile crept across Luo Tian's face as he completed his energy gathering, and with the thunderous roars of the stormy sky, he bellowed, God-slaying technique, Demon's Thunder. As Luo Tian brought the longsword crashing down, a colossal white sword beam, hundreds of meters wide, surged forth like an electric shock, crackling towards an Yin, thud. Before Luo Tian could ascertain whether his opponent had been vanquished, he found himself sprawled upon a small, blood-tinged puddle. Raindrops began to fall more abundantly, accumulating into small pools in the uneven terrain of the crater's bottom. Meanwhile, in the distance, an Yin lay charred, an acrid stench of burnt flesh permeating the air. Had he perished? Had both warriors met their demise? Uncertain, both lay motionless amidst the intensifying deluge. Tiangu! Tiangu! Luo Zi wept uncontrollably, his face a mess of tears. Once again, he had disregarded his elder brother's warnings, leading to Luo Tian's desperate act of salvation, and now he faced a wholly ranked adversary. Seeing Luo Tian lying in the mud, blood flowing freely, Luo Zi felt an overwhelming urge to turn the light into ashes at that moment. Crawling forward, Luo Zi longed to reach Luo Tian, but with every inch he moved, agony surged through him. All he desired was to get beside his brother, to check on his condition, to infuse him with some energy to sustain him. Alas, Luo Tian, at that moment, Xiao Yu and the others arrived. Though it appeared they had come too late, they were merely half a minute behind Luo Tian's confrontation with an Yin, which had transpired in a mere flash. Among them, Manjing was the swiftest, for as a mage, he cradled Luo Tian's head upon his own alabaster thigh as he knelt, his face as pale as a specter, a stark reflection of his frailty. The frigid countenance, marred by the relentless onslaught of icy rain, revealed that he was merely weakened. The heart of Manjing, once heavy with worry, now found solace as she implored, "Assist me indeed," responded Xiao Yu, alongside Dalan, Emoli, and Mandy, as the four united their energies, replenishing their combat prowess. The wounds on Luo Tian, due to the contraction of muscles, began to mend, and the flow of blood was staunched. Manjing cradled Luo Tian's head in her delicate hand, gently brushing aside the disheveled strands of black hair, before tenderly bringing the vial of healing liquid to his lips. Gradually, Luo Tian's complexion improved. According to Xiao Yu's estimation, Luo Tian was exceedingly feeble, likely akin to the secret techniques employed during their previous encounter in the Enchanted Forest, requiring 3 to 4 days of recuperation before he could regain consciousness. "Let us depart swiftly," declared Dalan. "You are the Z frequently mentioned by Luo Tian," Xiao Yu remarked to the approaching Luo Zi. The fact that the stranger could utter Luo Tian's name suggested he was not an adversary, especially given the meticulous care the girl bestowed upon Luo Tian. A slight nod of acknowledgement followed. "Take him with you. This place is ill-suited for lingering," Xiao Yu indicated Luo Zi. "Damn it, I am injured. How infuriating." A sudden voice startled Xiao Yu and the others. They beheld the shadowy figure on the ground, slowly writhing and trembling, struggling to rise to its feet, yet doing so with great difficulty. The figure, shrouded in darkness and covered in wounds with smoke emanating from it, was intermittently illuminated by arcs of electricity. The group had presumed this individual was deceased. "Allow me to deliver a finishing blow." Delon brandished his large blade. "No," Xiao Yu interjected, raising his hands to restrain the impulsive Delon. Though he is injured, he remains a Saint-tier powerhouse. The desperate retaliation of such an opponent is formidable. It appears he lacks the strength to pursue us further. We should avoid provoking him. Ahead, a thunderous command echoed. "The master is just below. Find him at once." It was the Yulin army, led by the shadowy figure as subordinates. Xiao Yu shot a serious glance at the glaring shadow, leaving behind the words, "There shall be another day," before vanishing from sight. The shadow's gaze remained fixated on Luo Tian, who was riddled with wounds, as well as the worn, rusted longsword in Manjing's grasp, as they departed. He calmly closed his eyes. Chapter 67. A matter of urgency. 4. Xiao Yu and the others hastily navigated the narrow streets and alleys. Behind them, shouts rang out, "Halt! Stop!" It seemed that the entire Sangyue city had been encircled by the Yulin army. Every street and alley was teeming with soldiers in search of remnants of the alliance. What to do? The usually composed Xiao Yu found himself flustered. Engaging in combat was undoubtedly unwise, as the butterfly effect would summon an endless wave of Yulin guards. "Friends, please, follow me," called a young man, clad in tattered garments, his face smudged as if he were a beggar. "Who are you?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of this individual, his heightened senses momentarily thrown into disarray. "We are not foes. Please, come with me, or it will be too late," the youth urged once more. Xiao Yu glanced around, realizing he was encircled. He faced a choice. Either fight through the throng while bearing the injured Luo Zi and the unconscious Luo Tian, or accept an alternative path. "Trust in you." The young man opened the dark door to the alley, and one by one, Xiao Yu and his companions stealthily slipped inside. It was truly perilous. As soon as they entered the hidden compartment, the synchronized sound of footsteps and the clattering of armor echoed ominously from outside. The room was dimly lit, and an elderly woman, over 60, sat beneath the flickering glow of a dim oil lamp. Upon the sudden appearance of 5 individuals, 2 of whom were injured and being carried, she merely lifted her gaze slightly and muttered a response, showing no sign of concern, and continued to embroider a pair of canvas shoes. "This is not a place to linger," the young man spoke again, pushing aside a dilapidated bookshelf to reveal a hidden passage. Xiao Yu hesitated once more. Being outdoors required utmost caution, and they had only acted out of necessity moments ago. "Friend, I am grateful for your gallant assistance." Yet noticing Xiao Yu's lingering wariness, the young man seemed to have anticipated this and proclaimed, "All the brothers of the Four Seas Alliance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu and his companions were filled with joy, stepping forward with renewed resolve. "United, we shall overthrow tyranny. We are one of you." Great relief washed over them. Even Manjing felt the weight of anxiety lift, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. "Time is of the essence. Allow me to guide you. The hidden passage is intricate and resembles an underground labyrinth. Please keep close to my footsteps." With that, the youth entered the secret passage. Xiao Yu first allowed Delon to go in, carefully carrying the unconscious Luo Tian into the passage ahead. Once everyone had entered the hidden tunnel, the elderly woman slowly rose, approached the worn bookshelf, and triggered a hidden mechanism, causing the old cabinet to shift and conceal the passageway. She then returned to her seat, her tired eyes squinting in the dim light of the oil lamp, continuing her needlework stitch by stitch. Not long after, a loud crash echoed as several guards clad in goosefeather armor burst through the door. The decrepit wooden door seemed to fall apart at a mere breeze. Though the guards had not exerted much force, the 2 doors crashed to the ground. The flames of the candelabrum flickered. "Old woman, have you seen any suspicious individuals?" barked the lead guard among the 3. The elderly woman merely raised her head slightly, muttering a response once more, completely indifferent, as she returned to embroidering her shoes. The guards casually glanced around. The woman's room revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Though the items were shabby, it remained relatively tidy and clean. Seeing that the elderly woman paid them no heed, the guard shouted, "We are leaving." Just as they reached the threshold, the guard captain glanced at the damaged door on the floor. His tone softened with reluctance. "You too, fix that." The 2 guards sighed, knowing they had no choice. After all, he was the captain, and they were merely subordinates. They could only comply begrudgingly. "Oh, head, can you please refrain from kicking the door during every search? This is the 10th time it has needed repairs," one guard lamented. "You know nothing. We can't afford to lose face with such a commotion in the royal city. Kicking it down? Haven't we repaired it already? Next time, just be gentler." The captain had a point. The two guards working on the repairs shared a bitter smile, exclaiming, "Wow, the captain's words are indeed wise. We find ourselves speechless in rebuttal, indeed. Otherwise, how could you assume the role of our leader? Hurry up with your actions, there are still over 1,000 establishments yet to be searched. What if we encounter a rebel from the Alliance? A reward of 1,000 gold coins awaits." In a flurry of activity, the three guards departed. The elderly woman once again lifted her gaze slightly, pursing her lips with an air of indifference, before lowering her head to continue stitching her own cloth shoes. The secret passage indeed resembled a labyrinth. Under the guidance of the young man, they traversed countless intersections of this intricate maze. Such convolutions rendered even Xiao Yu's memory exceedingly vague, hinting at hidden mysteries within. At each intersection, the young man diligently examined the patterns on the walls, evidently seeking something. This must be the crux of the matter. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally emerged from the passage. The adults had been waiting for quite some time. The young man smiled faintly. Ahead lay a faint glimmer of light, and the entrance widened increasingly. It was a grand hall, an immense cavern. A few middle-aged men in white attire awaited their arrival, immediately approaching them upon noticing Xiao Yu and the others. This man was none other than the legendary warrior who had clashed with the assassin among the four saints of Yuling. "What brings you here?" the middle-aged man inquired, stepping forward with a hand emanating a soft, white glow of fighting spirit, indicating no ill intent. Xiao Yu did not resist and informed him that he had sustained severe injuries and required recuperation. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. His probing of Xiao Yu's condition aligned with his own assessment, stating, "The injuries are not grave, merely a complete depletion of stamina. Nearly exhausted. Priest? Yes." The two middle-aged men in white, with assistance from several beautiful women carrying a stretcher, lifted Luo Tian into the chamber. Manjing looked on with concern as Luo Tian departed, intending to step forward, but Xiao Yu's hand obstructed her path, offering her a reassuring smile. "You must be the esteemed instructor Xiao Yu, the young talent of Monaster, is that not so? You actually know?" Xiao Yu responded, somewhat astonished. "Surely, this gentleman was the second son of Monaster, Master Mori." The middle-aged man glanced at the young man standing behind Xiao Yu and asked, "You are aware as well?" Xiao Yu smiled slightly, "Of course. The great defeat of the Northeast Army has left Monaster in a state of palpable anxiety, prompting them to send us urgent directives, which undoubtedly included a portrait of your esteemed self." "Ah, I see. So you recognized my true identity at a glance." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "When did such a vast underground force emerge beneath Sangyue City?" Manjing marveled, her gaze now taking in the enormous subterranean palace, a circular structure resembling a dome, supported by pillars of high-grade jade, adorned with numerous secret passages leading to living quarters or dining areas. It appeared that this underground faction was anything but ordinary. Chapter 68. What a small world, one indeed. In response to Manjing's admiration, the middle-aged man beamed with pride. This underground force was established over a century ago, costing millions in purple crystals. The passageways alone number 81, and should one stray from the correct path, they would undoubtedly become lost without a map, wandering aimlessly until succumbing to loneliness. Our bunker has been fortified. Even the forbidden spells of a saint-level powerhouse cannot inflict the slightest harm upon us. Should the enemy dare to invade, we have assembled over 10,000 excellent soldiers. Truly, a single warrior can hold back 1,000 foes. The middle-aged man spoke with conviction, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. "However, that brother is still receiving treatment. Let us not disturb him. Please, sit down and rest a while until the priest has finished." As the group settled, Morley whispered, "Isn't that akin to hiding within a turtle shell?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was taken aback and hastily shifted the topic. "Given your formidable strength, why did you not dispatch troops to support the battle at Moon Half Slope? Furthermore, when the allied forces of Sangyue City were ambushed by the Crimson Knight, why was no assistance sent?" The middle-aged man appeared to have not heard Morley's comment. Perhaps he simply did not care. Yet, his expression darkened. It was not entirely grave, but tinged with a hint of shame. "It is not that we wished to withhold support. By the time we learned that the third vice leader had not deployed troops, it was already too late. Then what of the Sangyue squad during the ambush by the Crimson Knight?" Xiao Yu pressed on Deity that time. "We were deliberating whether or not to send troops. To be candid, our alliance comprises 3 major forces: the Merchant Guild, the Underground Organization, and the Maritime Faction. The Maritime Faction has recently suffered turmoil at sea, which has led to a portion of our strength being diverted. We have only just managed to suppress the unrest in Xiali." The middle-aged third vice leader who perished was from the third major force of our Sangyue alliance. After much deliberation, we had decided to send additional support to the Monster Alliance, which consisted of over 10,000 soldiers. Coupled with the saint-level strength of the third vice leader, it should have sufficed to bolster the battle at Moon Half Slope. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of the Crimson Knight? Xiao Yu remarked. Indeed, had we deployed our underground organization alongside the maritime faction, we would have been able to eliminate the Crimson Knight right then and there. However, such an action would have exposed our years of covert operations within Sangyue City. The Sangyue Alliance has been a steadfast force for the Alliance Council over the years. We cannot afford to lose Sangyue City, hence our superiors have instructed us to remain silent. I see. Xiao Yu replied, feeling disheartened. We can only send brothers to guide you into the underground alliance of Sangyue. Over 10,000 brothers from the alliance have suffered heavy casualties. To achieve great things, sacrifices are inevitable, but their sacrifices will not be in vain. I have heard such sentiments far too often. Xiao Yu seemed somewhat agitated. After all, having spent more than a year in the Monster Alliance, he had formed bonds with many brothers. The alliance had become a new home for him, and those within it were his brethren. Their conversation came to a halt, and the atmosphere grew still, as if time itself had paused. Xiao Yu's words struck the middle-aged man like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sir, he has passed the critical period, and another brother's foot injury has been bandaged. Recovery is merely a matter of time, the priest announced as he exited the room. I appreciate your efforts, brothers. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. Rising from his seat, he cast one last meaningful glance at Xiao Yu and the others, speaking with earnest gravity. When you become an adult and lead countless younger followers, you will come to understand what it means to be left with no other choice. Having said that, he departed from the cavernous space. Luo Tian. Once the priest left, Manjing hurriedly rushed into Luo Tian's medical room. Inside, both Luo Zi and Luo Tian were present. The only difference was that Luo Zi was idly staring at the ceiling in boredom, while Luo Tian lay pale upon the bed, unaware of when he might awaken. Luo Tian. What has happened to you? Manjing's eyes glistened with tears. The priest stated that he had exhausted his fighting spirit, but fortunately, with the support of Xiao Yu and others, his meridians did not constrict, or else he would have become a mere shell of a person. Luo Zi replied, When will you awaken? Manjing's tears began to fall. The priest mentioned 2 or 3 days, or perhaps 3 to 5 years. However, given Tianji's extraordinary talent, he should awaken in 2 to 3 days, spoke Luo Zi. Luo Tian, you promised to protect me. How can you do so while lying here? I have waited for you for a year, and I cannot wait any longer. Wake up. Manjing shook Luo Tian incessantly. Stop shaking him. I believe in Tian Go. Luo Zi interjected once more. Manjing, with her tear-streaked face, glared at Luo Zi with a resentful expression. What is happening? Did I say something wrong? Luo Zi exclaimed, feigning innocence. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a large group of people rushed in, tugging at Luo Zi's bandages, clothes, and medical equipment. One particularly boorish individual hoisted Luo Zi onto his shoulder and began to carry him away. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Zi shouted. This is not your ward. The priest has sent us to move you to a different room. Changing rooms is one thing, but why must you be so rough? Ouch, that hurts. Luo Zi's cries echoed as the door closed, leaving the room in silence, with only Luo Tian and Manjing remaining. It turned out this group was creating an opportunity for Manjing and Luo Tian. Meanwhile, in the Sea of Consciousness, Luo Tian was attempting new martial techniques. Although his body lay in slumber, his consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, and this time, his use of the ruined blade as a sacrifice was significantly improved compared to the last attempt. Hey, that's wrong. Your steps are off, and it seems you can't calm your heart. Xiaobai floated in the air. I don't know why either. Could it be that I'm just too excited? Readers will soon discover the reason for Luo Tian's excitement. I think you're not excited but rather infatuated. Xiaobai laughed heartily. What nonsense, infatuated? I'm only 14. What could I possibly be infatuated with? Ever since I recognized you as my master, our consciousnesses have been shared. You understand my thoughts, and nothing escapes my notice. You're actually 24, aren't you? How did you know? Luo Tian sighed helplessly. Humph. I also know that in this realm of gods and demons, one celebrates adulthood at 16, and along with the coming-of-age ceremony, marriages are also arranged. Is that your basis for deeming me infatuated? A miniature version of Luo Tian in the white space rolled his eyes. What? You don't wish to see the outside world? I truly don't understand what charm that fellow possesses to make that girl weep like a cat in the rain. Hey, what do you mean by that? Luo Tian looked slightly astonished. Seeing is believing. After Xiaobai finished speaking, the miniature version of Luo Tian slowly began to dissipate, transforming into specks of starlight until he vanished completely into the vast white sea of consciousness. Chapter 69. The world is so small, too. Dead Luo Tian, wake up. I have waited for you for a year. Why are you still asleep? How much longer will you slumber? A year? 2 years? I cannot wait even a single day. Woo-woo, you liar. Hey, who is making such a racket? Came Luo Tian's weak voice. You're awake, Manjing exclaimed in panic, hastily brushing away the traces of tears from her eyes. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson that extended to her neck. Where am I? Luo Tian felt a bit dazed, as though just awakening from a long sleep. You were injured during the battle against the 4 sacred beasts of Yuling, and were rescued by the underground forces of the Sangyue Alliance. You are currently in their bunker, Manjing replied, astonished. Right. I must inform the priest that you have awakened. With that, she hurriedly fled the room. The room fell into a noticeable silence. Luo Tian's gaze remained somewhat vacant. You heard everything just now. The dilapidated blade beside him faintly flickered with light. Luo Tian nodded emphatically. Come, share your thoughts, Xiaobai inquired. She likes me, and I actually do. You mustn't let her down, Xiaobai chuckled. Luo Tian wore a look of melancholy. It was no wonder he felt that Manjing treated him with such care. However, he was merely 14, not even having reached the minimum standard for adulthood, while Manjing was undoubtedly around 4 years his senior. Moreover, I think I shall sleep again, Luo Tian declared, before heavily collapsing, as if his consciousness had relinquished control of his body, plunging once more into a state of unconsciousness. Mr. Priest, quickly open the door. Manjing and the others fell silent again. Luo Tian had fainted once more. When the group entered the room, they wore expressions of excitement, but in the next moment, their faces returned to a blank demeanor. Ultimately, it was the priest who comforted Manjing by patting her shoulder. He can awaken intermittently, which is fundamentally a good sign. However, he will awaken intermittently. After all, it indicates that the situation is progressing favorably. It seems I previously mentioned he would wake in 3 to 4 days, but it appears that 1 or 2 days may suffice. Is that so? He can really wake in 1 or 2 days? Manjing inquired, her face brimming with excitement. I cannot guarantee that. Perhaps it will be 1 or 2 days, but 3 to 5 years cannot be ruled out either. Woo-woo. Before the priest could finish, Xiao Yu and the others, resembling captors, roughly seized the priest and dragged him out. The room was left with only Manjing and the unconscious Luo Tian. This time, Manjing was much quieter, silently washing a towel to wipe the dirt and blood from Luo Tian's face. In the Monist family's secret conference room, the high-ranking officials sat like wooden figures, utterly motionless and silent. Meanwhile, Monist held his forehead, feeling utterly at a loss. After a while, only Mo Bai dared to break the silence. Father, I have received news from the Sangyue city. Mori has already entered the Sangyue bunker and is now safe. I am not worried about that. Monist gently shook his head. Mo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in the battle at Yubanpo, his father need not bear such heavy guilt, for the Sangyue Alliance did not deploy their forces due to the assault by the Red Knight. But what was the outcome? Mo Nisi's emotions finally erupted with unrestrained fervor, his voice escalating in pitch. The catastrophic defeat of the Northwest Army stemmed from the unexpected intervention of a Saint-tier powerhouse. Well, I can accept that. The Southwest Army, with such meticulous planning, 10,000 brothers and 3 Saint-tier warriors. What was the conclusion? What was the conclusion? A profound silence enveloped the room. The outcome was that the entire Southwest Army was annihilated, losing even a Saint-tier warrior in the process. In a fit of rage, Mo Nisi shouted. After a silence of several seconds, his temper subsided considerably. The attack on the Sangyue Alliance rendered them unable to support us. Mo Nisi sighed deeply. The Southwest Army's dismal defeat, the failure at Yubanpo, and the calamity that befell the Sangyue Alliance. Our coalition had just dared to challenge the royal city, and after 3 battles, we faced utter defeat. Now, the common folk's aversion towards our alliance has reached an astonishing level. Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated. A casual interjection from a middle-aged man stirred Mo Nisi's ire anew. What have you all been doing? Have you not noticed the happenings outside? Once, the common people who received our aid hailed us as heroes, as saviors in their time of need. Yet now, upon seeing members of our alliance, they exclaim, there are members of the alliance here. How utterly absurd. They treat us as if we are thieves and rogues, all due to the failures in these 3 campaigns. Now, the populace shuns our assistance. Even avoiding us, I cannot comprehend, truly cannot fathom, how those who once viewed our alliance as their savior could so swiftly turn against us. all because we suffered defeat. All you seem to do is eat, drink, and sleep. What purpose does the Alliance's remuneration serve if you merely stand around? Do you have any ideas, any strategies to win back the hearts of the people? Nisi's eyes widened as he bellowed at the crowd below. Once more, silence reigned. Nisi surveyed the assembly, and if no one spoke or offered suggestions, it was likely he would erupt in another tirade. Father. Fortunately, Mubai offered his counsel, and the senior officials collectively exhaled with relief. Truly, as the heir of the Nisi family, Mubai had once again garnered the goodwill of the high-ranking officials. Father, to regain the people's trust, we must achieve victory, an unequivocal triumph for the Alliance. Oh? Nisi concurred with Mubai's proposal. The reason the commoners deliberately avoid our alliance, even refusing our assistance and betraying us, is rooted in fear. Fear of royal authority. As long as we secure a grand victory in battle, or if some provocative act against the monarchy is widely publicized, the hearts of the people shall swiftly return. Is that so? But what can be done? Of the 3 armies dispatched by headquarters, 2 have already suffered losses. The remaining one, though currently in an advantageous position, is being discreetly withdrawn due to concerns that it too may encounter misfortune. What can possibly? Nisi's words trailed off as a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that young lad? Mubai nodded in affirmation, recalling the enigmatic young man named Lin Yang, who had accompanied Z to deliver the secret missive. Once, he had valiantly clashed with the legendary assassin Chia using his swordmaster prowess. Though both were ultimately gravely wounded, it was rumored that Chia succumbed to his injuries, halting the advance of the Yuling army. It was likely that Lin Yang was preoccupied with tending to Chia's wounds. Nisi slightly inclined his head, reflecting that amidst the recent string of defeats suffered by the Alliance, only this individual could possibly invigorate their spirits. However, if memory served correctly, this fellow was not affiliated with the Alliance. Previously, when Lake extended an invitation to join, it was met with a firm refusal. Let us utilize this situation for propaganda. Although I doubt its efficacy, it may yet win some public favor. Then we shall dispatch someone to Sangyue City to persuade him to join our alliance. Mubai declared. What? Persuade him to join the alliance? Indeed, by any means necessary, be it wealth, status, or beauty, we must compel him to submit to us. Mubai raised his gaze slightly, his expression grave. To have injured a Saint-tier powerhouse with mere swordmaster skills is nothing short of miraculous. Although that powerhouse expended considerable energy, it remains an astonishing feat. I suspect this individual's future is boundless. Should he join our alliance, he could very well become a formidable general. My son speaks wisely. Our alliance requires such talent. I shall entrust this matter entirely to you. I trust you will not disappoint me, Nisi concluded, rising to his feet. Observing the clan leader's departure, the assembled officials hastily stood to see him off. Nisi cast a casual glance back, leaving behind a curt remark, a pack of useless fools, before departing with a flourish, leaving a crowd of bewildered individuals exchanging glances. The scene shifts to the Sangyue Alliance, where today's atmosphere markedly diverged from the norm. The central square of Sangyue City was teeming with throngs of people, creating a veritable sea of bodies. Rows of Yuling military guards encircled the heart of the square, having erected a grand platform adorned with numerous portraits, a display meant to intimidate. Indeed, today marked the day of execution for the traitors of the Alliance within the Yuling royal city. A total of 400 individuals were set to meet their fate. The numbers should have been greater, yet Chia's assault had decimated the majority of the allied forces, with many fleeing. The remaining were captured by the Yuling army, who had encircled Sangyue City, leading to their apprehension. While there were likely thousands, only a select few were chosen for this public execution. Many among them were family men, some mere servants from various establishments, while others were proprietors of merchant guilds. Among them stood a rotund figure, the former commander who had once dared to challenge Luo Zi. He held a significant position, being the commander of the third faction of the Sangyue Alliance, a role that required not only skill but also considerable standing within the social hierarchy, bolstered by his father's influence. At that moment, he was covered in blood, his untreated wounds festering, and his countenance reflected despair. The execution was scheduled for noon, yet even in the early hours, a vast crowd had gathered, with over 400 kneeling upon the platform, awaiting the arrival of death. In the audience, numerous individuals discreetly shed tears, signifying that they all possessed their own beloved kin. The actions of the Feather Spirit King are indeed. Yesterday evening, Luo Tian had already awakened, and the administrator of the underground organization delivered a plethora of spiritual elixirs, which Luo Tian did not refuse. It was paramount to first restore his health. Early in the morning, he was roused by a cacophony of noise. Manjing personally took to the kitchen to prepare dishes for him. After 2 days of slumber, Luo Tian felt a numbness in his feet. He needed to rise and walk, so he opened the door before him. In the center of the vast cavern, a large round table was surrounded by over 10 high-ranking officials engaged in a fervent discussion, which was evidently the source of the commotion. Upon seeing Luo Tian's appearance, the assembly was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a robust man bellowed, "Who are you?" "Jia Ji. We are deliberating an important meeting. Why is there an outsider intruding? Have we not sealed all entrances?" This middle-aged man named Jia Ji had hosted Luo Tian and his companions 2 days prior. It seemed he was the president of the Sangyue Underground Organization Alliance. He slightly turned his head and remarked, Long Lauda, please remain calm." Jia Ji rose and introduced himself. "I am Jia Ji, the president of the Sangyue Underground Organization Alliance. 2 days ago, you fought against Qi Yi and sustained severe injuries. Under the guidance of a small scout, you entered our Sangyue Underground Organization Alliance's stronghold. We met then, but regrettably, you likely do not remember me." Upon hearing Jia Ji's words, the burly man's eyes sparkled with recognition. "So, the young lad who, with his swordsmanship, was able to severely wound Qi Yi is you. I heard you are merely 14 years old. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Exceptional, I admire you. So, do you have a master?" Jia Ji shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. "This is Long Zaiyan. We all refer to him as Long Leod. As you can see, he has quite the temper. If there has been any offense, I apologize on his behalf." After speaking, Jia Ji began to introduce a refined middle-aged man seated beside Long. This is our Sangyue Maritime Organization Alliance's president, Nia Hai. The gentleman named Nia Hai nodded slightly in acknowledgement towards Luo Tian, who promptly returned the gesture with a respectful bow, the customary etiquette of the mainland. Inwardly, he marveled, impressive. Both Long Zaiyan and Nia Hai are indeed saint-level powerhouses. Such a sharp aura, even without deliberate release, evokes a suffocating sense of pressure. Moreover, all present possessed the strength of grand swordmasters, save for. Luo Tian's gaze shifted to the youngest among them, a youth who appeared to be around 18 years of age, yet held a position of prominence. His prowess as a swordmaster intrigued Luo Tian, leading him to ponder the reasons behind his elevated status. Noticing Luo Tian's scrutiny, the young man slightly rose and spoke. "Greetings, brave warrior Lin Yang. I am Imobai. Hello. I am Lin Yang. It is a pleasure to meet you. In response to the other's solemn greeting, Luo Tian could not help but bow in return. Momentarily taken aback, he pondered the surname Imo. Could it be related to Imoli? "I am Imo Li's elder brother, hailing from the Monaster family. I am deeply grateful for your assistance in these recent days. Dear Lin Yang, please accept another bow from Imo Bai." With that, Imo Bai respectfully bowed once more. It was merely a trifling effort, truly insignificant. With so many high-ranking individuals and formidable figures present, Luo Tian was acutely aware of his own status. Moreover, given that the others were extending their courtesy, he felt it unseemly to adopt an air of superiority. He was simply not that kind of person. "Brother Lin Yang, we are currently deliberating the matter of the Yuling Wang Quan executing our alliance's brethren at noon today. Why not join us in our discussions?" Jia Ji invited. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. These individuals were actually requesting the participation of an outsider in the high-level council of the alliance. Surely, this was rather inappropriate. Humph, what's inappropriate about it? Kid, you should consider yourself fortunate to be allowed to observe our alliance's high-level meeting. "Now, take a seat," roared Long Dahan. "Your intervention not only saved your brother Zi, but also rescued our alliance's brethren. How could we regard you as an outsider?" Imo Bai smiled faintly. "Please," Jia Ji gestured invitingly. "There is a saying, one should not refuse a toast but must accept punishment for wine." Since they were extending their courtesy, Luo Tian had no choice but to reluctantly take a seat. Chapter 71. Counterattack 2. As soon as Luo Tian sat down, Long Dahan got straight to the point. "Can you all stop acting like cowards? Will we deploy troops or not?" His voice was as coarse as his demeanor. According to reliable intelligence, among the 4 saints of Yuling, Hongqi, Yindan, and Qi Yi are lurking near Sangyu City, close to Shaonan Mountain. "This is a trap. We absolutely cannot mobilize our forces," declared a senior official. "Are we to simply stand by and watch our alliance's brethren be beheaded one by one? Not to mention the sacrifice of 400 or 500 brothers. We have already suffered 3 consecutive defeats. If we allow the Yuling Wang Quan to slaughter our compatriots right under our noses, it would be a blatant slap in the face. They have 3 saint-level strongmen, and we have 3 as well." Long Zaiyan thundered. "Myself, along with Brother Nya, and this esteemed young Master Mo Nisi brought along his personal guard. There is no room for negotiation. After these 3 battles, it is evident that the Yuling Wangquan is exceedingly cunning. I fear that another military deployment may lead us into a trap and expose the influence of our underground and maritime organizations, Jiaji remarked. Luo Tian seemed to grasp the underlying reasoning. No wonder they were so incessantly quarrelsome this early in the day, fearing both tigers and wolves. Noticing Luo Tian's contemplative expression, Mo Bai inquired, Lin Yang, what are your thoughts? At his prompting, the cacophony of disputes among the high-ranking members subsided. For Mo Bai was regarded as the heir to the presidency of the Mo Nisi alliance, and given the purpose of supporting the Sangyu alliance, a modicum of respect was warranted. Curiosity arose among the others regarding the prowess of this man named Lin Yang. I do not belong to the alliance, and it is only due to Ze that I became embroiled in these subsequent events. Thus, my comments may be somewhat inappropriate, Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, since Jiaji had invited him to sit, he would do so, and concern himself little with the rest. Our alliance is quite democratic. We do not possess the rigid politics of the Yuling Wangquan. Since you are invited to speak, what is inappropriate about it? We shall not hold it against you, and should there be anything of merit in your words, we will express our gratitude. This is the essence of our alliance. An alliance devoid of absolute power, one that serves the people. However, Luo Tian remained exceedingly hesitant. But it was of no consequence. Jiaji had spoken. Very well. Luo Tian took a moment to gather his thoughts. I have a question. Do you all genuinely wish to rescue the over 400 brothers of the alliance? Of course, but there is no viable method. The 4 sacred spirits of feather and the amassed feather army will undoubtedly not sit idly by if we act rashly. Not only will there be casualties, but it will also expose the foundation of our Sangyu city, which has been built over centuries, Jiaji remarked. Since the number of your sacred-level strong ones is equal to theirs, and the forces of the underground and maritime organizations can surpass the feather army, why not lead an assault on Little Nanshan? Luo Tian declared sternly. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped. Luo Tian's words were indeed startling. What does this mean? Are we to ignite another grand battle? Would the cost of casualties be worth the lives of these 400 people? This is a losing venture, a senior member shouted immediately, shaking his head repeatedly. What you imply, Mo Bai seemed to grasp a hint of Luo Tian's meaning. What I mean is, first, the Feather Army believes we will rescue these 400 individuals. In truth, our aim is to annihilate their southwestern Feather Army and the 3 sacred-level experts. By taking them by surprise, we shall strike a decisive blow against the Feather Army. Second, by creating a diversion, the Feather Army stationed within Sangyu City will be compelled to withdraw support from Little Nanshan, allowing us to rescue these 400 brothers of the Alliance. Then we can unexpectedly launch an assault on the rear guard of the Feather Army, flanking them with the main forces of the Alliance. The Feather Army will undoubtedly face defeat. The crowd fell into silence, a profound hush. This audacious move of mine necessitates that scouts ascertain 3 key matters. First, does the opposing side possess only 3 sacred-level experts? Second, can our 3 sacred-level experts restrain their 3 sacred-level counterparts? After all, during the battle at Yubanpo, the Alliance's 3 sacred-level experts were unexpectedly halted by Hong Qi and Yin Dan, allowing Qi to unleash a forbidden spell, resulting in the catastrophic defeat at Yubanpo. Third, what is the precise number of the Feather Army, including those secretly ambushed? The Feather Army also stationed in Sangyu City yesterday, with an estimated number exceeding 10,000, though this is not exact data, and we cannot rule out the existence of concealed enemies. If your plan is feasible, with only 5 hours until noon to gather this information, I fear. Jiaji began to waver once more. As the senior members pondered, it appeared they were largely in agreement with Luo Tian, yet some remained indecisive, but time was of the essence. Therefore, let us cast our votes. Mo Bai suggested, initiating a vote among the 3 factions to determine whether to adopt the opinion of young brother Lin Yang. Long Zaiyan was the first to raise his hand. I, representing the underground forces of the Alliance in Sangyu, wholeheartedly support this. I have long wished to stretch my muscles. Regarding the strength of the opposing sacred-level experts, I have heard some rumors. The mightiest among them is likely that Hong Qi, who should be around mid-sacred level. I am also of mid-sacred level, so restraining him should pose no issue at that point. As long as you 2 break through their defenses and eliminate Qi, the goddess of victory shall surely stand by our side. Brother Long, Jiaji wore a look of deep resentment. The one who should have taken his place as the leader of the Underground Alliance was Long Zaiyan. However, due to Long Zaiyan's negligence, the responsibility fell to him. Yet, some crucial decisions ultimately rested with Long Zaiyan's judgment. Observing the expression in Jiaji's eyes reveals a disapproval of Long Zaiyan's perspective. However, I must express my dissent. It is Nia Hai, the composed and collected Nia Hai, whose alliance has faced 3 consecutive defeats, significantly impacting our influence on the mainland. Every step we take henceforth must be executed with utmost caution. Moreover, after enduring 3 setbacks, the morale of our soldiers has undeniably diminished. Just a few days ago, several individuals submitted their resignation letters to me. Those rascals. Thus, without complete assurance, I cannot lend my support, though this is merely my personal opinion. The assembly turned their gaze towards Mo Bai. Long Zaiyan symbolizes the underground forces of the Sangyue alliance, while Nia Hai represents its maritime power. Mo Bai, embodying the strength of the Monastir alliance, undoubtedly holds sway in this discourse. Mo Bai directed his gaze at Luo Tian, who reciprocated the scrutiny. I am but a mere child, still in my adolescence. It is you who urged me to speak, he declared. The authority to decide rests with you. The glory of victory shall not belong to me, nor shall the blame of failure weigh upon my shoulders. Upon noticing the gravity with which the assembly regarded his opinion, Luo Tian began to feel a sense of foreboding. Should the forces falter, he, the proponent of the suggestions, would be deemed the architect of their downfall. Even if not the primary culprit, he would remain entangled in the consequences. Mo Bai seemed to discern Luo Tian's unease and apprehension. Offering a mysterious smile, he slightly raised his hand and proclaimed, I endorse the plan proposed by our young brother Lin Yang. Our success hinges upon this pivotal moment. Uncle Long, Uncle Nia, each of you must dispatch your most formidable scouts to investigate the 3 matters mentioned by young brother Lin Yang. After exchanging a glance with the restless Luo Tian, Long Zaiyan and Nia Hai promptly rose to contact their subordinates. The high-ranking officials also got to their feet, preparing for the impending conflict. The hall was left with only Jiaji, Mo Bai, and a few senior aides. Am I to consider myself ensnared by your machinations? Luo Tian remarked, his expression one of belated realization. Mo Bai smiled gently. There is no need for such modesty, young brother Lin Yang. Your proposed plan aligns with my own thoughts. I merely lacked your depth of consideration, which reveals your remarkable talent. Join our alliance. With your intellect and strength, you will undoubtedly become a valuable asset to our cause. Hold on. I have always preferred to operate independently. Luo Tian protested, having voiced this sentiment numerous times. His quest for vengeance does not necessitate joining the alliance. First, he abhors being governed. Second, the annihilation of the Luo family must be avenged by one of their own. Third, he possesses confidence. If 1 year is insufficient, then 2. If 2 years prove inadequate, then 10. Very well, Mo Bai nodded slightly. Since you initiated this plan, feel free to share any opinions or suggestions with them. We shall still proceed with a vote among our 3 factions. Is that truly necessary? Luo Tian asked, exasperated. Of course it is. This plan originated from you. Mo Bai affirmed before rising, seemingly exchanging a silent understanding with Jiaji, who then bid him farewell. The meeting had concluded, and Xiao Yu and others had long wished to inquire about Luo Tian's recovery, but were thwarted by the guards. Once Mo Bai departed, accompanied by his protectors, Xiao Yu and the others were finally able to approach Luo Tian. Luo Tian, are you all right? Xiao Yu approached Luo Tian and examined him from head to toe, even daring to touch that particular area. Hey, that's unnecessary, Luo Tian exclaimed. As you can see, I have fully recovered. That's good, Manjing replied with a beaming smile. However, I seem to have landed in quite a predicament. Luo Tian chided himself for his indiscreet words. Indeed, you have found yourself in a serious situation. Xiao Yu and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Time flew by, with 3 hours remaining until noon. Luo Tian sat at the head of his bed, reflecting seriously on the shortcomings of his previously casual plans. He was so absorbed in thought that he did not even notice Manjing approaching from behind. Who? He sensed someone drawing near, feeling their presence so closely behind him. Luo Tian shouted and suddenly turned around, instinctively performing a self-defense maneuver, grasping the individual by the neck. Manjing. Upon realizing it was Manjing, Luo Tian quickly released his grip. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere flash. A mere 0.01 seconds of reaction time. Though he managed to stop in time, he lost his balance and fell onto Manjing, landing on the Deity that moment. Their lips were merely 0.01 centimeters apart. Yet within 0.1 seconds, they instinctively recoiled from each other as if shocked. Luo Tian resumed his sitting position, while Manjing deliberately distanced herself from him, both sitting back to back. Luo Tian's face burned with embarrassment, and Manjing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. They sat there awkwardly, both silent. Luo Tian felt panicked, unsure of how to proceed. while Manjing's heart raced like a startled deer. Ultimately, Luo Tian broke the silence. Manjing, I'm sorry. I apologize for getting distracted. And no, it's my fault, Manjing murmured, lowering her head. I should have knocked first. Another silence ensued. Manjing. Luo Tian stumbled over his words. What? Manjing inquired. Why are you so kind to me? Luo Tian asked, his tone casual yet curious. Manjing was taken aback by his unexpected question. After a prolonged silence, and not wanting to keep Luo Tian waiting, she spoke in a flustered manner. You mustn't misunderstand, I am your sister. Have I not mentioned it before? You remind me so much of my brother, Mandy. I feel an innate urge to protect you, so why aren't you grateful? Luo Tian suddenly turned his head, a hint of tears glistening in his eyes, and he threw himself onto Manjing's back. Thank you, Sister Manjing. Thank you, Sister Manjing. You are my closest relative aside from Z. From now on, I shall call you Sister Manjing. Thank you for your care. Manjing slightly turned her head. Although Luo Tian was 14 and had grown a bit taller this year, he still fell short compared to the 18-year-old Manjing. With Luo Tian nestled in her embrace, he could not see her expression, which bore a trace of disappointment. Yet, her hesitant hand gently lifted, smoothing Luo Tian's long, dark hair. From this day forth, I shall be your sister. Though I may not possess strength equal to yours, I will protect you, always. The countenance of Manjing bore an inexplicable sorrow. As she gently soothed Luo Tian to sleep, allowing him a moment of respite for a midday nap, she softly closed the door behind him. I must concede, Luo Tian, you are remarkably astute. However, such cleverness has inadvertently caused pain to one who loves you. Truly despicable. The melancholic voice of Xiaobai echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Reclining on the bed, yet with eyes wide open, Luo Tian retorted, What do you know? I am merely 14, while Manjing is already 18. There is a fundamental incongruity in our ages. Besides, how can I indulge in romantic entanglements when my deep-seated vendetta remains unavenged? Oh dear, Luo Tian, do not forget, you have traversed time. You are already 23, approaching 24. Moreover, the Lu family is not your true lineage. Why take it so seriously? Living this way is exhausting. Perhaps you should let go. Indeed, I have crossed over. I should have perished by leaping off a cliff. Why, then, have I been reborn, existing within the Lu family? It is because destiny demands that I seek vengeance for them. Until my grievances are settled, how can I let go? With a sigh, he acknowledged the futility of further discourse and resolved to meticulously plan for the impending battle in 3 hours. Should I fail, I dread to contemplate the repercussions from those who proposed this scheme. This is of utmost urgency. Very well, you possess a valid point. You are my master, and all your assertions hold merit. 3 hours can feel interminable or fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, a vigorous knocking at the door roused the slumbering Luo Tian. Who is it? Lin Yang, little brother. Only half an hour remains until noon. Rise quickly, for the elders require your counsel. It was the figure of Xiaoyu. Rising, Luo Tian opened the door to find the senior officials already seated, awaiting his arrival. You all, Lin Yang, little brother, according to our scouts, the enemy possesses merely 3 Saint-tier powerhouses. Qi is likely in Sangyue City, but he is gravely injured and should be unable to participate in the battle. One high-ranking official reported to Luo Tian. Rest assured, Lin Yang, even if we cannot entirely vanquish the 3 Saint-tier adversaries, our strength will ensure they cannot leave unscathed, declared Long Zaiyan. Lin Yang. The enemy's Shaonan Mountain Feathered Forest army numbers over 8,000. However, within Sangyue City, every street is infiltrated by the Feathered Forest army, totaling around 7,000. It seems that as soon as we reveal ourselves, the location of the secret passage will be compromised, leading to certain doom. Chapter 73. Counterattack. 4. Luo Tian stood in stunned silence. Did they truly perceive him as a great commander? He felt a sense of elation, yet a deeper worry regarding the potential failure of this scheme began to loom. Lin Yang, little brother, do you have anything further to add? Jia Ji inquired. Luo Tian shook his head. Very well, let us commence with the battle plan. Mo Bai gestured. Wait, Luo Tian interjected. Though he could not fathom their motivations, whether it was a deliberate attempt to ensnare him or an appreciation for his talents, he remained perplexed. Nevertheless, he inquired, what exactly is your plan? Silence enveloped the group. All right. Regardless, since this plan originated from you, we shall disclose it to you. Half an hour later, we shall utilize the hidden passages of the underground organization to launch a surprise assault on the forces stationed at Little South Mountain, along with these 3 formidable Saint-tier warriors. Consequently, the guards of Sangyue City will undoubtedly retreat to support Little South Mountain, resulting in utter chaos. We will dispatch a 1,000-strong squad led by Z to execute a sudden strike, rescuing our 400 comrades from the alliance. What? ZE is to participate in the battle as well? Luo Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. He has recently been promoted to a centurion within the alliance. Moreover, due to his efforts in your confrontation with Chia, our alliance has gained significant prestige. If this rescue operation succeeds, he might even be elevated to a position of command, Jiaji remarked. Luo Tian frowned deeply. The battlefield is ever-changing, and a moment's inattention could lead to a gruesome demise. Z is indeed being sent to rescue these 400 comrades solely because he is a member of the alliance. However, the absence of a withdrawal or the risk of ambush renders this mission more perilous than a battle against 10,000 foes. Allow me to join the fray, Luo Tian insisted. Yet, you are not a member of our alliance. Mo Bai gently shook his head. I shall join now, Luo Tian replied earnestly, raising his voice. However, how could a mere foot soldier of the alliance accompany Z? Mo Bai countered. I demand authority, Luo Tian shouted vehemently. Yet, the current circumstances are exceptional. Other centurions and council members are already in place, leaving only the position of commander of the ground forces in Sangyue City vacant. I shall take it, Luo Tian declared without hesitation. Very well, Mo Bai laughed heartily, gesturing with his hand. Behind him, a guard presented a jade plate, upon which rested a white jade token inscribed with the character, signifying the alliance. Additionally, there were several shimmering, round, and flat jade talismans. Mo Bai handed the token to Luo Tian, stating, From this day forth, Brother Lin Yang shall join our alliance. All in the world are brothers, united in purpose to overthrow tyranny. Recite. Mo Bai gestured to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, in a daze, muttered, All in the world are brothers, united in purpose to overthrow tyranny. If there is betrayal against the alliance, the global fraternity shall pursue them relentlessly. One cannot seek life nor find death. Luo Tian repeated in bemusement. If there is betrayal against the alliance, the global fraternity shall pursue them relentlessly. One cannot seek life nor find death. Finally, he pricked his finger, letting his blood drip into a wine cup, to share with all present as a testament. The ceremony concluded swiftly, and within a minute, Mo Bai proclaimed, Congratulations, Lin Yang. From now on, you shall assume the position of commander of the ground forces of the Sangyue Alliance. Following the assassination of the previous leader by Chia, should your plan succeed, the position of leader is rightfully yours. The jade talisman previously given to you can be used to issue commands to your subordinates and to communicate with Long Zaiyan and Nyahai. Luo Tian had yet to regain his composure. Mo Bai signaled with a glance to Long Zaiyan, who understood the implication. Brother Lin Yang, alas, there is no time for a celebratory drink. Your task is to lead your ground forces to rescue these 400 comrades from the alliance. Regardless of the outcome, you must report back using this jade talisman. I have faith in your abilities. May I inquire about the remaining strength of the ground forces? You are also aware that the terrestrial forces initially intended to dispatch reinforcements for the battle at Yubanpo, totaling over 10,000 troops. However, they suffered significant losses due to the surprise attack from the Crimson Knight and the encirclement by the Yuling army, leaving us with merely over 3,000 survivors. This implies that you currently command 3,000 men, while within the city, there are more than 10,000 Yuling troops, 3,000 against 10,000. Luo Tian is at a loss for words. Wasn't this part of your strategy? I have faith in your capabilities, General Lin Yang. You should not dwell on the soldiers' concerns but rather proceed to the surface to meet your 3,000 allied troops, allowing them to witness the visage of their new commander. Go forth. They are warriors rigorously trained and will dutifully heed the commands of a general bearing the token and appointment documents. A muscular man stepped forward and slightly bowed to Luo Tian. Greetings, General Lin Yang. Who are you? Jiaji, replacing the muscular man, replied. His name is Man Sandao. He serves as the deputy to the esteemed general. Feel free to inquire about anything, for he will sincerely assist you. With that, the burly Man Sandao bowed once more. Luo Tian affixed the token to his waist and addressed Man Sandao. Prepare the troops for assembly. We shall accompany you, exclaimed Man Qing, along with Xiao Yu and others. What brings you here? Luo Tian questioned, exasperated. We are also part of the alliance, and since you are a member of Xiao Yu's squad, we shall naturally advance and retreat together, boomed Delon with a hearty laugh. However, given the current circumstances, what? Have you risen in rank, achieved success, and become a general, now ignoring us, your little brothers? That's not the case. It's just what? Man Qing interjected with a sharp tone. Just too perilous, wouldn't you agree? Luo Tian replied. Who are you to determine danger and prevent us from joining? I am your sister, after all. What is this? Are you disobeying me? Luo Tian fell silent, but in the next moment, his expression brightened. Well, since Sister Manqing has spoken, let us proceed. Humph. Manqing turned and followed in the footsteps of Man Sandao. As Xiaoyu passed by Luo Tian, he whispered, "Why do you call her sister? What is going on?" Hee hee. Luo Tian grinned foolishly in response. Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly and hurried to catch up with Manqing. Delan, trailing behind Xiaoyu, turned to Luo Tian with a serious expression and whispered, "Hey, do you truly know nothing?" Hee hee. Luo Tian continued to smile foolishly. Delan shook his head and departed. Following Delan was Mandy, Manqing's younger brother, whose face bore an expression of seriousness as he passed by Luo Tian. He glared at him with a look of resentment, declaring, "You will come to regret this." Luo Tian maintained his foolish grin in response. Humph. Mandy snorted disdainfully and left. Behind Mandy was Mori, the second brother of Mo Bai. Observing Luo Tian, Mori found himself at a loss for words. Yet, emboldened by the previous crowd's impulsive imitation, he finally exclaimed, "I want to go too." Hee hee. Luo Tian chuckled in reply. "Enough of your laughter. I absolutely disagree." Mo Bai firmly grasped Mori's small hand, pulling him back alongside him. Chapter 74, Counterattack, 5, How dare you? Exclaimed Mo Bai, firmly grasping Mo Li's delicate hand and pulling her back beside him. Why? Why can't I go? Mo Li shouted defiantly. Because it is perilous. Mo Bai thundered in response. I need to train. I fear not this mere danger. Do not underestimate me because of my delicate appearance. I have slain enemies and faced great battles. Mo Bai's voice softened. I understand. Of course, I understand. But what is the purpose of all your efforts? Mo Li was left speechless. I know you seek to prove your strength, to show that you are superior to me. Yes, I solemnly declare that you are indeed stronger than I. But what else drives you? Mo Bai's tone bore a hint of melancholy. Oli remained silent. If it is merely to demonstrate your superiority, I yield to you. You are indeed stronger. If your ambition is to attain the position of family head, I concede that as well. Should you desire it, take it. Yet, allow me to share a truth. When I learned of my candidacy for the family head, I envied you all, free to roam while I am burdened nightly by an avalanche of documents, unable to find a moment's peace. Have you ever felt the anguish of being besieged by the woes of countless citizens in need? If you wish for the family head position, take it. But I implore you, do not act so recklessly in the future. During the great battle of the Northwest Army, you nearly perished. Had it not been for Brother Lin Yang's timely rescue and the intervention of the underground organization during the ambush on the Sangyue Alliance, you would now be among the 400 on the execution platform. As Mo Bai spoke, a surge of emotion overwhelmed him, and a tear slipped down his cheek. Brother Bai. Mo Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After this brief quarrel between the two brothers, Luo Tian stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Mo Li's shoulder. Mo Li, consider this. When a newborn baby enters the world, its first lesson is to learn to crawl. By 3 months, it must learn to walk. By 1 year, at 3 years, it begins to grasp knowledge and the manners of social interaction. By 6, it starts to learn martial skills, and by 16, it is expected to hunt magical beasts. Such is the tradition in some families, where coming-of-age ceremonies require children to undergo trials to prove their strength. If we were to bypass these essential stages and send a mere infant to hunt magical beasts, would that be feasible? All things in this world must progress gradually. Mo Li paused, his eyes flickering with realization. I understand now. I do not strive for the position of family leader, but rather to become stronger for my own sake. With that, he hurried to catch up with Xiaoyu and the others. Mo Bai believed his counsel had made an impact, only to find that Mo Li had still chosen to step onto the battlefield. Casting a resentful glance at Luo Tian, startled by Mo Bai's gaze, Luo Tian quickly explained, I meant well. You know my intentions. Mo Bai smiled faintly, then turned to Lin Yang. Who exactly are you? Luo Tian, taken aback, stammered. What do you mean? Mo Bai continued. To articulate such profound truths, coupled with an extraordinary talent and remarkable intelligence, truly leaves me bewildered as to whether you are indeed a mere 14-year-old child. Your tenacity and composure in handling matters are hard to reconcile with the fact that you are still an adolescent. Haha, indeed. I am but an immature youth. Luo Tian smiled faintly, wondering if Mo Bai, the young master, regretted appointing me as the commander of the Sangyue Ground Forces Alliance. My discernment is infallible. From the depths of Mo Bai's cerulean gaze, Luo Tian perceived an overwhelming confidence that momentarily unsettled him. As if those profound eyes could see through all his secrets, Luo Tian turned away, his back to Immobile, and waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha, prepare fine wines and exquisite dishes. Await my return. With that, he quickened his pace to catch up with Xiao Yu and the others. Observing Luo Tian's departing figure, Immobile appeared to be in deep contemplation. Why, Lord, time is of the essence. I thought you hadn't followed. I was just about to seek you out. Following the temporary markings left along the underground passage, Luo Tian opened a wooden door, revealing a courtyard. You are the famed man Sandao. What a formidable name indeed. And being a grand swordsman yourself, you seem quite capable. It's no wonder you are a trusted confidant of the commander. My lord still remembers my name, Man Sandao? The burly man slightly inclined his body. Of course, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Luo Tian replied, It is indeed my lord who must provide me with guidance. By the way, my lord, the 3,000 allied forces have assembled. As you are newly appointed, allow them to make your acquaintance. Is that so? Luo Tian waved his hand nonchalantly, allowing Man Sandao to lead him from the garden into the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard stood 3 neat rows of adventurers clad in simple garments, wielding blades. Judging by their utterly serious expressions, it was evident they formed a united faction. These were the remnants of the Ground Forces Alliance, previously led by the middle-aged president of the Merchant Guild, who had been slain by Qi Yi. Now, only over 3,000 remained, while more than 400 knelt on the execution platform in the center of Sangyue City, awaiting their fate in half an hour. At the sight of their arrival, the 3,000 allied soldiers immediately bowed in respect. They ought to have shouted a hearty greeting to the commander, but fearing that such a roar would reveal their whereabouts, they opted for a solemn salute instead. These soldiers, seasoned by the trials of battle, would never commit such a basic blunder. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware of our purpose this time: to rescue the 400 brothers who have been taken captive, and subsequently, to leave none of our enemies unscathed. Among the 3 armies, 3 armored individuals bowed their heads. They were the 3 centurions from the 3,000 allied forces. Yes, my lord. It was Luo Zi, which explained why Luo Tian had not seen him that morning. As a centurion, he naturally led 1,000 soldiers of the alliance. Upon seeing Luo Zi, Luo Tian offered him a faint smile. Man Sandao held an hourglass in his hand. My lord, there are still 20 minutes remaining. Well then, as I have been appointed as your commander of the ground forces, from this moment forth, all must heed the directives contained within my jade talisman as the supreme command. No one is permitted to act independently. Although Luo Tian's words were directed at the 3,000 allied soldiers, Luo Zi sensed that Tian Gu seemed to be speaking deliberately to him. As the conversation unfolded, Luo Tian cast a fleeting glance at Luo Zi. Indeed. Excellent. In 20 minutes, follow my command. Upon concluding his statement, Luo Tian, under the guidance of Man Sandao, stepped into a guest room alongside Xiao Yu and others. A number of elegantly dressed maidens poured tea for them. Luo Tian had intended to invite Luo Zi, yet it appeared that Luo Zi was deliberately evading him. Despite Luo Tian's elevation to the position of commander, Luo Zi had not even affectionately referred to him as Brother Tian. Luo Tian, will we be assigned to operate under that 1,000-man commander from now on? You shall accompany me, as my trusted squad under the command of the great chief. Ha ha, I knew Luo Tian would not treat us unfairly. Thank you for the tea. Xiao Yu raised his cup to Luo Tian. You belong to the Monster Alliance. In truth, there is no necessity for you to wade into these murky waters alongside me. Luo Tian lifted his cup. Little Tian, perhaps in the future, I, Xiao Yu, shall follow your lead? Brother Xiao Yu, what are you saying? We are brothers. Now that I have become the chief of the ground organization, following me could entail a future fraught with peril. Luo Tian sipped his tea. Xiao Yu followed suit and declared, then let the storm come with even greater ferocity. Chapter 75. Counterattack. 6. The sand in the hourglass on the table trickled down sparsely, indicating that there was still a quarter of an hour remaining. The gathered individuals sat in profound silence. The soldiers were taking a brief respite, yet their expressions were grave, for the great battle was imminent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The midday sun blazed down, the oppressive heat rendering the air stiflingly unbearable. Suddenly, Luo Tian flicked his wrist, and a soul talisman materialized in his hand. Attack. These simple 2 words bore a heavy weight of obligation. They signified the onset of war. Hey, Luo Tian, there's still a quarter of an hour left. Why are we attacking now? Who are you issuing orders to, and why are we still holding back? Immobile exclaimed. Immobile, quiet down. Our identities are no longer those of the second young master or the instructor. We are trusted confidants of Commander Luo Tian. I understand. Meanwhile, in Sangyue City, at the central square, Over 400 captured Alliance soldiers had been kneeling there since dawn. Their lips were cracked, their complexions pale, as they awaited death, gripped by a sense of panic and fear. Yet, in the face of their imminent demise, they wore expressions of eerie calm. Beside them stood a large hourglass, which had been trickling sand since morning. Now, only a small amount of sand remained, heralding the approach of noon. The scene shifted to Shaonin Mountain. Shaonin Mountain was once a resort paradise, where one could gaze upon the sea from its heights, while at its foot lay a serene lake, adorned with countless luxurious dwellings. The grand resort of the wealthy owner had welcomed several distinguished guests yesterday, who had commandeered the location. Among the 4 sacred spirits of Yuling were Hong Qi, Qi, and Indan, along with Commander Tu and 2 personal bodyguards, all leisurely sipping tea at a lakeside tea house. Kill! A piercing scream echoed, signaling the commencement of the great battle. The ground surrounding the resort erupted, as numerous hidden passages unleashed throngs of shadowy figures, resembling a flowing tide of ants from a distance, swiftly encircling the entire resort. Clang, clang, clang. The shrill sound of alarm bells echoed, signaling an enemy assault. Ha! What audacity! I had anticipated these rascals would attempt a surprise attack. Yulin army, on alert! The tea-drinking guard captain bellowed with authority, as rows of guards encircled the small lake, raising their shields. The mages were already gathering magical elements. You foresaw this? Long Zaiyan, still sipping his tea, remarked that these ruffians had concealed themselves in the nearby tunnels half an hour ago. It is indeed an unpleasant sensation to be under the watchful eyes of over 10,000. Ah, it turns out Lord Hong had long been aware of the enemy's impending arrival. How so? Captain Tu expressed mild astonishment. How so? Hong Qi raised an eyebrow. As an exceptional commander, a formidable army must possess the ability to remain unflustered in any situation, adapting to change with unwavering resolve. I believe Captain Tu is a person of great talent, which is why he did not alert you. I trust you shall not disappoint me. Rest assured, my lord, although the enemy has 2,000 more than my 8,000 Yulan soldiers, I am confident that within half an hour, we shall drive them back. Oh, is that so? Hong Qi smiled slightly, nonchalantly bringing the teacup to his lips, when suddenly, he crushed the cup in his grip. A surge of power radiating from him. The previously tranquil surface of the water erupted in ripples. My lord. Captain Tu looked bewildered, unable to inquire further. In an instant, Hong Qi unleashed his formidable Wolf Fang greatsword from the table, the blade's sharp aura cleaving Captain Tu's cup in two, startling him immensely. A flash of silver fell swiftly from the air, an astonishing speed. Hong Qi's greatsword met the oncoming force with tremendous impact. Boom! The entire lake erupted as if in an explosion, water splashing to heights of 100 meters, cascading in all directions. One could even glimpse the lakebed. The lyrics of Sa Dingding resonated. A fish flies in the sky. Water splashed everywhere, as the grand pavilion had vanished without a trace. Above the lake, before the mountains, a vibrant rainbow hung in the air, yet no one paid heed to this enchanting scene. The stones beneath Hong Qi shattered to dust. The table beside him reduced to ashes, while Dan and others erected their protective barriers. Through the scattered droplets, Hong Qi discerned the opponent, who also gazed back at him, a Wolf Fang greatsword clashing with a serrated greatsword. The tremendous force compelled Hong Qi to slightly bend his knees, gritting his teeth to withstand the onslaught. To possess such formidable strength and to stand toe-to-toe with me, Hong Qi, is indeed a testament to your prowess on this continent. Pray, reveal your name. Long Zaiyan. Upon uttering these words, the two parted ways. In the dilapidated pavilion hovered three saint-level powerhouses, alongside Hong Qi and Qi, with the latter seemingly impervious to the muck splattered upon him. Hong Qi was taken aback. Ha, what a commanding name. By the way, I recognize you. Did you not perish in a maritime disaster 30 years ago? So, you were the sycophant who joined the alliance. Heaven did not allow me to die. It seems I am destined to overthrow your Yulan monarchy and grant the common people a stable and peaceful realm. It is precisely your existence, you traitorous rebels, that disrupts the tranquility of the continent. You must perish. Do you possess the capability to do so? Let us see. Kill. The army has already engaged in fierce combat with the Yulan soldiers. One by one, dazzling magical projectiles erupted with a cacophony of explosions. Despite the support of the long shields, casualties were inevitable. After a barrage of detonations, the long shields were raised. Behold, a multitude of ominous black cannon barrels aimed menacingly at the feathered legion. The thunderous roar of artillery echoed. The destructive power of the cannons rivaled that of a high-tier sorcerer's most potent spells, far surpassing the mid-tier magic employed by their adversaries. The blue shields adorned with imperial runes could hardly withstand such ferocity. Now, it was the feathered legion that was being bombarded relentlessly. Infuriatingly, it was the magic crystal cannons, a substantial investment. Commander 2's countenance darkened, clearly indicating that the emergence of these magic crystal cannons had inflicted severe losses upon the feathered legion. He promptly commanded the gathering of troops to mount a counterattack as a defensive measure. For the time being, they would rely on the magic projectiles of their sorcerers to suppress the onslaught. It should be noted that magic crystal cannons are typically single-use, and each replenishment of the magic crystals entails a significant expense. Thus, the procurement of such cannons is undeniably a costly endeavor. However, the high-priced reusable magic crystal cannons, having just discharged, billowed forth thick black smoke from their rear, with temperatures soaring to perilous heights. Refilling the magic crystals for ammunition under such conditions poses a grave danger, as the crystals risk detonation from the extreme heat. Consequently, the next volley of magic crystal cannon fire would require some time. Commander 2 could only seek the aid of the sorcerer Chia's forbidden spells to turn the tide. However, the aerial battle had already commenced. Long Zetian faced off against Hong Qi, two formidable titans, both possessing the strength of Saint-tier warriors, with no clear advantage as yet. Nia Hai clashed with Yin Dan and astonishingly held his ground. Regardless of how Hong Qi and Yin Dan fought valiantly, they could not impede these three Saint-tier powerhouses. Be careful, Chia, Hong Qi bellowed. Their third Saint-tier warrior, Emo Li's personal bodyguard, had accompanied Emo Li to support the Sangyue alliance. Yet he concealed his face, seemingly fearful of being recognized. This masked Saint-tier warrior had breached the defenses of Hong Qi and Yin Dan, charging towards Chia, a swordsman against a Saint-tier sorcerer. Should the sorcerer be approached, death would be certain. Chapter 76, Counterattack, 7. Be cautious, Chia, Hong Qi shouted. Fear not. He shall not close the distance, Chia proclaimed defiantly, summoning a colossal fire dragon that coiled protectively around him, its massive jaws biting its tail in a swirling motion. The air around them became searingly hot, distorting like a mirage, preventing the masked Saint-tier warrior from advancing. Charge forth, do not falter. A single Saint-tier sorcerer, should he close in, will undoubtedly perish. Long Dahan, known for his fiery temper, exclaimed in urgency upon witnessing the masked warrior's lack of presence. The masked Saint-tier warrior emitted a low grunt, enveloped in silver fighting spirit, plunging into the sea of flames. An explosion ensued, the fiery inferno shattered by the force of the fighting spirit. Chia's figure became visible once more. In contrast, the masked Saint-tier warrior bore a dark stain upon his forehead, several tears in his robe, yet his facial mask remained intact, suggesting a suspicious form of protection. In Chia's grasp was a magical staff fashioned from bone, topped with a massive red crystal that erupted with roaring flames, from which a bow materialized. With her fair, delicate hand, she plunged into the flames, seizing the blazing bow. Infuriating. A faint sense of danger permeated the air as the masked holy-level warrior transformed into a silver streak. Hurtling towards Chi It was hoped that he could close the distance before the magic was completed. Chi, with her foot poised at the center of the bow, exerted tremendous force with her delicate hands, pulling the bowstring taut. In doing so, her thigh was undeniably revealed, and the masked man seemed to catch a glimpse of her crimson shorts. The bow was drawn into a perfect crescent shape, and a great arrow, forged from flames, materialized. This was the arrow of destruction. A flash of red light shattered the very fabric of space, racing forth with unparalleled swiftness, likely reaching the advancing masked warrior in the blink of an eye. There was no escape. The masked warrior surged forward with incredible speed, yet the arrow of destruction shot forth even faster. The two collided within a mere 100 meters of Chi. Deafening roar erupted, sparks flying like stars in the sky, reminiscent of a thunderclap. The birds of the Shaonan mountain trembled in fear. The colossal explosion sent both combatants hurtling backwards, as the sky rained fire. The battlefield below transformed into an inferno. Smoke, death, blood, and screams filled the AI art. In contrast, the masked figure appeared disheveled, his attire in disarray, hair tousled, and a trace of blood smeared upon his right hand. Yet he bore no grievous wounds, merely superficial injuries. Indeed, his mask remained intact. Conversely, as the explosion transpired, a magnificent pair of translucent red wings, reminiscent of a butterfly, unfurled from Chia's back, shielding her from the blast. However, she was slightly breathless, a bead of fragrant sweat trickling down her face. The sword saint, engaged in a direct confrontation with a holy level mage, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Yet, in the face of widespread, collective assaults, the sword saint could never hope to rival the holy level mage, each possessing their own strengths. Thus, the realm of gods and demons saw the emergence of warriors and mages as distinct professions, with the rare talent of a dual practitioner being a significant newsworthy event, drawing the attention of countless families eager to recruit such individuals. Seeing Qi in a precarious position, Commander Tu bellowed, "Lord Hong, why not summon the soldiers from within the city?" "Humph, this is merely a ploy to draw the tiger from its den. The moment has arrived. The 400 allied rebels must, in full view of the populace, make an example of them, to deter others. If we endure for just one more quarter of an hour, we shall dispatch the soldiers to encircle and eliminate these ignorant children." Hong Qi and Long Zaiyan engaged in a fierce aerial battle, the sounds of their clashes resonating like a thrilling heartbeat, causing even the previously tranquil lake surface to ripple. "Yes, my lord, hold your ground." Though it may seem that much time has passed in this description, it has only been a mere quarter of an hour. Such is the nature of fleeting moments. A quarter of an hour marks the precise moment of noon. The scene shifts to the center of the square of Sangyue City, where the hourglass continues to pour its sands. "Why, lord, we are nearing the quarter of an hour. Why has the enemy not yet retreated?" asked Man Sandao, subtly reminding Luo Tian. From a distant tower, Luo Tian surveyed the entire square with growing anxiety. Indeed, according to reason, the battle at Shaonan Mountain should have commenced, and as per previous agreements, the allied forces should be exerting their utmost to suppress the Yulin army. Logically, the Yulin army should be suffering greatly by now. Why had they not retreated? Xiaoyu had become a chief advisor to Luo Tian, while Dalan, Manjing, and Mandy were considered his trusted confidants. As the illustrious leader of the Sangyue Ground Organization, I am entitled to share resources with the other two factions. Luo Tian unfurled the Jade Wall talisman in his hand. They have indeed commenced battle. However, at that moment, the Jade Wall talisman trembled, prompting Luo Tian to immediately infuse it with his mental energy. It was the voice of Jiajisa. "Little brother Lin Yang, the battle at Little Nanshan has completely subdued the Feather Forest army, and the Saint-level powerhouses are also in the ascendant. Yet, the Feather Forest army seems reluctant to retreat." "What?" Luo Tian exclaimed, realizing he had lost his composure, and thus lowered his voice. "They refuse to withdraw? Do they intend for the Feather Forest army of Little Nanshan to meet its demise? It appears the opposing side is determined, insistent on executing the 400 allied brothers to serve as a dire warning to others." "What shall we do?" Luo Tian inquired. "Delay them," Jiaji urged fervently. "This will grant us sufficient time to annihilate the 8,000 Feather Forest soldiers of Little Nanshan, and it can also preserve the lives of these 400. But how can we delay them? The enemy boasts over 7,000 Feather Forest soldiers, while we only have 3,000. The disparity in strength is evident. That hinges on your capabilities, little brother Lin Yang. Do not disappoint the esteemed Lord Mori, who has highly recommended you. I have faith that you will." Before the words could be completed, the Jade Wall talisman in Luo Tian's hand shattered, turning to white powder. Silence enveloped the crowd as Luo Tian, in frustration, smashed the remnants onto the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, I knew this was a trap." "Ha, Luo Tian, welcome to the pit," Xiaoyu remarked with a smile, seemingly reveling in his misfortune. "My lord, the execution has commenced." Man Sandao had been monitoring every movement in the central square, fulfilling the duty of an aide. Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him as he whispered urgently to Xiaoyu and the others at his side. Man Sandao, intrigued, observed intently. On the grand platform in the square, a group of burly men, sleeves rolled up, numbering around 10, prepared for the grim task ahead. With 400 captives, they would need to strike 40 times to behead them all. Simultaneously, they drew gleaming, cold blades, pouring out bowls of wine for the 10 kneeling before them. They offered the drink to them, evidently a final toast before their execution, a farewell to the journey ahead. Chapter 77. Counterattack 8. The 10 burly men filled 10 bowls with wine and presented them to the 10 kneeling individuals. Naturally, those of higher status were prioritized for execution, including the rotund, fair-skinned leader and several unfortunate centurions, who would be the first to face the guillotine. After kneeling for what felt like an eternity, they took a moment to sip the wine, quenching their parched throats. Acknowledging their impending fate, they remained surprisingly calm. The imposing men fed them the wine, then abruptly smashed their empty bowls to the ground. In a hushed tone, one muttered, "May you embark on your journey in peace." before raising their blades, awaiting the command to strike. A cacophony erupted as the onlookers anticipated the grim spectacle. The execution was imminent. A veteran clad in feathered armor raised his hand, signaling for the order to commence. Yet, unexpectedly, at that moment, chaos ensued. Son! A burly man charged frantically onto the execution platform, only to be effortlessly subdued by the guarding feather forest soldiers. Scoundrel! The head of the Yinling armor, are you so reckless as to wish for death? Do you not realize that obstructing the execution is akin to sharing the guilt with the condemned? Bring him forth, let him join the queue. 400 souls, not one less. The burly man was immediately seized, thrashing wildly as he tore open his trousers, coins cascading to the ground, including a striking purple crystal coin that rolled to the feet of the Yinling armor's chief. The vivid hue momentarily startled the chief. Sir, this is my entire fortune. I beseech you, spare my son. The man wept profusely, tears soaking his garments, struggling fiercely yet unable to escape the grasp of the two guards. How could the chief of Yinling armor remain unmoved? It appears their ranks are indeed quite corrupt. Accepting bribes to allow a criminal to be replaced by another, such acts seem to be commonplace. One guard, unable to bear the sight, whispered urgently, My lord, the highest order from the Shaonan Mountain demands the swift execution of these 400. I fear. The phrase highest order elicited a palpable panic in the chief, who promptly waved his hand, lamenting, Alas, I understand the agony of losing a child, but you have arrived too late. Execute them. Implicit in his words was the reproach of why he had not sought assistance the previous night, which could have discreetly garnered gold, simply by substituting a petty thief. But now it was too late. Not only were countless ordinary citizens watching, but time was also of the essence. Ah, no, the burly man wailed, his cries mingling with tears. Suddenly, a commotion arose as 4 or 5 middle-aged men rushed forward, accompanied by a few older individuals, though the guards easily subdued them. My lord, I implore you, I beg you. Soon, another group of 4 or 5 followed suit. The Yuling guards found it impossible to restrain them all, as the men fiercely clung to their sons. Weeping uncontrollably, the stout man, initially the commander of the local power alliance, stared blankly at the burly man holding him, bewildered. Who are you to me? Yet the burly man heard none of this, holding the stout man tightly, sobbing inconsolably, refusing to release his grip even under the guard's blows. Even the chief of Yinling armor sensed the situation spiraling out of control, bellowing, Scoundrels, how dare you disrupt the execution platform? Whoever dares approach shall be dealt with mercilessly. Upon receiving the chief's command, the Yuling guards drew their weapons as though granted a license to kill. Suddenly, chaos erupted once more. The guards who had set up the perimeter were hurled aside as a middle-aged man led over 100 masked swordsmen charging onto the execution platform, engaging the Yuling guards in fierce battle. Despite their masks, the stout man recognized the leader instantly, crying out, Father! Father! What? The chief of Yinling armor immediately sensed the peril. The man who had burst forth was the father of the one weeping for the stout man. Who, then, was this person clinging to the stout man in despair? Could there be two fathers? Who are you? You will never guess. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically as a burly man, clutching the plump figure in anguish, unleashed a flurry of kicks and blows upon his several guards in a flash of white light. The next shot captured him gripping the neck of the leader of the Yinling armor with a tight hold, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, I am a member of the Alliance. With that, he tightened his grip, and the leader of Yinling armor met his demise. You scoundrel! It was then revealed that one of the guards beside the leader possessed the strength of a grand swordmaster, descending upon them with a fierce white blade. Thankfully, a middle-aged man, leading over 100 formidable swordsmen, intervened and sent that guard flying. The burly man nodded slightly in gratitude, and the two stood back to back. Tongji commercial firm, Xiao Dingtian. The middle-aged man wore a grave expression, his face etched with the marks of time. The stalwart vice officer of the Sangyue Alliance, Man Sandao, haha, I knew the alliance would not sit idly by. He laughed. I never expected Tongji commercial firm to dare oppose the authority of the feather spirit. There was no choice. He is my son. I have relinquished everything and sworn to rescue his life. Xiao Dingtian bellowed. Do you think your mere band of guards can accomplish this? Aren't you lending a hand? Xiao Dingtian smiled gently. They boast an army of 7,000 feather forest troops. Is that so? I expended a month's profit from my port city to gather this band of assassins, yet they have 7,000. While Xiao Dingtian was wealthy, he had few truly loyal subordinates. and the short time frame had only allowed him to summon this limited number of assassins. Haha, does Mr. Xiao not carry a strategy when he ventures out? Let us first eliminate this wave. Good. With the chaotic entrance of Man Sandao and Xiao Dingtian, the onlookers hastily fled, not wishing to be caught in the fray, resulting in utter disorder. The hidden Feather Forest troops were instantly impeded by the throng of people, creating chaos. This was the true aim of Luo Tian. Although Xiao Dingtian's intrusion was noteworthy, it did not hinder the smooth progression of the plan. Get out of the way! Frantically, the supporting Feather Forest troops began to slaughter the panicked civilians, hoping to deter them from obstructing their aid. Alas, the more they struck, the greater the disarray became. On the execution platform stood approximately 1,000 Feather Forest troops, primarily ordinary soldiers of swordsman rank, with only a few sword masters present. Only that leader was a sword master, who fell to Man Sandao's blade, while the vice officer, a grand sword master, was sent flying by Xiao Dingtian. Everything seemed to be trending towards a favorable outcome. Chapter 78. Counterattack. 9. Analyzing the distribution of forces. On the execution platform, the Feather Forest troops numbered around 1,000, mostly ordinary soldiers of swordsman rank, with few sword masters among them. The leader, having been slain by Man Sandao, and the vice officer, a grand sword master, sent flying by Xiao Dingtian. Temporarily obstructed by the panicked fleeing crowd, the Feather Forest troops numbered approximately 2,000, divided into 3 teams, lying in ambush nearby. Everything appeared to be progressing towards a promising direction. Indeed, the creation of chaos is inevitable. The purpose of the Yulin monarchy is to publicly execute the 400 members of the alliance in front of the common people, serving as a dire warning to others. Thus, there are no restrictions on the spectators. The more individuals who seek to learn about this event, the more they will become aware of the grim fate awaiting those who support the alliance. Execution by beheading. This oversight leads to an overwhelming number of onlookers, as they did not anticipate such a large crowd to witness the beheading of the alliance members, marking one of their miscalculations. Furthermore, the brutal behavior of the Yulin army has become habitual, resolving all matters through violence. The more they resort to indiscriminately slaughtering the chaotic civilians to quell the turmoil, the more disorder they create, representing their second miscalculation. Suddenly, a colorful projectile soared from a small loft, and from it descended dozens of individuals, unmistakably Luo Tian and his companions, buoyed by the floating magic of Manjing, soaring toward the execution platform. Concurrently, the colorful signal conveyed the message that 3,000 alliance troops were divided into 3 teams of 1,000 each, charging towards the Yulin army, which was mercilessly slaughtering civilians in their advance toward the execution platform. The scene was sheer pandemonium. Many capable individuals among the civilians, fearing indiscriminate slaughter at the hands of the advancing alliance troops, found themselves trapped in the throngs of people, desperately fighting for survival, rising against the Yulin army. One picked up a weapon to resist, soon followed by another, and then a third. With the surprise attack from the 3,000 sergeants from behind, the Yulin army suffered heavy casualties. General Lin Yang, Man Sandao, smiled slightly and clasped his hands in salute. His subordinates had already severed the chains binding the 400 alliance members on their knees, liberating them to join the fray. Even in their weakened state, they fought valiantly, for survival was now their only creed. It is you. Xiao Dingtian instantly recognized Luo Tian. After all, he had saved his life. Scoundrel, the aide-de-camp, who had been sent flying by Xiao Dingtian, had already risen, brandishing a great sword in his approach. My lord, step back, let me. Before Man Sandao could finish, the approaching great swordsman swiftly sealed his throat with a single strike. Blood sprayed high. Upon closer inspection, Luo Tian had already appeared 10 meters away. Was it instantaneous movement? The crowd gasped in astonishment, especially Man Sandao, who realized their commander was merely a young lad. Upon meeting him, he appeared, in all honesty, like a child. His stature not even reaching Man Sandao's chest, with Luo Tian's thigh as thick as his own wrist. He had initially assumed he was yet another scion of a powerful family, but this was his first encounter with the true strength of their commander. So formidable, so powerful. Those who yearn for strength seem to possess an inexplicable reverence for the strong, regardless of whether they are 14 or still in their youth. What are you still dawdling for? I truly admire your acting skills. You could win the Best Actor award. But for heaven's sake, I don't wish to waste time with you now. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Luo Tian bellowed as he noticed the dazed expressions of the crowd, particularly Man Sandao, who stared at him like a fool. Yes, though scolded, Man Sandao found himself invigorated. Did he perhaps relish this? The clashing sound of blades resonated, accompanied by the whistling of Manjing's magic. while Xiao Yu danced through the bloodshed with an eerie grace. Luo Tian moved like lightning, a butcher among them. A number of nameless adventurers joined forces to mount an assault, their cries echoing through the air. With remarkable ease, Luo Tian and his companions dispatched the feathered army stationed at the central platform of the square. They opted to assist the allied forces led by Luo Zi, a choice that naturally inclined towards Luo Tian. The contingent led by Luo Tian was an unstoppable force, piercing through the ranks of 2,000 feathered soldiers like a dagger, instantly throwing them into disarray. Luo Tian was formidable. The ferocity of Man Sandao, the elusive figure of Xiao Yu, the commanding presence of Xiao Ding Tian, the magical long-range support from Man Jing, and Del Lan's frenzied slashing, each contributed to the chaos. While Emoli well, he was merely a bystander. Were it not for the support from Delan, Xiao Yu, Man Jing, and others, the beheading platform would have surely fallen. However, his prowess as a swordsman was not to be underestimated. He could easily handle 1 or 2 ordinary soldiers, yet when surrounded by over 10 opponents, assistance became essential. The scene shifts to Xiao and Shan. Damn it, it's already been 15 minutes. Why hasn't the reinforcements arrived? Commander 2 bellowed in frustration. It seemed that the forces on that side had encountered an ambush. Communications were severed, and the situation was dire. Damn it, most of our main force is stationed here. There are no more than 3,000 allied troops left over there. Dio, they really think 3,000 can annihilate my 7,000 feathered soldiers? That's utterly absurd. Get in touch, now. Before Commander 2 could finish his sentence, the ground trembled violently, nearly causing him to lose his footing. It turned out that the allied forces had completed preparations for their second magical crystal cannon. Another barrage of artillery fire ensued, inflicting heavy casualties on the feathered army. Commander, our losses are severe. How severe? Commander 2 inquired, unable to discern the extent of the destruction through the smoke of the cannon fire. Only 2,000 feathered soldiers remain. A guard responded. What about the enemy? They've lost 2,000, damn it, Commander 2 exclaimed, slapping the guard across the face in a moment of exasperation. The allies had lost 2,000, which meant they still had 8,000 left, while the feathered army was reduced to 2,000. This amounted to a staggering loss of 6,000. With only 2,000 left to face 8,000, it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. The same sentiment echoed, unless a forbidden spell could be unleashed. However, when Commander 2 looked up, he saw Qi Ping Fan being repelled by a masked, saint-level powerhouse. Not only was there no time to cast a forbidden spell, but even survival seemed precarious. Thus, he shouted into the sky, Senior Hong, our forces are suffering significant losses. The remaining reinforcements have been ambushed and are unable to assist. We request a retreat. Damn it, at that moment, Hong Chi's lips were stained with blood, and Long Zaiyan, his adversary, appeared increasingly exhilarated, whereas Hong Chi wore a look of deep concern. Hold on, he shouted, his voice resonating through the air. From above, a murky, blood-tinged lake surface trembled slightly. The feathered army had retreated from the lakeside to the mountain stronghold, seemingly overconfident or perhaps unaware, as they had not constructed any fortifications or defensive lines, nor prepared any offensive maneuvers. According to the expectations of Commander 2 and Hong Chi, the 7,000 guards from Sangyue City should have arrived to provide support. However, not a single shadow was in sight. Haha, little brother Lin Yang, you're truly remarkable. 3,000 against 7,000, and you're still managing to hold them at bay. So, will you be retreating with your tails between your legs, or will you fight to the bitter end? The masked, saint-level powerhouse, treading upon the void, approached the retreating Qi with a sinister smile. Step by step, at that moment, Qi's attire was disheveled, her black-red locks in disarray. Were it not for the magical concealment aiding her retreat, she would have perished long ago. However, as a consequence, her magical energy was nearly depleted, uncertain of how much longer she could endure. The masked man seemed to envision the goddess of divine power beckoning to him. After all, this was the 4th battle of the Alliance, and a victory here would turn the Sangyue Alliance into a celebrated legend, not only for the allied forces but also for the civilian adventurers. Perish! The masked, saint-level powerhouse bellowed, his figure racing forward, a streak of silver light, once again aimed at the slightly panting Qi. Chapter 79. Counterattack. 10. Perish. The masked, saint-level powerhouse roared, his silhouette darting swiftly, a beam of silver light once more directed at the gasping Qi. Odd. Exceedingly odd. According to the masked powerhouse's estimations, Qi should still possess enough mental strength to withstand 2 more of his attacks, yet she appeared to offer no resistance. It was as if she had resigned herself, floating in place. awaiting the onslaught of the masked saint-level powerhouse. Resigned, is it? Very well, I shall not prolong your suffering. The masked saint-level powerhouse aimed directly at Qi Ye's forehead. In an instant, he had breached her safe distance. P.S. Every individual has their own safe distance, a threshold wherein the encroachment of the enemy signifies peril. The stronger one is, the greater this distance becomes. Beware. A thunderous roar echoed. It was Long Zitian, the cost of his distraction resulting in a strike from Hong Qi. Fortunately, it was not a fatal blow. What? The masked saint-level powerhouse gasped in shock, catching only a glimpse of silver light flickering at the corner of his eye. Instinctively recognizing it as a saint-level presence, he immediately braced himself. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed, droplets of blood raining down from the sky. Ah! The masked saint-level powerhouse groaned, a gaping wound appearing in his abdomen, blood gushing uncontrollably. Although he attempted to staunch the bleeding with battle energy, waves of weakness washed over him. Impossible? The masked saint-level powerhouse was astonished. How could there still be a saint-level presence? Could it be? In a state of shock, the masked saint-level powerhouse retreated rapidly, even though he had yet to discern the assailant's visage. Yuling's 4 saints, the legendary assassin, and Een. My apologies, everyone, for arriving late. And Een remained expressionless, yet his countenance reflected his poor condition. It is truly fortuitous that you could make it. How goes it? Hong Qi temporarily distanced himself from Long Zitian, granting both parties a moment to breathe. Previously it was impossible, but now, he is gravely injured. I should be able to restrain him. Qi replied casually. Qi. Hong Qi bellowed. Qi Ye's exquisite and enchanting visage turned serious as she nodded. With a wave of her hand, a pill materialized in her grasp. Without hesitation, she swallowed it. Her pale complexion regained a hint of color. Gritting her teeth, she murmured, I am the harbinger of the crimson flames of the mortal realm, and I hereby demand the fulfillment of the ancient forbidden contract. Such resonant and weighty words, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror. It is a forbidden spell. This was Long Zitian's immediate reaction. She must not be allowed to unleash the forbidden incantation. The dragon in the heavens roared mightily, scarcely pausing to catch its breath as it surged forward with unyielding force. A deluge of silvery sword light descended from the sky. Yet Hong Qi fought valiantly to withstand it, employing his very body as a shield to protect the incantation of the forbidden spell being unleashed by Qi behind him. The figure of the masked saintly powerhouse shifted, yet was perpetually thwarted by Qi Ye's unwavering defense. With a furious strike, a thunderous roar erupted, sending the masked saintly figure hurtling away, while Qi remained steadfast, seemingly having gained the upper hand. Yet he chose not to pursue. The reason for his restraint remained a mystery. His objective appeared to be to steadfastly entangle the masked saintly powerhouse. As time slipped by, the sky darkened with a gathering of crimson clouds, a manifestation of an overwhelming concentration of fire elemental energy. The forbidden spell was nearing completion, and urgency was paramount. Flames that consume all, heed my call. Qi continued to chant the grave incantation. Thud, thud. Long Zitian, Nya Hai, and the others felt their hearts racing violently, believing they had the advantage. Yet once this forbidden spell was unleashed, they would be utterly defenseless, and the 8,000 allied troops beneath them would suffer catastrophic losses, with the possibility of total annihilation looming ominously. What to do? Long Zitian bellowed for a retreat. Fall back, retreat. Instantly, the allied forces beneath him scattered in a frenzy, akin to a swarm of agitated ants, amidst the inevitable trampling. They hastily dove into the secret passageways, seeking refuge underground to evade the impending descent of the forbidden spell. In short, chaos reigned supreme. A streak of white, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, sliced through the void, heading directly for Qi, who stood before the masked figure. What? A nameless pawn dares to intervene? Qi roared, swinging his right fist casually, enveloping it in silver as he met the white beam with tremendous force. Crash! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves of invisible energy rippling outward as Qi was propelled backward. Amidst the detonation, a flicker of electric arc danced. I recognize you, Qi bellowed, his visage contorted in rage. As the smoke cleared, there stood Luo Tianyi, defying gravity. It was Luo Tian come to aid him. What was happening? How could Luo Tian, not a sword saint, still defy gravity? Behind him, a pair of azure wings materialized, revealing the advanced magic of Manjing, wings of freedom. Splendid. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's arrival, Long Zetian, for reasons unknown, instinctively shouted, "You have actually transcended the realm of great sword master. You are truly a formidable individual." And Yin roared, as if the preceding clash had aggravated his old wounds, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "My ascension to the great sword master realm is also due to your contributions," Luo Tian stated, his gaze shifting to Qi behind an Yin. "I see you are still gravely injured. Perhaps it would be wise to cease hostilities. Otherwise, do you believe you can withstand the combined onslaught of me and this saintly powerhouse?" He urged, "Now, halt the forbidden spell, or I cannot foresee the consequences that may unfold. Damn it." Qi furrowed his brow deeply, for his forbidden spell was on the verge of completion, only for an unexpected adversary, capable of wounding an Yin, to emerge. Though they were not entirely clear on the specifics, they recognized the extraordinary prowess of this individual. "Cease the forbidden spell. I shall not repeat myself a third time," Luo Tian thundered once more. At this juncture, the masked saintly powerhouse had allied with Luo Tian, and should Luo Tian take action, he would undoubtedly join the fray without hesitation. The countdown to the release of the forbidden spell by Chia was a mere 10 seconds away. Could one truly concede at such a critical moment? Chia certainly would not, for this battle had ignited her wrath. Moreover, this forbidden spell was conjured through her own bitter sacrifice. 10 seconds remaining. 9 seconds. Luo Tian maintained an air of composure, while Long Zetian exhibited impatience. Nia Hai wore a serious frown. The masked figure appeared utterly bewildered, and an Yin was glancing around anxiously. Chia stood with her eyes closed. Hong Qi bore an expression of deep contemplation. Yin Dan was desperately resisting the backlash. 8 seconds left. 7 seconds. Observing Chia's fearless determination, Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly, yet remained unflustered. He subtly raised the rusted sword in his hand, exuding a faint aura, while signaling to the masked saint-level expert beside him. Perhaps in the next moment, the two would break through an Yin, with success or failure hinging upon these fleeting 5 seconds. There were two possible outcomes. First, if they successfully broke through, not only could they thwart the spell's release, but they could also eliminate Chia, subsequently joining forces to vanquish an Yin, potentially slaying at least 2 of their saint-level adversaries. The second outcome involved an Yin possessing some hidden life-saving technique as a trump card, capable of momentarily restraining them, or perhaps opting for self-detonation to demonstrate resistance. In such a case, Chia would undoubtedly succeed in releasing the forbidden spell, resulting in significant losses for the allied forces. It appeared they were prepared to gamble, and Luo Tian was ready to make his move. Chapter 80. Counterattack. 11. Cease your actions, boomed the voice of Hong Qi. What? Chia gasped in astonishment. She had not anticipated Hong Qi would utter such words. The fiery clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the suffocating pressure began to lift. The 3 saint-level experts on their side, along with Luo Tian, exhaled in relief. Both sides halted their fierce combat, re-establishing their formations, with Chia safeguarded at the center. The remaining magical energy within her was barely sufficient to sustain the fiery red wings behind her, let alone cast any spells. It seems the 7,000 Yulan troops hidden within the city have indeed been eliminated by you. Hong Qi casually glanced towards the direction of Sangyue City, noticing a significant influx of people approaching. Who exactly are you? State your name. For this individual who had repeatedly disrupted the affairs of the Yulan troops, Hong Qi would indelibly remember his name. Lin Yang. Luo Tian casually revealed his past life's name. Hey, kid, how could you be so audacious as to disclose your true name to them? Long Zetian exclaimed in discontent. I will remember you. Let us depart. Are we not pursuing them? The masked saint-level expert merely watched as Hong Qi and the retreating 2,000 Yulan troops departed. Little brother Lin Yang, what do you think? Long Zetian inquired with a slight smile, glancing at Luo Tian. Without absolute certainty of victory, pressuring the saint-level experts could backfire if they resort to self-detonation, which would be detrimental to us. Otherwise, I would not have urged them to cease the forbidden spell. Additionally, given the chaos among the allied forces as they fled into the tunnels, why should we pursue them? After all, we have emerged victorious. Luo Tian replied with a subtle smile. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Tonight, we shall celebrate grandly, and you shall be the guest of honor. Long Zetian laughed heartily. Ha, this is a collective achievement, a triumph for us all. Modesty. The triumphant news of the inaugural victory of the Sangyue Alliance swiftly spread across the various branches of the alliance throughout the continent. After all, once the Sangyue Alliance engaged in battle, it immediately garnered the intense attention of its entire network. In this encounter, While suffering the loss of 4,000, the enemy sustained a staggering 13,000 casualties among their feathered troops, marking a resounding triumph for the alliance. Among them, a young fellow named Lin Yong emerged as an unexpected dark horse for the Sangyue alliance, particularly within the Monaster family. In a secluded chamber that served as a meeting room, tables were laden with delectable food and fine wine. Monaster himself indulged in cup after cup, his aged visage flushed with delight, his white hair standing in stark contrast to his rosy cheeks. Simultaneously, within the expansive subterranean lair of the Sangyue alliance, the air was thick with the rich aroma of wine, accompanied by an atmosphere brimming with joyous laughter. Tables of all sizes were festooned with vibrant decorations, and at the center stood a grand round table that could seat only Long Zitian, Nia Hai, and Jia Ji, among other presidents. "Come, everyone," Jia Ji proclaimed, raising his goblet and subtly gesturing to Luo Tian, who hastily rose to lift his own cup. In unison, all present members of the alliance also stood. "Today, our alliance has secured victory through our young brother Lin Yong, a true prodigy who, with merely 3,000 troops, managed to vanquish 7,000 of the feathered forces, suffering only minimal casualties on our side." Jia Ji bellowed. "Not at all, not at all. We too lost over 1,000 brothers," Luo Tian lamented, his heart heavy. Witnessing the loss of his comrades in the first battle was a profound sorrow for him, especially as it marked his debut on the battlefield. "Young brother Lin Yong, there's no need for modesty. 3,000 against 7,000, and without the intervention of a Saint-tier powerhouse, this victory is indeed something to be celebrated. Do you understand that you have become the talk of the entire alliance?" Long Zitian remarked, having previously referred to Luo Tian as a mere child, now addressing Lin Yong with newfound respect. "And what do you mean by in the future?" "I intend to venture into the Sangyue forest." Just then, Mori seemed to be jolted awake, startling Luo Tian considerably. "In the battle at the little south mountain of Sangyue City, our young brother Lin Yong played an indispensable role. I propose that the vacant position of president of the ground forces organization within Sangyue City be bestowed upon Lin Yong. What do you all think?" Mori suggested. "Haha, although Lin Yong's influence is currently limited to the Great Swordmaster faction, the position of president should belong to the capable. We place greater emphasis on talent than mere strength, for it is the talented who can guide our alliance to victory." Long Zitian was the first to raise his hand, his robust frame and flushed complexion indicative of his indulgence. "Well said." Nia Hai echoed, lifting his hand as well. "Haha, splendid." With 3 votes in favor,